Divine Martial Tyrant Emperor Chapter 235 to Chapter 312. Rumble, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. Sand and stones flew everywhere, a huge foot directly trampled Zhu Iluan to the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Pa! 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 The huge ape's hand that was covered in white fur pushed forward. The killing array was like a piece of paper. The array patterns exploded and all the killing tribulation phenomena quickly dissipated. Guqin grabbed He Fangjing and pulled himself out of the energy storm caused by the collapse of the array. His black hair fluttered in the wind. How could this be? Zhu Iluan crawled out of the ground with great difficulty. He was covered in blood. Looking at the huge ape in the darkness, his body trembled. Seeing that Guqin had escaped, his face turned pale and he wanted to escape. Whoosh, as soon as he escaped, he saw a big hand grabbing his legs as if he was a little chick. Don't, he trembled in fear. White ape's lantern-like golden eyes stared at him, full of mockery. Bang bang. Bang bang, following that, Zhu Iluan experienced the longest 20 breaths of time in his life. His whole body was like a toy, being thrown around and stepped on by the huge ape. When all of this was over, he was lying on the ground with tears streaming down his face. He couldn't move, doubting his life. Guqin landed in front of him, threw He Fangjing to his side, and sat on the ground. Now, let's have a good talk. He said indifferently, whichever one of you is more cooperative, I'll let him live longer. He Fangjing was already out of breath. When he heard that, he sneered. Zhu Iluan seemed to see a glimmer of hope. His eyes suddenly lit up. Where is Xianxia? Is he dead? Guqin went straight to the point. He Fangjing was silent when he heard that. There was no change in his expression. Zhu Iluan's expression was obviously shaken, but he didn't speak immediately. Seeing this, Guqin said. White ape. White ape immediately understood what he meant. He raised a huge foot and hovered above He Fangjing. Are you going to talk or not? He looked coldly at He Fangjing. He Fangjing was unafraid of death. Do it. Guqin smiled immediately. His eyes were cold. All right. The white ape's foot was about to land heavily on the ground, but just as it was about to land, its body suddenly turned into a stream of light and returned to its normal size. What? Guqin looked at the white ape in confusion. He really planned on killing He Fangjing and using him as a warning to others. This way, Zhu Iluan naturally didn't dare to take any chances. The white ape grinned and took out a rainbow-colored small tree with a flip of his hand. It grabbed the tree and pointed at He Fangjing. A rainbow-colored beam swept out and enveloped him. He Fangjing's body withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The black strands turned into white hair, and life essence flowed out of the holes in his body, which was absorbed by the rainbow tree. This method of killing was extremely cruel. He Fangjing revealed a pained expression as his eyes quickly dimmed. Guqin looked at him and felt a trace of sympathy in his heart. He Fangjing had taken the wrong path purely in pursuit of strength. It was something to be pitied. In order to obtain power, he had already endured a lot of torture. He didn't think that he would have to suffer again before he died. However, this trace of sympathy was quickly snuffed out by Lin Ming. Since he had chosen his own path, he would have to taste the consequences of his own actions. When facing those from Underworld God Palace, he was an assassin, he couldn't show the slightest bit of mercy. Only by being more ruthless and cruel than his opponent could he defeat them. Bang, beneath the rainbow-colored tree's life force, He Fangjing's body turned to dust. Then, a crystal-clear bone flew out. It was sucked out by the rainbow-colored light and emitted a tinkling sound. This was the extreme Dao organ that He Fangjing had transplanted, the sound bone. ZZ. In the rainbow-colored light, even the sound bone was dissolved, turning into streams of air that were absorbed into the rainbow-colored tree. Then, something strange occurred. In just a few breaths of time, on the tip of the rainbow-colored tree, a fruit covered in ripples condensed. It was somewhat similar to a small bell, and as the wind blew, it emitted a beautiful melody. This tree is truly extraordinary. Guqin took a deep breath. This rainbow-colored tree was stolen by the white ape from Desolate God Valley. It was truly mysterious and profound, it could even absorb the strength of an extreme Dao organ for its own use. Quasi-Daoist Chen, spare me. Spare me. As long as you let me go, I will do my best to cooperate with you. Gu Chen was shocked by the rainbow-colored tree, but Zhu Iluan was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and continuously kowtowed. In his opinion, the other party was simply a demon. Not only had he killed He Fengjing in front of him, but he had also used such a terrifying method. At this time, he was already scared out of his wits. If he had known that this Jingu was so powerful and that he was accompanied by a terrifying demonic ape, he would have already reported to the Nether God Palace for reinforcements. Seeing his flustered expression, Gu Chen knew that killing the chicken to warn the monkey was effective, so he coldly repeated the question. This time, Zhu Iluan did not hesitate and blurted out. I don't know where Jiang Daozi is. 3 months ago, he came looking for me, wanting to capture He Fengjing. However, he was stopped by Lord Jiaolan, and the two of them fought to the 9 heavens. According to Lord Jiaolan, he severely injured Jiang Daozi at that time, but he escaped. If Jiang Daozi didn't die, why didn't he return to the celestial court? How badly was he injured? Gu Chen frowned. It was good news that he wasn't dead, but his whereabouts were still unknown. The situation had not changed at all. Lord Jiaolan said that even if he didn't die, his cultivation was almost completely destroyed. Maybe he's recuperating somewhere, or maybe he's already. At this point, Zhu Iluan did not dare to answer. Gu Chen was silent for a moment. It seemed that Jiang Iluan was in danger. Who is this Lord Jiaolan you mentioned? He asked again. Lord Jiaolan is one of the underworld god guards of our Nether God Palace. He's an assassin ranked 186th on the blacklist. He's in charge of the 11 halls of our Nether God Palace in Qingzhou. Zhu Iluan said hurriedly. Underworld God Guard. Gu Chen's expression became solemn. Where is he now? Have you reported my appearance in the True Martial Arts Academy to your superiors? Now that he had killed He Fengjing, the sacrificial son of the Nether God Palace, his identity was special. It was only a matter of time before the Underworld God Guards were alerted. He had to know how much time he had left. Lord Jiaolan has returned to the headquarters. He'll only be back in a week. Time was tight, and the two of us thought that we could handle it. That's why we haven't reported this to the Nether God Palace yet. Zhu Iluan smiled bitterly. He was filled with regret. Gu Chen felt relieved when he heard this. In that case, he hadn't been exposed yet, the ins and outs of Jiang Iluan's disappearance had been clarified. Although he hadn't been found yet, Gu Chen could at least report to the Celestial Court. He couldn't help but look at Zhu Iluan. This guy should have other useful information. Zhu Iluan saw that Gu Chen was staring at him without saying anything after getting the answer. He thought that Gu Chen wanted to kill him, so he hurriedly kowtowed. Quasi-Daoist Chen, please let me go. I'm still useful. I'm willing to lead the way and help the Celestial Court destroy the many halls of the Nether God Palace in Qingzhou. Zhu Iluan was so anxious that his eyes turned red. Gu Chen's heart thumped when he heard this. He was always willing to do anything that could cause damage to the Underworld God Palace. Do you know the locations of the Underworld God Palace's 11 halls in Qingzhou? How are the guards there? Yes. I know every single one of them clearly. As for the guards, Master Jiaolan isn't in Qingzhou right now, and there are no immortal-level kings in the halls. They're weak internally, so it's definitely a good time to attack. If you can take down these 11 halls, it'll be a great merit and you'll be rewarded by the Celestial Court. Zhu Iluan tried his best to persuade Gu Chen, but Gu Chen smiled faintly. A great merit? If we uproot the Underworld God Palace's forces in Qingzhou, it means that the Celestial Court and the Underworld God Palace will completely fall out. It'll lead to a series of possible consequences, and it's hard to say whether I'll be meritorious or not. Zhu Iluan was speechless. He had only said that out of desperation. The Celestial Court and the Underworld God Palace were one of the 3 major underground organizations on the continent. Although there had been conflicts for a long time, they had always restrained themselves and maintained a delicate balance. However, if the Celestial Court destroyed all the halls of the Underworld God Palace in Qingzhou, it would be a declaration of war. Ordinary people would not have the courage to bear this responsibility. He thought that as the Celestial Court's quasi-Daoist, Gu Chen must have a strong utilitarian heart in order to become a Taoist. He wanted to take advantage of this, but he did not expect him to be so thoughtful and not fall for it. He suddenly felt that his life was in danger. However, your suggestion sounds quite attractive. Gu Chen's sudden change of topic made Zhu Yiluan inexplicably excited. Quasi-Daoist Chen, do you think this is feasible? Whether it's feasible or not, a war between the Celestial Court and the Underworld God Palace is exactly what I want. Gu Chen smiled coldly. The reason why he joined the Celestial Court was to use the Celestial Court's power to attack the Underworld God Palace, and this was an opportunity. This lunatic, Zhu Yiluan, was awed in his heart when he saw Gu Chen's smile. He had only said those words in a moment of desperation to save his own life. He didn't expect that after Chen Gu understood the critical situation, he still wanted to do so. Looking at his appearance, he was clearly brewing some terrifying plan. However, this was a good thing. Zhu Yiluan was overjoyed. As long as the other party wanted to do this, they would need to use him. For the time being, he would be safe. The Netherworld God Palace's Qingzhou Hall is weak, and the Netherworld God Guards are not around. These are all your one-sided words. You couldn't be deliberately deceiving me and trying to cheat me, right? Gu Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold. I wouldn't dare. This lowly one definitely wouldn't dare. If there was even half a lie in what I said earlier, I'm willing to be struck by lightning. Zhu Yiluan hurriedly swore. Nonsense. How dare you lie to me? Gu Chen suddenly made his move. He got up and crushed the bones in Zhu Yiluan's palm. Ah, Zhu Yiluan screamed miserably, it's true. It was true. Everything I said is true. You still dare to speak nonsense. Gu Chen stomped on Zhu Yiluan mercilessly one after another. He crushed Zhu Yiluan's hands and feet and even crushed his third leg. Zhu Yiluan was anxious and wanted to argue at first, but almost all the bones in his body were crushed. Despair gradually appeared in his eyes, and he exhaled more than he inhaled. Why, he stammered and finally realized that it wasn't that Gu Chen didn't believe him. Instead, he wanted him dead. A spy betrayed the Celestial Court, and now you want to betray the Netherworld God Palace. Do you think I'll believe your words? Gu Chen sneered. If you kill me, you won't be able to find out the location of the 11 halls. He struggled to speak. Aren't you still alive? Gu Chen stepped forward and grabbed him by the collar. Their faces were very close to each other, and the next moment, 2 beams of purple light burst out of Gu Chen's eyes. You're despicable. No. Zhu Yiluan understood Gu Chen's intentions and tried to commit suicide, but it was too late. Under the gaze of those purple eyes, his eyes became dazed. Gu Chen needed the information from the Netherworld God Palace's Qingzhou Hall, but he absolutely couldn't trust Zhu Yiluan. Therefore, he deliberately pretended to not trust him and attacked ruthlessly, causing him to suffer extreme physical pain. Under the terrifying torture, the other party's spiritual will was greatly disintegrated. At this time, the illusion of the purple polarity pupils could be used perfectly. Gu Chen had cast an illusion on Zhu Yiluan, who was on his deathbed, and made him confess all the information about the Qingzhou Hall in a muddle-headed state. What he said was the same as before, and there was no way out. Only then did Gu Chen feel at ease. The purple light in Gu Chen's eyes dissipated only after he had confirmed the locations of the 11 halls and the level of security they had. Poor Zhu Yiluan, too, breathed his last. Gu Chen looted the storage rings left behind by Zhu Yiluan and He Fangjing, then casually burned their bodies to ashes. All traces of the valley had been erased by him, as if nothing had ever happened. Let's go back to the Celestial Court. Gu Chen brought White Ape and rushed to the nearest arcane realm of the Celestial Court. That's the gist of what happened. Inside the information pool, through the sky net, images appeared in the void, and the figure of the green Qilin killing god appeared. Gu Chen had just informed the Heavenly Palace of the results of his investigation, and his mission was considered completed. The green Qilin killing god listened and was silent for a while. So, it's very likely that Xianxia is already dead? Gu Chen nodded. I understand. You've worked hard this time. I'll convey the results of this investigation to the old Celestial Emperor. The green Qilin killing god said and was about to end the conversation. Senior. Just then, Gu Chen suddenly raised his voice. Is there anything else? The green Qilin killing god asked calmly. Now that there is clear evidence that the underworld god palace attacked the Taoist of the celestial court, this is a great disrespect. The Taoist is the future heir of the celestial emperor, and now his fate is unknown. If the celestial court doesn't do anything, it will be difficult to convince the public. Guchen spoke out the words that he had been preparing. The green Qilin killing god's eyes revealed a strange light. Oh? Then what do you think we should do? Guchen took a deep breath and cupped his fists. I'm willing to follow your orders. I'll lead the assassins of the celestial court to flatten all the halls of the underworld god palace in Qingzhou as a warning to others, and raise the prestige of the celestial court. The green Qilin killing god narrowed his eyes. Do you know what that means? The balance between the three dark forces might be broken because of this. This time, it's different from the attack on the Deity Creation Pavilion. After all, the Deity Creation Pavilion is not known to outsiders. If it's destroyed, then so be it. The Underworld God Palace has chosen to suffer in silence. However, if all the halls in Qingzhou are uprooted this time, it's equivalent to giving the Underworld God a slap in the face in front of all the forces on the continent. It's impossible for the Underworld God Palace not to react. The two dark forces of the continent are fighting, and this could lead to a series of disastrous consequences. I took responsibility last time, but who's going to take responsibility this time? Guchen took a deep breath, and his tone was resolute and powerful. I'm willing to bear all the consequences. Guchen knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to crusade against the Underworld God Palace. His personal strength was weak, and he was young. If he wanted to contend against a colossus like the Underworld God Palace, who knew how long he would have to wait? Only with the help of the Celestial Court, a super force that could contend with the Underworld God Palace, could he hope to take revenge soon. This time, the Celestial Court's Taoist was attacked, and his life was uncertain. The Celestial Court already had a reason to go to war. He must not let it go, even if he had to stand at the heart of the struggle for this. Killing God Green Qilin saw that Guchen's tone was firm. I understand. You wait in the branch. I will report this matter to the old Celestial Arch. As for what the old Celestial Arch will choose, I can't guarantee you. Senior, I hope you can seize the time. The opportunity does not come again. Guchen reminded. According to Zhu Iluan, the Azure Province's Underworld God Guard would only return in a week. This was a good time to take action. But he and He Fangjing were dead. In order to prevent people from noticing anything unusual, it was better to take action as soon as possible. I understand, kid. Killing God Green Qilin shook his head helplessly. He was a killing god, but why did he feel that this kid did not have much reverence for him? The heavenly net was broken, and the image in the void disappeared. Killing God Green Qilin had gone to the depths of the Heaven Palace. Guchen stayed in the branch waiting for news, feeling a little nervous. This time, the Celestial Thearch's decision represented the Celestial Court's attitude towards the Underworld God Palace. If this happened, and the Celestial Court still did not intend to take revenge against the Underworld God Palace, then there was no need for him to continue staying in the Celestial Court. Because such a force would definitely not help him in his revenge. Instead, it might be a hindrance. Deep in the Heaven Palace, because of the latest news from Taoist Xianxia, the old Celestial Arch and the four killing gods had gathered together. Outrageous, the people of the Underworld God Palace dared to attack the Taoist of the Celestial Court. Killing God Rose, titled Blood Red Rose, had a murderous look in her eyes. Her slender snow-white legs slammed on the table, and she flew into a rage. I suggest to issue a Heavenly Tao pursuit order to capture that Underworld God Guard Jialan. At the same time, we have to kill at least 5 grand priests from the palace of the Underworld God. Only then can we redeem the reputation of the Celestial Court. Rose, you're always so hot-tempered and don't think before you do things. Sitting opposite the Rose killing god, another female killing god shook her head. She was wearing a vermilion bird mask, and her title was Phoenix of Fire. She was the vermilion bird killing god, who was as famous as Blood Rose. Vermilion Bird, aren't you angry? You were the one who recommended Xianxia to the Heavenly Palace, right? Now that he's been killed, don't you want to take action? Killing God Rosette said in surprise. The vermilion bird-killing god shook his head. Firstly, I don't think that with EG's intelligence, he would die just like that. Secondly, you and I are in high positions. Everything we do can affect the celestial court, or even the entire continent. How can we act rashly? The vermilion bird-killing god stood up and looked at the old celestial arch who was sitting on the main seat. According to what Rose said, in order to take revenge and massacre the underworld god guards and sacrificial sons of the underworld god palace, we must send out a large number of gold assassins. That will be a battle between a group of kings. Once it starts, countless silver and bronze assassins of the celestial court will be implicated. It might even harm the foundation of the celestial court. If things go further and we need to act, it will evolve into a battle between saints of the celestial realm. The entire continent will be plunged into a bloodbath, and everyone will be in danger. We have a tacit understanding that when it comes to matters that affect the overall situation, kings and above will not act rashly. After the vermilion bird-killing god finished speaking, a male-killing god beside her nodded. That's right. The underworld has its own rules. Moreover, the underworld god emperor, Fu Wuji, has been at the peak of his power all these years. It's not just the underworld god palace that we have to deal with. Once the battle really reaches its climax, we will also have to face the heavenly mirror mansion and other forces. He said worriedly and glanced at the celestial arch. There were some things that he did not say. Among the three great dark forces of the continent, the celestial court was the oldest, followed by the Acheron Tower. As for the underworld god palace, it had only been established for a very short time. However, the underworld god palace had developed the fastest out of the three. Huangfu Wuji was getting stronger and stronger, while the celestial arch was getting on in years. No one knew how much strength he had left. Curled Sickle, do you mean that we should just let this matter go? Killing God Rose Scythe laughed in anger. Killing God Curled Sickle hesitated. Jiang Daozi provoked the underworld god palace on his own. Moreover, it's not certain that he will die. Last time, Qing Lin destroyed the God Creation Pavilion. This time, the underworld god palace taught Jiang Daozi a lesson. At most, we can call it even. That makes sense. We assassins are fugitives. Even if he is a Daozi, he must be responsible for what he has done. Yaij has been investigating the underworld god palace for a very long time. Even though he knows that it is extremely dangerous, he still did it. He must be prepared. Killing God Vermilion Bird added. Killing God Rose Scythe was furious. She wanted to refute the two killing gods, but she couldn't win in words. She could only glare angrily at killing God Qing Lin beside her. She even secretly kicked him under the table. Qing Lin, say something. Don't tell me you want to deal with this matter coldly like them? After being kicked by killing God Rose Scythe, killing God Qing Lin had a helpless expression. He organized his words and spoke. Curled Sickle and Vermilion Bird both have a point. The situation on the continent is sensitive and complicated. We can't act rashly. Even the gold-ranked assassins have to restrain themselves. Killing God Rose Scythe's eyes widened. You traitor, don't be anxious. Let me finish. Killing God Qing Lin hurriedly interrupted her. This lady's temper was too explosive. Killing God Rose Scythe immediately stopped talking. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, waiting to see how Qing Lin would explain himself. However, if we don't take a stand on this matter, all the major forces will think that the Daozi of the Celestial Court can be bullied. That won't be good. His gaze became sharp. The Celestial Court's reputation must not be tarnished. The Underworld God Palace must pay the price for their actions. The old Heavenly Emperor, who had been silent, finally lifted his head. Qing Lin, what do you think? Killing God Qing Lin answered without hesitation. It's not difficult. Since the matter can't escalate to the level of a battle between Celestials, it's not appropriate for the immortal level powerhouses to fight. Let the juniors handle this matter. He then told her about Gu Chen's request to fight. That Chen Gu again? He wants to uproot the Qingzhou branch of the Underworld God Palace. Can he do that? Killing God Rose Scythe was shocked. This Chen Gu should be the guy who defeated Shui Jing recently. I heard that you value him a lot, Qing Lin, right? Killing God curled sickle could not help but think. The underworld god palace has been operating in the Qingzhou for a long time. Even if the underworld guardian Jialan isn't here, the number of underworld soldiers and underworld generals in the 11 branches is extremely large. It's not something he can handle. Killing God Vermilion Bird shook his head. Never tried? How do you know he can't? Killing God Qing Lin smiled faintly and looked at the old heavenly emperor. Your Majesty, it's meaningless for us to speculate here. Why don't we ask Qinggu personally? All right. The old celestial arch nodded thoughtfully. With a wave of his hand, the heavenly net triggered the general trend and established a connection with the intelligence pool of the Qingzhou branch. The 5 of them sat around the table, and at this time, above the table, an image from the branch was reflected in their eyes. Squeak squeak, the first thing that came into view was a white monkey, making a series of faces at the void, making everyone have a strange expression. Qinggu, where are you? The green Qilin killing god quickly coughed twice. I am here. In the image, Guqin grabbed the tail of the frolicking white ape and walked forward. Greetings, Celestial the Arch and Seniors. Guqin glanced at the figures that appeared in the void and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. He had seen the rose killing god before, and the other 2 should also be titled killing gods. For killing gods and the Celestial the Arch, the heavenly palace really attached great importance to this matter. Dispense with the formalities. Old man, I heard that you are willing to accept the order to wipe out all the branches of the underworld god palace in Qingzhou? The old Celestial the Arch went straight to the point, his tone was quite kind. Yes, this junior is willing to go through fire and water for the celestial court, not hesitating. Guqin said seriously. If I tell you that the celestial court will not send any golden assassins to help you, will you still insist on doing it? The old Celestial the Arch smiled. Guqin hesitated. May I ask, if the Celestial the Arch does not use the golden assassins, how many people can the celestial court give me? Time is short, and there will not be many people that can be sent to you. How about this, how many assassins are there in your Qingzhou branch? You can recruit all of them. The old Celestial the Arch said. His words seemed straightforward, but the killing gods frowned. If the golden assassins were not counted, how many people could the Qingzhou branch have at most? One had to know that they had to deal with a total of 11 branches of the underworld god palace. That number of people might not be enough, right? Guqin could not help but recall that there were not many assassins in the branch, at most 500. This force was enough to destroy one branch, but to move quickly and destroy 12 in a row, it was probably as difficult as ascending to heaven. What? Is it difficult? The old celestial emperor smiled. If you don't think it's possible, we can drop the matter. Guqin gritted his teeth. That's enough. This junior is willing to accept this mission. Ridiculous. This is too rash. Vermilion Bird killing god and Curly Scythe killing god spoke. He's just a brat. Leading such a small group of people, he wants to uproot all the halls of the Nether God Palace. I'm afraid that not only will he fail, but he'll also cause our people to die for nothing. Killing God Curled Sickle questioned him directly. Qinggu, right? I know you're eager to make contributions, but I'm afraid you've underestimated the strength of the various halls of the Nether God Palace. You'd better reconsider. The Vermilion Bird killing god also said tactfully. Humph, what do you two mean by this? Previously, you insisted on talking about the big picture. With me. Now that you're asking a junior to make a move, it shouldn't affect it, right? Yet, you're still making excuses. Killing God Rose was immediately displeased. It's not that the 2 of us don't want to, but if we let him make a move, if he fails, not only will we not be able to redeem our celestial court's reputation, it will instead make things worse. Killing God Curled Sickle said hesitantly. The 3 of them began to argue, and all of this fell into Gu Chen's eyes. It seems that the higher-ups of the celestial court can't reach a consensus on whether to declare war on the Nether God Palace. One side advocates war, while the other side advocates peace. Fear that I'll fail is not the main reason. Those 2 killing gods mainly don't want to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Nether God Palace. As he pondered, he immediately realized that since the higher-ups had not decided on how to act, the Celestial the Arch had summoned him. What did this mean? He looked at the benevolent face of the old celestial arch in the image, and an idea flashed in his mind. Perhaps, the old celestial arch also advocated war, it was just that he couldn't say it clearly, so he threw the mess of persuading others to him. This old fox, Gu Chen thought to himself, but he already knew what he had to do. The three killing gods were still arguing when they saw Gu Chen suddenly speak in a clear voice. I'm willing to sign a military pledge to guarantee that I won't fail, and I'll take down all 11 halls of the Nether God Palace, without missing a single one. If the mission fails, I'm willing to accept any punishment from the Heavenly Palace. As soon as he said this, the killing gods all quietened down. Ridiculous. You're only in the middle stage of nirvana, and there are countless netherworld generals in those 11 halls whose cultivation is not weaker than yours. How dare you boast like this? Killing God Curled Scythe berated. If this junior fails the mission, I'll let someone bring my head to see you, Killing God. Gu Chen's gaze was unyielding, and his tone was resolute and decisive. If the mission fails, there's no telling how many assassins will follow you and lose their lives. You're willing to die 10,000 times, so you don't have the right to make this promise. Killing God Vermilion Bird continued. What if I vouch for him? Killing God Qing Lin suddenly stood up, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Chen Gu, I'll vouch for this military pledge. If he fails the mission, I'll bear all the consequences. Qing Lin, you, Killing God Vermilion Bird and Killing God Curled Scythe were momentarily speechless, unable to think of any excuses. Alright, it seems like the debate has come to a conclusion. The old celestial arch spoke at the right time, smiling slightly. This matter will be fully handed over to Quasidaozi Chingu to handle. Killing God Vermilion Bird and Killing God Curled Scythe still wanted to argue, but thinking of the other party's extremely low chance of winning, they didn't say anything more. In any case, with that Chingu's ability, he wouldn't be able to cause any big trouble. Understood. Receiving the celestial Thearch's promise, Gu Chen heaved a sigh of relief. This matter had come to a conclusion, the heavenly net was disconnected, and the killing gods in the heavenly palace also left the old celestial Thearch's residence. Only killing god Qing Lin stayed. Is there anything else? The old celestial arch looked at Qing Lin with a smile. Your Majesty, I think I understand what you meant when you said that Chingu is a catfish. Killing god Qing Lin said. Oh? Let's hear it. The old celestial arch stroked his beard. Curled Scythe is conservative, Vermilion Bird is benevolent, they have always tried to maintain the peace between the three forces. They are like small fish that have been comfortable in the water for too long, they only want the situation to remain unchanged, but they don't know that with that Huangfu Wuji's ambition, this is impossible. Qing Lin's eyes were stern. It seems that you have also seen it. The old celestial Thearch's expression became serious. I'm afraid it won't be long before Huangfu Wuji's ambition will be revealed to the world. At this moment, our celestial court cannot retreat. Chingu, this catfish, may be able to activate the stagnant water of the celestial court that has been comfortable for too many years. Qing Lin said with a sigh. He sincerely admired the old celestial arch. Perhaps when the celestial arch sent Chingu to True Martial Academy, he had already expected the current situation. But Your Majesty, can that Chingu really do it? You seem to value him very much, is there any special reason? He said hesitantly. Don't you also believe in him, that's why you vouch for him? The celestial arch laughed and said meaningfully. There's no need to ask more, the tide has already risen, let's wait and see how big the waves this catfish can stir up. In the Qingzhou branch, as soon as Gu Chen ended his conversation with the celestial arch, he immediately went to the top floor of the falling jade building. Dang, he rang a large bell on the top floor. The clear sound of the bell spread throughout the entire mystic realm. For a moment, all the assassins of the celestial court in the branch stopped what they were doing and looked serious. The death knell has rung, the celestial court has set out. A silver-ranked assassin murmured. He broke through the door of the cultivation room and rushed to the square immediately. Something big is about to happen. We'll talk about it later. Let's gather first. The assassins who were doing business in the merit and virtue market stopped what they were doing and went out in groups of 2s and 3s. Not long after, almost 500 assassins of the celestial court had gathered on the square paved with white marble, At this time, a figure wearing a purple mask and a white robe descended from the sky. "Greetings, Quasi-Daoist." Seeing this, the assassins were shocked and saluted. The death knell had rung, the celestial court had set out, and the leader was a Quasi-Daoist. "Which Quasi-Daoist is this? Do you know? There's a white monkey standing on his shoulder." "I don't think any Quasi-Daoist looks like that," the crowd whispered. Because Guchen was wearing a mask and he was a newly promoted Quasi-Daoist, many people did not recognize him. "Silence. This is Chingu, Quasi-Daoist Qin. Today, he will lead us to annihilate all the branches of the underworld god palace in Qingzhou." A silver-ranked assassin beside Guchen berated. The assassins all quieted down. Annihilate the branches of the underworld god palace? Many people gasped. No wonder the death knell had rung. This was indeed a big deal. After so many years, is the celestial court finally going to war with the underworld god palace? Wait, did I hear it wrong? They want to annihilate all the branches of the underworld god palace in Qingzhou? The crowd was boiling with excitement. Some were excited, some were restless. Silence. At this time, Guchen said calmly. His voice was not loud, but when the crowd heard it, they immediately quietened down. "The sky is about to brighten. From morning until nightfall, I want you to adjust your condition as much as possible. I will tell you the details of each hall that we will attack. When night falls, I hope that you will all be prepared. We will not stop and destroy all 11 halls of the Nether God Palace in one go." 11? All destroyed in one night? Fellow Daoist Chen, you're not mistaken, are you? An assassin gulped and asked cautiously. Guchen glanced at him coldly. "It's a little rushed, but I've already calculated it. These 11 halls happen to be on the same line, and some of them are even very close to each other. If we don't procrastinate, we can make it." Many of the assassins looked at each other. Was this the crux of the problem? The problem wasn't time, but that they only had 500 people. Not to mention one night, even if they had a few more days, it would still be very difficult to annihilate the forces of the Nether God Palace at the 11 halls. Didn't you hear what Qinjuan said? What kind of expression is that? It wasn't easy to get rid of those sons of B***cheese from the Nether God Palace. Hurry up and get ready. A sturdy silver assassin with a loud voice stood up and said loudly, interrupting everyone's self-doubt. Guchen couldn't help but look at him and then said to everyone. "Before sunset, we will gather in the square again. In addition, in order to prevent the news from leaking, from now on, no one is allowed to leave the mystic realm." Some of the assassins smiled bitterly when they heard this. Perhaps it was not only to prevent the news from leaking, but also to make some timid people dispel the idea of escaping. If anyone dared to leave the mystic realm without permission, they would most likely die. Everyone was an assassin who lived on the edge of a knife. Previously, they had been hesitant because they felt that this battle was too difficult to win. But since there was no way out, they all acted and prepared for battle. Guchen stood guard at the gate of the Heavenly Gate, sitting there and silently adjusting his state. He had already signed a military order, so there was no turning back for tonight's battle. He knew that it was extremely difficult to destroy the Nether God Palace's 11 halls in one night, but he had no other choice. If he relaxed and extended the time to a few days, the risk of the news being leaked would greatly increase, and it would be very difficult for him to complete the mission. He already knew the strength of the Nether God Palace's forces at the 11 halls. With the help of 500 experienced assassins, he would create a miracle tonight. He closed his eyes and circulated the nature's heavenly star technique, concentrating on adjusting his state. Beside him, White Ape also sat down and imitated him to meditate and listen. Even the little fellow could feel the storm in Guchen's heart, so it abandoned all playfulness. The man and the ape sat cross-legged and meditated until sunset. Many killers were ready to go and gathered around them. When everyone was present, Guchen slowly stood up, and White Ape jumped onto his shoulder. "Let's go." Azure Province, Lone Soul Ridge, 5 miles away from White Elephant City. There was a natural illusory formation in this ridge, and within the illusory formation were fortresses. This was one of the halls of the Nether God Palace. Tonight, the moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. A cool summer breeze blew gently. Many Nether soldiers and Nether generals of the Nether God Palace were gathered together. Some were drinking and eating meat, while others were busy with other matters. No one noticed that outside the illusory formation, in the sky, a large shadow was rapidly moving toward them. Quasi-Daoist Chen, I found the target. The burly silver assassin who had spoken earlier said excitedly. His name was Peng Yong. Squeak. Squeak, the white ape on Gu Chen's shoulder was eager to try and jump down. Wait, little fellow, there's a limit to the number of times you can gigantify, right? Let me do the first one. Gu Chen immediately stopped White Ape. Gu Chen's greatest reliance in eliminating the Hall of the Netherworld God Palace tonight was not the 500 assassins by his side, but the White Ape. After gigantifying, White Ape's combat strength was terrifying. He had once torn apart the entire Blood Refinement City. That was before he entered the world of 9 suns and 9 moons. Over the past 6 months, White Ape's strength had become even more terrifying. However, gigantification consumed a lot of essence, chi, and spirit. Thus, Gu Chen did not intend to use it right from the start. It would be best to let it fight when they encountered a more troublesome hall. Gu Chen stepped out of the crowd. His purple extreme eyes shone brightly, and he immediately saw through the natural illusory formation below. He understood the situation of the soldiers in the hall very clearly. There were not many Nether God Palace assassins in the first hall. There were only about 200 of them, and it was the weakest among the 11 halls. After confirming the situation of the troops, Gu Chen flipped his hand and took out the Black Demon Flood Dragon Bow and the White Phoenix Void Arrow. He did not have time to waste on these small halls. Time was precious, and he had to race against time. He held the fierce-looking longbow in his hand, and it was as if a flood dragon had awakened. He gently pulled the bowstring, and a dragon's roar rang out. He knocked the White Phoenix Void Arrow on the bowstring. Divine light flowed on the arrow, and a phoenix's cry echoed. Good treasure. When the assassins saw this, their spirits lifted, and they exclaimed. Gu Chen pulled the bowstring to the shape of a full moon, and the White Phoenix Void Arrow locked onto the Nether God Palace's hall. Then, his fingers loosened. Whoosh, whoosh, with a thunderous momentum, a snow-white shadow of a phoenix appeared in the night sky. It soared through the 9 heavens, stunning the entire night sky. The gigantic phoenix spread its wings and flew high into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the void. When it appeared again in the next moment, it had already broken through the illusory array, boom boom boom. It was like a real fire phoenix, incinerating everything in its path, not leaving a single blade of grass behind. Caught off guard, a large number of Nether God Palace's Nether soldiers were burned to death by the flames, and for a time, they wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. As for the White Phoenix Arrow, it gradually reverted to its original form at a speed that was approaching its limit. It crashed into the mountain ridge, rumble. This arrow caused the entire mountain ridge to collapse, rocks flew everywhere, the earth quaked, and the mountains swayed. It was as if the end of the world had arrived in the hall. More than 200 assassins, some were angry, some were frightened, and all of them were in chaos. Kill. At this moment, Gu Chen's words were like thunder in spring. Kill. The response was 500 assassins from the Celestial Court. Their murderous aura soared to the heavens as they descended at the entrance of the hall. They quickly carried out an inhumane massacre. Gu Chen did not attack again. The White Phoenix infiltrating Void Arrow flickered a few times in the air and returned to his hand. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, estimating the time. In the eyes of the Nether God Palace assassins who were being slaughtered below, he was like the demon lord of the 9th heaven. After a short while, the sounds in the shattered mountain gradually weakened, and more than 200 corpses of the Nether God Palace assassins were left on the ground. On the other hand, the Celestial Court's battle strength was almost zero. Next? Gu Chen coldly said. The 500 assassins had already killed to the point that they soared into the sky and excitedly followed behind Quasi-Daozi. It said that this stronghold is indestructible, and its perimeter is densely covered with defensive formations. As long as the Nether God Palace's assassins hide inside, they can last for a day and a night. When they approached the second hall, a silver assassin reminded them worriedly. Not to mention the 11 halls, just this second hall alone was a bone that was extremely difficult to chew. White Ape. Guchen didn't respond. Instead, he called out casually as he flew above the hall. The white ape leaped out, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it transformed into a 600 feet tall giant ape, and roared at the sky. Boom, its 2 feet landed heavily on the ground, and for a moment, a violent gale blew within dozens of miles, and all the plants and trees were snapped. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. It strode toward the entrance of the Dark God Palace, every step it took causing a terrifying earthquake. It roared, and its 2 huge arms smashed down casually. The defensive formations were broken one after another, as if they were made of paper. It was like an invincible war beast, crushing this hall in an unprecedented manner. The so-called indestructible stronghold became a joke in front of it. With this spirit beast, we are invincible. Many of the assassins of the Celestial Court gasped when they saw this scene. Then, a fanatical glow appeared in their eyes. For the first time tonight, they felt that Guchen's goal could be achieved. Kill. Charge. Everyone's morale was boosted as they followed White Ape's footsteps and rushed into the hall. It was another bloody massacre. When the enemy saw the 6,000 feet tall devil ape, they were scared witless and fled in all directions. However, the assassins of the Celestial Court turned into an inescapable net, killing everywhere they went, not letting a single one of them go. Blood and fire bloomed in the dark night. This hall was quickly uprooted, but Guchen still did not attack. There are 1,000 people in this hall, double our number. Don't worry, we have Brother Ape. When they reached the third hall, the assassins of the Celestial Court were fearless against the large number of enemies. This time, White Ape will not attack. Guchen said coldly. White Ape's ability to gigantify had a limit. Only by arranging for a reasonable rest could he last longer tonight. Then I'm afraid we'll have to spend a lot of time here. The group of assassins all felt a great deal of pressure. There's no need. Guchen strode forward. With a flip of his hand, a ferocious black saber appeared in his hand. The whale-slaying saber was made of Kuan metal, forged in ancient First Essence heavy water, and weighed 10 million pounds. It was said that in ancient times, it was a fierce saber used to deal with the giant white whale. Guchen held the whale-slaying saber. Even with his godly strength, he found it strenuous. He took a deep breath, gripped the whale-slaying saber, and fiercely slashed down at the stronghold below. Boom, black energy surged like a raging sea, and with a single slash, the entire stronghold was reduced to ruins. Miserable screams rang out from the hall below. A huge ravine appeared in the ground, and smoke and dust rose like a dragon. All the assassins of the Celestial Court were stunned. When they looked at Guchen again, their eyes were filled with awe. This newly promoted Taoist not only had a terrifying demonic ape as his companion, but his own strength was also ridiculously strong. The assassins of the Celestial Court once again began their massacre. The strength of Guchen and White Ape made them unprecedentedly confident. Their intuition told them that tonight's battle would be an achievement they could boast about for the rest of their lives. Following that, Guchen and White Ape took turns on the battlefield. The assassins of the Celestial Court were like a hurricane, sweeping through the Nether God Palace like a hot knife through butter. They were racing against time, their white robes turning into blood-red robes. They were like emissaries sent from hell, harvesting the lives of the Nether God Palace's assassins one by one. There were only 4 hours left until daybreak, and they had miraculously taken down 8 of the Nether God Palace's halls in Xianxia. Not a single person was spared. However, after a series of high-intensity battles, many of the assassins of the Celestial Court were exhausted. They no longer had the strength to rush to the next hall. As for the remaining 3 halls, the guards weren't weak at all. Sir, we've already exhausted all our strength. Why don't we end things here tonight? We've already destroyed 8 halls. This is already a miracle. It's enough to report to the Celestial Court. If news of this spreads to the underworld, Sir's reputation will surely soar. A few of the silver assassins cautiously suggested that they really did not have the strength to continue fighting. Guchen's white robe was the cleanest among them. He had been controlling the pace of tonight's battle, reasonably allowing himself and White Ape to get enough rest. Therefore, they had retained most of their combat strength. His gaze swept across the crowd and fell on the brave and skillful silver assassin Peng Yong, who was always charging and breaking through enemy lines by his side. You're really done for? I don't have any strength left. Peng Yong collapsed on the ground and smiled bitterly. Not only were they exhausted of their physical strength and origin energy, but their minds were also extremely tired. Under such circumstances, if they continued to attack the remaining 3 halls, it was simply suicide. I understand. You guys can go back first. Gu Chen nodded and did not make things difficult for them. What about you, sir? The crowd looked at each other. Listening to Gu Chen's tone, there was something wrong. Before daybreak, I want the Nether God Palace's forces in Qingzhou to be uprooted. I mean it. Gu Chen's eyes were cold. But sir, we're already out of strength. The crowd did not understand what he meant, and they all smiled bitterly. I don't need you guys. I alone am enough. Lanyang Manor, one of the Qingzhou halls of the Underworld God Palace. This place was a small island on a lake. It was surrounded by open water for dozens of miles, and the view was excellent. That night, a group of underworld soldiers patrolled along the beach of the island as usual. The surface of the lake was sparkling, and it was exceptionally beautiful in the quiet summer night. A gust of wind blew, and white fog gradually appeared on the lake. That's strange. Why is there fog all of a sudden? Several underworld soldiers were shocked. The white fog rolled and soon sealed off the entire lake. Something's not right. The few of them were on guard, and they listened attentively while their vision was blocked. Other than the sound of waves hitting the shore, there seemed to be other movements on the lake. Look, over there. Soon, someone pointed to a corner of the thick white fog with a stern expression. There, a figure was walking over on the water. His footsteps seemed slow, but with every step, he got closer to the island. In just a few steps, his feet had already stepped onto the beach. At this moment, everyone finally saw his appearance clearly. He was dressed in a white robe and wore a purple mask. The strangest thing was that there was a white ape standing on his shoulder. An assassin from the Celestial Court? How dare you trespass into the Underworld God Palace's hall? The leading underworld soldier mustered up his courage and shouted loudly. The figure wearing the purple mask only glanced at him, and a demonic purple light flashed. How many people are on the island? Are they all here? Are any of them out? The white-robed figure asked calmly. There are a total of 479 people on the island. No one should be out. The underworld soldier looked dazed as he answered dully. Why are you telling him this? The expressions of his companions changed. Slash. The dazed underworld soldier suddenly raised the saber in his hand and stabbed it into the chest of his companion. The person who was stabbed was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Then, the white-robed figure's eyes flashed with purple light, and the group of underworld soldiers started killing each other. Meanwhile, he entered the island with the white ape on his shoulder. After a while, he came out and left the island. The white fog on the lake gradually dissipated, and dark red blood flowed out of the island, dyeing the stones on the beach and the lake red. Salt Flat Castle, one of the Qingzhou halls of the Netherworld God Palace. This castle was located in the middle of towering mountains and precipitous ridges. The mountains were high and dangerous, and there were spiritual birds flying above the castle all day long, guarding this place. Boom! Swoosh! Tonight, the spirit birds in the sky above the fortress were hit by many rays of light and fell from the sky. Bang! A black saber slashed open the entrance of the fortress, and a white-robed figure slowly walked in. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The people in Salt Flat Castle were thrown into chaos as numerous assassins from the Netherworld Deity Palace rushed over. Whoosh! Bang! The white-robed figure was as fast as lightning, killing in and out of the fortress, so fast that no one could catch a glimpse of his figure. Wherever he passed, assassins would fall to the ground, blood spilling out of their mouths. With a casual slash of the black saber in his hand, the tower would be split into 2. So powerful. He's definitely not his match. One of the Netherworld generals was crippled in a single exchange. He saw with his own eyes that his comrade had been smashed into a bloody pulp by that black saber, and he immediately lost all will to fight. He sneaked around to the back of the fortress and wanted to escape with some other killers. We have to escape this place and report this to our superiors as soon as possible. The Celestial Court actually dared to start a massacre against the Netherworld Deity Palace. Behind the fortress was a precipitous cliff. Once they reached here, they had to rise into the sky. Roar! A terrifying howl came from the forest. Everyone saw that in the night sky, there was a huge creature blocking the sky that could allow them to escape. All they could see was a pair of huge, lantern-like golden eyes. "Don't, please let me go." That massive creature stretched out a palm covered in white hair, covering the sky and earth. Everyone was so scared that their legs turned to jelly. Bang! In the end, the top of the cliff was splattered with blood. At the bottom of the cliff, there were countless pieces of corpses. Screams and cries could be heard continuously from within Salt Flat Castle. Flames raged everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. When all the sounds finally stopped, the white-robed figure arrived at the top of the cliff and met up with the giant ape. "The sky is about to brighten. There's only one place left." Gu Chen's face was filled with exhaustion. After fighting continuously, he had expended a lot of energy. The giant ape shrank and turned into a small white ape. It jumped onto Gu Chen's shoulder and rubbed its face tiredly. "You've gigantified too many times tonight. Leave the last place to me. Don't attack again," Gu Chen said dotingly. He took out elixirs that could speed up recovery from his storage ring. He ate one and handed the rest to the white ape. The white ape ate all the elixirs like beans and patted its chest, indicating that it was still okay. "I know you're powerful." Gu Chen laughed involuntarily and soared into the sky again. The Netherworld Deity Palace's last hall in Xianxia was not in a high mountain or a river. Instead, it was a mystic realm. To enter the mystic realm, the people inside had to agree to open a spatial passage. When Gu Chen was about to reach his destination, he used the 3 revolutions phaseless technique. In an instant, his appearance changed drastically. He actually looked like Zhuiluan. Whether it was his expression, tone, or even the attribute of the essence energy in his body, there was no difference. He changed into a loose robe. The white ape burrowed into his sleeves and arrived at the entrance of the mystic realm. "Halt! Who are you?" The guard at the entrance saw Gu Chen and stopped him. Gu Chen's expression did not change. He took out a Netherworld Deity Palace token to show his identity. "Lord Zhu, please," the guard hurriedly said after learning that the other party was a Netherworld general who had been lurking in the Celestial Court for many years. He quickly contacted the people inside the mystic realm and opened a spatial passage. Gu Chen was solemnly welcomed in. "Old Zhu, why did you suddenly come back? Did something happen at True Martial Academy?" A Netherworld general came over after hearing the news, his face full of concern. Zhuiluan was the Netherworld Deity Palace's spy in the Celestial Court. In order to ensure that his identity was not exposed, he would not come to the hall unless it was a special occasion. Something big did happen. Gu Chen imitated Zhuiluan's tone and nodded solemnly. "Gather everyone in the mystic realm first. I have something to announce." "What is it?" The Netherworld general's expression involuntarily turned cold. "Don't ask so much first. This matter is urgent. We have already obtained Lord Jiaolan's permission. Quickly gather everyone," Gu Chen said anxiously. The Netherworld general thought that something big had happened and hurriedly gathered everyone. Meanwhile, Gu Chen found a place to sit down and rest. A moment later, all the Netherworld Deity Palace assassins in the mystic realm had gathered. There were close to 1,000 of them, and all of them were gathered in the plaza. It looked very imposing. "Old Zhu, can you tell us what's going on? Is Lord Jiaolan preparing to attack some faction?" the Netherworld general asked. Gu Chen stood up at this moment. He glanced coldly at the 1,000 assassins present and said indifferently, "Nothing much. I just want to inform you that all the halls of the Netherworld Deity Palace in Qingzhou will cease to exist from today onwards." "Ah?" Everyone was baffled by what they heard. At this moment, Gu Chen's aura suddenly changed. A moment ago, he was still as calm as a mountain. In the next moment, his aura became berserk. Boom, an extremely powerful and domineering aura spread from his body and swept across the entire plaza. It was as if a primordial ferocious beast had crashed into them. Many of the Netherworld Deity Palace assassins' eyes turned white as they foamed at the mouth. Plop. 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 thousands of assassins collapsed in droves. 90% of the Underworld God Palace assassins fainted under the Khanate aura. The only ones left standing were a dozen or so Underworld generals. Among them, half of them felt dizzy and their bodies were swaying. Who are you? You are not Zhu Iluan. The leader of the Underworld generals panicked. His face was full of shock. 90% of the 1,000 cultivators had been killed in an instant. Who was this fellow? What kind of mystical ability did he use? Why was he so terrifying? I am the one who wants your lives, Gu Chen said coldly. He tore off his long robe and returned to his original appearance. The white ape climbed back onto his shoulder. A Dao candidate from the Celestial Court. The leader recognized Gu Chen's purple mask at a glance, and his face turned pale in an instant. The Underworld God Palace and the Celestial Court have never interfered with each other. Why did you come to my hall to kill people? He pretended to be confused. There is no need for a reason to kill, Gu Chen replied coldly. He flicked his finger, and a few streaks of essence force whizzed out. Pft! 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 A few Underworld generals, who were dizzy from the aura, were caught off guard. They were killed with a flick of his finger. The remaining Underworld generals finally realized that they were in a life-and-death situation. Shocking auras exploded from all of them. Among them, a few had reached the late-stage Nirvana stage. The rest were all mid-stage Nirvana stage. Gu Chen was not surprised. To be able to withstand his Khanate aura, one had to be at least at the same level as him. Those who were much weaker than him would not be able to withstand the impact of the aura. Gu Chen was far from his peak condition. His physical strength, essence force, and mental energy were all greatly depleted. However, he was fearless against so many Underworld generals. This mystic realm was completely sealed. There was no risk of information being leaked. Therefore, he could attack with all his might. The essence force in Gu Chen's body circulated. He released his aura without reservation. Even if you are a Dao candidate from the Celestial Court, you are just one person. How dare you barge into my Underworld God Palace? You must be tired of living. When the many Netherworld generals sensed that Gu Chen's cultivation level was only at the mid-stage Nirvana realm, they heaved a sigh of relief. Although the divine ability of the other party looked extremely terrifying and vaguely familiar, he was only at the middle stage of the Nirvana realm. There were so many of them, so it was impossible for them to lose, right? Gu Chen's elemental energy circulated around his body, and the 365 star acupoints in his body awakened one after another. The blood energy on his body was as majestic as a vast ocean. Between his ribs, there was even a golden bone that shone brilliantly, releasing a peerlessly domineering aura. A terrifying aura spread out in a frenzy, as if an immortal king had descended upon the 9 heavens. Many Netherworld generals felt an immense pressure, and they even had the urge to kneel and worship him. Tyrannical firmament bone? A few Netherworld generals finally recognized it, and they cried out involuntarily. Their expressions changed drastically. Gu Chen's black hair fluttered as he strode toward the Netherworld generals. With every step he took, the peerlessly overbearing might on his body overflowed, and it pressed down upon everyone to the point they were almost unable to catch their breaths. This was the absolute suppression of the bloodline. How could a mortal body resist the tyrannical firmament bone? Many Netherworld generals instinctively retreated, feeling a strong sense of helplessness. That was the tyrannical firmament bone. It was one of the continent's 7 top-notch constitutions, and it was the constitution that the battle god possessed. There's no need to be afraid of him. No matter how strong he is just one person. As long as we can kill him, we will have a great opportunity. One of the Netherworld generals braced himself and said. When the others heard this, their eyes turned greedy. Their greedy desires overpowered the fear in their hearts. They roared angrily and charged forward together. Gu Chen's eyes were cold as he raised his left hand and gently pinched the void. Buzz, a golden flying knife appeared out of thin air, and a domineering aura that seemed to be able to annihilate everything seeped out from the blade. 7 Absolute Tyrannical Saber. The first saber move, swoosh, Gu Chen pointed his finger, and the golden flying knife pierced through the netherworld at the speed of lightning. Pfft! It instantly appeared beside one of the Netherworld generals and sliced him in half at the waist. The wound was frighteningly neat. The other party was a late-stage Nirvana cultivator, and he had protective Dharma treasures on him. However, against the 7 absolute tyrannical saber, he had no way of retaliating. He died with a single strike? When the other Netherworld generals saw this, their faces turned green with fright. This was too scary. He had killed someone with a single strike. Was he still a mid-stage Nirvana cultivator? Gu Chen's fingers swept across the void, and another golden flying knife appeared. This time, many Netherworld generals felt their scalps go numb. They were afraid that the flying knife would target them the next moment. They lost all will to fight and fled. They ran towards the exit of the mystic realm. With so many people around, as long as they were lucky, they believed that they would definitely be able to escape alive. Swoosh, the second strike was still as fast as lightning. It was launched later, but it arrived first and caught up with another Netherworld general. Ah! Ah! No, no! That person shouted in horror as he activated his Dharma treasure to stop it. However, the 7 absolute tyrannical saber sliced through his Dharma treasure and cut off his head. The 7 ultimate domineering moves could be said to be Gu Chen's most powerful supernatural power by breaking the surface with a single point. It could not be used normally, but once it was used, it would cost someone's life. Gu Chen used the traversing stars and moon steps. He looked calm and unruffled, but he was able to catch up with his enemies in an instant. He unleashed 3 more slashes in a row, swiftly taking care of 3 more cultivators. At this point, even though the remaining Netherworld generals were not weak, they had completely lost their courage and only wanted to escape. Unfortunately, no matter how fast they were, how could they compare to the traversing stars and moon steps? If they joined forces and gave it their all, they might be able to pose a threat to Gu Chen. However, they were in such a panic and disorder that they could not withstand a single blow. Gu Chen arrived at the exit 1 step ahead of them. He looked coldly at the remaining people. He did not use the 7 absolute tyrannical saber again. This mystical ability could only be used 7 times at most. Moreover, using it would deplete his blood and chi. He no longer had the energy to use it again. With a thought, he used the moon's reflection. Buzz, with 2 Gu Chens appearing at the same time, the remaining Netherworld generals were completely in despair. They could not even defeat one of them, much less 2. My lord, please let me off. A few Netherworld generals immediately knelt down and kowtowed as they begged for mercy. Some of them tried to escape, unwilling to accept reality. The 2 Gu Chens attacked at the same time. His main body wielded the whale-slaying blade and mercilessly killed the kneeling Netherworld generals. His clone used the Black Fiend Flood Dragon Bow to shoot at the fleeing Netherworld generals. In the end, more than 10 Netherworld generals who were not in the mood to fight were killed one by one. Only one person was left. That person's thigh had been shot by the White Phoenix void-infiltrating arrow. His lower body was a bloody mess as he crawled on the ground, trying his best to escape. Gu Chen was panting and almost exhausted as he chased after him. Heavens, save me, save me! He was terrified as he screamed. However, Gu Chen still managed to catch up to him. Gu Chen stepped on his back, causing him to turn his head in horror and say, "You're right. Forgive me, let me off. Forgiving you is up to the heavens. I am only responsible for sending you to see him." Bang! Gu Chen's expression was cold as he crushed his head with his foot. At the last hall, all the Netherworld generals had been killed. The tension in Gu Chen's heart finally loosened, and he lay on the ground with his limbs facing the sky, gasping for breath. He had rushed to 13 halls in one night, and his stamina and energy had almost reached their limits. Fortunately, he had completed his mission miraculously. He had not missed any of the 11 halls. After resting for a while, Gu Chen got up and walked back to the plaza with White Ape. 90% of the assassins in the mystic realm had been stunned by the innate domineering aura, but they were still alive. He had to kill them all as soon as possible, lest he failed miserably. When he arrived at the plaza, Gu Chen frowned as he looked at the 900 assassins sprawled on the ground. There were so many of them, and it would take a lot of time to kill them one by one. At this time, White Ape jumped down from his shoulder, and with a flip of his hand, he took out the little rainbow tree. Gu Chen immediately understood what it meant, and he nodded. The White Ape grabbed the rainbow-colored small tree, and floated in the air. Then, it brushed out streaks of rainbow-colored light toward the plaza. The rainbow radiance quickly covered the 900 assassins, and they groaned in pain as they fainted. The flesh on their bodies withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and their skin shriveled, while their black hair turned white. The little rainbow tree was too terrifying. Under White Ape's control, it forcibly stripped away the life essence of over 900 assassins. In the end, over 900 assassins died, and their bodies turned into dried corpses. It was a ghastly sight. Gu Chen was indifferent. He had already become a qualified assassin, and he had a heart of stone. The little rainbow tree had absorbed a large amount of life essence, and its entire body became even more crystalline and translucent. Gu Chen paid special attention to it, and he discovered that the little rainbow tree had absorbed much more life essence than when it absorbed He Fangxing, but it did not produce any fruits. It seemed that only by absorbing the power of the extreme organs would it produce such an abnormality. After plundering the storage rings of all the assassins from the Nether God Palace, Gu Chen and White Ape split up to take all the useful information and treasures in this secret realm. Last time in Desolate God Valley, he had used up a lot of cultivation resources. After that, he bought the whale-splitting saber and bow. Gu Chen was already short of money and had been in dire straits for a long time. Tonight, he had destroyed 13 halls of the Nether God Palace, and his net worth had skyrocketed once again. In particular, the last 3 halls were destroyed by him and White Ape. There was no need to distribute the spoils to the other assassins of the Celestial Court. Naturally, the wealth they obtained was astonishing. He had obtained countless magical treasures, essence crystals, and medicinal pills. Gu Chen had even discovered the precious dark water, a treasure unique to the Nether God Palace. Gu Chen and the White Ape looted everything in this secret realm like a swarm of locusts. At this time, the sky was completely bright. Gu Chen stood in front of a building in the arcane realm and looked up at a statue above. This building was a temple, and the statue symbolized the supreme Nether God of the Nether God Palace. The image of the Nether God had 9 heads and 18 arms. It looked mighty and extraordinary, possessing supreme authority. Gu Chen pointed a finger at the Nether God statue, and his essence energy tore through the air. Kacha, the Nether God statue's head was severed by his finger, and it fell to the ground. "I'll settle the score with you sooner or later," he muttered. Then, he left the secret realm with White Ape. In the Celestial Court's Qingzhou branch, many exhausted assassins had gathered in the plaza. As they treated their injuries, they would occasionally raise their heads to look at the heavenly gate. "I wonder if Milord will be able to break into the last 3 halls alone. The sky has already brightened for a while, but he still hasn't returned. I'm afraid he's in trouble." Many assassins had solemn expressions, and they couldn't help but feel regret in their hearts. Last night, they had followed Daoist Chen Zhuan into battle and were deeply impressed by his battle prowess and strategy. In one night, he had destroyed 8 halls of the Nether God Palace and eliminated 10 times the number of enemies on his side. This was definitely an achievement worth boasting about. Unfortunately, Daoist Chen Zhuan was too persistent and insisted on breaking into the last 3 halls alone. Everyone knew that the remaining 3 halls were not easy to deal with. In particular, one of them was located in the secret realm, and breaking into it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. They found it hard to imagine how Daoist Chen Zhuan was going to deal with so many enemies by himself. Daoist Chen Zhuan. Peng Yang's figure was sturdy, and he looked like a man of iron bones. But at this moment, his eyes couldn't help but redden. The others also had heavy hearts. After all, they had gone through life and death together. Even if it was just for one night, they still regarded Gu Chen as a superior worthy of respect. In the sky above the plaza, the heavenly Netzdao marks crisscrossed, and an image emerged. This was a real-time image from the ninefold heavens, and there were 4 killing gods in the image. Greetings, killing gods. The assassins in the plaza felt their hearts tremble, and they all stood up and bowed. "Where is Daoist Chen Gu?" Killing God Azure Unicorn asked in the image. The assassins all looked at each other in silence for a moment. Feeling the heavy atmosphere, Killing God Azure Unicorn also fell silent. Could it be that Chen Gu had failed? "Say something, how did it go?" Killing God Rose was an impatient person, and he immediately asked. The assassins exchanged glances, and then, with Peng Yong and the other silver assassins taking the lead, they clearly explained what had happened last night. With just you guys, you destroyed the 8 halls of the Netherworld God Palace in one night? Killing God Vermilion Bird said in surprise when he heard about the battle results. How much combat power did the 8 halls of the Netherworld God Palace have? Just 500 assassins of the Celestial Court were actually able to achieve such a result. It was mainly due to the efforts of Daoist Chen and the demonic ape beside him. We only followed him to charge and break through the enemy lines. Peng Yong smiled bitterly. If it weren't for Gu Chen's strategic planning, reasonable deployment of every combat power, and repeated surprise attacks, it would have been impossible to achieve such results. What about Chen Gu? Where is he? The 4 killing gods could not help but ask. Peng Yong then told them about how Gu Chen had single-handedly broken through the last 3 halls. Nonsense. Killing God Azure Unicorn, who had always been calm and collected, became angry for the first time. He did sign a military order, but it didn't require him to destroy all 11 halls in one night. Why was he so impatient to go alone? The military order that Gu Chen had signed only required him to destroy all 11 halls. This was already an extremely difficult task, but he actually wanted to destroy all the enemies in one night. This was equivalent to increasing the difficulty by 10 times. It was practically seeking death. Sir, Daoist Chen was worried that if he couldn't destroy all the enemies in one go, the other halls would be alerted and strengthen their defenses, making it harder to deal with them. That's why he decided to take the risk. Peng Yong hurriedly explained. Even so, he's too arrogant by himself. Killing God Rose shook her head. Both she and Killing God Azure Unicorn fell silent. It was already dawn, but Gu Chen had not returned. Perhaps? This Chen Gu is quite something. To be able to wipe out so many halls of the Underworld God Palace in one night, he has redeemed the reputation of the Celestial Court. Killing God Curled Side spoke. He first praised him, then changed the topic. But now it seems that he has sacrificed himself for the Celestial Court. It's a pity that a quasi-Daoist with a bright future has been lost. If we weren't so obsessed with the conflict with the Underworld God Palace, this wouldn't have happened. His words were somewhat accusing Killing God Green Qilin and Killing God Rosette for stirring up trouble for no reason. Although Qinggu has failed, the Underworld God Palace's forces in Qingzhou have been greatly weakened. We are even now. After this, it's not wise to make a big fuss to prevent things from getting worse. Killing God Vermilion Bird also suggested. You mean that Qinggu died for nothing? Killing God Rosette immediately said angrily. Because Jiang Yai's fate is unknown, we sent Qinggu to provoke the Underworld God Palace. In the end, something happened to him. Are you going to continue to exhaust the elites of the Celestial Court before you are satisfied? Killing God Curled Side snorted coldly. Revenge breeds revenge. When will it end? We should focus on the bigger picture and think about the other assassins of the Celestial Court. Killing God Rosette sighed. Killing God Rosette was furious, but she could not refute the two. Killing God Green Qilin remained silent, his eyes filled with disappointment. No matter what, Qinggu has made a contribution this time. Inform the entire Celestial Court to remember him. Killing God Rosette suggested. I'm not even dead. What's there to remember? Suddenly, a voice was heard. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All the assassins in the square turned their heads. They saw that Gu Chen had already changed into a clean white robe and was calmly walking over with the white ape. Sir. Chen Juan. The group of assassins was pleasantly surprised as they stepped forward. In the void projection, Killing God Vermilion Bird and Killing God Curled Scythe were a little confused. This Qinggu is not dead? He came back alive, so. Gu Chen exchanged a few words with the assassins, then walked to the front of the projection and cupped his fists at the 4 killing gods. Junior Qinggu has not failed to fulfill his mission. I have already wiped out the 11 halls of the Nether God Palace in the Green Province, not a single one was spared. His voice was clear and resounded in all directions. Not a single one was left out. The assassins were shocked for a moment, and then they burst into loud cheers. This was a miracle. In one night, they actually really uprooted 11 halls by the roots. On the other side of the projection, Killing God Curled Sickle and Killing God Vermilion Bird fell silent as if they had swallowed a fly. As for the Azure Qilin Killing God, His eyes were gleaming with joy as he exclaimed. Good, good, good. You really didn't let me down. Well done. Killing God Rosette was smiling as well. She looked at the two killing gods proudly as if she had won. Are all the people of the Nether God Palace in the Green Province dead? Isn't this too extreme? Vermilion Bird's eyes were filled with worry. I'm afraid this will lead to the revenge of the Nether God Palace. The Celestial Court will never have a day of peace. We have discussed this beforehand. What's done is done. If the Nether God Palace wants to start a war, then so be it. What's there to be afraid of? Killing God Green Chelan said proudly. The two killing gods had nothing else to say. After all, they had indeed agreed to this operation. Looks like a bloodbath is unavoidable. Let's get ready. Killing God Curled Sickle looked deeply at Gu Chen, then flicked his sleeves and left, disappearing from the projection. Chengu, you have completed this mission beautifully. I will report this to the Heavenly Emperor. As for your specific rewards, I will inform you when the time comes. Have a good rest. After killing God Green Chelan finished speaking, the projection was cut off. On that day, the news of the 13 halls of the Nether God Palace in the Green Province being wiped out spread quickly throughout the underworld. Almost all the assassins who were slightly better informed quickly learned of the news from the three dark forces, the Celestial Court, the Acheron House, and the Nether God Palace. The rest of the smaller dark forces also received the news very quickly and were all shocked. The Celestial Court wiped out all the forces of the Nether God Palace in the Green Province. Are the two dark forces going to start a war? Who would do such a crazy thing? Aren't they afraid of breaking the balance of the continent? Damn it. If the two dark forces start a war, it will definitely affect all parties. Whose side should we stand on then? Many forces in the underworld were in a state of confusion. This was a signal for the start of a war. If they were not careful, all the forces would be dragged into it. Along with such a huge storm, a name also entered the vision of all the dark forces. Chingu, the newly promoted Taoist candidate of the Celestial Court. A series of rumors about him were dug up and spread at the fastest speed. And after this matter stirred up a storm in the underworld, it also quickly seeped into the sunlight. All the forces in the 9 states, especially the local forces of the Green Province that were near the 13 halls that had been wiped out, were immediately on guard as if they were facing a great enemy. The two great assassin organizations have shed all pretense of cordiality. Next, a series of conflicts may break out. Restrain the disciples from getting involved in the fight of the underworld. From today onwards, the disciples of my clan are under a curfew. Before the storm subsides, no one is allowed to go out at will. For a moment, undercurrents were surging in the Green Province, and everyone was in danger. In the gloomy underground palace at the headquarters of the Nether God Palace, today, a man dressed in yellow and wearing a bamboo hat walked hurriedly into the underground palace and arrived in front of a majestic statue of the Nether God. Lord God of the Nether God. He called out softly. The black statue seemed to have come to life. Its stone eyes suddenly opened and turned into a pair of scarlet eyes. A vast divine consciousness descended from the sky, and the voice was calm and dignified. Have you investigated the matter? I've heard the rumors even though I'm in the imperial capital. The owner of the voice was the #1 war god of the Middle-earth Empire, as well as the god of the Nether God who struck terror in the underworld, Huanfu Wuji. I've investigated everything. The man with the bamboo hat's pair of ghostly green eyes flickered as he said in detail. The one who attacked the 11 halls of the Green Province this time is the new quasi-Taoist of the Celestial Court, Chingu. It said that he has the great martial king battle constitution that hasn't appeared for a long time. This kid is 17 years old this year, and he's very talented. He's already made a name for himself in less than a year after joining the Celestial Court. He's accompanied by a demon ape, and the demon ape is also very talented. In this incident, this kid first killed He Fangxing, the 35th priest, and Zhu Iluan, the spy we planted in the Celestial Court. Then, he followed the clues and found the location of the 11 halls. It said that he volunteered to fight. This time, the Celestial Court didn't send out any gold-ranked assassins. With just this kid as the leader, he uprooted our 11 halls with a mere 500 people. Also, the man with a bamboo hat paused as he spoke. Also what? The god of the underworld said indifferently. This kid is extremely daring. When he annihilated the last hall of the Nether God Palace, he also beheaded your statue. The crimson eyes in the darkness could not help but squint. Looks like this kid has a grudge against me. The bamboo hat man cackled strangely. My lord, that's not all. According to my investigations, half a year ago, my divine creation pavilion was destroyed by Qinglin. I'm afraid it had something to do with this kid. Oh? What do you mean? This kid became a quasi-daozi of the celestial court not long after the god creation pavilion was destroyed. It is said that he was promoted because of his great contribution. At that time, the only thing that could make a great contribution to the celestial court was probably my god creation pavilion. In addition, there are rumors in the celestial court that Qinglin is his Dao protector, and Qinglin was the main force that destroyed the god creation pavilion. The answer is self-evident. Underworld God thought for a while. When the god creation pavilion was destroyed, you lost a doppelganger, a large amount of research materials were taken away by the celestial court, and you also lost many organs. This matter left a deep impression on me. First it was the god creation pavilion, and now he destroyed all the halls in my Qingzhou. This kid seems to have a deep grudge against me. Have you investigated his background? Man with a bamboo hat shook his head. This kid's background is mysterious. I only know that he has the great martial king combat physique. There is no other useful information. How does this kid compare to my grandson, Qing Ming? Huangfu Wuji pondered. The great martial king combat physique is a first-class physique, but the Qing Ming physique is better. In addition, this kid is already 17 years old and is still stuck in the Nirvana realm, unlike Qing Ming who was already a king at 15 years old. Naturally, he is far inferior. In that case, he is just a grasshopper that likes to jump around. He can't pose any threat to us. Huangfu Wuji's tone became disapproving. You can say that. Man with a bamboo hat haha sneered. However, this kid destroyed my god creation pavilion and killed the sacrificial son that I carefully trained. I can't just let him go. This time all the halls in Qingzhou were destroyed. The most aggrieved one is underworld god guard Jiaolan. He has already rushed back to Qingzhou to find this kid and tear him into pieces. Huangfu Wuji nodded. Alright, I'll leave this kid to Jiaolan. By the way, have you found the little princess of the imperial family? The little princess's whereabouts are still unknown, but according to our deductions, she should be in the Eastern Barren territory. We have already sent people to speed up the search. I believe that it is only a matter of time before we find her. The man with a bamboo hat replied. It's better to hurry up with this matter. When our plan officially starts, if Qing Ming and the little princess are already married, the resistance will be smaller. Huangfu Wuji's eyes were cold. Don't worry, my lord. I've been planning this for many years. The man with a bamboo hat said with a smile. He seemed to have thought of something and said. By the way, lord, there are rumors that the little princess eloped with someone. Qing Ming was furious when he heard about it. He has already gone to the eastern wasteland personally to kill the adulterer. Let him do as he pleases. This matter is most likely made up. If it's true, then it's better to let him kill him so as to avoid tarnishing the reputation of our Huangfu clan. Yes, this subordinate understands. These are all small matters. You have to hurry up with your research. When we enter the Kunlun ruins, I hope everything will be ready. Gu Qin stayed in the Celestial Quartz branch for 2 days to recuperate and rest. During this period of time, he became famous in the dark world, but he knew nothing about it. The Heavenly Palace's reward was issued a day ago. The Heavenly Emperor rewarded him with a large amount of merit points and a protective magic treasure. The treasure was called the Life Exchange Pearl. It was said that it was more useful than any defensive magic treasure. Carrying it with him was equivalent to having an extra life. The only flaw was that the pearl could only be used once. After that, it would shatter. According to the Green Qilin killing god, there were no more than 10 people in the celestial court who could obtain this item from the Heavenly Emperor. Gu Qin was naturally overjoyed to obtain this treasure, so he carried the life exchange pearl with him. After completing the mission in Qingzhou, Gu Qin regained his freedom. He could go anywhere in the world. At that moment, the news that he had been waiting for came from the branch's intelligence pool. When he first arrived in Qingzhou, Guchen had offered a bounty for information related to his mother and the Shin family. Now that some time had passed, there was finally some progress. He went to the intelligence pool immediately. When he arrived, there was already a silver assassin waiting there. Quasi-Daoist Chen, I've heard a lot about you. The assassin who received the bounty said politely when he saw Gu Chen. You're too kind, fellow. I believe you've gathered all the information I want, right? Gu Chen smiled. Of course I've gathered all of it. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to disturb you. The assassin handed over a stack of information. Gu Chen took it and casually browsed through it. The Shin family is a famous family in the Middle-earth Empire. They've always had the reputation of being the #1 Confucian family. However, there's only one person in the Shin family called Xianxia, so it was very easy to find out. The assassin smiled and continued his introduction. This Xianxia is the youngest daughter of the current head of the Shin family, Shin Sudong. It is said that she has been intelligent since she was a child and has a good memory. Her father has high hopes for her. She is a daughter of a noble family. 20 years ago, she was a famous talented woman and beauty in the 9 states. She had many suitors, including disciples of major sects and descendants of holy lands. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, this woman disappeared after she went to the Eastern Barren Territory 20 years ago and refused the marriage proposal of Luo Haicheng, the sacred son of the Nanhua Holy Land at that time. Her whereabouts are unknown. After this woman disappeared, the Shin family kept their mouths shut as if this woman had never existed. Gu Chen was surprised to hear that. He didn't expect his mother to be the pearl of the Shin family. She was so beautiful when she was young, and even her suitors were so noble. He had thought that his mother was at most the daughter of a big family in the Eastern Barren Territory. Now it seemed that his father was a winner in life for being able to catch up with his mother. Originally, Xianxia disappeared for 20 years, and everyone almost forgot that there was such a person in the Shin family. But a year ago, she suddenly returned to the Shin family and caused some waves. That's why I found information about her. The assassin's words made Gu Chen's eyes narrow. A year ago, it seemed that after leaving Tiannan City, his mother and little Qiu went to the Shin family. Knowing that his mother was safe and sound, Gu Chen couldn't help but smile. The weight in his heart was finally lifted. What happened at that time? He asked hurriedly. Nothing much. The Shin family is a famous family. It seems that some people in the family were dissatisfied with Xianxia's return after 20 years, so they deliberately tested her with poems and Confucian classics. If she couldn't answer, they wouldn't let her go home. The Confucian family is interesting, but what happened? Gu Chen couldn't help but laugh. It was the first time he heard of such a thing. In the end, Xianxia was as talented as ever. She fought the Confucian scholars with her words and made the Shin family speechless. Then, she was allowed to go home. Gu Chen was in a good mood. His mother was indeed his mother. She was amazing. There was also an interesting thing. When the Saint Lord of the South Flower Holy Land, Luo Haicheng, heard that Xianxia had returned, he didn't change his infatuation even after so many years had passed. He visited the Shin family many times and even wanted to ask for her hand in marriage. Unfortunately, Xianxia directly refused to meet him. Gu Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. The South Flower sacred leader was truly infatuated. It had been 20 years, yet she still refused to give up. However, his mother and his father were deeply in love. Even if his father's fate was unknown, it was impossible for his mother to remarry. Knowing that his mother was now in the Shin family, Gu Chen had the urge to look for her. It had been a year. He had been cultivating with all his might, using revenge as his motivation. Yet, he did not know whether his parents were alive or dead. Only the heavens knew how tormented he was. Chen Juan, this is the general information. As for the specifics, they are all in the information I gave you. You can take your time to read them. The assassin said, interrupting Gu Chen's thoughts. Thank you so much. Gu Chen nodded, feeling grateful. He immediately took out the Star Moon bracelet and gave the assassin a large amount of merit points. Thank you, Chen Juan. I hope we can work together again in the future. The assassin glanced at the merit points and was overjoyed to find that it was more than he had expected. He left, and Gu Chen held a pile of information and read it carefully. The information was very detailed. Not only did it contain information about his mother, but it also contained information about many members of the Xin family. Gu Chen pondered. From the information that the assassin had told him, there were two things that he could be sure of. First, the Xin family probably did not support the marriage between his father and mother. That was why his mother had never told him about the Xin family all these years. The major forces of the 9 states only knew that a daughter of the Xin family had gone missing, but they did not know that she had gotten married. Second, the Xin family probably knew that the Gu family possessed the overbearing bone of heaven bloodline and had a subtle relationship with the Huangfu family. Gu Chen could not help but fall into deep thought. Back when he was escaping, Elder Nangong had said that the Huangfu family would not touch his mother easily because of her family. From Ji Lanchu, Gu Chen had already learned that the Confucian school had great influence in the Middle-earth Empire. The Xin family was the leader of the Confucian school. This was the reason why Huangfu Wuji did not touch his mother. Even if he did not do anything, the cruelty to the Gu family had never stopped. This meant that while Huangfu Wuji feared the Xin family, it was only fear. The Xin family could at most protect his mother, but they could not protect his grandson. Perhaps the Xin family was dissatisfied with his mother being with his father and had tacitly allowed Huangfu Wuji to kill his father. When his father went missing 3 years ago, the Xin family's shadow was seen. Gu Chen would not forget what Ji Lanchu had said. Although my grandfather, my uncle, and cousins are with the Xin family, I cannot trust them. It seems that if I want to see mother, I can't go to the Xin family directly, in case someone finds out. The Huangfu family and the Nether God Palace might be watching the Xin family and waiting for me to walk into their trap. To go, he with, he, Chen, he, to, he, to. He only needed to think of a way to send a letter to the Xin family to inform them that he was safe. Once he stepped onto the Azure Road, there was no turning back. Gu Chen was no longer a child in swaddling clothes. One day, he would stand up to the heavens. After he slaughtered his enemies with blood, he would go to the Xin family to see his mother and tell her that he had not failed to live up to her expectations. Gu Chen's determination to become stronger became even firmer. He left the information pool and went straight to the Merit Square. Besides some things that were useful to him, Gu Chen sold off all the cultivation resources he had obtained from the 11 halls of Deep God Palace, exchanging them for merit points. In addition to the merit points that the Heavenly Emperor had rewarded him, his net worth had reached an astonishing level. With this, he could buy the best pills that could be bought at his level. I'll take all of these pills. Gu Chen bought all the medicinal pills with the best effect that could speed up the cultivation of Nirvana realm cultivators in the merit store, directly causing a few types of medicinal pills to be completely out of stock. He had to speed up his cultivation. Ever since he stepped into the 9 provinces, he increasingly felt that his cultivation was lacking. There were countless geniuses in the 9 provinces. Not to mention that his enemy's grandson had stepped into the immortal realm at 15 years of age, but even in true martial academy, he was inferior to the masters on the honor list. He had only stepped onto the road of cultivation a year ago. He had less time than others, so he had to hurry. Only by stepping into the immortal realm and becoming a king can I stand tall among the powerhouses of the continent. Gu Chen muttered, clenching his fists. With a pile of pills, Gu Chen left the branch and returned to True Martial Academy. True Martial Academy was the cultivation holy land of the continent. There were many special mystic cultivation areas, not something that a mere branch of the Celestial Court could compare with. Moreover, there were countless masters here, giving Gu Chen a sense of urgency to cultivate. In addition, Gu Chen hadn't finished reading all the books in the library. Thus, he decided to continue being a small steward here until he broke through to the King realm. As soon as he returned to the library of True Martial Academy, Miss Su Fang was surprised to see Gu Chen. "Steward Chen, you're finally back. That's great. I'm sorry to make you worry. I had something urgent to attend to, so I went out for a few days." Gu Chen smiled and explained. He had disappeared for a few days for no reason. He was afraid that Miss Su would suspect something. As for the academy, they should not notice a small steward like him. It's great that you're fine. You have no idea that Qingzhou hasn't been peaceful these days. Miss Su sighed. Oh? Why isn't it peaceful? Guchen asked casually. There was a conflict between the two underground organizations on the continent. The Celestial Court wiped out all the branches of the Nether God Palace in Qingzhou. It was said that there was a bloodbath. Miss Su explained vividly as if she had seen it with her own eyes. Those assassin organizations are doing shady things. It has nothing to do with ordinary people like us. Why are you worried, Miss Su? Guchen pretended not to care. You can't say that. These assassins are all ruthless and crazy. Who knows if others will be involved if the situation continues to develop. Over the past few days, many forces in the Azure province have been in a state of panic. In my true martial arts academy, the top student Yi Qingshuang was attacked. Then, 2 days ago, He Fangxing and Zhu Yiluan, who ranked first in the Hidden Dragon list, disappeared mysteriously. It's really a troubled time. When Miss Su mentioned this, her expression became tense. So Steward Chen, if you have nothing to do these days, try to stay in the academy. At least it's still safe. That Yi Qingshuang was injured outside, and the 2 missing students also seem to have gone missing after going outside. Guchen nodded seriously. Thank you for the reminder, Miss Su. I will pay more attention. Guchen returned to his position as the steward of the library. He looked at the students quietly reading and smelled the faint scent of books. It was as if the bloody world of assassins had nothing to do with him. In the evening, Guchen had just walked out of the library when an uninvited guest came to the door. It was Mu Ziyu. When she saw Guchen, her pretty face was filled with hostility. Miss Mu, what's the matter? Guchen asked calmly. Mu Ziyu blocked his way and didn't let him go. Come with me. After saying this, she turned around and walked away. Guchen thought for a moment and followed behind her. The 2 of them walked to the remote lakeshore. There was no one around. Miss Mu, if you have something to say, you can say it now, right? I'll ask you. Mu Ziyu took a deep breath. The Celestial Court's newly promoted Quasi-Dao child, Qinggu, is that you? Guchen was astonished and didn't respond for a moment. It's useless even if you want to refute. The matter has been in an uproar these days, and I've heard about it. Your name is Qinggu, and you have the same name as the Celestial Court's Quasi-Dao child. It is said that he has an extremely powerful demon ape by his side, and if I remember correctly, you also have a little monkey. Most importantly, I saw with my own eyes that Zhu Yiluan had an abnormal reaction to you, and you met He Fangxing. After that, both of them disappeared at the same time, and you disappeared for several days. All signs point to the fact that you are the devil who kills without blinking an eye. What else do you have to say? Guchen was speechless and found that he had no room to defend himself. He had been careless. Because the name Qinggu was also an alias, he didn't change his name when he entered the True Martial Academy. There were very few people in the academy who knew him. At most, they knew him as Administrator Chen. No one would associate him with the assassins of the Celestial Court. However, Mu Ziyu was different. She was the one who introduced him to the academy, so she knew him very well. Now, she finally found out that he had destroyed 13 halls of the Netherworld God Palace. I said that Lanchu couldn't have taken a fancy to a good-for-nothing guy. It turns out that this guy was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. When Mu Ziyu saw that Guchen didn't refute, her heart was filled with hatred. I wonder how Miss Mu plans to deal with me. You want me to leave the academy? Since his identity was exposed, Guchen simply admitted it. Let me ask you, do you have anything to do with He Fangxing and Zhu Yiluan's disappearance? Guchen knew that this matter couldn't be kept under wraps, so he nodded. So it was really you. Where did they come from? Mu Ziyu's expression became somewhat complicated. Guchen was surprised. If he remembered correctly, Mu Ziyu and He Fangxing seemed to have a good relationship. She shouldn't have such an attitude towards He Fangxing because of his disappearance. Mu Ziyu's next sentence made Guchen suddenly understand. Qing Shuang has woken up. According to her, He Fangjing and Zhu Yiluan attacked her. Gu Chen understood and said calmly. They are from the Nether God Palace. Mu Ziyu had already expected this answer and couldn't help but sigh. So that's how it is. I understand now. I didn't expect you to be such a righteous person. What do you understand? Gu Chen was stunned. Did this woman misunderstand something? Mu Ziyu looked deeply at Gu Chen, and her anger subsided. That day, when Gu Chen went to see Yi Qingxuang, Zhu Yiluan and He Fangjing disappeared. In her opinion, Gu Chen must have taught them a lesson to vent Yi Qingxuang's anger. After that, the 13 halls of the Nether God Palace were destroyed, which shocked her even more. Qinggu actually did such a thing because Qingxuang was seriously injured. He was truly a hero. Which girl didn't want their sweetheart to treat them so seriously? Therefore, now that she understood everything, she couldn't help but envy Yi Qingxuang. Mu Ziyu's imagination filled in the details of the matter, which was completely different from the truth of the matter. Gu Chen was confused. Although this guy is loyal and can defeat He Fangjing, the number 1 on the hidden dragon list, and his talent is not bad, he values Qingxuang so much. What about my junior sister Lanqiu? This man is really too sentimental. Mu Ziyu sighed faintly a few times and took out a letter. For you. This is? Gu Chen was puzzled. Junior sister Lanqiu just sent a letter yesterday to Master and me to report that she is safe. She also sent a letter to you. Mu Ziyu had mixed feelings. Ji Lanqiu even wrote to Gu Chen, which made her even more certain that her junior sister had fallen in love. Thank you. Gu Chen accepted it. He was also very curious about whether Ji Lanqiu's trip to the Eastern Wilderness was smooth. Since I promised junior sister to let you enter the True Martial Arts Academy, I won't drive you away easily. Mu Ziyu said again, but you better not bring the fight in the dark world into the academy, otherwise I can't help you. Her face became serious. The True Martial Arts Academy was a big business, and there were disciples from various forces in the academy. The situation was already complicated, so what if there was one more killer from the Celestial Court? There were a large number of experts in the academy, and ordinary people didn't dare to behave atrociously here. But she still reminded Gu Chen to prevent him from causing new trouble. Thank you, Miss Mu. Hearing that she didn't want to drive him away, Gu Chen's impression of Mu Ziyu changed greatly, and he said sincerely. No need to thank me. This is my master, who is Vice Principal Qi. Also, Qingxuang said some good things for you. Mu Ziyu said. Gu Chen couldn't help but ponder for a while. He could guess the reason why Yi Qingxuang said something for him, but Vice Principal Qi, who he had never met before, actually dared to let him stay in the True Martial Arts Academy after knowing his identity. What was she thinking? Well, you better behave yourself in the future. Otherwise, I won't care about junior sister Lanqiu's face, and will still drive you out. Mu Ziyu said some harsh words and turned to leave. Wait, Miss Mu. Gu Chen suddenly thought of something and stopped her. What's the matter? Mu Ziyu turned back, looking impatient. Sorry to trouble you this time, Miss Mu. If it's possible, I would like to treat you to a meal. Gu Chen said with a smile. Treat me to a meal? Mu Ziyu looked at Gu Chen strangely. This guy has a cold personality, when did he become so polite? Sure, you can decide the specific time. She thought for a while and agreed. After the two agreed on a time, Mu Ziyu left. Gu Chen opened Ji Lanqiu's letter, and as soon as he opened it, a faint fragrance assailed his nostrils. He couldn't help but think of the night when he carried the girl out of the desolate God Valley, and the unique fragrance on her body. Ji Lanqiu's delicate and beautiful handwriting came into view. Gu Chen read the contents of the letter, and he couldn't help but smile. The girl was fine, and the letter didn't mention anything important. It only talked about trivial things about her trip to the magnificent mountains and rivers of the Eastern Wilderness. Gu Chen read the contents again, then put the letter away and put it in his storage ring. After thinking for a while, he walked to the place where Yi Qingxuang was recuperating. In the ward filled with the fragrance of medicine. I thought you would never return to the True Martial Arts Academy. Yi Qingxuang's face was still pale. Lying on the bed, she looked at Gu Chen who had just entered the door. You and I still have an agreement to fulfill. Gu Chen said calmly. I didn't expect you to be a person who keeps his promise. You should know the whereabouts of Xianxia, right? Yi Qingshuang said softly. Gu Chen nodded and roughly told her what happened. If it weren't for Yi Qingshuang, he would probably be like the previous groups of killers sent by the Celestial Court, who found nothing in the true martial arts academy and couldn't catch Yi Fengjing at all. Yi Qingshuang fulfilled her agreement with him and almost died because of it. Gu Chen decided to tell her the information about the Nether God Palace according to the agreement. Here is some information I got from annihilating the halls of the Nether God Palace. It may be useful to you. Gu Chen handed a stack of information to Yi Qingshuang. Yi Qingshuang took it and said coldly, "Thank you." The two didn't speak anymore, and the atmosphere was a little dull and awkward. Gu Chen was a very cold person, and so was Yi Qingshuang. Although they used to be enemies, Gu Chen had to admit that this woman was a bit like him in some ways. Looking at the pretty face that looked sickly pale because of the serious injury, Gu Chen remembered the name that the girl had whispered when she was in a coma. The Nether God Palace is not an enemy that you can deal with. No matter what you do, you'd better think carefully before you act. He said coldly and turned to leave. You also have a deep hatred with the Nether God Palace, right? Yi Qingshuang suddenly said. Gu Chen couldn't help but stop his footsteps. If it wasn't for the deep hatred, you wouldn't have annihilated all the Qingzhou halls of the Nether God Palace, knowing that it was a great offense. You won't stop, and I won't either. Because blood can only be paid with blood. She said word by word, her tone extremely firm. Then you'd better become stronger. You're too weak. Gu Chen said coldly and then pushed the door to leave. Damn it. Seemingly stimulated by Gu Chen's words, Yi Qingshuang clenched her teeth after he left, and 2 lines of tears flowed from her beautiful eyes. Master, I will become stronger. I will definitely avenge you. Gu Chen left Yi Qingshuang's residence, looked up at the starry sky, and muttered. We are all in the same boat. Under the same starry sky, in a small city not far from the true martial academy. Ah, senior, please let me go, let me go. In a luxuriously decorated room in a heavily guarded mansion, a young girl's terrified and hysterical scream suddenly rang out. In the room, there was a naked male corpse lying on the ground, blood flowing all over the floor. The screaming girl was completely naked. She knelt in front of a black-robed man and kowtowed with all her might. The girl had a foxy face, and her breasts were huge. When she kowtowed, her breasts were like mountains and peaks. You're Zhu Iluan's new girlfriend. You should know who he was in contact with before he died. The black-robed man standing in front of her ignored the beautiful scenery, and his voice was filled with killing intent. Senior, you've misunderstood. That bastard Zhu Iluan dumped me because of someone else. I have nothing to do with him. Moreover, he's just missing. I've never heard that he's dead. Ling Xiaoxiao was sobbing like a pear blossom in the rain. She felt that she had really met with 8 lifetimes of bad luck recently. That day, Zhu Iluan had slapped her in front of everyone because of that insignificant manager. She had lost all her dignity in the academy, and she almost could not stay there anymore. Finally, she found a new boyfriend who was not in the academy, and he was generous. When they were having sex that night, the black-robed man suddenly appeared. He killed her new boyfriend with just 1 slap. It was obvious that he had the ability of an immortal level. She was so scared that she could only kneel and beg for mercy. Humph, the old man wants to know everything that happened to Zhu Iluan a few days before he died, and who he was in contact with. If you can't answer me, you'll die with him. The black-robed man's eyes were cold as he raised his hand. No, no. Ling Xiaoxiao screamed and crawled backward in a frenzy, revealing her snow-white breasts. The black-robed man followed behind her, and the sparrow pattern on his body was extremely eye-catching. He was about to strike her. Don't, I remember now, I remember now. Just when the palm was about to hit her head, Ling Xiaoxiao screamed as if she was grabbing onto the last straw that could save her life. Manager Chen. The black-robed man stopped moving, and he squinted his bloodthirsty eyes. Who's Manager Chen? That day, Zhu Iluan slapped me because of an insignificant manager in the academy's library. He was very respectful to him, and if I were to ask who he was with before he died, it would be him. Ling Xiaoxiao said anxiously. An insignificant manager in the library? What's his name? The black-robed man's eyes flickered. His surname is Chen. I don't remember his name. Ling Xiaoxiao said awkwardly. Is his name Chingu? The black-robed man asked. Yes. Yes. That's the name. Ling Xiaoxiao nodded her head vigorously. I've finally found you. The black-robed man revealed a creepy smile that he had never seen before. How dare you destroy the 11 halls that the old man had painstakingly built, making the old man the laughingstock of the underworld. Chingu, the old man won't let you go if I don't tear you into pieces. The murderous aura on his body caused the temperature around to drop rapidly. Ling Xiaoxiao covered her chest with both of her hands, and she could not help but tremble. Is he still in the True Martial Academy? The black-robed man asked coldly. Yes, he should be. Ling Xiaoxiao said immediately. The old man has a mission for you. Bring him to me. As long as you can bring him here, the old man will spare your life. The black-robed man thought about it and said. There were many experts in the True Martial Academy, and it was heavily guarded. Even an immortal-level king like him did not dare to do anything in there. It would be best if he could lure the person out of the academy, and he would have 100 ways to take revenge. Say. Sir, I'm afraid he won't listen to me and leave the academy. Ling Xiaoxiao said timidly. What's the use of your body? Won't he take the bait if you seduce him? The black-robed man glanced at Ling Xiaoxiao's voluptuous body and said. But he has a grudge against me, and he'll definitely guard against me. Ling Xiaoxiao explained, her face pale. You're useless. Forget it, I'll do it myself. 2 beams of light shot out of the black-robed man's eyes. Bang, a cloud of black mist gushed out of his body, wrapping around Ling Xiaoxiao like a tentacle. Ling Xiaoxiao struggled initially, but soon, she lost her ability to fight back and floated in the air naked. Wisps of black mist flowed through her white skin and into her body, especially her mind. When everything ended, Ling Xiaoxiao landed on the ground. Her eyes glowed, and a strange smile appeared on her face. There were thousands of springs in the Qixia spring. It was said that there was originally a spirit vein underground which was fixed by the power of the True Martial Arts Academy and connected to many springs. Since then, there was a massive amount of heaven and earth vitality gushing out from the spring. It was so dense that it looked like the sky was filled with light. The efficiency of cultivation in the spring was amazing. Therefore, the Qixia Spring was a very popular cultivation place in the True Martial Arts Academy. At the northernmost spring of the Qixia Spring, Guchen was sitting there, breathing in and out the heaven and earth vitality. It had been a few days since he returned to the True Martial Arts Academy. Guchen often went there to cultivate when he had nothing to do. His current cultivation level was in the middle stage of nirvana, and the golden vitality in his dantian was liquid. It had expanded from the lake shape when he was in the early stage of nirvana to the size of a river. When the vitality was as majestic as the ocean, he could step into the later stage of nirvana. When the liquid vitality reached its peak, it would change from liquid to solid, forming the golden elixir of immortality. He would become a dragon and a king. When a cultivator stepped into the immortal level from nirvana, his body would be reborn again, and his lifespan would be greatly extended. That was how the name immortal level came about. Stepping into the immortal level as soon as possible was the goal that Guchen set for himself. In the True Martial Arts Academy, there was a superior cultivation environment, and there were no distractions. Coupled with the pile of precious elixirs he had just bought from the Merit and Virtue shop, Guchen's cultivation had progressed at a rapid pace in the past few days. The vitality in his body followed the route of the nature of the Heavenly Star technique for a few days, absorbing the efficacy of the pills and a massive amount of vitality. When it returned to his dantian, it was obviously stronger than yesterday. At that moment, Guchen stopped cultivating and took out a secret manual, reading it carefully. This secret manual came from He Fengjing. It was some of his understanding of the deadly musical fist. During the battle with He Fengjing that night, He Fengjing's rhythmic killing fist had given Guchen a lot of trouble. He had never thought that sound could be so lethal. Therefore, he could not forget it. After finding this secret manual from He Fengjing's belongings, he would take it out from time to time to study it, hoping to gain something. The rhythmic death blow was created based on He Fengxiang's modified body and tone bones. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to replicate its might. However, all methods lead to the same destination. With Gu Chen's genius perception, he had gained something in the past few days. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, the muscles in his body expanding and contracting. Thump. Thump. Soon, Gu Chen's heartbeat sped up, and a drum-like sound came from his body. The frequency of this sound was extremely unique. After listening to it for a long time, one would unknowingly feel their body and mind becoming heavy. His internal organs were gradually throbbing and his blood seemed to be boiling. At this time, Gu Chen suddenly raised a hand and snapped his fingers. Clang, an ear-piercing sound wave was emitted from his fingertips. Many leaves on a tree in the distance were shaken off. Although I don't have a sound bone, and it's impossible for my body to be as strange as He Fengxiang's, my body is powerful and my lungs are powerful. I can simulate a sonic attack. Gu Chen mumbled to himself. He looked at the finger that had emitted the sonic attack and fell into deep thought. That attack just now was not even enough to kill a cat, let alone kill a person with music temperament. However, compared to a few days ago when he was completely clueless, he was much better now. He believed that after some time, he would make great progress in this area and create his own rhythmic killing technique. It's about time. I should go. Gu Chen looked into the distance and saw that the sun was setting. He could not help but stand up and whistle. A few days ago, he and Mu Ziyu had agreed to treat her to a meal, and the time was set for tonight. As the person who was treating, he naturally could not be late. His whistle spread in all directions, but it was very quiet. There was no response. This little guy, where did he run off to? Gu Chen had a helpless look on his face. He had been cultivating here for the past few days, but the white ape found it boring and refused to cultivate, so it kept running around. Now that there was no response, it must have run off again. The academy was very peaceful, so Gu Chen was not worried about its safety. Instead, he was worried that it would go back to its old habits and go around sneaking around again. After waiting for a long time and not seeing the white ape return, Gu Chen simply went back to his residence. After all, the white ape knew the way. Along the way, Gu Chen's expression gradually became solemn as he continued walking. Vaguely, he actually felt that someone was spying on him. At first, he thought that he was being too sensitive and thinking too much, but he suddenly turned his head and saw a black shadow flash past the corner. He almost immediately chased after it, but he did not find any traces of anyone. What's going on? He frowned and continued walking forward until he reached a crowded place. Only then did the feeling of being spied on gradually disappear. Brother Chen, what's wrong? You look like you have something on your mind. When they arrived at the agreed place, Xianxia saw Gu Chen and asked with a smile. Today, he was treating Mu Ziyu to a meal because Gu Chen wanted to facilitate a meeting between Xianxia and her. In true martial arts academy, the young master of the Stone Clan was one of Gu Chen's few friends. He had helped him twice. The first was the gathering under the blood moon. He had brought him there, which was how he had met Yi Qingxuang and found clues about Jiang Yaij. The second was the information about the Demon King, Sun Jinming. He had answered some of his doubts. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. He remembered that Xianxia had always wanted to meet Mu Ziyu through him. This was not an unreasonable request, so he facilitated this meal. When Xianxia heard that Gu Chen was willing to help him, he was obviously in a good mood. He had been waiting at the agreed place for a long time. Nothing. Gu Chen came back to his senses. He did not discover who was spying on him. It would not be good to say it rashly, so he decided not to. Let's go. Miss Mu might have already arrived at the Chuyun Tower. Don't let her wait too long. Gu Chen smiled and left with Xianxia. As soon as the two left, a beautiful figure walked out from the shadows. It was Ling Xiaoxiao. She had a charming face, but her eyes were sinister and strange. His senses are sharp. The old man has always been good at stealth, but he was almost discovered. I wanted to make a move when he left True Martial Arts Academy. I didn't expect him to stay here all day. This woman's body has been trained with a secret technique. She can display the strength of a perfect magical ability. However, it will not be easy to take down that kid. Looks like I have to think of another way. She muttered. When Gu Chen and Shi Jian arrived at the entrance of the Chuyun Tower, Mu Ziyu was already there. She was not alone. Yi Qingshuang, who had just recovered, was beside her. When she saw Gu Chen, Yi Qingshuang only nodded as a greeting. Mu Ziyu smiled and teased, "You are quite generous. You actually invited me to the Chuyun Tower for a meal. A meal here is equivalent to a month's salary for a small manager, right? However, you have extra income. This meal is nothing. I will eat you until you are poor today." Gu Chen found it funny. He knew that Mu Ziyu was still holding a grudge against him for hiding his identity and was deliberately mocking him. "Miss Mu and Miss Xi, please order whatever you want. There's no need to be polite," Gu Chen said generously. Mu Ziyu's gaze quickly swept past Gu Chen and landed on Shi Jian next to him. Stone tribe members were huge, so it was hard not to notice them. She had seen them from afar. "And this is?" she asked. "This is Shi Jian, brother Shi. Brother Shi, these are Miss Mu and Miss Yi Qingshuang, Mu Ziyu." Gu Chen introduced them to each other. "Shi Jian? You're the new student with the Stone Tribe's sacred bloodline?" Mu Ziyu and the other man were somewhat surprised when they heard this. Among this year's True Martial Academy freshmen, this person who possessed the Stone Clan's sacred bloodline was extremely famous. Apparently, all the Stone Tribe members had banded together when he arrived. His rallying power was terrifying. "That's me. Greetings, Miss Mu and Miss Yi. I've heard a lot about you." Shi Jian smiled. "Heh, it's fine if Chingu isn't a student, but you're a new student. You should call me Miss Mu." "Mu," Ziyu said arrogantly. At the same time, he looked at Gu Chen meaningfully. She was wondering why this person would suddenly invite her to dinner. It seemed to be for the Stone Tribe's young master. But she didn't mind. She was curious why this young master wanted to see her. "I misspoke, Miss Mu." Shi Jian immediately corrected himself, appearing gentle and refined. The four entered Chuyun restaurant and sat down in a private room. After chatting for a while, Mu Ziyu had a good impression of Shi Jian. "You're very different from the Stone Tribe members I know. This is the first time I've seen someone as refined as you." She couldn't help but praise. The Stone Tribe members were easily angered. This was common knowledge among humans. To put it bluntly, humans had always thought the Stone Tribe had low intelligence. Shi Jian, on the other hand, had a refined manner. Although he had the rough and sturdy physique of the Stone Tribe, he wasn't violent at all, which made him very special. "Actually, my people aren't that difficult to get along with. They're just straightforward people." Shi Jian shook his head. "That's true. The two races rarely interact, so it's normal for there to be some misunderstandings." Mu Ziyu nodded in agreement, then glanced at Gu Chen. "But let's get down to business. Chingu set up this dinner for you, right? What can I do for you?" She never liked to beat around the bush, and she believed that the Stone Clan was the same. Gu Chen couldn't help but rub his nose. As expected, his intentions were seen through in an instant. Now he only hoped that Shi Jian didn't really want to get to know Mu Ziyu because he wanted to pursue her. Otherwise, the scene would be a little awkward. Moreover, this Mu Ziyu would probably blame him again. "Teacher Mu, I heard that you are the beloved daughter of the Azure Wood Manor sect Master Mu. I have something to trouble you with." Shi Jian's expression turned solemn. Mu Ziyu could not help but frown. If Shi Jian had any difficulties in school and needed her help, she would not have rejected him as a teacher. But she never expected him to come because of her parentage. This made her feel a little disgusted. The Azurewood Manor was one of the 5 sacred sects of the Middle-earth Empire. Her father was the current sect master, so there were just too many people seeking her help. It was an intolerable annoyance. "Sorry, Shi Jian. I'm afraid I can't help you with your matter. Although my father is the Azurewood Manor sect master, I have no right to interfere in the matters of the sect." Mu Ziyu went straight to the point. She was still grumbling at Gu Chen for giving her such trouble. "Teacher Mu, don't be in a hurry to reject me. Can you allow me to finish?" When Shi Jian heard that, he stood up and bowed solemnly. Seeing how serious he was, Mu Ziyu felt a little embarrassed. Don't be like that. If there's anything, just say it. You are the young master of the Stone Clan. You should not be lacking in anything. The Azurewood Manor has never had any dealings with the Stone Clan. I can't think of anything you need? Therefore, Shi Jian sat down again as he suffused a wry smile. Teacher Mu, Brother Chen, Miss Yi, what do you think of the Western Desert's environment? His question came out of nowhere, so everyone could not help but think carefully. The Western Desert's environment is harsh. It's hot all year round, and there's nothing but desert for thousands of kilometers. It's not suitable for humans to live in, but it has countless precious minerals. It's a land of treasures. Gu Chen recalled what he had read in the books as he said casually. Shi Jian nodded. That's exactly the case. That's why I wish to get Teacher Mu's help. I've heard that the Azurewood Manor is skilled in water and wood array formations. They can change the climate, turning thousands of kilometers of barren land into fertile forest. Wait. Mu Ziyu's frown deepened. I don't understand what you said. Although the Western Desert's environment is harsh, that's only to humans. It shouldn't affect your Stone Clan at all. The Stone Clan fed on minerals, so the harsh environment of the Western Desert was perfect for them. There was no reason for them to seek the Azurewood Manor's help to change the environment. It's true that my Stone Clan does not need it, but the Western Desert originally had humans living there. In recent years, the Western Desert's environment has become harsher. More and more humans are choosing to move out. That's not a good thing, said Shi Jian solemnly. Pardon my rudeness, young Master Shi. I heard that the Stone Clan has always been averse to outsiders. If all the humans were to move out, wouldn't that be a good thing for you? Even Yi Qingxuang, who did not like to speak, could not help but ask. She could not understand what Shi Jian meant. Shi Jian said with a wry smile, everyone, which race do you think is supreme in the Kunlun continent, and how will it develop in the future? The trio could not help but fall into deep thought. Mu Ziyu was the first to speak. I wonder if young Master Shi can hear the truth? The three of you can speak freely. There is no need to hold back. If I wanted to hear something good, I would not have come here today, much less come without a follower. Mu Ziyu immediately let go of her worries. The races with the greatest influence in the Kunlun continent have always been 5. They are the Eastern Desolate Ghost race, the Northern Plains Demonic race, the Southern Mountains Fiend race, your Western Desert Stone Clan, and us humans. Among them, our human race is the largest in both numbers and influence. There are traces of our human race in every region. The 4 foreign races have long been reduced to a minority and are at a disadvantage. Shi Jian did not deny it, nodding calmly. That's right. The human race is supreme in the Kunlun continent. Furthermore, you possess many advantages. This trend will only worsen in the future. Furthermore, for a long time, my Stone Clan has been conservative, averse to outsiders, unwilling to get along well with the human race. When he said this, Gu Chen recalled the 2 times he inexplicably offended the Stone Clan. They did indeed harbor deep enmity towards the human race. Based on the history of the Kunlun continent, the integration of the races is the trend. If my Stone Clan continues to reject outsiders, we will go extinct sooner or later. Shi Jian's face filled with worry. Hence, I am thinking of starting from me, to push for a symbiotic relationship and understanding between the Stone Clan and the human race. Expanding the area of the Western Desert's human oasis is the first step. Only when the races come into contact and understand each other can we maintain peace and ensure the survival of my Stone Clan. The human race will not have to worry about the future. Shi Jian had a grand vision. He hoped that his clansmen could abandon their prejudices against humans, and that humans could look the Stone Tribe squarely in the eye, seeking coexistence and peace. If both sides wanted to understand each other, contact was necessary. Transforming the desert and building a bridge between the 2 races was the first step of his grand vision. In the history of the Kunlun continent, conflicts between the 5 races had occurred frequently. Even though the Central Plains was powerful now, the borders were not always stable. Putting aside whether Shi Jian's idea was feasible or not, his idea of a world of harmony did not create conflict between the races but peace. This made people feel deep respect for him. Mu Ziyu's expression became complicated. She stood up and bowed to Shi. Young Master Shi, I was too anxious and misunderstood you. What you want to do is a good thing. If you succeed, not only will it be good for the Western Desert humans, but it will also be beneficial to the long-term peace of the continent. This matter will go on for generations to come. I cannot promise you on behalf of my father, but I will do my best to help you. She said solemnly. When Shi heard this, his expression changed and he hurriedly stood up. Teacher Mu is too polite. If you can help me with this, I will be eternally grateful. When Guchen saw the two of them getting along so quickly, he could not help but smile. He had helped Shi because he felt that he owed him. He had not expected him to have such grand ambitions. He had read a lot about the conflicts between the 5 tribes in the library, so he knew how bold and advanced Shi idea was. If he really wanted to do this, he would first have to resist the obstruction of the Stone Tribe's internal factions. This could affect his position. This was a path filled with thorns. The other party cared about his race and was willing to help the world. He was definitely someone worth befriending. You two can stop bowing to each other. Are you tired? The dishes are already here. If you don't eat, they'll get cold. Guchen teased. Only then did the two of them sit back down. Everyone got along well during the banquet. Shi and Mu Ziyu discussed the details of their cooperation and felt that it was very promising. After they had eaten and drank to their heart's content, both the host and the guest enjoyed themselves. By the time he left Chuyun restaurant, it was already late at night. Just as the 4 of them walked out of the restaurant, a white shadow flashed in the distance. Who? Everyone was shocked. They saw that the white shadow had already slipped onto Gu Chen's shoulder with a shifty look on its face. So it's Brother Chen's monkey. Shi breathed a sigh of relief. This little thing is so cute. Mu Ziyu smiled, and Yi Qingshuang also revealed a look of fondness. Gu Chen had a bad premonition when he saw White Ape's guilty expression. Little guy, where have you been all day? White Ape blinked and pretended to look up at the sky innocently. He did not answer Gu Chen's question directly. Gu Chen's face darkened immediately. This guy must have gotten into trouble again. As expected, the next moment, a thunderous roar came from the night sky. Stinky monkey, stop right there. A figure flew over from afar and quickly landed at the entrance of Chuyun restaurant. It turned into a monkey slightly shorter than Gu Chen and wore the True Martial Arts Academy's uniform. This monkey was covered in golden fur and looked much more spirited than the average monkey. In particular, its pair of blue eyes looked extremely lively. His entire body exuded a flamboyant aura. Because he had just rushed down, he did not have time to retract his blood qi. It overflowed and crushed the surrounding vegetation. Sun Jinming? When everyone saw the monkey's appearance clearly, Mu Ziyu's expression changed slightly. He's the Demon King Sun Jinming? Gu Chen also revealed a surprised expression. Then, his expression became strange. This was the first time he had seen a monkey scolding other monkeys. Sun Jinming landed in front of everyone. He glanced at everyone and fixed his gaze on White Ape. Hey, stinky monkey, hand over my Saturn peach. He said fiercely. When White Ape saw him, he smiled guiltily and waved his hand. Don't play dumb with me. You're the one who stole it. Do you think I don't know? Sun Jinming glared at him. You've been visiting my courtyard every day for the past few days. At first, I didn't hold it against you because we're of the same race. Who knew that you'd become even worse? Damn it, you actually took all the Saturn peaches today. Do you know how hard it is for me to eat a Saturn peach from my hometown? I've spent so much effort to plant that Saturn peach tree, and it only bears dozens of fruits at this time of year. In the end, all of them were taken by you. You can take them if you want, but you even took the unripe ones. What a reckless waste of resources. I'm so angry, so angry. Sun Jinming beat his chest and stamped his feet, looking extremely distressed. Mu Ziyu and Shi Jian, who knew him, could not help but be stunned. According to the Demon King, it was Chenggu's little White Ape who had stolen his Saturn peaches. Given his fiery temper, he should have started fighting. However, he was still trying to reason with the little White Ape even when he was in front of him. He looked as if he had been wronged. This was the first time they had ever seen a demon king like this. Squeak squeak. Squeak squeak. White Ape gestured on Gu Chen's shoulder as if it was trying to explain. Sun Jinming was even more furious when he saw this. What do you mean by the Saturn peach fell to the ground and you picked it up because you were afraid that no one would eat it? That's stealing. How dare you say you picked it up? Sun Jinming was so angry that he kept yelling. Gu Chen's face turned red when he saw White Ape and Sun Jinming quibbling. The little guy's habit of stealing could be said to have been caused by him. Now that it was caught, it still had the cheek to quibble, but he could not afford to lose face. When he saw the people around him looking at him strangely, Gu Chen coughed twice. You rascal, aren't you going to return the Saturn peach that you stole? White Ape's face was filled with reluctance. Return it. Gu Chen's voice was slightly louder. White Ape's face immediately became dispirited. He slowly took out a huge Saturn peach from his storage ring. It looked plump and juicy. It was indeed a precious fruit. Sun Jinming's eyes lit up when he saw the Saturn peach. What else? Where's the rest? White Ape flipped his other hand and a dozen or so fruit cores appeared out of thin air. The rest of the Saturn peaches had been eaten by him, leaving only one. Sun Jinming's expression froze on the spot. Gu Chen's face was also filled with embarrassment. This was going to be troublesome. Ah. You stinky monkey, you're so fast. I can't even bear to eat it myself. Sun Jinming's body erupted with a towering blood qi. He was about to go crazy. Run. That demon king is going crazy. The last time he went crazy, he didn't care about anything and smashed a few buildings in the academy in front of the Beisteen. The nearby students who heard the commotion turned pale and fled in panic. The demon king Sun Jinming was famous in the True Martial Arts Academy for being hot-tempered, bloodthirsty, and belligerent. As soon as he was enraged, many students who had just come out of the Chuyun Tower ran away. Brother Sun, please calm down. I'm willing to compensate you for your loss. Gu Chen said hurriedly. White Ape was in the wrong in this matter, so he had to pay for it. Compensate? How are you going to compensate me? My Saturn peach isn't an ordinary spirit fruit. It's a specialty of Nanling. It can't be found anywhere in Jiuzhou. Moreover, why are you going to compensate me? What's your relationship with it? As soon as Gu Chen spoke, most of Sun Jinming's anger was transferred to him. He looked like he was going to kill someone if there was any disagreement. Monkey Sun, calm down. It's just a few peaches. Why are you so calculative? You'll scare the little guy later. Mu Ziyu stood up. Others might be afraid of Sun Jinming, but she was not. She was much older than everyone present. She had naturally reached immortal level since she was able to become an inner courtyard teacher of the True Martial Arts Academy as soon as she graduated. Seeing that the White Ape was cute, she naturally spoke up for it. It'll be scared? This little guy is a devil incarnate. Sun Jinming said angrily. Brother Sun, please calm down. Since Brother Chen is willing to compensate, please listen to him. Shi Jian also said hurriedly. He and Sun Jinming knew each other. Sun Jinming's anger slowly subsided after hearing what the two of them said. Who are you? What's your relationship with it? He looked at Gu Chen seriously. The White Ape is my family. I'll try my best to make up for its mistake. Don't worry, Brother Sunday, Gu Chen said solemnly. Family? Sun Jinming's expression softened a lot, but he snorted coldly. How can a human and ape be a family? How naive. Squeak squeak, when the White Ape heard this, it immediately bared its teeth at Sun Jinming, looking ferocious. Humph, look at it. Can it be scared? Sun Jinming immediately turned to look at Mu Ziyu. Mu Ziyu was speechless. Chenggu, this little monkey, was really bold. Squeak squeak squeak. The White Ape continued speaking in the language of the ape race. No one else could understand it. Humph. Don't threaten me. Is it worth it? You also have the bloodline of the ape race. Don't stay with the human race for too long and forget your identity. Sun Jinming began to argue with it, and the two monkeys became fiercer and fiercer. Everyone was stunned. Sun Jinming didn't look like he was going to denounce them. It was as if the more he argued, the less confidence he had. I know. Old Sun, will not touch him. In the end, like a deflated balloon, he helplessly said. Only then was the white ape satisfied. He tossed the last peach back to him. Sun Jinming caught the peach dejectedly and stared straight at Gu Chen. You said you will compensate me. Are you serious? Of course, I mean what I say. Gu Chen nodded, but he looked a little awkward. But if this peach is really as Brother Sun said, I'm afraid it won't be easy to find. Sun Jinming immediately waved his hand. Forget it. I don't need you to compensate me with the peach. Just compensate me with something I like. What does Brother Sun like? Anything. Just remember to compensate me. He said impatiently. Mu Ziyu, Shi Jian, and Yi Qingxuang's expressions were extremely strange. Since when did this demon king become so easy to talk to? They couldn't help but look at the white ape on Gu Chen's shoulder. It seemed that this little monkey was not simple. Even the demon king didn't want to argue with it. Oh yes, I heard that when Chingu destroyed the underworld god palace, there was a huge demonic ape beside him. It was extremely terrifying. It seems that this is the little guy. It's not simple. What kind of bloodline does it have? Mu Ziyu quickly thought of the rumor and couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. Thank you for your magnanimity, Brother Sunday. I will compensate you as soon as possible. Gu Chen heaved a sigh of relief and made a solemn promise. Just as Sun Jinming was about to reply, a pair of blue eyes suddenly looked into the darkness in the distance. 2 rays of light shot out. Who's there? His voice was like a sudden clap of thunder as he instantly disappeared on the spot. So fast. Gu Chen's expression turned cold. A girl's scream came from afar. Everyone hurried over and saw that Sun Jinming had already restrained a young girl with a beautiful figure and was riding on her. Let go of me. The girl's face was red as she cried out in fear. Ling Xiaoxiao? Gu Chen and the others recognized the girl's appearance and couldn't help but be stunned. Speak. Why are you sneakily staring at me, old Sun? Sun Jinming had a bad temper. He was probably angered by the white ape tonight. He didn't show any mercy to Ling Xiaoxiao and slapped her butt. Ling Xiaoxiao cried out in alarm. I'm innocent. I just happened to pass by here. Monkey Sun, let go of her. Aren't you overreacting? Mu Ziyu frowned. As a teacher of the academy, she couldn't allow a female student to be bullied by this monkey. Heh, you can hide your words from others, but you can't hide it from me, old Sunday. The light in Sun Jinming's eyes brightened as he sneered. Yo, what are you? I, old Sun, was wondering why this girl's aura was so uncomfortable. So it's because you're controlling her. He stretched out his hand and Ling Xiaoxiao let out a blood-curdling scream. Monkey, stop. Mu Ziyu immediately wanted to stop him. But in the next moment, a black fog was forcefully pulled out from Ling Xiaoxiao's body. The moment the black fog appeared, it immediately jumped up and down, trying to escape. But Sun Jinming's palm glowed and restrained it firmly. Is this some kind of spiritual sense possession technique? Seeing this, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Ling Xiaoxiao to be controlled by someone. This was too strange. It seemed like demon kings weren't sensitive. This Ling Xiaoxiao really had an ulterior motive for spying on them. Speak, why are you spying on me, old Sun? Sun Jinming said angrily. Seeing that it couldn't escape, the black fog let out 2 hateful cries and with a bang, it suddenly disintegrated. Before it self-destructed, it looked at Gu Chen with hatred. That look sent chills down Gu Chen's spine. The feeling of being stared at was exactly the same as the feeling of being spied on in the dark during the day. He was afraid that the person was not after Sun Jinming, but him. Humph, he destroyed this spiritual sense by himself. What a clever technique. It's not easy to track him. This person is at least an immortal level king. Which guy has a grudge against me, old Sun? Sun Jinming tilted his head and pondered. Forget it, I, old Sun, have too many enemies. I'm not going to think about it. Kid with the surname Chen, remember your compensation. I, old Sun, will take my leave first. Sun Jinming took a bite of the Saturn peach, stared at the white ape with hatred, and left. Ling Xiaoxiao, who was possessed by the mysterious person, fell into a coma. Mu Ziyu finally woke her up, but she didn't know anything. Her memory was stuck at a few days ago. As for who the person spying on them was, there was no clue at all. Gu Chen's expression became extremely serious. It was obvious that the person was after Gu Chen, and his ability was at least on a mortal level. This made him feel as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Gu Chen closed his eyes and thought carefully about who might want to attack him. The person possessed Ling Xiaoxiao and followed him for a whole day, maybe even longer, but he did not notice. This meant that the person was proficient in stealth. The black mist gave him a creepy feeling as if it came from the underworld. Therefore, the identity of the person was self-evident. At this critical moment, the person who dared to sneak into the True Martial Arts Academy to attack him must be an assassin from the Nether God Palace. The cultivation level of immortal level meant that the person was an underworld guard. This person is most likely the underworld guard Jiao Lan that Zhu Luan mentioned. Only he could discover my identity so quickly. Gu Chen guessed. The Nether God Palace's Qingzhou Hall was managed by the underworld guard Jiao Lan. Gu Chen had destroyed his lair and made him a commander without an army. It was no wonder that he hated him to the core. I'm afraid this is not good. Since this person could possess and sneak into the True Martial Arts Academy, it means that his real body has been waiting for me outside the academy. Gu Chen realized that he had been careless. He did not expect that his identity as Administrator Chen would be exposed so easily. Fortunately, there are many experts in the True Martial Arts Academy, and they don't welcome people from the underworld. Jiao Lan is afraid and does not dare to sneak in with his real body. Moreover, he was taught a lesson by the Demon King today, so he must be more cautious. As long as I don't leave the True Martial Arts Academy and am careful, I don't have to be afraid of him. Gu Chen sorted out his thoughts and calmed down. It seemed that he had to improve his cultivation level as soon as possible to prevent the underworld guard from doing something desperate. He did not plan to ask the Celestial Court for help. With such a top assassin secretly watching him, it would bring him great pressure, and pressure was the motivation for cultivation. Because of what Sun Jinming said earlier, Shi Jian and the other two thought that the person who was secretly watching him was coming for him. They did not think that it was Gu Chen. Gu Chen did not explain much as it was his own private matter. Mu Ziyu brought Ling Xiaoxiao away to pacify her. She also carried out an investigation at the same time. Someone had snuck into the academy during the turbulent times in Qingzhou, so she had to take this matter seriously. Yi Qingshuang also went back to cultivate, leaving Gu Chen and Shi Jian to go back together. Brother Chen, have you thought about the compensation for the Yao King? On the way, Shi Jian asked with a smile. Along the way, Gu Chen had been thinking about how to deal with that underworld god guard, Jiao Lan. Hearing this, he shook his head. The Demon King said that the compensation was casual, but the person who said it was casual was the least casual. I really don't know what kind of compensation would satisfy him. If that's the case, I have a suggestion, reminded Shi Jian. Yao monarchs love wine the most. Brother Chen, you can consider it from this perspective. Wine. Thank you for reminding me, Brother Shi. Gu Chen's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. The two of them soon parted ways. Gu Chen returned to his residence. Thinking about being spied on today, he still felt a lingering fear. Little guy, from today onwards, don't run around, especially not leaving the True Martial Academy. Do you understand? He solemnly reminded White Ape. The little guy was naughty and mischievous. If he ran out of the True Martial Academy and was caught by the Underworld God Guard, it would be bad. White Ape also realized the seriousness of the matter, so he nodded seriously. All right then, you can play by yourself. I'm going to cultivate. Gu Chen said and was about to meditate. However, he saw White Ape scratching the back of his head with an embarrassed look. Is there anything else? Gu Chen asked. White Ape thought for a moment and suddenly revealed an extremely pained expression. He took out the colorful tree from his storage ring and reluctantly handed it to Gu Chen. Do you feel sorry for causing trouble for me today and want to compensate me? Gu Chen laughed involuntarily. It was not an exaggeration to say that this colorful little tree was a precious treasure. The white ape usually guarded it like a miser and did not let Guchen touch it. But today, he unexpectedly wanted to give it to Guchen. It seemed that he also knew that he had caused a lot of trouble by stealing things. White ape nodded and then shook his head. Are you saying that you want me to use it to deal with that underworld god guard? Guchen understood and started thinking about the possibilities. This colorful tree was indeed powerful. It could tyrannically deprive others of their life essence. However, Guchen and White Ape did not understand it well enough. Their usage of it was very crude. It would be very difficult for it to be effective against an underworld god guard. Let me think about this. Since you are giving it to me, I won't stand on ceremony. Guchen purposely took the small tree. White Ape grabbed it tightly. After struggling a few times, he let go with a pained expression. When Guchen received the small tree and saw White Ape's expression, he could not help but laugh. Alright, I was just teasing you. You risked your life to obtain this small tree from desolate God Valley. Naturally, it is yours. I am just studying it. I will return it to you in 2 days. Guchen said. White Ape was instantly overjoyed. He danced with joy and left happily. Looking at White Ape's departing figure, Guchen shook his head. He sat alone in the room and played with the small tree in his hand. This small tree was completely colorful. Be it the trunk, or the leaves, they were all the same. It looked like it was made of jade and was extraordinarily gorgeous. Previously, Guchen had studied it. Apart from discovering that it could deprive others of their life essence, he did not discover anything else. This time, there was an additional fruit covered in ripples on the small tree. It looked like a bell. It was the transformation of Hifangxing sound bone. The extreme Tao organ can change the physique of a living being. The power it contains is mysterious. Back when I was creating the Divine Pavilion, there were some records on the man with a bamboo hat. Special physiques can be seen as a manifestation of the heavenly Tao law's power in this world. Because it is close to a certain law, the person who possesses it will have the corresponding ability. If this theory is true, then the small tree is actually able to dissolve the extreme Tao organ and use it for itself. It is truly not simple. Guchen murmured. As he thought about this, his finger touched the fruit. Dang, the fruit was touched, and a beautiful melody came out, lingering endlessly. Guchen was inside, and his state of mind instantly became extremely clear. Some of the parts that he did not understand when he tried to cultivate the rhythm of Killing Fist in the past few days were suddenly clear. This fruit can actually increase my understanding of rhythm. Guchen was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect that just by approaching this fruit, his understanding of rhythm would advance by leaps and bounds. The man with a bamboo hat's theoretical research might be correct. Although the sound bone is gone, this fruit contains the power of the law related to sound. Guchen murmured. The so-called power of the law was an extremely mysterious thing. With his current cultivation level, he could not touch it. Perhaps only heaven-tier experts, who had already become one with the world, could comprehend the true mystery of the law. This fruit was not simple at all. Guchen suspected that if someone ate it, he or she might have great achievements in the field of music. However, eating it would definitely be very risky. Perhaps one would not be able to withstand that kind of energy, and a person who ate it would first have their essence sucked dry by the small tree. The white ape was smart and greedy. Even it did not dare to eat this fruit, so Guchen would not joke around with his life. Now that he had used this fruit to further his understanding of rhythm, it was already a pleasant surprise. Damn that stinky monkey. Somewhere outside the True Martial Arts Academy, an old man in a black robe was strangely pale. He was furious. I didn't expect Chingu to be so lucky. Before the old man could make a move, Monkey-san has already messed up his plan. There are too many experts in the True Martial Arts Academy. Even if the old man enters, he might not be able to defeat Monkey Sunday. Moreover, there are others. Underworld god guard Jiao Lan gnashed his teeth in hatred. His divine sense clone had been destroyed, and he had also suffered some injuries. Most importantly, his plan to kill Chingu had failed because of this. That young man must be alert now. It's not easy to lure him out in a short period of time. I have to think of another way. Jialan's expression was uncertain. After a long time, his eyes suddenly lit up. Oh yeah, it should be the big event between the two academies in a month. The sacrificial son of the Mystic Spell Academy should be here. I'll invite him to a meal, and he should be able to lure Chengu out of the True Martial Arts Academy. After a month, his alertness will definitely be greatly reduced. By then, the risk of the old man killing him will be minimized. Jialan thought about it and felt that this plan was feasible. Instead of taking the risk to enter the True Martial Arts Academy, it would be better to let the enemy live for another month. A month would pass in the blink of an eye for him. I'll let you live for another month. By then, the old man will definitely tear you into pieces. Jialan gritted his teeth and then strode away. Ever since he knew that there was an immortal-level king who wanted to kill him, Guchen was even more diligent in his cultivation. Every day, he would go to the Xianxia spring to cultivate. Under his hard work, the precious pills he bought from the Merit Workshop were being consumed at an extremely shocking speed. In the True Martial Arts Academy, Guchen was not the only one who was diligent in his cultivation. The thousands of springs in the Xianxia spring were filled with students cultivating almost every day. It was the same for other good secret cultivation places in the academy. A positive atmosphere pervaded the entire True Martial Academy. Guchen would occasionally hear the students talking about something like a grand event, a competition between geniuses, and so on. He quickly inquired and found out that the students of the Mystic Arts College would come over soon to exchange pointers with the students of the True Martial College. And this was called the Wind and Cloud Gathering. As the two great academies of the Middle-earth Empire, the True Martial Academy and the Mystic Arts Academy had always been the cradle of powerhouses on the continent. Most of the experts on the 9 states reputation list were from or had studied in these two academies. Every year, the two academies would take turns to host a grand event, and every time, many geniuses would emerge, attracting countless forces to attend the event. Because of this, the students of the academy saw the Wind and Cloud Gathering as a great opportunity to make a name for themselves. It was said that the Huangfu clan's Huangfu Qingming had once studied in the Mystic Arts Academy. His name had shaken the 9 provinces during the Wind and Cloud Gathering, and he was publicly acclaimed as a genius. As for the monster king Sun Jinming, he made a name for himself in the Storm Gathering a year ago, and from then on, he entered the 9-state storm ranking. The influence of the Wind and Cloud Gathering was so great that it was no wonder that all the students worked hard to cultivate in the remaining month, wanting to stand out. Guchen was very interested in the scene of the geniuses competing with each other, and he was even a little eager to try it out. This was a great opportunity to test himself. Competing with the best among his peers might stimulate him to improve further. Unfortunately, he was not a student, and now that he was facing a crisis, he might not have the chance to compete with the so-called geniuses. He simply did not think about it, and just silently cultivated, rushing between the Sunset Perch Spring and the library every day. Half a month before the Wind and Cloud Gathering, Guchen changed his routine for the first time, and went to a remote area behind the mountain of the True Martial Academy. This place was deserted, and he was actually taking a risk by coming here, as there was a possibility that Jialan would seize the opportunity. But in this half a month, with the help of the Rainbow Tree, he had finally made a crucial breakthrough in his understanding of the rhythm of Death Fist, and he needed a place with no one around to experiment. Surrounded by disorderly mountain rocks, Guchen stood in the air and took a deep breath. He closed his eyes, and the aura in his body was completely restrained. The mountain forest was silent, and only the sound of the wind was heard. Thump thump. Thump thump. Not long after, a drum-like sound came from within Guchen's body. That was the trembling of his internal organs, with his heart as the center, producing a high-frequency rhythm. This rhythm was extremely unique, and it seemed to be able to affect the surrounding environment. As his heart beat, the surrounding flowers and grass swayed along with it. Guchen seemed to have fused with all the sounds in the world. The sound of the wind, the sound of the water, the sound of the rustling trees, all intertwined together to form a beautiful melody. When all the sounds were harmonious, Guchen's left hand clenched into a fist, and a monstrous blood chi rippled all over his body, like the sound of a horn. Guchen's left fist punched through the air, surpassing the speed of sound. This punch had the ferocity and speed of when he broke the sound barrier with his body to defeat He Fangjing that night, and the sound of a powerful army exploded. An invisible and terrifying sound wave spread out with Gu Chen's fist as the center, and all the surrounding mountain rocks were crushed into powder in an instant, and his fist light instantly traversed thousands of feet, and exploded on a distant mountain wall. Boom, the earth shook and the mountains shook. In the distance, the core area of True Martial Academy produced a strong tremor. For a moment, many students and teachers were alarmed, and some busybodies quickly rushed to this remote area. This super stress-killing fist, I have finally mastered it. Smoke and dust filled the air around Gu Chen, but he happily muttered to himself. After all, He Fengxing's rhythm-killing fist was created with his special physical conditions, and it was not suitable for Gu Chen. Therefore, after Gu Chen comprehended it, he simplified it, and combined it with his strong physique to create this super stress-killing fist. This fist was extremely lethal, and it perfectly combined with his immortal golden body, and also completely displayed the horror of the sound wave. There was a commotion in the distance, and a large number of figures broke through the air and came. Gu Chen did not want to be surrounded, and he did not want to attract attention, so he immediately used the stars and moon stride and quickly left this area. When many students arrived, they could not find the initiator of the earthquake, and for a moment, they looked at each other in dismay. When the smoke and dust dissipated, they saw the surrounding environment clearly, and they all gasped. This area was originally a mining area, so the rocks were extremely hard, and ordinary spells could not damage it at all. However, at this moment, the messy mountain rocks that originally existed in the surroundings had all disappeared, and their vision became empty. They all turned into stone powder, and the ground was covered with it. The most shocking thing was a mountain wall in the distance, where there was a fist print hundreds of feet in size, deeply sunken into the mountain wall. The fist print was solid and heavy, and it revealed a shocking murderous aura. It was as if a giant had punched this place, causing such a huge commotion. Was it done by a student of the demon tribe? It should be, right? The group of students was inexplicably shocked. Ever since he mastered the super stress-killing fist, Gu Chen didn't do anything amazing. He quietly became the manager of the library and practiced hard. The True Martial Arts Academy was still filled with the atmosphere of striving for the top. Whether it was the senior students like Yi Qingxuang or the new students like Shi Jian, they were all looking forward to Amazing in the Wind and Cloud Festival. As a teacher of the inner court, Mu Ziyu had already started preparing for many things a few weeks before the Wind and Cloud Festival began, according to the instructions of the dean and the vice dean. When the time came, many teachers and students of the Mystic Law Academy would come. The accommodation, food, and other arrangements, as well as the process of the Wind and Cloud Festival, all needed the teachers to worry about. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The day after tomorrow would be the Wind and Cloud Festival of the two academies. And Gu Chen also received good news a few days ago. Under the pressure of the underworld god guards, Gu Chen's cultivation finally stepped into the late stage of Nirvana realm from the middle stage of Nirvana realm. At the same time, his spiritual power had also reached the level of perfection of Nirvana realm. He vaguely seemed to have touched a ceiling. As long as he went one step further, he would be able to understand the mystery of longevity. Today, Gu Chen finished his cultivation and opened his eyes. In his dantian, the golden liquid had already turned into a vast and boundless ocean. With a little activation, his origin energy was far stronger than the ordinary late stage of Nirvana realm. This was the benefit of the nature art of heavenly stars. The origin energy cultivated by this heaven-defying technique was far purer and stronger than that of others. After taking a bath and changing his clothes, Gu Chen left his room. Let's go, White Ape. Don't sleep in. I have an appointment with someone today. When opening the door, Gu Chen called. The White Ape, who was leaning against the window and yawning, heard this and immediately jumped on Gu Chen's shoulder, looking a little excited. In the past month, it rarely went out according to Gu Chen's instructions. It watched Gu Chen practice all day, and occasionally followed him. The days were boring. It was rare that Gu Chen took the initiative to say that he wanted to go out to play, so it was naturally very excited. A man and a monkey left their residence and walked on the road of the academy. The Wind and Cloud meeting would be held the day after tomorrow, and many students of the Mystic Arts Academy had already moved in. In addition, many forces in the 9 regions also sent people to watch the ceremony. Therefore, the academy was now a mix of good and bad people, and there were many people who were not students. The wind and cloud pageant usually lasted for half a month. During this half a month, the true martial academy could be said to be open to the public. It was not difficult to enter. There were many unfamiliar faces on the road. Some were dressed in exotic clothes, while others were simply of different races. They walked together in twos and threes. Guchen was not surprised at all. He kept a relatively safe distance from these people. Previously, when the underworld god guard Jiao Lan used Ling Xiaoxiao to spy on him, Guchen thought that Jiao Lan would make a move against him soon. He didn't expect that there would be no movement after that. As time passed, he occasionally wondered if the other party had given up, but he never let his guard down. They walked all the way to a building near the entrance of the academy. In the distance, there was a burly man who had been waiting for a long time. "Ah, you are Chen Juan?" When the burly man saw Guchen, he was shocked. He had never seen Guchen's appearance under the mask, but when he saw the white ape on Guchen's shoulder, he had a guess. "Why? Is my appearance surprising to you?" Guchen didn't deny it, and said with a smile. The burly man in front of him was called Peng Yong, a silver assassin of the Celestial Court. When they had attacked the underworld god palace's 11 halls, he had displayed exceptional bravery. Therefore, Guchen remembered him and exchanged contact information with him. Being targeted by the underworld god guard Jiao Lan, Guchen couldn't easily leave the true martial academy. However, he had something he needed to do, so he contacted Peng Yong and asked for his help. "Chen Juan has always been very handsome in my heart. I didn't expect your appearance to be so ordinary. Therefore, I was a bit surprised." Peng Yong was honest, and said with a frank smile. "As an assassin, it is a good thing to look ordinary." Guchen didn't explain that he had disguised himself, and went straight to the point. "Have you brought the things I want?" Peng Yong immediately nodded. He flipped his hand and took out a big wine jar, and carefully placed it on the ground. "According to Chen Juan's instructions, I put a bounty on rare wine in the Merit and Virtue Square. A few days ago, I finally got this jar of drunken immortal wine. This is the continent's top wine. I almost emptied my family's fortune in order to get it." Guchen didn't say anything. He opened the wine jar, and a rich wine fragrance immediately assailed his nostrils. Gulp. White Ape sniffed a few times, and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He suddenly jumped to the side of the wine jar. "Want to try?" Guchen looked at White Ape, and asked with a smile. White Ape nodded excitedly. Guchen took out a cup, filled it with drunken immortal wine, and handed it to White Ape. White Ape took it, and drank it in one gulp. Then, an indescribable expression appeared on his face. "How is the taste?" Guchen asked. White Ape's eyes turned, and he shook his head, meaning that the wine was too little, and he didn't get the taste. He wanted to drink another cup. Guchen poured another cup, and he drank it again, with an intoxicated expression on his face. "How is the taste?" White Ape still shook his head, saying that he didn't get the taste. "It seems that this jar of wine is indeed a rare wine. Thank you for your hard work." How could Guchen not see through White Ape's trick? He ignored it, and said to Peng Yong with a smile. "A wine that could make White Ape intoxicated and want to drink a few more cups should also satisfy Sun Jinming." The promised compensation had been delayed for a month, and he could finally give it to someone. Seeing that Guchen was satisfied, Peng Yong was relieved. He smiled, took out a black jade slip, and handed it over with both hands. "And this, Chen Juan, this is the black list you wanted. Underworld guard Jiao Lan is ranked 186th on the blacklist. Information about him is clearly recorded on it. Thank you for your hard work." Guchen took the jade slip and scanned it with his divine consciousness. There were a total of 200 names on the black list, which recorded the ranking of the powerful and dangerous people among the underground organizations on the continent. Underworld guard Jiao Lan was on the list, and the leader of the Whale Alliance, Chou Feiyang, was also on the list. None of the 200 dangerous people was not an immortal-level king. Guchen glanced at the list roughly, then put the jade slip and the jar of wine into his storage ring. He then handed a storage ring to Peng Yong that he had prepared earlier. Peng Yong took the storage ring and scanned it with his divine consciousness. His face was immediately filled with joy. "Thank you, master. Thank you, master. If you have any errands in the future, please let me know." Gu Chen instructed him to do things, and the reward was extremely generous. It was far more than what he had to work hard to accept the Celestial Court's mission. "Follow me in the future, and I won't mistreat you." Gu Chen said calmly, "All right, you can leave now. Remember to be careful when you leave. Don't be targeted." "Don't worry, master. The true martial arts academy is full of good and bad people. The people from the underworld god palace won't notice me." Pang Yong grinned and left in high spirits. Gu Chen watched him leave, then brought the white ape to the Demon King's residence. Those who haven't bookmarked this book, remember to bookmark it. Today is Monday, please recommend it. The Demon King's residence was located in a pine forest in the True Martial Academy. It was also the base camp of the demon race students. It was Gu Chen's first time coming to this place. There were trees everywhere, and the mountains were high and the forest was dense. He could not recognize the way at all. Fortunately, the white ape had been here several times and was familiar with the place. He led Gu Chen into the forest and went to Sun Jinming's residence. Rustling. As soon as the man and the ape entered the pine forest, the leaves and grass rustled. There was a strange movement. Gu Chen was alert. He spread out his divine sense and found that many small demons were peeking their heads out. Some of these little demons were squirrels, some were foxes, and there were also wild bull demons, wood demons, and so on. When they saw Gu Chen and the white ape clearly, or to be more precise, when they saw the white ape clearly, a commotion broke out among them. "That little devil monkey is here again. Run! Run! Ah! Move! Move! My honey is going to be stolen again." They were like mice that had seen a cat. They ran away in a short time, and the surroundings became dead silent. Gu Chen's mouth twitched. He looked at the white ape. "What did you do to them?" The white ape had an innocent expression and shrugged as if saying that he didn't know either. Gu Chen shook his head. The white ape even dared to steal the Demon King's peach. How could these small demons be spared, this little devil in disguise? "Let's go," he said helplessly. The two passed through the pine forest and soon arrived at a small mountain. There was a cave abode on the mountain. At this moment, there were 3 people standing outside the cave abode. The one closest to the cave abode was a demon race student. He had the head of a dragon and the body of a human. He was passing a message to the cave abode. Behind him, 2 young men in dark green robes were waiting quietly with gloomy expressions. Gu Chen recognized the robes. It was the uniform of the Mystic Law Institute students. Why are the Mystic Law Institute students looking for Sun Jinming? Gu Chen was slightly surprised and walked forward. "Boss Sun, Brother Gao, and Brother Guan came because of your fame. You should at least meet them, right?" The dragon man smiled bitterly. The atmosphere was very awkward. "Tell them to go back. I don't have time." Sun Jinming's impatient voice came from the cave abode. The dragon man turned to look at the 2 young men with a troubled expression. Seeing this, the 2 young men gritted their teeth and walked forward. "Crystal Light Sect's direct disciple Gao Qi is here to see the Demon King. Crystal Light Sect's direct disciple Guan Sun is here to see the Demon King. Sun Gao Sun Sect's direct disciple Guan Sun is here to see the Gao Demon King. Demon Light Guan Sun, Sect Demon Guan, 1 mansion, 2 halls, 3 clans, 4 sacred grounds, and 5 sacred sects." The sects that these 2 men belonged to the 5 sacred sects, and they held great authority in the Central Plains Empire. Both of them were true disciples and students of the Mystic Arts Academy. Their backgrounds were truly not small. "I, old Sun, don't care which sect you're from. Get out of my sight, or don't blame me for being impolite." When Gao Qi and the patrol officer reported the name of their sect, they thought that the Monster King would be more polite. They didn't expect him to answer so harshly. "Chen Chen." Demon was. Chen was King, Yang was Chen. Both of their faces turned extremely ugly when they were given the cold shoulder. This monkey son was too arrogant. "Brother Gao, Brother Guan, why don't we leave? Boss Sun has always been like this." He's not against you. Even if the dean of the academy is here, he won't see you. The dragon man explained with a bitter smile. He was here to introduce them, but he was not powerful enough. Boss Sun would not see them, so he could only comfort the two of them. The two of them felt aggrieved, but they dared not say anything. Monkey Sun was an immortal level king after all, and he was famous for being a troublemaker. It seemed like they could only fail the mission given by their senior. The three of them turned around and left. They happened to see Gu Chen. Who are you? What are you doing here? The dragon man frowned when he saw Gu Chen. He quickly shifted his gaze to Gu Chen's shoulder. He was afraid when he saw the white ape. I'm here to see Brother Sunday, Gu Chen replied casually. He ignored the three of them and walked straight to the cave entrance. Brother Sun, I'm here to see you. He said simply. Huh? You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come in, come in. A voice came from the cave immediately, and Gu Chen walked in at once. Gaoqi and Guan Sun, who had yet to leave, felt like they had been slapped in the face. Their expressions turned cold. Brother Jiao, didn't you say that the Monster King doesn't see guests? Why did he go in so quickly? Could it be that he's more powerful than us? The dragon man was speechless. What was going on today? Boss Sun usually did not bother with humans. It was his first time seeing someone so friendly. That person looks ordinary, and he's wearing ordinary clothes. He doesn't look like he's powerful. Guan Sun scoffed. He's young, but he doesn't look like a student from the True Martial Arts Academy. He's not from the Mystic Spell Academy either. The Monster King is happy to see such an ordinary person. Gaoqi's words were filled with jealousy. Alright, brothers, don't be angry. I'll treat you to a meal as an apology, the dragon man said with a bitter smile. He had managed to persuade the two of them to leave with great difficulty, but the two of them already had a grudge and believed that the Monster King was deliberately neglecting them. As soon as Gu Chen entered the Demon King's Immortal's cave abode, he saw his eager eyes. Brat, it's been a whole month. I thought you were pretending to be ignorant and forgot about the compensation. Sun Jinming scoffed. He was obviously looking forward to Gu Chen's compensation, but he pretended to be dissatisfied. Forgive me, Brother Sunday. It's really hard to find, so I spent a lot of time. Gu Chen explained with a smile. Oh? So it's something good? Take it out and let me see. He could not wait to see it. Ever since the white ape ate all the immortal peaches, he had been very depressed, but he had nowhere to vent his anger. He could only look forward to Gu Chen's compensation, hoping that it would bring him a surprise. Gu Chen flipped his hand, and a jar of drunken immortal brew appeared in the cave. This is, Sun Jinming's eyes suddenly lit up. He stepped forward and opened the jar, taking a few deep breaths. Good wine, good wine. His face was filled with surprise as he lifted the jar of wine in one go. Gulp, gulp. He drank a few mouthfuls. Gu Chen looked at him and suddenly understood why the term impatient monkey existed. Sun Jinming drank happily with an intoxicated look on his face. The white ape looked at him eagerly and then looked at Gu Chen. I'll get Pang Yong to bring some for you next time. Gu Chen could not stand the pitiful look and said. The white ape felt a little better. After a while, Sun Jinming drank comfortably and burped. A satisfied look appeared on his face. Good wine, good wine. I didn't expect to be able to drink such good wine in the 9 states. You're considerate. The matter of this brat eating my immortal peaches is written off. Just as Shi Jian had said, Sun Jinming was a heavy drinker. After getting a jug of drunken immortal wine, he and Gu Chen resolved their differences. He even invited Gu Chen to a table to drink with him. Taking 3 cups, the man and the 2 monkeys drank to their heart's content in the cave. Brother Chen, you're not from Middle-earth. Sun Jinming was tipsy and started calling him brother. After knowing that Gu Chen was from the eastern wilderness, he got closer to him. I'm not trying to say this, but the forces in Middle-earth are all scheming. It's annoying to deal with them. He complained. Why didn't you see the disciples of the 2 sacred sects? It's not a bad thing to be on good terms with them, right? Gu Chen remembered what happened at the entrance and asked. Sun Jinming's attitude was too bad. It was easy to offend people. Hey, do you think they're really here to visit me? Sun Jinming shook his head. Could it be that there's more to this? Someone must have instructed them to come here. Specifically to spy on me. Sun Jinming's face was full of disdain. I'd like to hear more. Gu Chen didn't understand. Hey, Brother Chen, you just came to True Martial Arts Academy and you're not a student. It's normal that you don't know about this. The two people who came today are here for the Wind and Cloud Festival the day after tomorrow. The Wind and Cloud Festival is held every year. At this time, all the young talents from the various forces want to step on others to rise. I just entered the 9 states Wind and Cloud ranking last year. This year, many people are targeting me and want to use me to make a name for themselves. Gu Chen seemed to understand. If that's the case, why didn't those people come in person but sent their junior brothers? Those people are fishing for fame. Some are saints of sacred grounds, some are core disciples of sects, and all of them want to protect themselves. Why would they show up when they aren't sure if they can beat me? Plus, the situation at the Wind and Cloud Festival is complicated. If they meet me too early, what if I fight with them directly and force them to use all their trump cards? When Sun Jinming mentioned these people, his face was full of disdain. Fighting on the same stage should be enjoyable, but these people are overcautious and indecisive, caring about those false reputations. It seems that they are just SOSO. Gu Chen drank the wine in his cup in one gulp. Not bad. For little brother Chen to be able to say such words, it seems that you are a man of character. Sun Jinming agreed with this statement. In fact, the Fengyun festival is actually not that interesting. Apart from the ordinary students, only those newly advanced kings and quasi-kings would fight. These people have just stepped into the king's boundary, and they urgently need to make a name for themselves and be ranked on the 9-province ranking. That's why they're so concerned about this event. As for those young kings who have already proven themselves or who have already gained some fame, they will not take action again in the new year. This is also an unwritten rule. I, old son, already had my fill last year. I don't plan to fight this year unless a true expert appears. Sun Jinming said proudly. So you're saying that I might not be able to see a battle between true experts? Gu Chen said regretfully. He had been looking forward to the Wind and Cloud gathering. You can't say that. Little brother Chen, you are still in the Nirvana realm. There are still quite a lot of people who can be your opponent. There are many sects of cultivators in Middle-earth. I believe that competing with hundreds of sects will be beneficial to you. Sun Jinming said kindly. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Sunday. I understand. Gu Chen did not say anything else. The two of them clinked their cups and drank until they were dead drunk. Today was the first day of the Wind and Cloud gathering. Early in the morning, many cultivators from all over the world had gathered at the True Martial School's plaza. A large number of cultivators filled the auditorium. If one were to look closely at the clothes they were wearing, they would notice that many of them were from famous sections. This was a grand event that the entire 9-province attached great importance to. Almost all the influential forces had sent their people here. There were also countless people who came from far away to witness the birth of a genius. Since everyone had gathered at the plaza, the library was naturally closed. Gu Chen followed Master Su Feng into the auditorium and watched the event together. There were at least 100,000 people in the audience. Not to mention that all the seats were occupied, even the aisles were filled with people who were standing. Such a spectacular scene made Gu Chen secretly sigh. The Middle-earth Empire was indeed the Middle-earth Empire. When he was in the Eastern Wilderness, who could have imagined that such a grand event could be held? The audience had already taken their seats. Many students from the True Martial School and the Mystic Law School who had signed up for the competition also lined up neatly and stepped into the plaza when the time came. As soon as these people from the two schools entered the plaza, the audience immediately became excited. Countless people shouted the names of those famous geniuses, and their voices were deafening. Look, that's Qi Xian from the Mystic Law School. He is from the South Flower Sacred Ground and was born with the Violet Firmament Sword body. He just advanced to the King stage 3 months ago. That girl has long red hair and looks so beautiful. Could she be Sky Sea Pavilion's Xiao Yufei? Lu Guangsek's Feng Jiuqian and Shantiansek's Hong Tai. These two geniuses have just advanced to the king stage. As expected, they are here to participate in the event. They are going to amaze the world this year. The gazes of the spectators all landed on the new kings from the two academies who were extremely famous. Compared to these people, the other students who participated in the event paled in comparison. Gu Chen looked from afar and saw Yi Qingshuang and Shi Jian in the corner of the crowd. It could be said that there were almost no people cheering for them. This was not to say that they were not talented, but they were still too young. Naturally, they could not be compared to the older students who were close to or even over 20 years old. After a few years, when they became older students and advanced to the king stage, the cheers they received might not be any less than those new kings. Gu Chen looked at the geniuses from the two schools curiously. Most of these people had special constitutions, and each of them had the unique skills of the sacred grounds of the sage sex. Under the influence of the atmosphere, he was actually a little eager to try. It was a pity that he was not a student. He pondered. The wind and cloud event would be held for half a month. If there was a chance, he might find some people to spar with. After the audience and the students entered the venue, a group of big shots, led by the vice deans of the two schools, also entered the VIP seats. Their appearance caused another round of exclamations from the audience. Ancient family masters, holy landlords, sect leaders. Many of the VIPs who attended the event were once the brand of an entire era. Even now, a stomp of their feet could cause a storm in all directions. In this grand and spectacular opening, Vice Dean Qi of the True Martial Arts School, an old woman with white hair and beard, raised her hand, and the entire square instantly quieted down. With 100,000 people gathered, there were rows upon rows of geniuses. Under everyone's gaze, Vice Dean Qi spoke with a smile. Based on previous year's tradition, at this time every year, we will invite a heavyweight mystery guest to start this event that lasts for half a month. Guess who it will be this year? As soon as she was done speaking, the 100,000 spectators began discussing and guessing with great interest. Last year, the opening guest was the Holy Lord of the Lengyus Sacred Ground. The year before that, it was the God of War, Huangfu Wuji. I'm afraid the guest this year won't be too bad, right? The Two Academy event is the top event in Jiuzhou. It won't be strange no matter who it is. It's not easy to guess. The spectators mentioned the names of the big shots one after another, but Gu Chen was not interested. Instead, he focused his attention on the big shots on the VIP seats. Through his purple polar eyes, he could see that the big shots on the VIP seats had an unfathomable cultivation base. The weakest one might be on a mortal level while the strongest one was definitely on the level of a celestial. Supervisor Chen, who do you think the guest will be this year? The college is too secretive, so I can't find out anything about it. Su Feng, who was next to him, asked out of curiosity. I'm not sure, Gu Chen said perfunctorily. Let's not beat around the bush. Let's get straight to the point. The guest this year is the Grand Tutor of the Middle Kingdom, the great scholar, Shen Sudong. As soon as she was done speaking, a scholar in a blue shirt walked up to the high platform slowly from the entrance of the VIP seats. He looked old, but his spine was perfectly straight. His eyes were bright and full of expression under his snow-white eyebrows. He had an elegant temperament when he walked, which was different from the sage-like demeanor of a cultivator. He was more like a pure scholar who did not feel guilty about the world. The Grand Tutor is here. Grand Tutor Shen is usually busy with government affairs, but he has the time to attend the event. The spectators applauded and looked at the old man on the high platform with respect. The disciples of the Confucian sect were all over the world. As a great scholar, Shen Sudong was highly respected and loved by the people of Jiuzhou. Gu Chen's expression froze at that moment as he stared at the great scholar on the high platform without saying a word. According to the information he had received, this Shen Sudong was his mother's father, who was also his maternal grandfather. Gu Chen didn't expect to see his family on such an occasion. He had mixed feelings. Why couldn't the dignified imperial advisor protect my family? Gu Chen murmured. In his heart, other than his mother, he did not feel any closeness to the Shen family. Seeing Shen Sudong appear, the audience cheered. Even the big shots in the VIP seats stood up to greet him. He felt that it was ridiculous. The Xin clan's influence was so enormous, yet his, Xin Sudong's, son-in-law had been pursued to the point where his whereabouts were unknown, his grandson had concealed his identity and became an assassin, and he, Xin Sudong, was still an official in the same court as Huangfu Wuji. Gu Chen didn't know what was going on, but he had no intention of acknowledging this cheap grandfather. Xin Sudong is here. Where's mother? Is it possible that she followed us? Gu Chen's heart was filled with a trace of anticipation, hoping to see his mother. Unfortunately, he looked around the VIP seats and didn't see any trace of his mother. The few scholars beside Xin Sudong were all men. Amidst the cheers of the audience, the great scholar, Xin Sudong, announced the official start of this year's Wind and Cloud Grand Meet. At the same time, he said something that made many students excited. Our 9 provinces are full of talents. In order to motivate the young people participating in the Wind and Cloud Grand Meet, His Majesty has specially prepared a generous gift to reward those who reach the peak of this meet. This gift is called the Imperial Reward, and the winner will be announced on the last day. After Xin Sudong finished speaking, Vice Principal Qi said in surprise. From Imperial Advisor Xin's words, this Imperial Reward is not for the student who comes in first? Xin Sudong nodded. That's right. This time, the Imperial Reward is given to the most talented young people. There are no restrictions on cultivation or identity, as long as they show the best talent. That is to say, even the new students of the 2 academies may receive this reward. Hearing his words, many of the new students in the square were excited. Students like Yi Qingxuang, who were talented but were destined to be the background of the meet because of their young age, could not help but feel excited. This was an opportunity. If one could obtain the imperial reward issued by the imperial court, not only would there be tangible benefits, but they would also gain great fame. This was the first time the imperial reward had appeared, and its intrinsic value was even greater than entering the 9 provinces Wind and Cloud ranking. For a moment, all the students were eager to try, and their enthusiasm was ignited. This imperial reward sounds tempting, but Imperial Advisor Shen, talent is too mysterious. I wonder how the selection will be done. How will it convince the public? The vice principal of the Mystic Law Academy asked. You don't have to worry about this. Xin Sudong let out a carefree and meaningful smile. The evaluation will be absolutely fair and just. Everyone present can be said to be the judges of the imperial reward. He did not elaborate on how the evaluation would be done, but the Confucian school had always been fair, and everyone believed that the evaluation would be fair. Amidst the pleasant surprise brought by the great scholar, the Wind and Cloud Grand Meet officially began. On the first day, many arenas were set up on the square, and the students of the 2 academies went up to spar. Gu Chen watched a few matches from the audience seats. Although the level of the students was not bad, because it was a spar, there was a lot of leeway. He felt that it was boring. As an assassin who had come and gone in a storm of blood, the fights of the majority of the students of the 2 academies were like playing house in Gu Chen's eyes. They always lacked a bit of bravery. He soon felt bored, and after watching Yi Qingxuang defeat a student of the Mystic Law Academy with lightning speed, he left the square. The Xin family's patriarch is here, so there must be many people from the Xin family here. I wonder if I can find a chance to understand my mother's current situation? If I can secretly tell her that I am safe, that would be even better. As soon as Gu Chen left the square, he pondered about this matter. After learning about the Xin family, he had originally decided not to see his mother, but now that the Xin family was close at hand, he could not help but have some thoughts. Perhaps he should look for Mu Ziyu or Shi Jian to get them to help him get to know the disciples of the Xin family. It was good for him to understand his mother's family. Unfortunately, as soon as the grand meet began, Mu Ziyu, his teacher, was so busy that she was nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, Shi Jian was even more enthusiastic about fighting in the arena. Gu Chen could only suppress his thoughts for the time being and return to his residence. The entire academy was in full swing because of the Wind and Cloud Grand Meet. At this time, not many people could calm down and cultivate. However, Gu Chen was very calm. He stayed away from the Grand Meet and cultivated hard as usual. He was not far away from completing his god power, and he wanted to reach that level as soon as possible so that he could break through to immortal level. In the evening, someone suddenly visited Gu Chen's residence and gave him a surprising invitation. It was a student from the Wondrous Spells Academy who sent an invitation in the name of the Xianxia Pavilion. Xianxia will hold a banquet for the young talents from both academies tomorrow night at Lingnan Lake. I hope Brother Chen will do me the honor of attending. The student was very polite. Gu Chen couldn't help but squint his eyes. The Xianxia Pavilion was one of the 5 sacred sects in Middle-earth. The Saintess Xiao mentioned by this person should be the extremely famous Xiao Yufei, who was said to be the saintess of the Xianxia Pavilion. However, this person had no relationship with him. Why did he invite him? I don't know Saintess Xiao, and I'm not a young talent. Did you send the wrong letter? He asked. The student hesitated and looked at the address carefully. The address is correct. You must be Brother Chen, a steward of the Library of True Martial Arts Academy, right? As he said this, he felt puzzled and wondered if the invitation had been printed incorrectly. The people who were able to receive Saintess Xiao's invitation tomorrow night were all dragons and phoenixes among the people of the 2 courtyards. Their talents were outstanding, and a mere steward should not have the qualifications. Although he was puzzled, he explained with great self-restraint. Saintess Xiao has sent out invitations to all the famous youths from both academies. Everyone is not familiar with each other. Moreover, Saintess Xiao has also invited Imperial Preceptor Shen, who rarely agrees to come and give some pointers to the youths from both academies. Since Brother Chen has received the invitation, just treat it as a chance to build your network. Go there and take a look. If you can listen to the Imperial Preceptor's advice, you might be enlightened. Gu Chen's heart stirred and he smiled. Since that's the case, I'll accept the invitation. He sent the student away and returned to his room. His eyes flickered. I'm a nobody in the True Martial Arts Academy, but this Saintess Xiao invited me for no reason. There must be something wrong. However, this banquet is really tempting. It's hard to refuse. Gu Chen weighed the pros and cons. After thinking for a moment, he smiled. Forget it, I'll go take a look. Whether it's a hongmen banquet or not, I'll take it. The next day, the wind and cloud grand meet continued to unfold like a raging fire. Every day, there would be students who stood out in the fierce competition and became famous. Gu Chen did not continue to watch those battles. The grand meeting would last for half a month. He planned to go and watch when it was nearing the end. Only then would the battles be worth watching. When it was almost night, Gu Chen took out a set of simple Xian martial artists' clothing from his storage ring, which was somewhat different from the style of clothing in the 9 prefectures. This martial attire was personally knitted by her mother. Back then, when she escaped from Fenglin Manor, she had placed a few sets in her storage ring. At that time, Gu Chen didn't know when he would be able to see his mother again. He might even be separated from her forever, so he cherished these sets of clothes very much. Because he often fought with others, his clothes were easily torn, so he rarely wore them now. Tonight, he would go to the Xianxia Pavilion's banquet. He heard that the Shen family would be there, so he decided to wear it. If she was lucky, her mother would be there too. She would be able to recognize her once she saw her clothes. Gu Chen said to White Ape, who was standing beside him, after changing into his martial attire. Tonight, we'll follow the same rules. Hide in the dark, just in case. White Ape nodded, and Gu Chen immediately left his residence. Lingnan Lake was not far from the True Martial Arts Academy. The scenery on both sides of the lake was beautiful, and the lake water was so clear that one could see the bottom. Therefore, tourists often went boating here to enjoy the scenery. Tonight, the Saintess of the Xianxia Pavilion had sent out invitations and invited the young talents of the 2 academies to a banquet. Even the state preceptor would attend. This news had already spread like wildfire among the students of the 2 academies. The students who received the invitations were naturally complacent. Those who did not receive the invitations were annoyed. However, there were still many who went to the lakeside of Lingnan Lake. Some wanted to watch the fun, while others simply wanted to fish in troubled waters, trying to see if they could sneak into the banquet. A huge pleasure boat was docked at the lakeside of Lingnan Lake. Several students from the Mystic Arts Academy acted as guards at the ferry. Only those with invitations could board the boat. The banquet would be held on the lake, which undoubtedly greatly increased the difficulty of fishing in troubled waters. Brother, can't you make an exception and let me board the boat as well? My clan can be considered to have some face in this green province. A disciple from an aristocratic family said shamelessly. At the same time, he secretly stuffed a storage ring into the guard's hand. I'm sorry. No matter who you are not allowed to board the boat tonight without an invitation. The guard's face showed some disgust and he returned the storage ring. Dare I ask, what qualifications do I have to receive an invitation? Why didn't I receive one? The disciple from an aristocratic family was unwilling to give up. He gritted his teeth and asked. That's right. Why did so many people receive an invitation but we didn't? Some meddlesome students started to jeer and were dissatisfied. The guard's face immediately showed a mocking expression. The minimum requirement for tonight's banquet is to at least be on the Hidden Dragon list of the True Martial Arts Academy and the Mystic Arts Academy. Of course, if any of you are on the list of the 9 states, you can board the boat without an invitation. After he said this, the dissatisfied students were suddenly speechless. The Hidden Dragon list only had 100 names. Those who could get on it were all students from the inner yard. Moreover, they had to be above average. This threshold was too high. As for the list of the 9 states, don't even think about it. With that level of strength, you could already disregard this banquet. This was because even the Holy Virgin of the Xianxia Pavilion could not get on that list. Many students quieted down and stood at the side, staring blankly. From time to time, people would board the boat with an invitation. Without exception, these people were quite famous in the academy. Suddenly, a plain-looking young man in a plain green martial artist's attire walked from afar and walked straight to the ferry. Where did this greenhorn come from? Didn't he notice where he is? He came here blindly. He seems to be rushing to board the boat. Am I seeing things? Let's wait and see him get chased away. Many students were discussing. Guchen walked to the ferry and was stopped by the guard. I'm sorry, this place is closed to traffic tonight. The guard saw that Guchen was not wearing the academy's uniform and thought that he was a passerby. I want to board the boat. As Guchen said this, he glanced at the pleasure boat not far away. It was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and the sound of musical instruments could be heard from afar. Obviously, many guests had arrived. We want to board the boat too. Where did this country bumpkin come from? He doesn't even know the situation. Many students at the side started to mock Guchen. In the eyes of these disciples from aristocratic families, Guchen's clothes were not particular, so they looked down on him. I'm sorry, Linan Lake has been booked by the Xianxia Pavilion tonight. If you want to enjoy the scenery on the boat, you can wait for another day. The guard was much more polite and explained to Guchen patiently. Guchen shook his head and took out an invitation with a flip of his hand. I have this. When the guard saw the invitation, he was surprised and quickly picked it up to check. It's real. A few guards checked and confirmed that the invitation was not fake. When they looked at Guchen again, their expressions became a little strange. Which powerful family's young master was qualified to attend the banquet, but he was wearing such clothes to tease people? Please board the boat. The guards immediately made way and respectfully invited Guchen to board the boat. Behind him, the group of students who were laughing at him were dumbfounded. Guchen boarded the boat. At this time, there were already many students from the 2 academies on the deck. They gathered in 2s and 3s, chatting and laughing. Exquisite pastries and fruit plates were displayed on the dining table. A specially invited musician was playing, and the sound was pleasant to listen to. He boarded the boat alone, and his attire was different from the other students, which immediately attracted many people's attention. Brother Guan, look. On one side of the deck, a group of students were chatting. A young man in the middle suddenly saw Guchen boarding the boat and quickly reminded the people around him. What's wrong? Who's here again? When his companion heard this, he thought it was one of the geniuses from the 2 academies. He couldn't help but follow his gaze, and his expression immediately became strange. What a coincidence. We met him again. Who is this person? These 2 people were the direct disciple of the Sulphur Light sect, Gao Qi, and the direct disciple of the mysterious Sky sect, Guan Sun. That day, they begged the Demon King for a long time, but they couldn't meet him. But when Guchen went, he was warmly received. They were angry, so they had a deep impression of Gu Chen. Today, Xianxia had invited the young talents from the two academies. Seeing Gu Chen again made them very concerned. "Brother Gao, Brother Guan, who are you talking about?" A group of people next to them saw the strange expressions of the two and asked curiously. They followed their gazes and only saw an ordinary-looking youth, who didn't even seem to be a student. One had to know that these two were the direct disciples of the two sacred sections. One had reached the Nirvana realm, and the other was close to it. It wouldn't be wrong to say that he was a quasi-king. Usually, only the top students of the two academies could attract their attention. "Do any of you know that person?" Guan Sun's eyes flickered. He pointed at Gu Chen in the distance and asked a few true martial academy students next to him. "I don't know. This person shouldn't be a student of our true martial academy, right? Looking at his attire, he doesn't seem to be a descendant of some big faction." The true martial academy students denied it. "This is strange." Guan Sun and Gao Qi looked at each other, and they were even more puzzled. "Two brothers, what is so special about that person? Why do you care so much about him?" Everyone's curiosity was piqued, and they started asking questions. The two of them then told him about how they were rejected at the door when they went to see the Demon King, and how that person was treated. "Strange, strange. That demon monarch's son Jin Ming has a fiery temper and has never been friendly to us humans. Why is he treating this person so courteously? From what the two of you have said, I'm afraid this person is not simple." Everyone looked at Gu Chen in the distance, and their expressions changed. Their eyes were filled with solemnity. You really can't judge a book by its cover. If they hadn't heard what the two of them said, they would definitely have looked down on that person. It would be bad if they accidentally offended him. Since this person is not a student of the True Martial Academy and is so young, who is he? What is his identity? Guan Sun and Gao Qi had gloomy expressions on their faces. They were still brooding over this matter. "Brothers, what are you talking about?" At this moment, a young man approached with a flattering smile. "Brother Wei, so it's you." Everyone turned their heads to take a look, somewhat disapproving. This person was called Wei Jiaqiao. He was originally ranked 36th in the True Martial Academy's Hidden Dragon list. His strength was not bad, and he was surrounded by a group of people. However, a month ago, he had a fight with someone, and his group of friends were beaten half to death. Since then, he had become a laughingstock, and people rarely talked to him. Now that he had approached them, everyone knew that he wanted to get to know the true disciples of the two sacred sects. "You are also a student of the True Martial Academy? Do you know that person in the distance?" Guan Sun and Gao Qi were depressed, so they asked casually. Wei Jiaqiao was excited. It was rare for these two to take the initiative to talk to him, and it was a great opportunity to get to know them. He quickly followed their gaze. As soon as he saw who it was, his face froze. "It's him. You know him?" Guan Sun and the others' eyes lit up. Wei Jiaqiao's expression became gloomy, and he gritted his teeth in hatred. "It's more than just knowing him. It's not an exaggeration to say that we have a grudge." "Oh? Tell me, which big force does he belong to, or does he have an extraordinary identity?" Gao Qi quickly asked. What extraordinary identity does he have? He's just a small steward of the Academy's library tower." Wei Jiaqiao sneered. He was still angry when he thought of this. Because of Ling Xiaoxiao, he had quarreled with Hua Haishan in the library tower. Unexpectedly, the steward Chen felt that they were too noisy, and he actually beat them up and chased them out. After that, they were unwilling to accept it, and they gathered a group of companions to stop him, wanting to take revenge. Who would have thought that this guy was so powerful, and that the monkey beside him was even more ferocious? They were taught a lesson, and all of them had to recuperate for a long time. His injuries had just healed not long ago, but he still held a grudge against this matter. Because a group of people actually lost to a man and a monkey. This matter was too embarrassing, and they didn't dare to let others know, so they concealed this news. However, there was no such thing as a wall with a leak. Everyone knew that they were taught a lesson, and they treated it as a joke. They just didn't know who did it. Steward of the library tower? Wei Jiaqiao's reply stunned everyone, especially Guan Sun and Gao Qi. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Previously, they felt that this person was ordinary, but because the Demon King valued him, and he attended this banquet tonight, they guessed that he might have some unknown identity. But now that Wei Jiechao said this, they couldn't help but be furious. He was just a small steward, and the Demon King would rather see him than them. Wasn't this clearly humiliating them? Are you sure what you said is true? Guansun's expression was ice cold. Absolutely true. If the two of you don't believe me, you can ask Hua Haishan. He can testify. Wei Jiechao hurriedly nodded, and his heart was moved. From the looks of it, these two seemed to have a grudge with Steward Chen. His mind couldn't help but become active. After he suffered a loss previously, he had always wanted to take revenge on Steward Chen, but he was helpless against him. After his friends learned a lesson, they all admitted that they were unlucky, and refused to help him anymore. This time, the direct disciples of the two sacred sects were here. If they could teach Steward Chen a lesson, then he would be able to take his revenge. Moreover, he could also use this opportunity to form a relationship with these two people. It was killing two birds with one stone. Where is Hua Haishan? Gao Qi asked coldly. Brother Gao, you want to find him? Wait, I will go and call him. I will be right back. Wei Jiechao immediately went to find Hua Haishan, and in a short while, he brought him back. At this time, Gu Chen saw that the banquet hadn't officially started, so he randomly found a corner to sit down, and started drinking alone. Do you know that person in the distance? He is just a small steward of the Library Tower of True Martial Arts Academy? Guansun saw Hua Haishan and immediately asked. Hua Haishan glanced at Gu Chen in the distance, and quickly nodded. Yes, Brother Guan. That guy is indeed just a small steward. Many people in the academy have seen him in the library tower. After getting a clear answer, Gao Qi and Guansun's expressions turned gloomy, while the rest of the people were amazed. I remember now. I seem to have seen him in the library, that's right. That's strange. Why would the Demon King treat such a small steward differently? Could it be that the Demon King has changed his temperament and wants to read books to cultivate his character, so he asked this supervisor to send books over? Everyone ridiculed and laughed. Guansun and Gao Qi couldn't laugh no matter how hard they tried. As the true disciples of the two sacred sects, they had always been extremely arrogant. However, not only did the Demon King refuse to see them, but he also used this small supervisor to humiliate them. It was really outrageous. However, the Demon King was too strong, and they didn't dare to settle the score with him. They had nowhere to vent the anger in their hearts. Although this supervisor Chen is just a small supervisor, his temper is not small. Wei Jiechao saw that everyone was interested in this topic, so he quickly struck while the iron was hot. Oh? How big of a temper can a supervisor have? Everyone was surprised. This person is arrogant and domineering. He often says that the students of our two academies are all superficial and can't withstand a single blow. Right, Brother Hua? After saying that, Wei Jiechao glanced at Hua Haishan. Yes, I have never seen such an arrogant guy like him. Hua Haishan clenched his teeth. Before coming here, Wei Jiechao had told him that he would use the hands of the Mystic Law Academy to take revenge. Superficial? He is just a supervisor. He can't even pass the academy's exam. What qualifications does he have to talk about us? Many students' expressions became unhappy when they heard that. You two are really something. Didn't you teach him a lesson when he said that? Wait, you all know him. Could it be that he? Soon, someone recalled that these two were beaten up by someone more than a month ago. Now that they connected the cause and effect, they immediately understood. So he was the one who beat you last time? Wei Jiechao and Hua Haishan looked a little embarrassed when they were exposed. However, Wei Jiechao was quick-witted and followed along. Yes. Last time, he said that students from the True Martial Academy and the Mystic Law Academy only know theory. They can't even fight. He can defeat them by bending his fingers. When we heard about it, we were too angry, so we wanted to teach him a lesson. Who would have thought that he actually had some strength? We were not as skilled as him, so we could only admit defeat. His tone was heavy, and everyone present was in his shoes. Humph. How strong could he be? Could it be an immortal-level king? Guan Sun, who was feeling aggrieved, sneered. That's not it. How could that manager Chen compare to Brother Guan and Brother Gao? The two of you can easily destroy him with just a flick of your fingers. Wei Jiachao flattered. Since such a person looks down on the students of our two academies, why did he come to this banquet? Was he invited by Xianxia? Gao Qi's eyes flickered. Hua Haishan grinned and said in a gloomy tone when he asked the crucial question. He is just a small steward, how could Xianxia know him? I reckon he must have snuck onto the ship. Everyone, look. He's sitting there alone, and no one is greeting him. How could he have been invited onto the ship? Everyone nodded and looked down on Gu Chen. Humph, tonight's banquet is for the young talents of the two academies. How could any Tom, Dick, or Harry get on the ship? Guan Sun's eyes turned cold, and he strode towards Gu Chen. Gao Qi followed closely behind him, and the group of people walked quickly towards Gu Chen. Wei Jiachao and Hua Haishan looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with excitement. It seemed that they could take revenge tonight. Gu Chen was bored to death sitting on the chair, waiting for the banquet to start. He wanted to meet the Shen family and Xianxia who invited him. But before the banquet started, he found a large group of people coming to him aggressively. He could not help but frown. What's the matter? He recognized that the leader was the disciple of Lu Guang sect and Shantian sect that he met outside the Demon King's cave a few days ago. Do you know anyone on this ship? Guan Sun sneered. What does this have to do with you? Gu Chen's expression became unhappy. He was sitting here drinking alone without any rhyme or reason. Not only was his mood disturbed, but he was also questioned in the tone of interrogating a prisoner. You're really arrogant. How dare you talk to Brother Guan like this? When the students heard his answer, they were immediately filled with righteous indignation, and they believed that Wei Jiachao and Hua Haishan were right. Gu Chen noticed that a large group of people seemed to have an inexplicable hostility towards him, and he frowned even more. He carefully looked at the crowd and found Wei Jiachao and Hua Haishan. The two of them met his gaze, but they did not avoid it. Their faces were filled with schadenfreude. Gu Chen suddenly realized, and his expression became cold. He was afraid that he had been tricked. If you don't know anyone on this ship, I advise you to get off quickly, lest you get thrown off. That would be a disgrace. Guan Sun openly threatened. Gu Chen smiled and looked at him coldly. Do I have a grudge against you? This was simply an undeserved disaster. He had not even spoken to this person, and he wanted to drive him away for no reason. If he was really driven off the ship here, wouldn't he become a joke? With your identity, you don't need to have a grudge against Brother Guan. At this time, Gao Qi spoke, and his eyes were filled with contempt. Oh? What identity do I have? Gu Chen was so angry that he laughed. An unwelcome person. I advise you to leave this ship quickly. Guan Sun and Gao Qi spoke in unison, and the group of friends behind them also spoke. That's right, get off the ship, you're not welcome here. If you don't want to be too disgraced, leave quickly, and save us the trouble. The group of students criticized, and soon, the other guests on the deck were alarmed. They all looked in the direction of Gu Chen. What's going on? Everyone was baffled. Listening to the criticism, no matter how good Gu Chen's self-restraint was, he couldn't help but be angry. Anyone who was chased away in front of so many people would not be in a good mood. He knew that this group of people must have been instigated by Wei Jiachao and Hua Haishan. But no matter what they heard, to treat him like this without even asking was a form of contempt. They felt that they were a cut above others, and if they stepped on others, others would have to be obedient. What if I don't leave? Gu Chen's eyes were cold, and he drained the wine in his hand. It's simple if you don't leave. Guan Sun's hand shot out like lightning, and grabbed Gu Chen's shoulder. Black Sky capturing hand. This was a famous close combat technique of the Black Sky faction. There was nothing it couldn't capture, and being caught in it was like being struck by lightning. His speed was extremely fast, and he planned to catch Gu Chen and throw him into the lake to feed the fishes. Gu Chen frowned and sat on the chair, not moving an inch. Clatter, he grabbed Gu Chen's shoulder, wanting to lift him up, but unexpectedly, Gu Chen's body didn't move an inch. He grabbed 3 times in a row. Normally, even a 1,000,000-pound rock would be lifted by this technique, but Gu Chen's body was as steady as a mountain, completely unshakable, his face quickly turned red. He didn't succeed in making a move in front of so many people, and to them, it looked like he was fooling around. Are you done playing? Isn't it time for me to change? Gu Chen's expression was cold, and he reached out with one hand. He used the Big Dipper 27 techniques, which was very ordinary, but with his 20 million pound strength, he grabbed Guansun's arm. Hua! Guansun felt a huge force coming from his arm, and before he could react, his body spun 360 degrees and flew up. Gu Chen's casual grab and throw actually threw him into the lake. Splash, his head fell straight into the lake, and like a perfect dive, he didn't even make a few waves. With a perfect posture, Guansun fell into the lake. The students who were with Guansun were dumbfounded. Wasn't Brother Guan supposed to teach someone a lesson? How did he end up being thrown into the lake? The other guests who had already noticed the commotion saw the scene. The women could not help but cover their mouths and giggle while the men shook their heads. Heh, that student from the Mystic Law Institute is so funny. He chased someone away but ended up throwing himself off the boat. Lower your voice. Do you know who that person is? That's the direct disciple of Xiantian sect. Xiantian sect's disciple is so weak. Many guests were whispering to each other. Gao-Chi and the others' faces were flushed red. This was great, they had lost a lot of face. Boom, waves exploded on the surface of the lake. Guansun flew out of the lake, soaking wet. His angry roar echoed. Bastard! An astonishing aura exploded from his body, stirring up ripples on the surface of the lake. The entire boat was shaking. Bastard, how dare you sneak attack me? I will teach you a lesson today. His face turned ferocious due to his anger. His hands were covered by 2 balls of orange true fire that contained terrifying energy. Gu Chen was still sitting in the chair. He did not even bother to turn his head to look at him and said indifferently. You were the one who provoked me. Now that you're embarrassed, you say I sneak attacked you. What are you trying to do with this murderous aura? Do you want to destroy this boat and ruin everyone's mood? His words were reasonable and immediately attracted the agreement of many guests. This Xiantian sect's disciple is too arrogant. We have so many people here and he wants to fight. A battle between cultivators will cause a huge commotion. If this boat is destroyed, Saint Yao's banquet will not be able to be held. Let's see how he will deal with this. State Preceptor Shen should be here soon. These people are really stupid to cause trouble at this time. Many guests' eyes turned cold. With just a few words, Gu Chen managed to get most of the guests to stand on his side. Guansun's face turned gloomy and his aura weakened. He did not dare, no matter how powerful Xiantian's sect was, there were so many people gathered here tonight. How could he dare to make an enemy out of everyone? Come out. Let's fight somewhere else. He knew it was impossible for him to fight here. He brushed away his wet hair, pointed at Gu Chen, and said angrily. Why should I fight you? Gu Chen sneered. What, you don't dare? A coward. Just someone like you, still want to compete in the Wind and Cloud Grand Assembly? He said gloomily, trying to goad Gu Chen into leaving. I'm not a student, and I'm not going to participate in the event. Fighting with you is just a waste of time. Besides, I'm here to attend the banquet. I can't be bothered with you. Gu Chen said, leaving Guansun speechless. Boy, if you are a man, then leave this ship and fight Brother Guan fair and square. You ambushed him just now. What kind of ability is that? At this moment, Gao-Chi, who was in front of Gu Chen, spoke. As soon as he opened his mouth, his companions started to criticize him. Coward. Vile man. We're not sure if this guy got on the ship. Now that he's stirring up trouble, he should be thrown off the ship. Gu Chen finally saw what it meant to invert right and wrong. It was this group of people who started the fight, but now they said that he was the one who ambushed them. They even tried to accuse him again and again. I'm not in the mood to leave this place. How about we settle things here? Gu Chen sneered. You know that you can't fight here. Why are you pretending? Gu Chen's gaze swept across the crowd and he leaned back in his chair. It's simple. Since we're afraid of destroying this ship, we don't need to practice our cultivation. I won't bully you. I'll just sit on this chair. If any of you can let me stand up without breaking the chair, I'll follow his request. The group of students was speechless and looked at each other. They were not stupid. Earlier, Guanxin used Xianxia's famous grappling hand and failed to catch this guy. Instead, he was thrown off the ship. This showed how strong this guy was. If they agreed, what if they were thrown off the ship? What? There are so many people here and you don't dare? Guchen refilled his cup with wine. His words were full of sarcasm. Go. Just now you said we're cowards. Why are you all speechless now? This group of people is so rowdy. Can't we really fight? Many of the guests were intrigued and started to add insult to injury. Gaoqi and the others enjoyed the treatment that Guchen had just received. They were surrounded by public opinion, and this time, there were more people. Almost everyone on the ship was waiting for them to make a move. If they didn't agree, they would become the biggest laughingstock of this year's event. Alright, I want to see what you're capable of. Gaoqi's face was gloomy. He knew he couldn't back down, so he glanced at the person next to him. Brother Lin, you go first. The person next to him widened his eyes. They wanted to test the water first. He didn't dare to offend the direct disciple of Lu Guang sect. He could only grit his teeth and stride towards Guchen. Since he couldn't use his cultivation, he naturally couldn't use his spells and treasures. He could only walk in front of Guchen and throw a punch. He was very smart and knew he couldn't grab this guy's shoulder, lest he was thrown off the ship like Guanxin. He wasn't good at martial arts, but this punch was waved in the wind. It reached Guchen's head in an instant. Guchen raised one hand and grabbed his wrist. Hua, there was almost no room for resistance. A violent force came and Brother Lin's body flew up. Splash, he fell into the water and became a drowned rat. Ha ha ha, the guests on the ship laughed. They were all amused by this scene. Go on, next. Someone immediately egged them on. This thing was too funny. Gaoqi and many of his companions' faces turned green. This was great. They had become the entertainment of all the guests. They were forced to do something beyond their abilities. You. Gaoqi looked at another companion behind him. That companion smiled bitterly and carefully walked towards Guchen. Swish. When he was almost in front of him, he suddenly rushed forward and wanted to knock down Guchen along with the chair. Aya. He bumped into Guchen, but he felt like he bumped into a mountain. It was so painful that he almost died. Hua, his body was also thrown up like a wild goose falling on the sand. There was another burst of laughter on the ship. Next. Splash. Next one. Splash. Splash, Guchen sat like a rock on the chair and threw Gaoqi and Guanxin's companions off the ship one by one. At first, the surrounding guests just thought it was fun. However, as the students went up one after another, they were thrown off the ship without any suspense. Their expressions became solemn. Even if their cultivation was restricted, and they couldn't use spells and treasures, Gaoqi's companions weren't weak, but they were also weak. This manager of True Martial Academy is not simple, some students realized. Only the 3 of you are left. After a while, most of the people had been thrown off the boat and returned to the boat dripping wet. Guchen said coldly. Those who had not made a move were Gaoqi, Hua Haishan, and Wei Jieqiao. Hua Haishan and Wei Jieqiao were the instigators of tonight's farce. Seeing that the helpers they invited had suffered a great loss, they regretted it and wanted to retreat into the crowd. However, when their eyes met with Guchen's cold eyes, they could not move away. Guchen's eyes were clearly warning them. If they did not step forward, they would not be able to escape. This guy would most likely settle the score with them later. At that time, it would not be as simple as being thrown off the boat. They would definitely have to lie in bed for a long time. Thinking of this, the 2 of them smiled bitterly and stepped forward together. See Manager Chen, please go easy on us. The 2 of them were not afraid of losing face. After all, they had already lost face. If you want me to go easy on you, why don't you jump off the boat yourselves? Guchen looked at the 2 of them, his eyes surging with coldness. The 2 of them could not help but feel their hair stand on end. They remembered the fear of being dominated by a man and an ape that day. This guy will definitely not let us go so easily. The two of them gritted their teeth. Thinking that a fracture would be considered a minor injury, they decided to jump off the boat together. Plop. Plop. The two of them chose to be drenched, and many students were dumbfounded. Useless things. Gao Qi, who was left behind, was so angry that his chest was about to explode. Everyone looked at him, gloating over his misfortune. He hesitated for a moment and really wanted to say that he should just let it go. At this time, Guansun walked over. He had already used a spell to dry his wet clothes. At this time, his expression was normal, as if nothing had happened. "Brother Gao, don't go back on your words. Otherwise, you will become a laughingstock. Let that guy be happy for now. It won't be too late to take revenge after tonight's banquet," he whispered in Gao Qi's ear. Gao Qi gritted his teeth. "That's right. Once the banquet is over, I can go all out. I can get back the face I lost now." Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and rushed toward Gu Chen. Plop. The dignified true inheriting disciple of the Lu Guang sect also fell into the water face down, looking battered and exhausted. Guansun looked at Gao Qi's drenched appearance in the water and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he felt much better now that everyone had lost face. The reason why he tried to persuade him like that was because he had such thoughts in mind. After suffering such a big loss, the group of people felt ashamed and ran to the other side of the deck, hoping that this matter would be over quickly. Gu Chen had finally dealt with the troublemakers and thought that he could finally enjoy a moment of peace. However, he did not expect that many students would take the initiative to approach him and strike up a conversation. When he first boarded the ship, no one paid attention to him because of his plain clothes and unattractive appearance. But now that he had taught a lesson to a group of people, including the core disciples of the two saint sects, he had attracted a lot of attention. Many people were trying to befriend him. In places like the two great academies, most of the students came from various forces. They had been influenced by their elders since young, so they naturally knew how to respect the strong. Although they did not see Gu Chen use any Dharma spells, based on his previous actions, they concluded that this person was not simple and wanted to get to know him better. As the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling person. Since others wanted to befriend him, Gu Chen naturally did not put on airs. He chatted with some students and got to know many people. Soon, he blended in with the group and did not stand out as much. Saint Xiao is here. Soon, Yao Yufei of the Sky Sea Pavilion and many handsome men and beautiful women boarded the ship while talking and laughing, immediately becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Qi Zian of the South Flower Sacred Ground, Feng Jiuqian of the Lu Guang sect, Hong Tai of the Shantian sect, Chen Buqi of the Thousand Refinements Sacred Ground, Li Wanjun of the Langia Sacred Ground. As expected, most of the new sovereigns this year have come to the banquet. Many guests saw this group of people and stood up, trying to approach them and strike up a conversation. Those who did not approach them but sat in their seats with envy on their faces. These new king tiers from sacred grounds and sacred sects were the most popular participants in this year's Wind and Cloud Festival. A few of them were destined to make a name for themselves this year, and it wouldn't be surprising if they entered the Wind and Cloud ranking of the 9 states. As for the others, they were destined to only serve as foils for them. Even though the Central Plains royal family had set up a new imperial reward this year, everyone felt that the person who would receive the reward would definitely be among these few. These new kings were like stars surrounding the moon, shining brightly. Even Guansun, Gao Qi, and the others who had just been embarrassed gathered around their senior brother with smiles on their faces, temporarily forgetting about what had happened earlier. Gu Chen did not join in the fun. His eyes were focused on Yao Yufei of the Horizon Sea Pavilion. He hadn't paid much attention to Yao Yufei during the storm gathering, but she was indeed a beauty. She had a head of dark red long hair and exquisite facial features. Although her skin was darker than the average woman's, she appeared healthier and more radiant. She exuded a heroic spirit that was rare among women. Imperial tutor Shen is here. Not long after, the great scholar Shen Sudong arrived with a few other scholars. Immediately, with Saint Xiao in the lead, everyone hurriedly went forward to welcome them. No need to be so polite, everyone. Shen Sudong was still dressed like a scholar, gentle, elegant, and approachable. Gu Chen glanced behind him and was greatly disappointed when he didn't see his mother's figure. After everyone had arrived, the banquet officially began. Imperial tutor Shen sat on the main seat and interacted with many students, answering some of their questions from time to time. This great scholar was knowledgeable, and his words were at his fingertips. Although he didn't touch on cultivation methods, he was able to comprehend things by analogy, enlightening many people. Gu Chen listened attentively. This grandfather was indeed astonishingly knowledgeable, and his words and actions were very refined, making it hard for people to dislike him. From him, Gu Chen could see some of his mother's shadow. His mother's knowledge and reason must have been taught by this grandfather. The old man still has some official documents to deal with, so let's call it a night. There are still about 10 days to the gathering, so I'll discuss it with everyone again if I have the chance. After speaking for an hour, Shen Sudong stood up and left. As the imperial tutor, even if he came to participate in the two-school banquet, there were still many official matters that required his attention. It was already a great surprise that he could come, and everyone stood up to send him off. Take care, imperial tutor. After Shen Sudong left, the atmosphere of the banquet became even more lively. This was originally an occasion for students to socialize and have fun, and without elders, it was even more like a fish in water. Gu Chen stayed for a while, then quietly left the pleasure boat. He had originally come with the idea of seeing the Shen family, but since they had left, he naturally had no reason to stay. As soon as he left the pleasure boat, he sensed that there were several students watching him from behind. A few of them chased after him, while the rest turned back to call for help. He knew that it was the group of people he had offended tonight who wanted to get back at him, so he couldn't help but shake his head. I can't be bothered with you. There were no benefits, and beating them to death would only cause trouble. He didn't have the mood to be entangled with this group of people, so he used the treading stars and moon steps to shake off the people following him in a few steps. He returned to True Martial Academy, and as he passed through a desolate area, the surrounding sky suddenly darkened, and the moonlight and starlight in the night sky also disappeared. Gu Chen's pupils suddenly shrank, and his body tensed up. A faintly discernible killing intent lingered in the surroundings, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet rapidly. The space was completely engulfed by darkness, and all sounds disappeared. It was as if they had stepped into the netherworld. Who is it? Come out. Gu Chen looked as if he was facing a formidable enemy, and his voice rumbled out. Heh heh, Chengu, the old man has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. The eerie voice exploded in the darkness, and it was impossible to determine the specific location. Underworld God Guard Jiaolan? Gu Chen took a deep breath. His surroundings were completely dark. It was not because he had fallen into an illusory array, but because the enemy's killing intent was too strong. It was strong enough to change the magnetic field and swallow all light. This was a domain that only a first-class assassin could create. Once one stepped into the domain of an assassin, every step would be filled with killing intent. The peak assassin that he could think of that he had offended was naturally the underworld god guard Jiaolan. After a month, it turned out that he had never left and was always looking for an opportunity to make a move. It seems like you already know. A black-robed old man walked out of the darkness with a cold smile on his face. At this moment, in Gu Chen's mind, the information about this person on the black list that Peng Yong had given him appeared. Jiaolan, ranked 186th on the black list, early stage of immortality. He was born in the White Horse Temple of Buddhism and practiced the Vajra demon subduing scripture. After that, he betrayed the temple and joined the Nether God Palace. He was bestowed the Nether God's 6 harmonies art by the Nether God. His reputation gradually rose, and people in the dark world called him the Buddhist devil. This person's demonic arts had reached the acme of perfection. Coupled with the fact that he had cultivated the Vajra Arhat lineage in his early years, his physical body was strong and extremely difficult to deal with. Gu Chen's expression turned grave. With a flip of his hand, the whale-splitting blade appeared in his hand. Heh, you and I are an entire realm apart. If you struggle, you will only die more painfully. Jiaolan said with a sneer. Black fog pervaded the surroundings of his body and actually formed 3 demon images. These 3 golems all had 3 heads and 6 arms. Their ferocious faces exuded a sense of majesty. They were somewhat similar to the 9-headed and 18-armed Nether God statue that Gu Chen had seen before, as if they had been split from it. they shrieked and flew straight at Gu Chen. Clang, Gu Chen waved his whale beheading blade, and black light flashed. Bang, 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 the three demons were blown up in an instant, but strangely, they turned into a smoke-like shape that enveloped Gu Chen like tentacles. Wisps of demonic sounds came, and the temperature dropped rapidly. Gu Chen's immortal golden body was immune to heat and cold, but at this moment, the blood and qi in his body showed signs of freezing. The old man's nether demon doppelganger can invade people's internal organs, destroy their bodies, and freeze their souls. Have a good taste of it. Jialan stood with her hands behind her back and smiled coldly. Dealing with a mere rebirth realm kid didn't require him to expend much strength at all. The three nether demons had turned into smoke, and pure attacks were completely ineffective against them. The wisps of black smoke actually entered Gu Chen's body through his skin and began to corrode his organs. The energy that entered Gu Chen's body was cold and vicious, and any ordinary body that came into contact with it would instantly be frozen into ice. Even if it was Gu Chen's immortal golden body, his powerful blood qi was being pushed back by the nether demonic energy, and the fire of his life dimmed. Pop, at this critical moment, a strange sound suddenly came out of his mouth. It was a mysterious rhythm. Under this rhythm, the weakened blood qi caused by the invasion of the nether demons boiled and ignited again, whoosh. Hiss, Gu Chen took a deep breath, and his internal organs resonated. His vitality was restored, and all the discomfort was swept away. Whoosh, he punched the three nether demon doppelganger, and the sound of a great bell rang out from his bones. Dang, where the sound wave passed, the three nether demon doppelganger let out painful roars. Their originally smoke-like bodies actually dissipated together, and their consciousness disappeared without a trace. Rhythm-killing fist? Jialan recognized Gu Chen's move, and his expression changed. His nether demon doppelganger was between a material and an illusion. It was difficult for swords and attacks to injure it. Only the sound wave attack that could injure the body and spirit at the same time was a great nemesis. There were very few people who had this kind of divine power. He didn't think that this kid from the celestial court had actually secretly learned Yifangxing's divine power. Damn it. He realized how terrifying this person's talent was. In just a short month, he had even learned the difficult sound wave attack. This kind of enemy grew too fast, and if he wasn't eliminated quickly, there would be endless troubles in the future. He flipped his hand, and a dark golden rod appeared in his hand. He swung it at Gu Chen. This rod was like a flood dragon overturning the seas and rivers. The surrounding darkness was broken, and the terrifying king-level energy surged violently. Gu Chen was completely fearless. He raised the big black saber and met it head-on. Clang, the rod and saber collided, and the sound of metal and stone rang. With the two of them as the center, the ground cracked. This guy, Jialan originally thought that his cultivation was enough to crush his opponent, but he didn't expect his opponent to block this rod head-on. He sensed that his opponent's body was extremely strong, and it nurtured divine power. Even though his cultivation was insufficient, he could still fight him head-on. Do you think I don't know that once I leave True Martial Academy, I might fall into your trap at any time? Gu Chen said coldly as he held the 20 million kilogram whale-slaying saber. I've already learned about your information. I only dared to step out of the academy because I knew. What do you mean? Jialan was furious when he heard this. These words clearly showed contempt. Your strongest point is the Dark Demon's 6 Harmonies art, and your physique. That Dark Demon is strange, but it has already been broken by me. As for my body, even if you are a king-level expert, what do I have to fear? Gu Chen raised his eyebrows, and a golden light shone from his body. His whole body seemed to be made of gold, and his power was astonishing. This is the great martial king battle body? Jialan's eyes were filled with fear. He felt that the other side of the rod was getting stronger and stronger. According to the Dark God Palace's information, this Chingu had the great martial king battle body. However, because this kind of physique hadn't appeared for a long time, he didn't know how powerful it was. At this moment, Gu Chen's cultivation was in full swing, and his blood and qi were as majestic as the sea. This was the peak state of the immortal golden body. This had nothing to do with the great martial king battle body, but why would he explain it to his opponent? Clang, he gripped the saber with both hands, and his strength suddenly increased, forcefully flicking his opponent's long rod away. Jialan's body retreated a few steps. He was shocked by the opponent's terrifying divine strength, and his expression was gloomy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With a thought, a total of 6 dark demon doppelgangers drilled out of his body, and with sharp screeches, they pounced at Gu Chen from all directions. Gu Chen raised the whale-slaying saber high, and casually slashed at the void, paw. The air emitted a sound like silk splitting, and the sound wave spread out in ripples. The 6 doppelgangers bore the brunt of the impact, and were directly annihilated by the sound wave. Seeing this, Jialan knew that one of his great skills had been crippled. The opponent's comprehension of the sound wave was really not low. Tonight, I will kill an underworld god guard. Gu Chen's eyes emitted cold lightning, and he strode forward. These words deeply provoked Jialan, causing his eyes to turn crimson red. Arrogant and ignorant brat, today, the old man will let you understand why a king is a king. Black fog surged in his body, and auspicious golden light actually surged, transforming into a half-Buddha and half-demon. Buddhist devil was Jialan's title in the dark world. He fell from Buddhism to the demonic Tao, fusing the strengths of the 2 schools, and walked out a path that belonged to him. At this moment, the right half of his body was surging with fiendish flames, looking savage and evil, while the left half was surging with Buddhist light, his expression dignified and benevolent. 2 completely different types of phenomena gathered on one person, making the aura on his body rise in waves. Gu Chen's pressure was unprecedentedly great. He raised the long staff and smashed it down towards Gu Chen's head, akin to a collapsing heavenly pillar. Swoosh. Gu Chen executed treading stars carrying moon steps and instantly dodged to one side. Boom, the place where he was standing just now, the ground completely collapsed, revealing a pitch-black pit. Gu Chen drew a deep breath and realized that under this half-Buddhist, half-fiend state, the toughness of Jialan's fleshy body was already not inferior to those powerful special physiques. When cultivators crossed the threshold of nirvana and stepped into the domain of longevity, the fleshy body was reborn anew. At this time, even if they did not have special physiques originally, their physiques were already much stronger. Coupled with a massive amount of essence energy as support, the divine might they possessed was immeasurable. Gu Chen realized that no matter how strong the unburning golden body was, fighting head-on with this guy, he absolutely could not last too long either. This was the disadvantage of a major realm difference in cultivation. Therefore, he had to find the other party's weakness and severely injure him as soon as possible. Otherwise, if time dragged on, the one who lost would definitely be him. What? Weren't you boasting shamelessly about wanting to kill the old man just now? Why are you dodging now? Jialan sneered. His voice was actually 2 different voices overlapping. One kind of gentle, one kind of vicious, incomparably bizarre. Gu Chen's gaze turned cold. With a sudden lunge, the whale-slaying blade cleaved down. Bang! Bang, bang! The 2 people exchanged blows, unfolding a life-and-death battle in these several miles of wasteland. The 2 people's attack methods were very similar. At this time, the attack was simple and brutal, purely a collision of strength. The sound of metal colliding rang out continuously. Each time Gu Chen brandished his blade, he felt like he collided with a huge mountain, relying entirely on the might of his fleshy body to forcefully withstand it. Jialan was clearly much more skillful and at ease. That staff technique was ever-changing. Sometimes it was like a flood dragon leaving the abyss, sometimes it was like a flying eagle striking, causing a lot of trouble for Gu Chen. Amidst the intense confrontation, the earth had become extremely dilapidated, and there were thousands of ravines and pits everywhere. Gu Chen gripped the whale-slicing blade, blood flowing from the area between his thumb and forefinger. He immediately activated the star-scale armor and covered his entire body, greatly reducing the impact. He swung his saber even faster, trying to find an opening to attack. Such a heavy blade is very rare. It can increase your attack power, but it also consumes a lot of energy. Especially when you meet someone whose body and strength are not weaker than yours, the advantage of the saber will become a disadvantage. Jiao Lan's move suddenly changed, a rod striking Gu Chen's body, sweeping him flying fiercely. Wow! Even though the star-scale armor had absorbed most of the impact, Gu Chen still felt a sweetness in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. As a top-notch assassin, Jiao Lan had incomparably rich combat experience. He was right. Gu Chen's whale-slicing blade was indeed good, but with Gu Chen's present strength, it could not be of much use. The saber had reached 20 million gene, and his strength was only at this level. This caused the saber to be unable to be used as flexibly as the staff, and it consumed a lot of energy. Old man, I don't know how you exterminated the 11 halls of my nether god palace, but if you just randomly chopped around with this saber, it would be impossible. Jiao Lan's face revealed a mocking expression. He now felt that the celestial court must have dispatched assassins that far outnumbered them. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to exterminate them all in one night. What a trifling 500 people exterminating 11 halls. The recent rumors in the underworld had turned this newly promoted quasi-Dao child of the celestial court into a legend, but in his eyes, it was nothing more than this. You're right. Continuing to fight with you with the saber is disadvantageous to me. Guchen wiped off the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth. With a flip of his hand, he actually put the whale-slicing blade into his storage ring. Huh? Don't tell me you want to fight the old man with your bare hands? That'll kill you even faster. Jiao Lan could not help but laugh. Guchen smiled noncommittally. In those pitch-black eyes, a fighting spirit burned. After the battle just now, he had a deep understanding of the gap between immortal level and nirvana level. However, so what? No matter how strong his opponent was, he would kill someone of a higher rank tonight. Guchen took a deep breath. Layer after layer of astral scale armor completely covered his body, and his defense reached its peak limit. Following that, his eyes turned completely purple, and his combat instincts were also activated. He moved his limbs, and the bones in his body emitted a popping sound. He clenched both his fists tightly, and he struck a pose that Jiao Lan was somewhat familiar with. He Fangjing, Jiao Lan's eyes narrowed. The other party's current action was extremely similar to High Priest He Fangjing's posture when he fought. When he fought, sound waves would ripple out. No matter how strong the enemy's strength was, it would be very difficult to get close. It was truly impressive. He relied on this set of fist technique alone to obtain the #1 rank on the Hidden Dragon ranking in the True Martial Academy, where powerhouses were as abundant as clouds. Impossible. Although this guy comprehended the rhythmic killer fist, he doesn't have a sound bone either. It can't be like He Fangjing, right? Jiao Lan was inwardly shocked, but he arrived in front of Guchen in the blink of an eye, his staff brandishing out. Without the whale-slicing blade's defense, at first glance, Guchen seemed like he could not even withstand a single staff. But at this moment, he lightly raised his fist. And accompanying the brandishing of his fist, a murderous sound actually emitted from within Guchen's body. For a moment, a violent sound wave swept out. Jiao Lan only felt his ears ringing, and the organs in his body produced a resonance with it. His staff brandishing action came to a halt. This guy. His pupils constricted slightly. The other party really achieved He Fangjing's defensive method. Poof, Guchen's fist light tore through the air, and another murderous sound reverberated. Jiao Lan hurriedly retreated. His figure flickered, and he attacked Guchen from the side. Guchen's purple extreme pupil swiftly captured the other party's movements. No need to think too much. Under his combat instincts, his body already made the best response. A palm cleaved out, and the air gave off a trembling sound. Jiao Lan retreated helplessly once more. That sound wave penetrated through every pore. Even with his king rank cultivation, he seriously could not withstand it either. This scoundrel brat. The old man doesn't believe that you really mastered this fist technique in such a short time. Jiao Lan was infuriated, brandishing his staff frenziedly to attack Guchen, attempting to find flaws. While Guchen captured the other party's movements with the purple extreme pupil and made predictions, using his combat instincts to brandish his fists to meet the enemy. He did not possess a sound bone and could not possibly learn He Fangjing's moves completely. Occasionally, it would let Jiao Lan find flaws. But relying on the astral scale armor and inextinguishable golden body's dual defense, he offset this part of the disadvantage. For a moment, he actually fought to a draw with Jiao Lan. In the wilderness, the two people actually fell into a stalemate. Heavenly sounds exploded repeatedly. Horrifying energy surged violently, transmitting extremely far away. South Hill Lake was not far from this place to begin with. The students from the two academies who had yet to disperse on the pleasure boat sensed that massive fighting commotion very quickly. Did you find him? Guan Sun, Gao Qi, and a large group of people gathered around Lingnan Lake and asked each other. All of them shook their heads with ugly expressions on their faces. It's all your fault. He's only one person. How could you lose him? Guan Sun immediately cursed at them. His face was full of anger. They had been humiliated on the pleasure boat tonight. They had decided to teach that little steward a lesson after the banquet was over. Who would have thought that he would leave the pleasure boat midway? And the people they had sent to follow him had also lost him. All of them were mobilized to search around Lingnan Lake. However, the other party had already escaped. Bai Bai had suffered such a big loss. They could not take revenge. This group of people, especially Gao Qi and Guan Sun, were furious. Brother Guan, don't be angry. He can run, but he can't hide. Isn't that person still in the True Martial Arts Academy? We'll go to the library another day and settle the score with him. One of them comforted him. What do you know? What if he ran away? Besides, it's not good to fight in the academy. Guan Sun's expression was unusually gloomy. At this moment, in the distance, there was a turbulent energy fluctuation, and a loud noise was heard. Everyone could not help but look at each other. Who's fighting? It looks like it's quite a commotion. Let's go and have a look. The group of people flew up and soon arrived at the battlefield. As soon as they got closer, everyone's expression changed. The wilderness was full of potholes, which had been destroyed by the violent energy. In the distance, two people were fighting fiercely. Their strength was so strong that they could not help but stop, not daring to get too close. Who are those two people? They don't look like students from the two academies. Everyone looked secretly and saw that one of them was wearing a black robe, holding a long stick in his hand. From the aura he exuded, it was clear that he had reached the King realm. The other person was even more strange. His whole body was covered with dark golden scales, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. However, his fist technique was quite strange. Every time he punched, the sound waves were so powerful that even though they were far away, they still felt very uncomfortable when they heard the sound. The most surprising thing was that in terms of cultivation, the bare-handed person's strength was clearly not at the King realm. However, he could fight the black-robed person equally. That's an assassin from the Nether God Palace. With such a powerful cultivation, he's probably an underworld god guard. Someone in the crowd quickly recognized the black-robed man's identity and said solemnly, I recognize him. That's Brahma Emo Jiaolan, ranked 186th on the dark list. He's a famous top assassin in the dark world. In next to no time, a young master from a local power in the Azure Prefecture gasped and cried out involuntarily. Are you sure? Both Guan Sun and Gao Qi revealed expressions of fear. It was definitely not a good thing to be associated with the dark forces. The other party was committing murder here, and he might be carrying out a shady mission. If they violated his taboo, things would be a little troublesome. I can't be wrong. Look at that person, half of his body is surging with devil chi, and the other half is like a Vajra Arhat. This is the characteristic of Brahma. He is an extremely famous assassin in our Qingzhou. His ferocity overflows the heavens. That young master was very certain, and everyone's expression couldn't help but tense up. They were all students, and they rarely came into contact with this kind of devil who killed without batting an eye. If that person is Brahma, who is the other person? To be able to fight him to a standstill, he must be quite famous, right? Especially since he doesn't seem to have reached the King realm. This is too terrifying. Someone couldn't help but ask. No matter who that person is, we'd better stay away from him, lest we attract unnecessary trouble. Don't forget that we still have to find that little steward. Gao Qi suggested. Everyone nodded. Although they were curious about who would win this battle, their lives were more important, and it was better to leave as soon as possible. At this time, a series of air-piercing sounds suddenly came from the sky behind them. Everyone turned around and saw Yao Yufei, Feng Jiuqian, Hong Tai, Qi Zian, and other new kings flying over. Most of the students on the pleasure boat flew over. Junior brother Gao, what's going on here? Feng Jiuqian from the Lu Guang sect landed in front of Gao Qi and asked. Hong Tai also asked Guan Sun. Obviously, many students were interested in the battle here. Guan Sun and the others were afraid of getting into trouble and were about to retreat, but when they saw their senior brother and so many students coming over, they were no longer afraid. They truthfully told them what they saw, as well as their guess that the black-robed man was Brahma Mo Jiaolan. Interesting, I didn't expect to see a battle between the rankers on the blacklist. Feng Jiuqian had a jade-like face, and he was very handsome. He smiled and said, "This is a rare opportunity. I wonder who is stronger, the rankers on the blacklist or the rankers on the 9 states reputation list." Hong Tai and the others were also very interested. I'm afraid there's no comparison. The 9 states reputation list is for the geniuses under the age of 25 in the empire, while the blacklist is for the top assassins on the continent. In terms of killing techniques, the top assassins on the blacklist are probably better, but in terms of potential, they will definitely belong to the geniuses on the reputation list in the future. Qi Xian, who was a dull-looking young man with a sword in his arms, analyzed coldly. Everyone agreed with his argument. Li Wanjun from the Langya sacred ground asked curiously. That Brahma Mo Jiaolan is a famous assassin, so it's easy to recognize him. But as for the other person, does anyone recognize him? Look at him. His cultivation is clearly lower than ours, but he can actually fight against Brahma for so long. He's not simple. Everyone could not help but ponder. Chen Buki from the Thousand Smelting Holy Clan said. This person is clearly good at sound wave attacks. The reason why he can fight against Brahma is that the sound wave attacks play a very important role. As far as I know, the former number 1 on the Hidden Dragon list, He Fengjing, is good at this. Oh? So he is He Fengjing? Many students were surprised. I know brother He, and I have seen him fight. He seems to be a little different from this person. A student from the True Martial Academy said hesitantly. Chen Buki answered immediately, I only said that He Fengjing is also good at this, but I didn't say he is him. He Fengjing disappeared more than a month ago, and even his family couldn't find him. I heard that he is dead. Since He Fengjing is dead? Then who is this person? Everyone was filled with doubts. I think I know who he is. At this moment, Saint Xiao from the Sky Sea Pavilion said with a smile. Everyone could not help but look at this beautiful girl, full of curiosity. Everyone, think about it. What happened in Qingzhou a month ago? As long as you understand this point, the answer will be obvious. Immediately, many people frowned, thinking about the meaning of this sentence. The biggest thing that happened in Qingzhou a month ago was naturally the uprooting of the Nether God Palace's 11 halls by the Celestial Court. The fierce conflict between the two dark forces has not subsided until now. Because of this, the elders in my family have imposed a curfew, and we have to be extra careful when we go out. A student from a local force in Qingzhou said. The hall of the Underworld God Palace was destroyed? Wait, this Brahma Jiaolan is the Underworld God Guard of the Underworld God Palace, and he is in charge of all the halls in Qingzhou. A light flashed in everyone's mind. Brahma Jiaolan appeared here, and he didn't hesitate to expose himself in front of others to kill the person who was fighting with him. It can be seen that he has a deep hatred for him. Saint Xiao didn't keep them guessing, and simply said it out loud. The person who made him go to such lengths must be the guy who killed all his halls a month ago and made him lose face. Considering that this person's cultivation is not even at the king realm, but he can fight with a king of assassins to such an extent, it can be seen that his talent is not low. Do you understand the identity of this person? Many people gasped and blurted out. Is this person the fierce person who shocked the dark world a month ago, the one who led a mere 500 people and destroyed 11 halls of the Underworld God Palace in one night? He is the new quasi-Daoist of the Celestial Court, the one who is rumored to have the great martial king battle body, Chenggu. The students who knew the recent secret of the Dark World were stunned, and those who didn't know much about the Dark World, after hearing this, curiously asked their companions. Many people's expressions changed when they found out about the background of that person in the distance. Since this person can become the quasi-Daoist of the Celestial Court, he should be about the same age as us, right? He is so young, but he is already so amazing. There are 11 halls of the Underworld God Palace. How many professional assassins are there? How did he kill them all? This can't be a rumor, right? A local student of Qingzhou immediately came out and revealed a big piece of news. It is definitely not a rumor. After it happened, my family sent people to investigate, and they saw with their own eyes that blood flowed like a river in the hall of the underworld god palace. Moreover, according to my uncle, judging from the fatal injuries, all the assassins in that hall were killed by one person. Many people said that many of the 11 halls were destroyed by this guy named Chingu alone. This student's words shocked everyone. This guy named Chingu was the same age as them, but he was already so fierce. Is this true? How could he do it alone? Hong Tai, Feng Jiuqian, and the other newly advanced king tiers could not help but frown. Even with their king tier battle prowess, it was extremely difficult for them to accomplish this. Consecutively wiping out 11 halls in one night, this matter was truly too legendary. It can't be fake. This matter has spread like wildfire among all the forces in the Azure province. It was said that this person was accompanied by an incomparably powerful demonic ape. It was 600 meters tall, and when it moved, the earth trembled and the mountains shook. On that bloody night, someone saw that huge monster from afar. Everyone fell silent. If that was the case, then this quasi-Dao child of the celestial court was truly an extraordinary person. This person is really interesting. The eyes of Qi Zian, Chen Buki, and the other geniuses shone with interest. Chen? You have a devil ape with you? Dao Qi and Guan Sun, who were listening in the crowd, looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The various opinions of the crowd made them involuntarily recall Administrator Chen tonight. That person's surname was also Chen, and when they visited the Demon King that day, if they remembered correctly, he also had a monkey with him, and tonight, not long after that person left the pleasure boat, a battle broke out here. It was too much of a coincidence. All these coincidences made them involuntarily think this way. When they looked at the fellow in the distance who was covered in dark golden scales, the more they looked at him, the more similar their backs seemed. Impossible, how could that fellow be the quasi-Dao child of the celestial court? If he was, why would he be a small administrator? Gao Qi could not help but whisper to Guan Sun. Guan Sun hurriedly nodded his head. That's right, it can't be that fellow. They just said that the devil ape beside the quasi-Dao child was 600 meters tall, while the one beside that small administrator was just an ordinary monkey. The two of them immediately rejected this possibility, even though they were feeling uneasy in their hearts. Behind the many students, Hua Haishan and Wei Jieqiao heard the analysis of the geniuses. At this moment, their knees actually weakened, and they collapsed to the ground. Unlike Gao Qi and Guan Sun, they understood Administrator Chen better. They clearly remembered that a group of them had gone to the library to find him to settle the score, but in the end, they had been beaten up by him and his monkey. When others saw that monkey, they might think that it was ordinary, but after suffering losses, they knew how terrifying that monkey was. That Administrator Chen seems to be called Chingu? Hua Haishan swallowed his saliva. When he thought about how he and Wei Jieqiao had plotted against him on the pleasure boat, he shuddered. I'm not sure, but it should be? Wei Jieqiao had a sullen expression. Normally, they would not pay attention to the surname of a small administrator. This was great. From everyone's description, this Administrator Chen was very likely the quasi-Dao child of the celestial court, Chingu, who killed without batting an eye. He was a ruthless person who even dared to exterminate the 11 halls of the Netherworld God Palace. They had provoked him twice, and if he bore a grudge against them, they would definitely die miserably. Previously, they wanted to say that the other party was only an administrator. Even if there were any conflicts in the academy, it would not be to the extent of fighting to the death. That was why he dared to play tricks on the boat. But it was different now. With the other party's status and strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to assassinate them. In fact, he only needed to move his mouth, and there were many assassins in the celestial court who would be willing to help him. Their intestines immediately turned green with regret. Under his battle instincts, Gu Chen's condition became better the more he fought. His eyes burned with fighting spirit. A king-level opponent was indeed terrifying. His various techniques were stacked together, but he was just barely able to contend with him. The pressure that Jiao Lan brought him was too great. That staff technique was airtight, and it was constantly looking for his weak points. He was the same, attacking with all his might. He activated his purple polarity eyes to the extreme, trying to find the other party's weak points. In this kind of situation, whoever exposed their weak points first would most likely lose their life. You won't be able to hold on for long. Compared to you, the old man's origin energy is endless. This is an advantage that you cannot compare to. The commotion here has already alarmed the students of the two academies. Who knows, it might even alarm some experts later. It's absolutely impossible for you to escape tonight. Why not accept death obediently? That way, you'll be spared some physical pain. Jialan realized that Gu Chen was not easy to deal with. His heart was simmering with rage, and his mouth was spewing out incisive words. He was trying to make the other party's willpower waver. As long as he broke the other party's peak state of essence, energy, and spirit, with the disparity in cultivation between the two, victory could be determined very quickly. Looks like you already can't hold it in anymore. To actually need to use your sharp tongue to deal with me. Gu Chen mocked, incomparably calm. His fist technique interweaved with killing sounds, and he pushed Jiao Lan away once more. His gaze vaguely looked towards the void not far away. There, a white silhouette flashed by, and it was currently quietly approaching. In the wilderness, the two exchanged blows, exchanging blows fiercely. Jiao Lan relied on his profound cultivation and slowly turned the situation in his favor. Many students in the distance watched intently, feeling amazed by this battle. That sound wave that cleansed the surroundings, that half-Buddha half-demon murderous aura, turned the entire wilderness into a slaughterhouse. It was difficult for others to approach even half a step. What do you guys think the outcome of this battle will be? Chinbuki of the Thousand Refinements Holy Sect asked with a smile. Needless to say, that Chingu's courage is commendable, but the gap between immortal level and nirvana realm is insurmountable. Hong Tai said without thinking. His words received the agreement of most of the new kings, nodding one after another. They had just stepped into immortal level from nirvana realm not long. The longest time was also less than a year. They had a deep understanding of the gap between these two realms. Why could stepping into immortal level be called a king, but nirvana realm could not? Because the gap between the two was too great, regardless of whether it was primordial power or mental strength. In fact, that Chingu could fight to this point was already proud enough, but everyone did not think that he still had a chance of winning. My opinion is a little different from yours. Chinbuki said with a smile. Oh? What's Brother Chen's opinion? Yao Yufei asked curiously. The battle situation is obviously in Buddhist demon's favor. That Chingu's primordial power might be almost exhausted in such an intense battle. Why is Brother Chen so confident in him? Is it because you all have the surname Chen? Feng Jiuqian teased, disapproving. Everyone might have forgotten, I can see things that you can't. Chinbuki only said one sentence, and it made everyone's expression freeze, recalling the special physique that the other party had in the rumors. With his ability, saying these words was probably not shooting without a target. Just as everyone was speculating, the situation on the field finally ushered in a crucial change. Gu Chen used his fingers as a knife and slashed towards Jiao Lan again. This time, the sound wave spread out, but it was actually much weaker. With Jiao Lan's rich combat experience, he almost immediately smelled the opportunity. At the same time he raised his rod to blast, his body was filled with black mist, and he called out 6 underworld demon clones again. The 6 demons swarmed up, charging towards Gu Chen almost at the same time. Gu Chen's words were like spring thunder. Tut, the 5 viscera resonated in unison, and the sound of killing spread out in a ring. Although the 6 avatars were still destroyed, the effect was much weaker this time. He, looks like you're at the end of your rope. Jiao Lan was completely beating a drowning dog. The cultivation in his body surged crazily, and that rod turned into hundreds of afterimages, attacking Gu Chen crazily. For a moment, Gu Chen's movements were all flustered. His temperament became chaotic and he revealed a flaw. Die. Jiao Lan gave a loud cry, and several hundred rod shadows turned into one rod, smashing down from above, finally breaking through the sound barrier. Rumble, under this rod, Gu Chen's body collapsed. Jiao Lan was just about to laugh when he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Swoosh. He almost immediately turned his head, only to see a white afterimage colliding head-on, a 7-colored glow surging in his hand. He subconsciously defended himself. Half of his body shone with golden light, while the other half was shrouded in black mist. Only to see that seven-colored glow shroud over. Regardless of whether it was Buddhist light or black mist, they actually all faded away like ice and snow encountering the bright sun. And in his body, there was an even more bizarre flow of chi and blood, and his life force rapidly flowed away. "Stinky monkey! How dare you sneak attack?" he said in alarm and anger. Seeing the appearance of the person who sneak attacked clearly, he flipped his hand, and a purple long whip appeared in his hand. This whip had a peculiar shape, looking like it was formed by segmented bones. The moment it appeared, it emitted a strange aura. Having been a top-notch assassin for so many years, even if he encountered a sneak attack, how could Jiao Lan not have the strength to fight back? This whip was a strange treasure that he obtained by chance. Taking it out at this time, he was going to exterminate the sneak-attacking monkey. Pop! Suddenly, a deafening sound came from the side. Jiao Lan's pupils constricted, and he turned his head around again abruptly. Not good, a double sneak attack. He saw Gu Chen, who was clearly killed just now, suddenly appear, and instantly realized that the one he killed previously was just an avatar, but it was too late. Gu Chen's fist rumbled over, blood chi surging to the heavens, swift and fierce. Wherever the fist light passed, waves of thunder rumbled. This was the super stress-killing fist that he comprehended not long ago. Bearing patiently for a long time, at this moment, he no longer held back, smashing out. In terms of speed, the Jiao Lan who was tricked twice did not have time to defend at all. Boom! This punch solidly hit Jiao Lan. His body was thrown flying out like a broken sack, a large mouthful of fresh blood spewing out of his mouth. Damn it, his rod fell, but that purple long whip in his hand was still there. His two eyes were fierce, attempting to wave it at Gu Chen. Swoosh! A white shadow flashed past, intersecting with his body in the air. It actually used a tail to sweep away the whip. While he was unprepared. Damn it! He cried out in alarm and anger. His body was still flying backward, attempting to regroup. Swoosh! 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 Gu Chen took 3 consecutive steps with stars shouldering moon steps. His body was covered in starlight, and he instantly arrived in front of him again. His two eyes stared straight at Jiao Lan, 2 purple lights explosively shooting out. In this instant, he executed mental decryption. His original Great Circle Nirvana mental force instantly skyrocketed, almost breaking through the profound latch of his cultivation, temporarily reaching the level of a king. This gaze directly struck his sea of consciousness. Jiao Lan's head hurt, and his mind appeared to be in a momentary trance, but a cold moon appeared in the palm of Gu Chen's left hand. His right hand clenched into a fist, transforming into a golden sun. Both his hands supported the sky and smashed forcefully. Sun-embracing moon-cradling hammer, boom, within a radius of several miles, it was instantly as bright as day. A terrifying air wave swept in all directions. All of these movements were tight and coherent. It took a long time to describe, but it only happened in a few breaths of time. Gu Chen first showed weakness to the enemy and let Jiao Lan kill the clone formed by mirrored flowers, water moon. Then, the white ape attacked, diverting Jiao Lan's attention. After this, the main body used a killing move. Under a series of combination punches, it finally gave Jiao Lan a fatal blow. When the dazzling light faded, the energy storm caused by the sun-embracing moon-cradling hammer subsided. Jiao Lan's figure appeared, his entire body already dripping with blood. One of his legs was broken, one of his hands, and half of his face was practically ruined. Far away, many students looked at this scene of twists and turns. Their expressions were all unable to conceal the shock. What happened just now? Did you guys see clearly? In this mere moment of time, that Brahma Mo Jiao Lan actually lost so miserably. Looking at Jiao Lan's heavily injured appearance, everyone understood that he already did not have the strength to fight anymore. "Es despicable." Jiao Lan glared furiously at Gu Chen, who was panting heavily in the distance, spitting out 2 words with difficulty. Then, with a thud, he fell to the ground. Gu Chen was aiming to take his life. His injuries were too severe. At present, he actually already had no way to even stand. Despicable? You and I are both killers. Assassination, sneak attack, joining hands, no matter what means, as long as I can kill the enemy, I'm the winner. Winner takes all. You're already finished. Gu Chen's eyes were ice cold. Jiao Lan smiled miserably. He had never thought that he would lose. That was right, as long as he could win, he had been a killer for many years, but he had never thought that he would be taught a lesson by a little brat when he was about to die. Before I kill you, I have a question to ask you. If you answer it quickly, I can let you die with dignity. Gu Chen walked forward. Jiao Lan could not help but look into the distance, where the students from the two academies were. The old man knows what you want to ask. There is no harm in telling you. After I die, who cares about others? He sneered and was about to say something, but his eyes suddenly widened. His body stiffened, and his face fell to the ground. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose. Gu Chen's expression changed, and he hurried forward to check. Did I hit him too hard, or did he commit suicide? He frowned. Judging from Jiao Lan's appearance just now, he seemed to be willing to reveal his helper tonight. He didn't expect that before he could say anything, he would suddenly die. This scene was too coincidental. He seemed to have been killed, but Gu Chen did not notice anything unusual, so he could only attribute it to an accident. His face became gloomy. Jiao Lan must have known that he would attend the banquet at Linan Lake if he could ambush him here tonight. This made him realize that his invitation to the Sky Sea Pavilion banquet might be a trap specially set up for Jiao Lan. If this was the case, he needed to know who else was hiding in the dark, so that he would not be ambushed again one day. The invitation was sent to him by Yao Yufei of the Sky Sea Pavilion. She was not related to him, so she was the most suspicious. However, there were too many people who could send invitations in her name. Gu Chen did not dare to make a rash judgment, so he wanted to ask Jiao Lan. He did not expect him to die suddenly. This made him a little unhappy, and he looked at the students in the distance. There must be people from the Underworld God Palace among them. Seeing that the battle was over, the students from the two academies flew over, led by a few new kings. Gu Chen knew that he could no longer hide his identity, so he did not try to hide anymore. He looked at them coldly. It's him. The one who threw a bunch of people overboard tonight. I didn't expect him to be the future Taoist of the Celestial Court. Many students recognized Gu Chen's appearance and were greatly shocked. It was especially so for Guan Sun, Gao Qi, and the others. Their faces instantly turned ashen, and their hearts were filled with lingering fear. The other party could even kill a King Realm cultivator. Fortunately, they didn't have the time to cause trouble for him tonight. Otherwise, they would have been the ones dead by now. Many students discussed among themselves. Only Yao Yufei, Feng Jiuqian, Hong Tai, and the other kings simply stared at Gu Chen with flickering eyes, not saying a word. What do you want? Gu Chen asked coldly. During this time, White Ape had picked up all of Jiao Lan's belongings and even his corpse. Isn't it a little too arrogant for the people of the Dark World to fight here during the grand event of the two academies? Feng Jiuqian said indifferently. This isn't the true martial academy. It was just a personal grudge. Why? Do any of you want to avenge the people of the Underworld God Palace? Gu Chen smiled coldly. This was not only a warning to these people not to meddle in other people's business, but it was also a test. We naturally won't interfere with the vendettas of the Dark World, but we are a little interested in you, Chenbuki said with a smile. Chenbuki said with a smile. He was younger than the other kings and was about the same age as Gu Chen. That's a pity. I'm not interested in you. Gu Chen responded indifferently. He did not show any fear in the face of the geniuses of the two academies. I have something to ask you. Chenbuki was not angry. Instead, he asked with deep meaning in his eyes. The sound wave technique you used earlier, did you learn it from Yi Fengjing, a student of my academy? Is he still alive? An assassin of the Celestial Court sneaked into my true martial academy to be a lowly steward. During his time, the top student of my academy on the Hidden Dragon list disappeared inexplicably. This really makes one's imagination run wild. As Chenbuki said this, many students of the true martial academy were stirred up. Could it be that Yi Fengjing was killed by this person? With such a terrifying assassin sneaking into the academy, it's really hard to sit still. They all felt the same, afraid that they would one day follow in Yi Fengjing's footsteps. Facing Chinbuki's question, Guchen did not hide it and answered frankly. That's right, I killed He Fangzheng. But it wasn't without reason. He was from the Infernal God Palace, so it's fine to kill him. Are you going to avenge him? Chinbuki thought for a while. He was from the Infernal God Palace? Do you have any proof? It should be obvious. If not, do you think the top management of the True Martial Academy would be indifferent to the death of the top student of the Hidden Dragon list? Guchen asked back. Chinbuki was speechless. That makes sense. Brother Chen, why waste your breath on him? Since he is related to the disappearance of your academy students, why don't we capture him and hand him over to your academy for interrogation? Hong Tai suggested. That's a good idea. Yao Yufei nodded in agreement. After all, it happened right under our noses. If we let him go just like that, it won't make sense. We have to be careful of people from the underworld. Most people had no objections after hearing Saint Xiao's words. For a moment, the atmosphere became tense. Guchen looked at the geniuses from the various sacred grounds and sects and curled his lips. If it were any other time, I wouldn't mind fighting with you all, but I'm really tired tonight. Seems like you don't plan to resist. That's good too, it saves us a lot of effort. The young monarchs nodded in agreement. The opponent's choice was reasonable. Even if he had the strength to fight against a king tier, there was no way he could fight back against so many of them. No, you're thinking too much. I don't plan to put my life in someone else's hands. You want to capture me? You're not qualified. His words were filled with pride. Even though he was only displaying a fake and ordinary face in front of everyone, everyone could sense that he was different from the rest. Without a doubt, though this person wasn't a student of the two houses and didn't have the right to participate in the Wind and Cloud Festival, in terms of talent, he wasn't any worse than anyone here. Plus, his talent was definitely better than most people here. Perhaps only a few kings could beat him. You talk big. You've become so arrogant after killing a Buddhist demon? Hong Tai snickered, his eyes full of disdain. The others were angered by Gu Chen's words as well. They all stepped out, wanting to take him down. We will have the chance to fight. Gu Chen shook his head and didn't explain much. He lifted a finger. A wave of mysterious vibrations emitted from his fingertip and melted into the air. The expressions of the monarchs changed simultaneously as the space around them began to twist and distort. This distorted space formed a prison, trapping all of them inside. With their capabilities, it wasn't hard to break this spell, but it would take some time. Until we meet again. The white ape leaped onto Gu Chen's shoulder. Gu Chen smiled faintly, and his body shone with golden light. He took a few steps forward, and disappeared from the world. Don't you dare leave. Don't run. The kings were enraged and made their moves. No matter how powerful this swirling space prison was, it was broken within 5 breaths. However, the amount of time they wasted was enough for Gucheni to leave, unstained by the dust. It's the 4th time today again. I'm done with the coding. Guchen went far away from Linan Lake and the True Martial Academy, all the way to a remote mountain ridge before stopping. Tonight's battle with Underworld God Guard Jialan, he expended a lot of energy and even used the secret art of mental decryption, causing his soul to fall into a 3-day period of weakness. Under such circumstances, he naturally could not make enemies with a group of kings and let himself fall into a life-and-death situation. Temporarily opening up a cave abode on the mountain ridge, Gu Chen dove in and sealed the cave entrance from the inside, preparing to recuperate. Once he reached a safe place, the white ape jumped down from Gu Chen's shoulder and excitedly took out Jiao Lan's corpse from his storage ring. It could not wait, reaching out a hand, 5 fingers revealing sharp claws, and actually dissected the corpse. This scene was very bloody, but Gu Chen did not care either. He swallowed a few healing medicinal pills first and meditated to recover. An hour later, when Gu Chen's condition recovered quite a bit, looking at the white ape again, it had long completed the process of dissecting the corpse. From Jiao Lan's dantian, it took out a golden pill. Longevity golden pill. This was a miraculous pill that could only be condensed in the body of an eternal life realm cultivator, condensing their entire body's essence energy cultivation. Longevity golden pill could be said to be the source of a king's strength, priceless, in front of Gu Chen, the white ape thought about it and broke the longevity golden pill into 2 halves, handing 1/2 to him, indicating for him to consume. Gu Chen received the half golden pill, his face revealing a look of hesitation. This kind of golden pill can be consumed? Taking it off the bloody corpse and letting Gu Chen eat it, he felt somewhat bad in his heart. Furthermore, he had also heard some theories before. Although the longevity golden pill concentrated a large amount of energy essence, after being refined by an alchemist, it could become an earth-rank medicinal pill that enhanced cultivation. But if it was consumed directly, because it contained impurities, it would have some effects on the body. Even people whose cultivation was lower than the king realm might not be able to withstand it at all and would directly explode to death. Noticing Gu Chen's hesitation, the white ape revealed a contemptuous look at him. He opened his mouth and swallowed half of the golden pill as if he was eating beans, as if nothing had happened to him. It squeaked a few more times at Gu Chen, meaning that he was able to eat so many savage beasts in the Forbidden Forest back then, so why should he be afraid of a mere half-Jindan? Gu Chen understood and came to a sudden realization. That's right, the drawbacks of the golden elixir of immortality were for ordinary people, but neither he nor the white ape were ordinary people. The white ape possessed a mysterious and powerful demonic bloodline, and he possessed the mighty heavenly bone. How could a mere golden elixir not be able to withstand it? As for the impurities in the golden core, with the wonders of the heavenly phenomenon art, he could borrow the power of the heavenly phenomenon to naturally eliminate the hidden dangers. Gu Chen thought about it and decided to refine this half-golden core immediately. The golden core was already broken. If he didn't take it as soon as possible, the effects would gradually weaken. Although the effect would be better if it was used as a medicinal ingredient to refine the elixir, Gu Chen was not far from the consummate nirvana realm. If he refined this elixir, he might be able to use it to break into the king realm. He couldn't care so much. The white ape ate half of the golden core and became a little drowsy. He chose a big stone in the cave and lay down, ready to sleep. Gu Chen looked at it and felt speechless. It seemed that sleeping was also a way of cultivation for this little guy, and the effect was not bad. It was really infuriating to compare a human to a monkey. It left behind Jiao Lan's unrecognizable corpse. It looked disgusting and smelled terrible. Gu Chen frowned and casually set a fire, burning the corpse to ashes. The corpse burned in the raging fire. When the fire reached the head, Gu Chen noticed that there was a faint red light in the head. Eh? He stretched out his hand and the red light immediately fell into his hand. Jiao Lan's corpse was completely burned to ashes. Gu Chen carefully examined the red light in his hand and found that it turned out to be a strand of hair. A dark red slender strand of hair definitely didn't belong to Jiao Lan. I was wondering why Jiao Lan suddenly died when he was about to give up his own people. How did he suddenly die? Sure enough, he was killed, Gu Chen muttered to himself, a look of dread appearing in his eyes. Right in front of him, a strand of hair came out of nowhere and pierced Jiao Lan's head without him noticing. This was the real cause of his death. Using hair as a weapon is a woman's magical power. Gu Chen smiled coldly. He already had a rough judgment of who was from the Nether God Palace among the group of students. He burned this strand of hair, took the half of the golden core, and continued to meditate and cultivate. He wasn't like the white ape, who ate the golden core directly. It was better to refine it little by little. He was already at the peak of the late-stage nirvana realm. He believed that after refining this golden core, he would definitely be able to cultivate this realm to perfection. It was even possible for him to break through to the king realm. His hands formed a seal, and the essence force in his body circulated along the route of the nature of heavenly stars art. Gu Chen concealed his spirit and qi and forgot about everything else. Gradually, the starlight in the night sky gathered on this mountain ridge and shone on his body through the mountain rocks, rendering him like a golden man. The next day, when Gu Chen was still refining the longevity golden core, the outside world was already boiling because of what happened last night. Because Gu Chen killed Brahma Jiao Lan in front of everyone, the students of the 2 academies quickly spread the news, and his identity was also revealed. I didn't expect Brother Chen to be the quasi-Daoist of the Celestial Court. The Stone Clan's young master, Shi Jian, was surprised when he heard the report from his clansmen. No wonder he always felt that this person was somewhat extraordinary. As expected, he was not just a small steward. The Demon King, Sun Jinming, also heard the news about Guchen immediately. Someone from the Celestial Court? What are the people in the outside world saying now? He furrowed his brows. That Chengu killed a famous underworld god guard on the blacklist. It caused quite a stir among the students of the two academies. On my way here today, I heard people talking about it. Some people think that if this continues, the Celestial Court and the Underworld God Palace will fight near the True Martial Arts Academy, and they are worried about their own safety. Some people think that Chengu sneaked into the True Martial Arts Academy with bad intentions, and they want to capture him. The demon race student replied. What about that little white ape? What do the outside world think of it? The Demon King's brows furrowed even more. Some students think that the monkey is very extraordinary, and they want to capture it and tame it into a spirit beast. The demon race student said hesitantly. The Demon King was furious when he heard this. Bastard! Tell all the demon race students to pass down my order. If any student from the two academies dares to touch that white ape, I, Old Sun, will not let them off. Boss, that white ape does not belong to our Southern Mountains demon race. It is so mischievous, and often steals our things. Why do we need to protect it? His group of minions were confused. Don't worry so much. In any case, you guys clearly convey my order. Let's see who dares to touch it. Sun Jinming's eyes were ruthless. Then, boss, are you also going to protect that kid Chengu? One of the minions said weakly. Him? He is a big man, who needs to protect him? If he can't even withstand this little storm, he has no right to stay by its side. Sun Jinming's tone was resolute. Many demon race students immediately understood his meaning, and they all went to pass down the order. After Sun Jinming spoke, Mu Ziyu and many other teachers of the academy also received the news. This Chengu is really good at stirring up trouble. It's getting bigger and bigger every time. And that monkey Sun, why does he have nothing better to do? Mu Ziyu smiled bitterly. Because of the wind and cloud grand meet of the two academies, the teachers were already very busy. Who would have thought that something like this would happen again? At the moment, everyone in the academy was in a panic. It was said that the dark forces had infiltrated the academy, and there were all kinds of messy rumors. Teacher Mu, anyway, that Chengu has left, and the heat of the matter will slowly die down. As for that monkey Sun, I think it's because the monkey beside Chengu is also from the demon clan, so he specially took care of him. Right now, the grand meet is the most important. As the battle between the geniuses of the two academies becomes more and more intense, the students will forget about this matter. The other teachers said indifferently. Although the matter was big, it was just some busybodies making groundless accusations. So far, there was no accident at all. I hope so. Mu Ziyu nodded and murmured in her heart, Junior Sister Lan Chu, you really brought trouble for me. I hope that guy doesn't cause any more trouble. Things were indeed as the teachers said. Other than the fierce rumors about the Celestial Court and the Underworld God Palace on the first day, the attention of the students was gradually attracted by the climax of the Wind and Cloud Grand Meet in the next few days. The geniuses of the two academies took turns to compete in the arena. Powerful martial arts techniques and supernatural powers emerged one after another, causing both the students and the audience outside the academy to be amazed. Who would be the most dazzling genius of this year's Wind and Cloud Grand Meet, and who would be able to receive the imperial reward from the royal family? This became a hot topic of discussion among the various forces in Qingzhou. The news that Chengu of the Celestial Court had killed Brahma demon Jiaolan gradually died down among the students. After all, he was not a member of the academy, but he still caused a lot of waves in the dark world. In a flash, 5 days had passed in the Wind and Cloud Grand Meet. On this day, in the cave residence where Guchen had temporarily settled down, he finally woke up from his meditation and opened his eyes. Over the past few days, the other half of the longevity golden pill had been completely refined by him, and within his dantian, the golden yuan liquid ocean had expanded to its limit. It had already reached the perfect nirvana stage. The after-effects of the mental decryption had also disappeared. When Guchen finished his cultivation, he felt that his entire body had reached a peak. There was so much energy in his body that it was about to explode. However, even though he had already reached his limit in every aspect, he was still unable to break through the longevity domain. It was as if there was a layer of extraordinarily tough membrane that could not be broken through just by cultivating hard. The immortal realm was the dividing line between a monarch and an ordinary cultivator. The threshold of the immortal realm was far greater than stepping into the transcendent realm from the corporeal realm, and also greater than stepping into the nirvana realm from the transcendent realm. Some unlucky cultivators might be trapped in this domain for the rest of their lives. Even those young and successful geniuses who cultivated to the peak of nirvana realm in a very short period of time would be trapped by the shackles of the king realm. It was not unusual for them to be unable to take a step forward for decades. Gu Chen frowned. The power in his body was surging violently, but the feeling of being unable to break through the shackles made him very uncomfortable. He had a hunch that if he could not break through the hurdle in front of him as soon as possible, the essence, qi, and spirit in his body would decline after reaching its peak, and it would take him more time to break through the king realm in the future. I need stimulation, I need an opponent. Gu Chen's eyes gradually became crazy. If he did not enter the king realm, he would still be a mortal cultivator. He must break through this hurdle. Squeak squeak. The white ape had long since woken up. It was still the same as usual, and there was no difference. However, its eyes seemed to be more quick-witted. Seeing that Gu Chen was in high fighting spirit, it shouted and cheered at the side. Gu Chen checked the storage ring left by Jiao Lan and took away all the useful treasures. Let's go, little guy, find an opponent. He split open the sealed door of the cave residence with one palm, and the white ape jumped on his shoulder. One man and one ape flew in the direction of the True Martial Arts Academy. The Wind and Cloud Grand Event was in full swing. As the days went by, the experts who went on the stage became more and more powerful, and the topic became more and more heated. Especially the young kings of the holy sects and holy lands. As long as they appeared in the competition, the audience seats were almost full. They enjoyed great glory. The women were surrounded by a large group of flower protectors, and the men were also worshipped by countless female students. Feng Jiuqian of the Luguang sect was one of them. As the new king of the Luguang sect this year and the top student of the wonderful Law Academy, Feng Jiuqian had been entertaining people every day since he participated in the grand event. Many beautiful female students looked at him with amorous eyes and took the initiative to throw themselves into his arms. Tonight, just like the previous 2 days, he came to Rong City, which was not far from the True Martial Arts Academy. After spoiling a pure female student who was exceptionally enchanting in bed, he went back to the academy with satisfaction. On the way, an uninvited guest suddenly appeared. The newcomer was wearing a white robe and a purple mask. He blocked Feng Jiuqian's way with a murderous aura. You are that Chingu? Feng Jiuqian's expression immediately turned gloomy when he saw this attire. Recently, the quasi-Daoist of the Celestial Court appeared in the True Martial Arts Academy. Previously, they tried to catch him, so he probably wanted to take revenge tonight. Feng Jiuqian, the chief disciple of the Luguang sect. Cultivation level is the early stage of the immortal realm. You have a first-class constitution, the Luguang body. I'm talking about you, right? Gu Chen didn't deny his identity and coldly reported the other's information. It's me, right? What do you want? If you want to fight, then fight. Don't talk nonsense. Feng Jiuqian said proudly. His body emitted a bright white light, illuminating hundreds of meters around him like it was daytime. Very well, you better use your full strength. Otherwise, you will die tonight. Gu Chen's murderous aura soared into the sky, and he flew out. You will be the only one who will die tonight. Feng Jiuqian wasn't afraid at all, and he easily used the many ultimate techniques of the glazed light sacred sect. The two of them fought, and the light of various battle techniques and spells flooded the area. Feng Jiuqian had the glazed light body, and he was blessed in the understanding of light element spells. With a casual point of his finger, the sky was filled with light swords, as though they were going to tear the night sky apart. Gu Chen withstood the attack with his immortal golden body, killing in and out of the light rain. The other party's spells were profound, and the light swords formed a formation. There were actually 9,000 of them, and they were endless as they tried to seal and kill Gu Chen. Gu Chen roared into the sky and waved his super stress-killing fist, shattering the light swords one after another. The light swords turned into fragments of light, but they turned into true fire in the darkness, burning the void. Gu Chen's golden body wasn't afraid of water or fire. Like a ferocious wolf, he threw out a series of moves, forcing Feng Jiuqian to turn into a stream of light and dodge repeatedly. The two of them fought for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, and the commotion they created finally alarmed all directions. Many cultivators rushed over. At this moment, Gu Chen suddenly retreated. Feng Jiuqian wanted to chase after him, but he didn't expect a strong wind to blow from the side, and he quickly dodged. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 sharp arrows almost hit him. He looked in the direction of the sneak attack and saw a white ape grinning at him. Despicable! He cursed in his heart and looked at Chenggu again, but he saw that the latter had already widened the distance between them and escaped far away with his mysterious footwork. As for that monkey, he also disappeared into the night like a spark. What's wrong with this guy? Didn't he want to kill me? Why did he give up so quickly? Feng Jiuqian stayed where he was, frowning. He didn't understand what the other party meant. In the short battle just now, Feng Jiuqian knew that he did not gain any advantage. His opponent's physical body was unusually strong, and there was a vague feeling that he could break through everything with his strength. His Lu Guang sect's unique skill was actually forced to a corner. This made him extremely unhappy. One must know that his opponent was not even in the king's realm, but he actually had such a hard time fighting him. I underestimated this person. Both have first-class physiques, but is the great martial king combat body stronger than my Lu Guang body? To be able to defeat a powerhouse on the black list, he does have some skills. A few days ago, when he saw his opponent kill Buddhist Mo, he did not feel much. However, after fighting with his opponent seriously tonight, he realized that his opponent was really strong. If his opponent did not suddenly retreat, the two of them would fight to the death, and he was afraid that his chances of winning were not high. If his opponent had a spirit beast, he was afraid that he would follow in Buddhist Mo's footsteps. Understanding this, Feng Jiuqian's mood became tense. These days, he was really careless, addicted to women, and neglected his cultivation. Senior brother Feng, what happened? Was that Chenggu just now? The Lu Guang sect's disciples rushed over. When Gu Chen left, they happened to see him from afar. Seeing the mess here, it was obvious that a terrible battle had happened, and they all gasped. Senior brother Feng, could it be that Chenggu? He wanted to kill me, but it seems that because it alarmed the others, he retreated. Feng Jiuqian no longer had the mood to play, and he was too lazy to explain, so he went straight back to his residence. He had to cultivate harder. Even Chenggu, who was not in the king's realm, could make him suffer a big loss. With his current state, how could he compete with the other kings later on? Although this battle only happened in a very short time, the next day, the news still spread throughout the true martial arts school. The killer from the celestial court, Chenggu, did not leave. He attacked Feng Jiuqian last night. What's the result? Is he dead? No, he retreated unscathed. I heard that Feng Jiuqian cultivated hard once he went back, so he must have suffered a little. The news spread like wildfire among the students of the two academies. As a result, Chenggu, a peer who was not a student, became famous once again. When Gu Chen killed Sanskrit Demon, most of the students did not know how strong he was because Sanskrit Demon was from the dark world. Hence, they did not care much about it. However, who was Feng Jiuqian? He was the head disciple of the Lu Guang sect, a popular candidate for this year's Wind and Cloud Grand Gathering. Such a newly advanced monarch was able to escape unscathed from a battle with an opponent who wasn't even a monarch. Chenggu's name began to carry a bit of a mythical aura, causing waves of discussion in the academy. It is said that Chenggu is only 17 years old. Feng Jiuqian is 20 years old. From this point, his potential is simply terrifying. This is too exciting. He actually attacked Feng Jiuqian. What is this Chenggu trying to do? Will he continue to attack? Not very likely. He must have some grudge with Feng Jiuqian since he attacked him. Since he failed this time, he should escape as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he is caught by the teachers of the academy, he will not be able to bear the consequences. Just as many students were enthusiastically discussing this topic, another explosive piece of news came out that very night. Hong Tai of the Shantian faction was also attacked by Chengu outside the academy. The two of them had a huge battle in the mountains, and it was said that several mountains were destroyed. In the end, Hong Tai was injured, and Chengu rushed to escape before the people from the academy arrived. When this news spread, not only the students of the two academies, but also the major forces were dumbfounded. Is this Chengu crazy? His first attack didn't work, and he actually attacked a second time. Everyone could not figure out what was wrong with his brain. What he did was simply asking for death. The next day was coincidentally Hong Tai's match. Because of the huge commotion the previous night, everyone paid a lot of attention to this match, and the auditorium was completely full. Hong Tai's opponent today was Li Wanjun of the Xianxia Sacred Ground. Both of them were newly promoted kings this year, so this match was very interesting. According to the estimation before the match, Hong Tai's strength should be slightly higher than Li Wanjun's. Who would have thought that Hong Tai would be at a disadvantage right from the start of the match, and he did not have his usual bravery and fighting skills. Not long after, there was no suspense in the match. Hong Tai lost. He, who originally had a better chance of winning, suffered a crushing defeat. After a moment of uproar, the audience quickly thought of the match last night. It seemed that Hong Tai had expended too much energy last night and had not recovered yet, resulting in a crushing defeat. Thinking about it carefully, Chengu's combat strength could be said to be terrifying. Two popular candidates for the championship were attacked consecutively, and both suffered losses. The name Chengu completely blew up the entire Wind and Cloud Grand Meet. Extra, extra, extra. Hong Tai suffered a crushing defeat, and the elders of the Black Sky sect are furious. They want to drag out Chengu of the Celestial Court. A student with the nickname of Know-It-All spread the news everywhere, attracting even more attention. Come, hurry up and place your bets. Killer Chengu has already attacked two geniuses. Will he attack a third one? Who will be the third one? Some students had originally placed bets outside the venue, betting on who would win and who would lose in the grand meet. In order to cater to the hot topic, they even started a bet on Chengu. Bang! In Vice Principal Chi's residence, Mu Ziyu's pretty face was cold, and she could not help but kick the table in anger. You little girl, do you really need to be so angry? Vice Principal Chi had a kind expression on his face, and his foundation was very deep. Master, this is all my fault. I shouldn't have let that Chengu enter the academy. Now that he is causing trouble everywhere, and his influence is so bad, I am willing to accept punishment. Mu Ziyu pouted, and in her heart, she hated Guchen to the core. She originally thought that he would leave obediently, but who would have thought that he would cause so much trouble all of a sudden? Right now, the academy's teachers were under a lot of pressure because of him, and many people from different forces were protesting, saying that the true martial academy was incompetent. That kid was introduced by Lan Chu, and I also agreed to it at that time. If we want to pursue responsibility, won't I also have to bear the responsibility? Moreover, I don't think that the influence is bad. Didn't you notice that these 2 days, the students have become more enthusiastic about the grand meet? Even the tickets for the competition have become more popular. This has increased our academy's income by a lot. Vice Principal Chi said with a smile. But Master, the mysterious Sky Sect's elders are protesting, saying that because Chengu affected Hong Tai's performance, if we let him continue to be so arrogant, the competition will not be fair. Mu Ziyu said with a bitter smile. Master was always so optimistic. Oh, this is a problem. No matter what, we still have to show our attitude. How about this, you organize some teachers to form a search and capture team, and we will specifically capture that kid. Vice Principal Chi said after thinking for a while. What if we find that kid, and he refuses to be arrested? Mu Ziyu was a little worried. Thinking of the unusual relationship between Chengu and junior sister Lan Chu, she didn't want to push things too far. Moreover, although he had caused some trouble, he hadn't done anything bad so far. Then take him down, but remember not to be too heavy-handed, and don't let other forces touch him. Just say that I want to judge him personally. Vice Principal Chi said meaningfully. Mu Ziyu immediately understood, and her smile was like a spring breeze. Got it, Master. I will do it now. In response to Gu Chen's 2 attacks, the True Martial Arts Academy set up a special search team. They patrolled around the True Martial Arts Academy to prevent any students who went out from being attacked by him. For this reason, the teachers worked overtime and even went to some remote mountains and lakes to search for Gu Chen. Unfortunately, they were unlucky and found nothing. However, they didn't know that the guy they hated so much had already sneaked into the True Martial Academy and was searching for his next opponent. Gu Chen knocked out an ordinary student from the True Martial Arts Academy and hit him. He then performed the 3-rotation phaseless skill and completely changed his appearance. The 3-rotation phaseless skill was an ultimate skill that he obtained from the Heavenly Palace. It was listed as an Earth-level ultimate skill with its ability to disguise himself. It was obvious how powerful it was. When he performed the skill, Gu Chen completely turned into an ordinary student and even simulated the opponent's elemental power. He was confident that even if the Dean of the True Martial Arts Academy was in front of him, he might not be able to see through his flaws. The white ape was put into the spirit beast bag by Gu Chen while he watched the grand competition like the other students. He went in and out of the academy cafeteria and discussed hot topics. This is troublesome. The academy has set up a search team. It's going to be more difficult to find the opponent. When the search team was set up and went out to search, Gu Chen frowned when he heard the news. He wanted to fight Feng Jiuqian and Hong Tai as his whetstone to help him break through the bottleneck of king level. After 2 nights of fighting, the Lu Guang sect and the Shantian sect's ultimate skills had opened his eyes. He vaguely felt that his bottleneck had indeed loosened. It meant that what he did was effective. As long as he continued to find suitable opponents, he would be very close to immortal level. Gu Chen was ambitious and wanted to fight all the king-level powerhouses to prove his own path. However, his plan was disrupted, so he was naturally unhappy. He found out about the whereabouts of the 2 king-level powerhouses in the academy and secretly followed them. He only attacked them when there was no one around. However, judging from the current situation, with so many teachers dispatched by the academy, it was likely that he would be disrupted before he could even have a proper fight with his opponent. In that case, the effect would be greatly reduced. How could he improve further? Looks like I need some helpers. Let's retreat for today. Gu Chen sighed and left the True Martial Arts Academy. He went to the Celestial Quartz branch as fast as he could. When he appeared in the Qingzhou branch, the assassins who saw him all revealed looks of awe. Along the way, everyone bowed to him. Ever since he destroyed all the branches of the Nether God Palace in Qingzhou last month, Gu Chen's prestige in the Celestial Court, especially in the Qingzhou branch, had reached an unprecedented level. And in the past few days, news of him killing the underworld guard Jiao Lan had spread, causing his prestige to be pushed to the peak, far surpassing many prospective Taoists. Sir, I heard that you were causing a ruckus in the True Martial Academy. How did you find the time to come back? When Peng Yong saw Gu Chen, his majestic and mighty body made a fawning expression. Gu Chen knocked on his head and revealed a displeased expression. What ruckus? I'm working for the Celestial Court. Peng Yong had an expression of I'd be a fool to believe you. What did it have to do with the Celestial Court to attack 2 sage sect successors? Alright, let's cut the crap. Immediately issue a bounty mission for me. Find me 30 assassins who are proficient in disguise, concealment, and escape. It's best if they are all here by today. Gu Chen said seriously. Peng Yong blinked his eyes. Which of our Celestial Court's assassins isn't proficient in disguise, concealment, and escape? Sir, your request is very easy to fulfill. However, what do you want them to do? I only want elites. Tell them that the reward is generous. Get them here as soon as possible. As for the specifics, I'll tell you when they are here. Gu Chen said. Alright, with Sir's charisma, there must be many brothers who are willing to do it. I'll issue the mission now. Peng Yong left happily while Gu Chen took a short break in the branch. The mission was issued very quickly. Because Gu Chen's prestige in the Qingzhou branch was very high recently, coupled with the generous reward, the 30 carefully selected assassins were gathered at night. All of them were silver assassins who were proficient in stealth and disguise. Moreover, their escape techniques were top-notch. Gu Chen looked at them with satisfaction. When he was about to give out the specific mission, the star moon bracelet on his wrist made a strange movement. A mysterious force was communicating with him through the Skynet. Gu Chen knew that trouble was knocking on his door. Soon, an image from the Heaven Palace appeared in the void in front of him. Killing God Qinglin was in it. Brat, Xianxia's mission is over. Why are you still staying in the true martial school? You've caused a lot of trouble recently. Not only did you kill Jiaolan, but you also provoked the disciples of the Shantian sect and Luguang sect. Do you think that the Celestial Court doesn't have enough enemies? You're putting me in a difficult position. A few killing gods have a problem with you. Killing God Qinglin said a lot of words as soon as he saw Gu Chen. This was extremely rare. Hearing this, Gu Chen answered with a serious face. Senior, that Jiaolan wanted to kill me. I had no choice but to fight back. I know about this. It's a good thing that you killed him. You raised the prestige of the Celestial Court. I don't care about this matter. But what are you doing now? I heard that you're gathering people. You're not thinking of attacking the true martial school, are you? Killing God Qinglin deliberately made the matter sound serious. When Gu Chen issued the mission to gather people, the Heaven Palace received the message. Out of concern, he contacted him. Senior, don't joke. How would I have the guts? Gu Chen smiled and said, it's like this. In the process of contacting Jiaolan, I found out that there's a spy from the Nether God Palace among the students of the two academies. From him, I might be able to dig out useful information for the Celestial Court. I know that the spy is one of the geniuses from the two academies. I'm not sure who it is, so I can only test them. Killing God Qinglin heard this and his eyes turned into a faint smile. According to what you said, you're going to continue to test? Gathering these people is also to eliminate the obstacles and continue to complete this matter? Yes, there's no turning back. This junior will definitely find the spy and bring back important information for the Celestial Court. Gu Chen said without changing his expression. He had thought of this lie before coming to the Celestial Court branch to shut some people's mouths. He had already guessed who was from the Nether God Palace among the students of the two academies, but in order to continue to complete his goal, he had to lie. He didn't expect killing God Qinglin to believe his words, but he had always been nice to him and shouldn't be calculative. This was for the others. With this excuse, if the others in the Heaven Palace had any objections, killing God Qinglin wouldn't be too embarrassed. I understand. Go ahead. Remember to control the limits. Only after you pass this hurdle will you be able to make a great leap. Killing God Qinglin looked at Gu Chen deeply. With his realm, he could already see the subtle condition of Gu Chen's body. This was a crucial moment in every cultivator's life. He had no reason to stop him. Thank you, Senior. Gu Chen said gratefully. Killing God Qinglin was always on his side, which made him feel very relieved. Chenggu, the next time we meet, you should be a king tier, right? Before the image disappeared, killing God Qinglin's eyes flashed with expectation. Gu Chen was complacent and high-spirited. He made a firm promise. Of course. After the True Martial Academy set up a search and capture team, the sneak attacks on the top students of the two academies finally stopped for a night. This made many teachers feel relieved. It seemed like the deterrence of the search and capture team was strong enough that Chenggu finally retreated. With so many teachers making a move, no matter how bold you are, you won't dare to act recklessly again. Muziyu was in a good mood this morning. Even though she hadn't slept the entire night while patrolling, she was humming a tune as she walked around the academy in a relaxed manner. She believed that the heated discussions about Chenggu would soon die down, and everyone's attention would return to the event. Teacher Mu, bad news. 10 li to the southeast, that Chenggu has appeared. Just when she was in a good mood, a teacher rushed over and disrupted her beautiful dream. What? Is this brat crazy? He dares to make a move in broad daylight? Muziyu immediately flew into a rage. She originally thought that the other party would restrain himself a little, but she didn't expect him to be even more rampant. Let's go. We must capture that brat today. She gritted her teeth and immediately soared into the sky with a few teachers, heading toward the direction of the commotion. When they arrived, they saw a teacher standing on a hillside with a dumbfounded expression. There was a piece of wood lying on the ground. Where's Chenggu? Muziyu immediately asked. I've been tricked. I wanted to take him down, but the moment I made a move, he turned into a piece of wood. This is a substitution technique. That teacher regained his senses, and his expression was a little dark. Requesting for reinforcements, requesting for reinforcements. Chenggu has appeared 20 li to the northwest. At this moment, another teacher used the 10,000 miles voice transmission talisman to send a message. When Mu Ziyu and the others heard it, they hurriedly rushed to the northwest. Chenggu has appeared in a small city in the south. Chenggu is stirring up trouble near Lingnan Lake. For the next half a day, Mu Ziyu and the other teachers received news that traces of Chenggu had appeared within 100 li of the academy. They had been running all over the place, but every time they arrived at their destination, the other party would use a profound concealment technique to escape. This caused them to be extremely anxious and panting. Little bastard. He has helpers. We've been fooled. Mu Ziyu quickly realized that there was something fishy about this. No matter how powerful Chenggu was, how could he appear in so many places at the same time? This was clearly a smokescreen to fool them. Teacher Mu, what should we do now? News about Chenggu is coming from several directions. Should we chase after him? Many of the teachers smiled bitterly. They had been running all over the place and were as tired as dogs, but it was all for nothing. Chase them. The real Chenggu must be in these places. We have to catch him no matter what. Mu Ziyu gnashed her teeth in hatred, but she couldn't think of a better way at the moment. She could only continue to look for people like a headless fly. Meanwhile, on a hillside somewhere, the two beauties from the Xianxia sacred ground walked side by side, talking and laughing. Suddenly, a white-robed figure appeared in the void in front of them. The two of them looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The purple-haired beauty smiled and said, Chenggu of the Celestial Court. Gu Chen sized up the woman in front of him and said coldly, Li Wanjun, the saintess of the Xianxia sacred ground. Early stage of the immortality realm. You have a first-class physique, the pure spirit body. Is that you? Li Wanjun nodded. Her temperament was as gentle as a fairy, and her voice was even more pleasant to the ears. It's me. All right then. Take this. A dazzling golden light burst out from Gu Chen's body, and he swooped down like a goshawk. Li Wanjun pushed her junior sister away and stepped on the air. The immortal qi around her turned into flowers. Ruochen, the successor of the Lingyin Temple Shinzu scripture. Early stage of the immortality realm. You have the extreme organ, the flower-pinching finger. Is that you? A handsome young monk in white knocked on the wooden fish in front of Gu Chen. He stood up after hearing Gu Chen's words. Ba. This poor monk is indeed Ruochen. Benefactor Chen has killed too many people. Today, let this poor monk enlighten you. Buddhist light filled the air behind him. The flower-pinching finger appeared, and Zen intent filled the world. You want to enlighten me? Then let's see if you have the ability to do so. Gu Chen pounced forward. Human, you actually dare to provoke me. This is the stupidest mistake you have made in your life. In front of the cliff, a giant with purplish-red skin and a height of 300 meters let out a thunderous roar. There was a special demonic pattern tattoo on his forehead. In front of him, Gu Chen stood in the air. Compared to the giant's huge body, Gu Chen was as small as an ant. Lori, Northern Plains demonic human genius. Early stage of the immortality realm. It should be you. Gu Chen said coldly. He took out the whale-slaying blade and slashed in the air. Extra, extra. The celestial quartz Chenggu has attacked again. He has attacked 6 monarchs in a row, and he retreated unscathed every time. The search team is helpless. All the major forces are shaken, and they are sending people to capture Chenggu. Come, quickly place your bets. When will that Chenggu stop? Who will be the next prodigy that he has his eyes on? For many days, as Gu Chen went crazy and challenged a king every day, and the teachers of the academy were unable to capture him, the entire academy fell into a frenzy. The Fengyun Grand Assembly had been held for so many years, but this was the first time such a situation had occurred. A person of the same age who was not a student was challenging the geniuses of various sects in a crazed manner. He did not distinguish between races or sects, and he retreated unscathed every time. Most importantly, he was not a king, but everyone he challenged was a king. All the students were enthusiastically discussing this person who had caused a huge uproar. They were curious about his motive for attacking, and they were even more curious about how far he could go. If things continued to develop like this, all the popular geniuses of the Fengyun Grand Assembly would soon be challenged by him. Compared to this crazy challenge, all the exciting battles in the Grand Assembly seemed to be overshadowed. Damn it! Damn it! What the hell is that kid doing? How much trouble does he want to cause? Mu Ziyu's search team had not been able to catch anyone for many days. Instead, they had been played around and had become a joke among the students. Mu Ziyu was seething with anger. This Chingu is simply a madman. Holy lands, sage sects, Buddhists, and alien races. Is he planning to offend all the forces? What good does this do for him? The other teachers sighed and were puzzled. Such a thing had never happened in the history of the Fengyun Grand Assembly of the two academies. No matter what his purpose is, we have to catch him as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will lose face. Mu Ziyu gritted her teeth so hard that they were about to break. She silently said in her heart, "Junior sister Lan Chu, when I catch that kid, don't blame me for being too harsh on him. This guy is too hateful. I must teach him a good lesson." While the entire True Martial Arts Academy was enthusiastically discussing Gu Chen had already found his seventh opponent. Yao Yufei, Sky Sea Pavilion Saintess, early stage of immortality. Gu Chen looked coldly at the beauty with long crimson hair in front of him and reported her information. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted. "It's me. We've met before." Yao Yufei's smile was somewhat dangerous. "I haven't finished my words." Gu Chen glanced at her. Yao Yufei is also the offering son of the Nether God Palace. Saintess Yao's smile immediately disappeared. Her pretty face became somewhat gloomy. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Gu Chen was expressionless. To be exact, he was wearing a mask. Even if he had any expression, Yao Yufei couldn't see it. "You don't have to pretend. That night, you invited me to a banquet to create an opportunity for Brahma demon Jiaolan to kill me." Gu Chen said calmly. "Is that the basis of your judgment?" "Yes, I did invite you, but I didn't have any bad intentions. Besides, many students can forge an invitation or use my name to invite you to a banquet." Yao Yufei said calmly. "That night, Jiaolan wanted to give you up, but he was already exhausted after fighting with me. Unexpectedly, you killed him with a strand of his hair." Gu Chen gazed at her conspicuous long crimson hair. "Your hair is rare. I asked a few students from the Mystic Law Academy, and they easily found out that you have an extreme Tao organ called snake demon hair." Yao Yufei remained silent and scanned her surroundings. "Don't worry, there's no one else here. What I said just now is just my speculation. There's no proof. Even if I told the people from Sky Sea Pavilion, I'm afraid no one would believe me. But I'm really surprised that even Sky Sea Pavilion, one of the 5 great saint sects, was infiltrated by the Underworld God Palace. A dignified saintess is actually one of them. Your ability was also given to you by the man with a bamboo hat. How many sacrificial sons like you are there in the Underworld God Palace?" Gu Chen seemed to have seen through all of Yao Yufei's thoughts. With every sentence he said, Yao Yufei's face became gloomier. "You're already on the Underworld God Palace's kill list. Now that you've seen through my identity, it seems like I can't let you live today." Yao Yufei's tone was cold. Her dark red hair wriggled like a snake and grew crazily. Whoosh! Whoosh! Her hair turned into a crimson python that struck Gu Chen in succession at lightning speed. Gu Chen's figure flickered and he dodged one after another. His super stress-killing punch quickly approached her, while the red hair spread out in the air like a waterfall, blocking Gu Chen's path. Pop! The unstoppable sound wave hit the hair, but the hair shook like silk, easily negating all the damage. He Fengjing's musical punch of death is very troublesome for many people, but it's extremely ineffective against me. It's not just sound waves. Pure brute force is also ineffective against the demonic snake hair. I happen to be able to restrain your great martial king battle physique." Yao Yufei smirked and said proudly. Her hair transformed into waves that covered the sky and spread across the earth. Soon, Guchen was completely enveloped by her hair. This was simply a world of snake demon hair. Every strand of Yao Yufei's hair seemed to be alive, wriggling like a snake, entangling and attacking Guchen. Guchen successively threw out many techniques and found that it was just as Yao Yufei said. Her demonic snake hair was extremely flexible. His whole body's strength was smashed on it, but it didn't have any effect. His strength was completely neutralized. This kind of strange ability was simply terrifying. Guchen dodged left and right, but he couldn't even get close to Yao Yufei. Very good, this is the kind of strength I need. In the face of danger, a smile hung on the corner of Guchen's mouth. He enjoyed the carefree feeling of seeking a breakthrough in the limit of life and death. During this process, his battle instincts were already activated. His feet twisted and turned, looking for a narrow gap in the overwhelming demonic snake hair to dodge. You're about to die, why are you still smiling? His attitude made Yao Yufei very unhappy. She plucked a clump of hair from her head and lightly blew on it. This clump of hair danced in the air and actually turned into many Yao Yufei, rushing towards Guchen. Guchen was greatly shocked. The ability of this demonic snake hair was truly strange. He hurriedly activated the star-scale armor, covering his entire body. At the same time, be it in the sky or on the ground, countless red hair turned into a disaster of wild pythons, flocking towards him. And the numerous Yao Yufei also used their own abilities, forcing him into a desperate situation. Guchen frantically mobilized the essence energy in his body, his entire body blossoming with boundless golden light. Since it's hair, no matter how strange it is, it's not afraid of being hit, but it's still afraid of being burned, right? As he muttered, both his hands were covered in golden light. On his palms, two golden blazing suns actually appeared at the same time. This was an application of the sun-moon secret art. It was equivalent to removing the power of the moon from the embracing sun-moon embracing hammer and converting it all into the power of the sun. The sun possessed high temperature and raging flames. Although what Guchen displayed was an imitation of the power of the sun-moon secret art, it didn't possess the true might of a celestial phenomenon. But the flames that were produced were far from what ordinary flames could compare to. Puchi. Puchi. Flames emerged from the two suns in his hands. There seemed to be golden crows fluttering above the flames. The high temperature that was released in that instant burned to the point of distorting space. Guchen clenched his hands into fists, his body spinning like a top. Boom, terrifying golden flames swept out with him as the center, like a wheel of wind and fire. Everywhere it passed, the red demonic snake hair was incinerated into nothingness, even the Yao Yufei formed by the hair were burned one by one, disappearing without a trace amidst miserable hells. You actually grasped such a powerful fire elemental art? Yao Yufei's face abruptly paled. In the sky and on the ground, her hair was rapidly burning. The situation was hopeless. Her demonic snake hair was extremely powerful, but it also had a weakness: it was afraid of flames. It was just that she was not afraid of ordinary flames. Those could not harm her hair at all, only those powerful true fire and deviant fire, such as the famous dragon phoenix true fire of the Middle-earth royal family, could harm her. She did not expect Guchen to have mastered true fire of such a level. The raging flames surged, and the sea of hair turned into a sea of fire. Yao Yufei's expression changed drastically, and she retreated several steps. She looked fearfully at Guchen, who walked out of the sea of fire like a demon god. Guchen glanced at her coldly. It seems that all your strength lies in this demonic snake hair. Now that it has been destroyed by me, you have exhausted your limited abilities. Don't get carried away. My cultivation is higher than yours, and I also have the unique skills of the Sky Sea Pavilion and the Underworld God Palace. How can you compare to me? Yao Yufei was furious. She gritted her teeth and continued to attack. That better be the case. Guchen sneered and charged forward again. This time, Yao Yufei's demonic snake hair was no longer a threat. Even though she had mastered other exquisite magic arts, they were not as outstanding as Guchen's combat ability. In less than half an hour, the outcome of the battle was about to be decided. The scales of victory had tipped in Guchen's favor. Yao Yufei was drenched in sweat, and she was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. At this moment, Gu Chen suddenly retreated and stood with his hands behind his back. You are very lucky. I will let you go today and not kill you. Gu Chen said coldly. He had gained something from the battle with Yao Yufei, and the shackles of the monarch realm in his body had loosened. However, it was still not enough. Perhaps because of his special physique, even though he had fought 7 monarchs in a row, he was still lacking. He had to continue fighting, and because of this, he could not kill Yao Yufei. He could not prove that Yao Yufei was from the underworld god palace. If he killed her rashly, not only would the Sky Sea Pavilion try their best to kill him, but the nature of what he had done at the Fengyun festival would also change. Previously, no matter who he had fought, he had always restrained himself. He had even asked White Ape to secretly coordinate with him just in case. Because he had a sense of propriety in challenging the monarchs, he had not alarmed the top cultivators of the 2 academies to attack him. If he broke this unspoken rule, there might be a sage of the celestial realm who would capture him in less than a day. He would not be able to escape. Therefore, even though he was very interested in Yao Yufei and wanted to dig out some secrets of the underworld god palace from her, he had to restrain himself now. Take care. With that, he turned around and strode away, disappearing into the void. When his figure disappeared, Yao Yufei had not caught her breath, and her hair was messy. He let me go? Yao Yufei was in disbelief, and then she pondered. Earlier, when Qinggu attacked Hong Tai and Feng Jiuqian, I thought he was dissatisfied with the others for trying to capture him that night. Later, when he attacked the demon Lori and monk Ruochen, who were not present that night, I also thought he was arrogant and wanted to fight with experts. But today, he knew my identity, and when he had the upper hand, he left and did not kill me. There must be something strange about this. Hundreds of thoughts went through her mind, and she carefully analyzed the abnormality of the other party these days. Soon, her expression changed. Right. He has reached the consummate nirvana level, and is only 1 step away from the monarch realm. He fights 1 monarch a day, and I think he wants to use the unique skills of the Zhu family to test his Tao. He wants to use the power of everyone to help him become a monarch. The more Yao Yufei thought about it, the more frightened she felt. She could not help but break out in a cold sweat. He hasn't even attained the king realm, yet he's able to fight a group of kings that possess special physiques to such an extent. How shocking would he be if he's allowed to break through? The celestial court actually produced such a monster. If he breaks through, he will definitely be a huge threat to our nether god palace. Yao Yufei felt a deep sense of crisis. She understood everything, and her eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Looking at him, I'm afraid he's not far from breaking through. His aura is constantly rising in battle after battle, and he's about to reach the peak. If he can't find an opponent at this time, then it's very likely that he'll harm himself and go berserk. Yao Yufei's smile was cold. There were so many students in the 2 academies, and there were only a few people who were suitable to be that person's opponent. He had already fought many of them. As for the remaining people, she just needed to inform them. Yao Yufei tidied herself up and immediately returned to the True Martial Academy. After that, a shocking piece of information spread throughout the entire True Martial Academy. Qinggu of the Celestial Court is on the verge of a breakthrough. He challenged all the kings because he wanted to borrow their strength to achieve immortality. No wonder he didn't hesitate to offend all the major forces. It turns out that he has such a lofty ambition. What kind of courage is this? I've never seen any Nirvana realm cultivator do such a thing. It's amazing. Many students from the 2 academies heard the truth, and all the previous mysteries were suddenly cleared up. At the same time, countless people felt admiration in their hearts. Such grace, such unyielding character, this is a real young genius. For a moment, Gu Chen's original image of a troublemaker and a murderer among the students of the 2 academies was overthrown. He became a benchmark, a stunning monster. So it's because of this reason, this lunatic, Mu Ziyu was the first to hear the news, and she was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. So many days of mystery had finally been solved, and this answer deeply shocked her. Junior sister Lan Chu, the man you like is really not simple. For the first time in history, Mu Ziyu felt that Ji Lanchu's judgment was not wrong. She smiled bitterly. How many of the geniuses on the 9 provinces ranking list could do such a crazy act? how many dared to do it? Ha ha ha, old son, really admire that kid. In the Monster King's residence, when he heard the report from his subordinates, he slapped the table and laughed. His eyes were full of admiration. Good, good, good. What a hero. When that kid breaks through, old son, will definitely fight with him. Sun Jinming, who originally had no interest in this year's Wind and Cloud Festival, showed enthusiasm for the first time. Because of Gu Chen's hot blood, his fighting spirit was burning. Test the rules of the various clans, prove my throne. That person, has he already reached that realm? Yi Qingshuang, who was on the stage of the Wind and Cloud Festival, was deeply moved. She raised her sword and started killing. She couldn't lose, no matter how powerful the various King Tiers and that Chenggu were, they couldn't cover her light. She was destined to become a martial saintess, because Gu Chen's real intention to challenge the various King Tiers was exposed. Many students from the two academies were stimulated. Especially those with outstanding talent, they secretly set him as their goal and fought with all their might on the stage. Gu Chen was completely famous. It wasn't just the students from the two academies. Through word of mouth, even the major forces of the 9 prefectures were familiar with his name. I've been made a fool of. Gu Chen's mood became very bad while he was basking in countless glory halos. There were only 5 days left until the end of the Wind and Cloud Festival. Ever since the truth was exposed yesterday, he sneaked into the True Martial Academy to find opponents, but he couldn't find a single one. After the various young King Tiers from the various forces learned of his real intention, they seemed to have a tacit understanding and chose not to go out. They stayed in the academy all day and didn't go out at all. How could Gu Chen find another opponent? He was very clear that this was Xiao Yufei's doing. She wanted to stifle his breakthrough. This was all because he was too careless and focused on cultivation. Even if he didn't kill Xiao Yufei at that time, he should have taken some precautions. Now, no one was willing to be his whetstone. He was in a very awkward situation. In such a big academy, is there no one who dares to fight with me? Gu Chen was forced into a corner, so he simply created a clone and let it stand at the gate of the True Martial Academy. He shouted with a thunderous voice. Now, all the students in the academy had swarmed over, all wanting to see this legendary fierce man. Chenggu, are you showing off to my True Martial Academy? Mu Ziyu ran out with a black face. Seeing Gu Chen, who she hadn't seen for a long time, she glared at him. Who dares to fight with me? He ignored Mu Ziyu and continued to shout at the academy, his voice spreading in all directions. He was trying to provoke them. He was only one step away, so he might as well make a big scene. No matter how many King Tiers came out, he would take them all on. However, when the young King Tiers of the various forces heard this, they just closed their doors and turned a deaf ear. Heh, no one is your opponent. I want to see how anxious you will be. In Hong Tai's residence, he thought darkly. No one was willing to be someone else's stepping stone. Previously, he didn't know the inside story, so he naturally didn't want to be a stepping stone this time. It wasn't just Hong Tai. Most of the young King Tiers had the same thought, avoiding the battle. Heh, all of you are a bunch of cowards. None of you are promising. The Demon King sensed the commotion outside. Seeing that no one dared to accept Gu Chen's challenge, he couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't want to become someone else's stepping stone and was afraid that someone else would surpass him. With such a mentality, he wouldn't have a bright future in the future. Gu Chen shouted several times, but his opponent didn't respond. He couldn't help but feel disappointed. Was it going to end here? He actually still had a choice. He could go to the Celestial Court and find a few golden assassins to spar with. But if he did that, his momentum of fighting all the King Tiers would stop, and his Dao heart would also be lacking. This was the best training ground for him. He was already like an arrow on the bow, and it was hard to break it off just like that. Looks like this farce is about to end. Chenggu, cooperate with us and leave. The Vice Dean wants to see you. Mu Ziyu stepped forward and said to Gu Chen. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, she had to carry out her duty and capture Gu Chen. However, in her heart, there was an inexplicable sense of regret that she couldn't witness the rise of a star. Let me be your opponent. At this moment, a gust of wind blew in the school. Everyone's vision blurred, and they saw another person in the void in front of them. The newcomer had a scabbard on his back. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, but his expression was stiff. Once he appeared, all the students present were excited. Xianxia of the South Flower Sacred Land. Is he finally going to make a move? He's the most popular candidate to win this year's Wind and Cloud Grand Meet. There's going to be a good show. Can Qinggu escape unscathed under Xianxia's unparalleled sword technique? Gu Chen looked at Xianxia with admiration. What a man. Brother Qi, didn't you hear what I said? Do you want to be that Qinggu's stepping stone? At this time an irrepressible voice came from the academy. Gu Chen recognized that it was Yao Yufei's voice. Yao Yufei had already discussed this with the other young kings. With her reputation and the fact that no one was willing to help him, she had thought that she would be able to make Qinggu suffer a setback. Who would have thought that Xianxia would jump out instead? I won't be anyone's stepping stone. If you want to fight me, you'll have to be prepared to die. If he can escape with his life from my sword, so what if I fulfill his wish? Not to mention that he's able to fight so many people without losing, so he naturally has something extraordinary about him. Fighting him might be able to help my sword technique improve a step further. Xianxia was expressionless as he glanced at Gu Chen. His words were like the ringing of a large bell, and many of the kings in the academy who were avoiding the battle were stunned. They were only thinking about not giving Gu Chen a chance, but they neglected that this might also be a chance for them to improve. If they didn't participate in a battle, they would have already lost their edge. They were inferior to Xianxia. Very well, I want an opponent like you. Today, let me experience the rumored purple firmament sword physique. Fighting spirit burned in Gu Chen's eyes. Fight here? Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Hey, you two, are you looking down on us teachers? Mu Ziyu said with a straight face, but she felt inexplicably relaxed. There are too many people here, so it's naturally not a suitable place for a decisive battle. Let's go, Gu Chen transmitted his divine sense, and Xianxia nodded. I understand. Hey, Qinggu, you brat, you should first come with me to see the vice headmaster and beg for forgiveness. Mu Ziyu and the other teachers wanted to stop Gu Chen, but at this time, the casting time of mirrored flowers, reflected moon was up, and Gu Chen's figure suddenly collapsed. Swoosh, at the same time, a loud sword chime came from behind Xianxia. He unsheathed his sword and landed under his feet. He then turned into a sword rainbow and flew far away at lightning speed. Hurry! Let's go after him. We must watch this battle. This is much more exciting than the competition in the event. I'm really curious who will win. A large group of students and cultivators who came to watch the event were excited. They turned into a stream of light and chased after Xianxia. This battle was too eye-catching, and nobody wanted to miss it. A large group of people chased after Xianxia. Mu Ziyu and the other teachers from the search team thought about it and flew into the sky. Xianxia's speed was very fast under the sword manipulation skill. Soon, he got rid of most of the people who were chasing after him. However, there were some people who did not want to let go. They had also reached immortal level, and their speed was top-notch. It was extremely difficult to get rid of them. Just as he was thinking about how to get rid of them, he saw more than 10 assassins from the celestial court in front of him. Master Qi, don't worry and keep your promise. Leave those people to us. Nobody will disturb your battle with our prospective Taoist son. Peng Yong stood at the front and said politely. Xianxia nodded. The sword rainbow went past them and continued to move forward. Peng Yong and the rest looked at each other and performed a disguise to look like Xianxia. They then scattered like birds and beasts, escaping in all directions. Eh? Why are there so many Xianxia? *T. The cultivators who followed them arrived and their expressions changed. They could only rely on their instincts to chase after one of them. The teachers from the search team arrived later. Seeing that the crowd had split into more than 10 groups, they looked at each other. Teacher Mu, which one should we chase? One of the teachers asked. Why are we still chasing? Haven't we been fooled by these assassins from the celestial court for the past few days? Mu Ziyu was usually an elegant person, but she couldn't help but curse these past few days. Qinggu, that little bastard, is too cunning. He has already prepared a path of retreat for himself. We definitely won't be able to catch up to them. Forget it. Let's go back. Xianxia wants to fight his own battle. Why should we blindly get involved? She gave up and turned to leave. Xianxia met two more groups of assassins from the Celestial Court on the way. They helped to cover for him, allowing him to successfully escape from the pursuit of all the cultivators. Finally, after an hour, he arrived at the place where he and Guchen had agreed to fight. Guchen had already been waiting for a long time. Brother Qi, please rest for a while. Let's fight to the death. Guchen said. No need. It won't take much energy to travel this distance. Let's fight. Xianxia was already ready to make a move. His long sword appeared in his hand. Clang, the dazzling sword radiance engulfed the entire mountain range, and the surroundings were filled with killing intent. Guchen raised his head and laughed. Alright, let's fight to our heart's content today. Among the two, one had the purple firmament sword body, and his swordsmanship was profound. The other had an inextinguishable golden body, and he held the sun and moon in his hand. Under the terrifying battle, the entire mountain range was reduced to ashes. The more Guchen fought, the more injuries he sustained. The inextinguishable golden body did not provide much protection against the Southflower Sacred Land swordsmanship. Other than the 7 absolute Tyrant blade and an 8 chi, Guchen had used almost all his skills. But against a formidable opponent like Xianxia, it was still ineffective. Xianxia was too powerful. He was a level higher than all the previous monarchs, and he had put Guchen in a life-or-death situation. The more difficult the situation was, the higher Guchen's fighting spirit became. Being forced into a desperate situation, he further integrated what he had learned and created a lot of trouble for Xianxia. Both of them had injuries, but Guchen's injuries were more severe. After fighting for 4 hours, Xianxia suddenly withdrew his sword and retreated after the process of the battle was extremely fierce. I heard that you stopped before every battle. Why are you fighting to the death with me today? You should know that if you continue to fight like this, you might lose your life. The wisest thing to do is to let the monkey in the dark attack and use the same trick to leave. Xianxia looked at Guchen and asked. Guchen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned. Brother Qi, you came today and said that you want to fight to the death. I have no reason to retreat. But Brother Qi, didn't you say that you want to kill me? Why do you seem to be wavering? Xianxia took a deep look at Guchen, and a feeling of appreciation arose in his heart. You and I didn't know each other before, but you made such a big scene. I really want to kill you and restore peace to the two courts. But after fighting with you for so long, I feel that it would be a pity if you died now. Xianxia sheathed his sword and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. You want to use me as your stepping stone, and I want to use you as my sharpening stone. Let's continue the battle when you reach the king's realm. At that time you will be more attractive to me. Xianxia turned around and flew away. Guchen didn't stop him. He only murmured, not a simple person. He sat down cross-legged and meditated with his eyes closed. The life and death battle just now had benefited him a lot and he needed to digest it. After a while, Peng Yong and the other assassins from the Celestial Court had lured the people away and came back to look for Guchen. Lord, how is the battle? Did this person help you break through the bottleneck? Peng Yong asked expectantly. This was the 8th king. Guchen had created a miracle, which made him look forward to his advancement. Guchen didn't respond. He just meditated in silence, his body surrounded by colorful lights. After a long time, he opened his eyes and shook his head slowly. Just a little more. Xianxia was very strong. He was more helpful to Guchen than any of the previous kings. He could feel that the bottleneck was about to be broken. It was just that, at every critical moment, when the origin liquid C in his dantian was about to rapidly shrink and solidify into a gold core, he would inexplicably feel a kind of restriction. This kind of restraint did not seem to come from within his body, but from the world itself. It was as if something in the world was shackling him, an invisible shackle that was too difficult to break. At the same time, the bone of the heavenly skeleton in his body began to emit a faintly discernible aura that fought against this power. Guchen increasingly felt that the difficulty of breaking through had a lot to do with his physique. It seemed like he needed more stimulation in the next battle. Sir, what should we do now? I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to find a suitable opponent, right? Peng Yong and the others could not help but look at each other. These days, it was getting more and more difficult for Gu Chen to find an opponent. They disguised as him to divert the attention of the Academy search team, but the effect was getting worse and worse. For example, today, Gu Chen did not hesitate to send out a doppelganger to show his face in front of everyone, and that was how he managed to find an opponent like Xianxia. It was very difficult to use the same trick twice. Since those new kings had chosen to avoid today's battle, they would not change their minds tomorrow. I still have an idea. I don't need to trouble you guys anymore. Gu Chen pondered and said to everyone. You've worked hard these days. You can go back now. Sir, when you break through, don't you need us to protect you? Peng Yong asked hesitantly. No need. Gu Chen shook his head and declined everyone's good intentions. He handed the promised reward to Peng Yong to distribute. Peng Yong and the others left one after another, while Gu Chen continued to meditate. When his injuries were more or less healed, it was already the next morning. He disguised himself as an ordinary student again and sneaked into the True Martial Academy, thinking about how to find an opponent today. Not long after he entered the academy, he heard a piece of news about himself. That Chengu is really bold. A few days ago, he provoked the demonic humans, and now he even provoked the stone race. He also attacked the stone race? Didn't he just fight with Xianxia yesterday? How was the battle? I'm not sure. I asked a few students from the South Flower Sacred Land, and they said that Xianxia didn't say anything when he came back yesterday. As for the stone race, I heard people say that if Chengu dared to appear, they would teach him a lesson. I think he must have provoked them. What a fierce person. A few students walked past Gu Chen while sighing, not noticing that the person they were talking about was right in front of him. When Gu Chen heard this, his eyes narrowed, and he walked toward the residence of the stone race's young master, Shi Jian. Not long after, he stood in front of Shi Jian and revealed his identity. Brother Shi, I wonder what your intentions are in getting people to spread the word in the academy. Shi Jian instructed the clansman beside him with a smile. Get Shi Polu here. The people from the Stone clan nodded and glared at Gu Chen as usual to express their dissatisfaction with him. Then, they left. I wish to lend Brother Chen a hand. At that moment, Shi Jian answered Gu Chen's question. Gu Chen fell silent. Even though he had guessed it when he heard the news, he was still moved when he heard it from Shi Jian. It was an extremely critical moment for him, and Shi Jian's actions were undoubtedly a timely help. Thank you. Gu Chen said solemnly. Brother Chen, there's no need to stand on ceremony. If not for your help, I would not have formed a connection with Miss Mu and the Azure Wood Manor backing her. I'm just returning the favor, Shi Jian said readily. The two chatted for a while before Shi Polu, whom Shi Jian had mentioned, arrived. Gu Chen knew this person. He was one of the newly promoted kings this year and was extremely powerful. If not for Shi Jian's special bloodline, he would be the leader of the Stone Clan students. Young master, I'm here. Shi Polu greeted Shi Jian the moment he arrived. It was obvious that he respected him greatly. Polu, I've already informed you of the matter. Why don't you make a trip with Brother Chen? Shi Jian said with a smile. Shi Polu nodded and turned to glare at Gu Chen. You're lucky. If not for the young master, I wouldn't have been your sparring partner. Gu Chen smiled without minding it. He already knew the temperament of the Stone clan. Brother Shi, I have a presumptuous request. He hesitated for a moment before saying. Brother Chen, feel free to speak your mind. Gu Chen voiced his thoughts. Shi Polu immediately flew into a rage when he heard it. Bastard! What did you say? Say it again if you have the guts. Isn't it enough for me to be your opponent? You want to find another? He was about to explode from anger. Gu Chen was basically questioning his lack of strength. Brother Chen, Polu's strength is definitely not inferior to the other kings you've fought. Shi Jian explained, believing that Gu Chen was suspecting that Shi Polu was not worthy of being his opponent. Brother Shi, you misunderstand. I'm not doubting Brother Polu's strength. The Stone clan has outstanding talent to begin with, and Brother Polu is one of the best. If that's the case, why would Brother Chen want to find another opponent? Shijian's expression turned solemn. Because the pressure is not enough. Gu Chen's first sentence stunned all the stone people present. His eyes were clear and his expression was meticulous. Based on the previous battle, if I only fight Brother Polu this time, it will be hard for me to break through the bottleneck. I need more stimulation and motivation. I need to put my life on the line to survive. Gu Chen had made up his mind to fight against two kings at the same time and force out all of his potential. In the face of the terrifying restraints of heaven and earth, he will use his unyielding will to defy the heavens. Shi Pelu glared at Gu Chen. Shijian, on the other hand, fell into deep thought and answered after a while. I can agree to Brother Chen's request, but Brother Chen, where are you going to find another suitable opponent? Yesterday, all the kings have expressed their stance. Even if there is someone like Xianxia, no one would be willing to fight against two kings at the same time, right? For some monarchs, fighting a non-monarch was not a glorious thing to begin with, let alone joining forces with another monarch to deal with him. He couldn't imagine who in the school would agree to Gu Chen's request. Seeing that Shijian had agreed to it, Gu Chen revealed a smile. Brother Shi, you don't need to worry about this. I have already found an opponent. Just tell Brother Polu to prepare himself and get ready to fight me. Hearing this, Shi Pelu let out a thunderous roar. Little bastard, I will kill you when the time comes. I'm just afraid you won't use your full strength because of Brother Shi. Gu Chen teased. After arranging a time with Shijian, he left the stone people's residence. This time it is all thanks to Brother Shi's help. Gu Chen sighed in his heart as he walked. After yesterday's battle with Xianxia, he decided to make the next battle his last. And this time, he will fight against two kings at the same time. He already knew who one of the kings would be, but he didn't have the confidence to find the other one. He didn't expect that Shijian would help him in his hour of need and solve such a big problem for him. This was not a small favor, and he engraved it in his heart. While thinking about this, Gu Chen had already arrived at his destination and knocked on his opponent's door. Who is looking for me? The person who opened the door was a handsome young man who was about the same age as Gu Chen. Seeing a face that he didn't recognize, his eyes showed doubt. Who are you? We've met before. Gu Chen walked straight into his room and said calmly. Chen Buki, the most talented disciple of the Thousand Refinements Saint clan in recent years. He has outstanding talent in both cultivation and tool forging, and possesses the extreme Tao organ, the flowery eye of truth. Am I wrong? The young man's face darkened when he heard this. Are you Chen Gu? Gu Chen did not deny it and looked at Chen Buki. I want you to be my opponent. Chen Buki burst into laughter and shook his head. I'm sorry, I can't help you with this. Are you afraid of becoming my stepping stone? Gu Chen had already expected this answer. That's not it. Actually, when I heard the real reason why you challenged the kings, I quite admired you and wanted to go and meet you. Chen Buki's words were surprising. If that's the case, why aren't you willing now that I've taken the initiative to come to you? Gu Chen raised his eyebrows. For love. Chen Buki said solemnly. Gu Chen looked at him, wondering if he was joking. He also wondered if he had heard wrongly. I've been chasing after Yao Yufei of the Sky Sea Pavilion for a long time. This time, she told me to ignore your provocation, so I definitely won't do it. Chen Buki explained, and Gu Chen was speechless. You seem to be 17 years old like me, right? Gu Chen said. Hearing the word love from Chen Buki's mouth made him feel a little out of place. So what if I'm 17? It's the best time to find a wife. Saintess Xiao is beautiful and talented. A girl like her will definitely be pursued by many after she graduates from the Mystic Spells College. It's best to take action now. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to find a wife after graduation. Chen Buki said in a preemptive manner. What he said successfully subverted his image in Gu Chen's mind. She's not suitable for you. Gu Chen was speechless. Why? Chen Buki raised his eyebrows. How am I not good enough for her? Are you interested in her too? She's from the Underworld God Palace. Gu Chen sneered. Don't spout nonsense without any evidence. Chen Buki frowned. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Gu Chen shook his head. It was a good topic. Why was it led astray by this clown? He took out a talisman from his storage ring and threw it to Chen Buki. What? Are you trying to bribe me to help you? Chen Buki said. He took a closer look at the talisman in his hand, and his expression suddenly changed. This is the Heavenly Invitation Talisman? You should be willing to be my opponent now, right? Gu Chen said coldly. The Heavenly Invitation Talisman in his hand was one of the rewards that Ji Lanchu promised him when he helped her escape the land of the 9 states. According to her, this Heavenly Invitation Talisman came from the Thousand Refinements Holy Clan. As long as he had this talisman, he could invite 1,000 Refinements Holy Clan's blacksmith to help him. Where did you get this Heavenly Invitation Talisman? Do you know how much it's worth? Chen Buki confirmed that the Heavenly Invitation Talisman in his hand was not a fake. He could not help but take a few deep breaths. It should be enough for you to help me, right? Gu Chen said indifferently. You can even invite my master to help you with this Heavenly Invitation Talisman. As long as you have the materials, I can even help you refine a heaven-level artifact. Are you sure you want to use it just to fight me? Chen Buki said in disbelief. Gu Chen nodded. What a lunatic, a battle maniac, a tycoon. Chen Buki could not help but curse. Even though he knew that Gu Chen was trying to break through, he still felt that it was too crazy. Are you going to do it or not? Gu Chen was getting impatient. Chen Buki said with a sad face, you even took out the Heavenly Invitation Talisman, how can I refuse? My master's words are the most important. If I refuse you, with my master's temper, he will definitely scold me to death. Fine, I'll listen to you. Yu Fei, the love of my heart, I've let you down. Gu Chen finally felt relieved when he heard that he had compromised. 2 hours later. Gu Chen, Chen Buki, Shi Jian, and Shi Polu left True Martial Academy and appeared in a barren mountain. 2 king tiers stood on either side of Gu Chen. One was furious, the other was filled with grief. Both had decided to teach him a lesson. Gu Chen took a deep breath. This was the final battle. 10 king tiers had fought for days just to break through the cocoon and become a butterfly, to be reborn from the ashes and trample through the door of immortality. Chen Buki took out the unique weapon of the Thousand Refinements Holy Sect and charged from the east. Shi Polu approached from the west, sand and pebbles flying around him. Every step he took caused the mountain to tremble. Gu Chen's black hair danced in the wind. Feeling the mountainous aura of the 2 king tiers, he only said one word. Kill. His spirit soared to the sky, and his ambition reached the clouds. The grand event of the 2 academies ushered in the exciting finals with ups and downs. In the last 3 days, the prodigies of the 2 academies took turns to go on stage, setting off wave after wave of climaxes. This year's grand event was special because Chingu of the Celestial Court had challenged the various kings for many days in a row. His limelight had almost overshadowed all the students of the 2 academies, and the topic of discussion far surpassed that of the grand event itself. Fortunately, when there were only a few days left before the finals, he suddenly disappeared and no longer caused any big commotion. This made the teachers of the True Martial Academy heave a sigh of relief, and the attention of the spectators and students of the 2 academies returned to the grand event. In the past few days, the process of the grand event could be said to be treacherous and ever-changing, with many upsets happening. The first was Chen Buki of the Thousand Smelting Sacred Sect, who went on stage with his eyes covered in the semi-finals. It was said that his extreme organ, the Flower of Truth Eye, was overdrawn, and he had no choice but to cover his eyes to fight his opponent. There were many different opinions as to why he suddenly couldn't use his eyes. Some said that he had a needle's eye because he peeped on female students bathing, while others said that he had fought with Chen Gu of the Celestial Court in private, just like Han Tai, and that he had overexerted himself. The different versions of the rumors were very different, and no one knew which one was true and which one was false. They only knew that he had lost this battle without any suspense, and thus missed the finals. Then there was Yi Qingxuang of the True Martial Academy. She had an epiphany in the semi-finals, and she had unbelievably defeated the number 1 of the Hidden Dragon ranking from the Mystic Arts Academy. She had made it into the finals for the first time, and she was the only student in the finals who wasn't a king. This caused many students who had placed their bets to lose miserably. After all, Yi Qingshuang's original ranking wasn't high, but who would have thought that her strength would increase several times after an epiphany? Because of this, the strength of the martial sage physique became a hot topic of discussion. There were experts who were accidentally eliminated, and there were weaklings who were lucky to win, but there were also experts who maintained their usual standards. Xianxia of the South Flower Sacred Land fought with Chen Gu of the Celestial Court, and his condition didn't change at all, and he went straight into the finals. Almost none of his opponents were able to block a single sword strike from him. Even kings of the same level were knocked off the stage by the 10th sword strike. He became the most popular person in the entire event, and countless people bet that he would become the champion of the event. Moreover, it was very likely that he would be rewarded by the great Confucian scholar himself. In the midst of the intense battle, one person was constantly being mentioned, and one question was constantly being asked. Where is Chen Gu? Where did he go? Over the next few days, no matter where one walked in the true martial academy, one could often hear students discussing this topic. Ever since his battle with Xianxia, he had been keeping a low profile and had not caused any major disturbances. This made countless students and even teachers feel regretful. How good would it be if Chen Gu could participate in the Fengyan Grand Meet? If that was the case, the finals would definitely be much more exciting. Countless people were asking about Chen Gu's whereabouts. Even the various powers had sent out spies to inquire about his whereabouts. Unfortunately, they had found nothing. You asked me where Chen Gu is? How would I know? During this period, some nosy people approached Chen Buki and asked him this question. Many people speculated that Chen Buki's eye disease was related to Chen Gu, and that he should be the last person to fight him. When Chen Buki heard people mention Chen Gu, he gnashed his teeth in hatred. I don't know where he went. If that bastard shows up again, I won't let him go. Most people gave up when they couldn't get any information from Chen Buki. However, there were also some smart people who approached Shi Jian. You have a good relationship with Chen Gu, but you sent people to deal with him that day. You must have some ulterior motives, don't you? Do you know how he is now? Mu Ziyu asked Shi Jian with a nervous expression on her pretty face. She didn't know why she was so concerned about Chen Gu. He had only been gone for a few days, but she was already worried that something might have happened to him. Mu Ziyu was an important partner and Chen Gu's friend. Shi Jian did not hide anything from her and told her the truth. Brother Chen had a fight with Chen Buki and my clan Shi Polu that day. He seemed to have an epiphany halfway through the fight and left first. He should be fine. If I'm not mistaken, he should be breaking through to immortal level at the moment. Mu Ziyu's eyes opened wide when she heard that. He's fighting two kings at the same time? That guy's crazy. Although she said that, she was relieved in her heart. Without Gu Chen messing things up, the last day of the finals had finally arrived. On this day, countless people swarmed into the True Martial Academy square. There were even more people than when the event started. According to the statistics, the total number of people who were there was close to 300,000. Many of them had traveled long distances from various states just to watch the finals. Even the Middle-earth Empire's crown prince, Ji Zifeng, was there personally. He said that he would give out the royal gift together with the royal advisor, Shen Sudong, after the end of the competition. The details of the gift were not mentioned, but everyone was looking forward to it. How could it be a small gift from the royal family, who would be recognized as the most talented person and receive such a significant prize? The geniuses from all the sacred grounds and glory sects were looking forward to it. They hoped that they would be the lucky one. The entire academy was in an uproar. Amidst the audience's enthusiasm, the top 10 geniuses of the event entered the venue. Xianxia, Xianxia, Yao Yufei, Yao Yufei. The audience was cheering for the geniuses that they respected the most. They were looking forward to them being amazing today. Yi Qingshuang, Yi Qingshuang. Some of the weaker voices were cheering for the college's new superstar who made it to the finals for the first time. They were looking forward to her creating another miracle today. Yi Qingshuang's expression was cold as she faced all of that. There was only the upcoming finals in her mind. On the VIP seats, the crown prince, Xianxia, looked at the top 10 geniuses and asked Shen Sudong, who was sitting next to him. "Master, will Chen Gu show up today? I've heard of his name when I was in Luoyang." The crown prince's eyes were clear and he had a gentle and refined appearance. "I'm not sure. No one knows where he is." Shen Sudong shook his head. "If that's the case, then it's going to be troublesome." The crown prince's eyebrows knitted together as if he had encountered a difficult problem. After Vice Principal Qi announced the start of the finals, the square once again burst into cheers. The cheers were so loud that even dozens of miles away, they could still be heard. Dozens of miles away, in stark contrast to the lively event, a person was sitting alone in a dark cave in the mountains. His aura was fluctuating. His eyes were closed, and a Tao voice was echoing in his heart. His body was wrapped in a dazzling light. This person was Gu Chen. After experiencing 10 king tears and 9 fierce battles, he had been meditating for a few days. Finally, he was at the crucial moment of his breakthrough. At this time, no one noticed that the sky above his seclusion area was changing. Thunder clouds were rolling. It seemed like something big was about to happen. If one were to say that someone had noticed this scene, it would probably be an ape covered in white fur, looking at the treacherous sky, guarding the gloomy cave entrance, and roaring towards the sky. In the Valiant Martial Arts Academy, the finals were extremely intense. The remaining geniuses all showed their prowess and went all out. The first to be defeated was Yi Qingxuang. She fought against Yao Yufei, but unfortunately, she was a few years younger than her and had yet to step into the Immortal King realm. Although she was defeated, her performance in the battle was remarkable. The battle between the two beauties was also extremely eye-catching. When Yi Qingxuang was defeated, there were many people cheering for her. After that, it was a fierce battle between the Immortal Kings. The secret techniques of the sacred grounds and the sage sects were revealed one after another, causing waves of exclamations. In the end, the first place of the competition was between Qi Zian and Feng Jiuqian. Feng Jiuqian used the 9,000 crystal light sword formation, which was like a meteor shower, covering every corner of the arena. Qi Zian was even more amazing. One man and one sword strolled leisurely in the rain of light, using his superb swordsmanship to break Feng Jiuqian's spells one by one. In the end, he defeated Feng Jiuqian within 50 rounds and became the first place of this year's Fengyun Grand Meet. When the results were announced, the 300,000 spectators in the square were completely excited. Countless people were shouting Qi Zian's name. "Congratulations." The defeated Feng Jiuqian said to Qi Zian with a complicated expression. Qi Zian's expression was dull. He only nodded as if winning the highest honor of this grand meet did not cause much ripples in his heart. Not only him, but many people in the audience also felt that it was a pity. "It's a pity. I always feel that this year's finals are lacking something." Someone said so, and many people in the audience nodded. Although the competition was still intense and the battles between the geniuses were also very exciting, compared to the person who caused an uproar a few days ago, it seemed to be lacking some reason to make people's blood boil. The deputy deans of the two academies announced the overall rankings of this year's Grand Meet and rewarded the outstanding students. Soon after, everyone's gazes were focused on the VIP seats, on the elegant old man and the young man. The great scholar, Shen Sudong, and the crown prince, Xianxia, walked side by side to the high platform and were about to announce the students who received the imperial reward. This was the greatest suspense of this grand event. Compared to the honor given by the two academies themselves, this reward from the emperor was even more valuable. Thus, as soon as the two of them walked onto the stage, the expressions of all the students in the square became solemn, and many of them revealed looks of anticipation. The selection criteria for the emperor's reward had been stated from the very beginning. Regardless of status or cultivation, only the most talented youth would be chosen. This meant that even if Qi Zian won first place in the Grand Meet, he might not be able to win the prize. After all, his age was not an advantage compared to the other geniuses. This gave many geniuses hope. As long as they could obtain the emperor's reward, there would be no regrets in this grand meeting. Which genius do you think the imperial preceptor and the crown prince will reward? The 300,000 spectators in the stadium started a heated discussion. In my opinion, it must be Qi Zian. He's the champion of the competition. His strength and talent are unquestionable. I don't think so. In terms of talent, I'm more optimistic about Chinbuki. Although he was eliminated in the semi-finals, he's the youngest among all the king tiers. He's only 17 years old. Plus, I heard that he's also very talented in refining weapons. He's doing two things at once. His talent is simply terrifying. My opinion is different from yours. I think that Yi Qingshuang has a good chance. Although she's not at the king tier, considering that she has the martial sage physique, is young, and performed so well in the grand meet. She even had an epiphany during the battle. She's really a genius. It's impossible for Yi Qingshuang. She's the same age as Chinbuki, isn't she? But she's not at the king tier yet. I think it's definitely Chinbuki. Look at Chinbuki's background and Yi Qingshuang's. If Yi Qingshuang had Chinbuki's resources, how could she lose to him? The spectators were in a heated discussion, and even started arguing over it. Everyone had their own genius in mind, and they couldn't convince each other at all. Nation Preceptor Shen, Crown Prince, it seems that the imperial reward is not easy to give out. No matter who it is, someone will be dissatisfied. Vice Principal Qi heard the arguments and said to the two on the high platform with a smile. Talent is too difficult to measure. Everyone has their own judgment. This matter is indeed difficult. Many of the distinguished guests present also shook their heads. Even they couldn't reach a consensus. Everyone can rest assured that the imperial reward's judgment is absolutely fair and just. Jizafeng said with a smile. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly heard by all the spectators. All of a sudden, all the spectators quietened down. Crown Prince, now that we're going to give out the rewards, can you tell us how the selection is going to be? The vice principal of the Mystic Law Institute asked. Jizafeng nodded. Of course. We'll be open and honest about the selection process so that everyone will be convinced and have no objections. After saying that, he looked at Shen Sudong and made a gesture to invite him to speak. Shen Sudong cleared his throat and explained in detail to the 300,000 spectators. As of today, the Wind and Cloud Grand Meet has been going on for half a month. The imperial reward is to select the most talented youngsters. Everyone has a different understanding of the so-called most talented. If the selection is done by a small number of people, it will certainly be unfair. Therefore, as the old man said at the beginning of the meet, everyone here is the judge of the imperial reward. For the past half a month, the secret agents sent by the imperial court have been investigating the true martial school. They've interviewed the teachers, students, and spectators. This interview was carried out secretly. The people selected were completely random. It wasn't targeted. From these people, the most talented person in their eyes was determined. Many of the spectators couldn't help but nod their heads. So that's how it is. Although this method is complicated, it's very fair. The minority follows the majority. The one who is considered by the most people to be the most talented will naturally cause the least controversy. Now that you mention it, I remember that a stranger in the school asked me this question. I didn't think about the reason at that time. The spectators whispered to each other. They were even more interested now. Who would be the one who was recognized by the most people to be the most talented? State Preceptor Shen, hurry up and announce the winner of the imperial reward. It seems that everyone can't wait any longer. Vice Principal Qi smiled. Shen Sudong nodded and took out a jade scroll from his sleeve. He opened it and read it. According to the joint statistics of the imperial court's secret agents, regarding the question of who is the most talented Heaven's Pride in this meet, one person's name has obtained as high as 70% of the support. His name is Chingu. Shen Sudong's voice was clear and loud like thunder, spreading through the entire square. For a moment, from the big shots of the various forces in the VIP seats to the 300,000 ordinary spectators, everyone was stunned. The whole square was silent. Everyone was chewing on the name carefully. When they were sure that they didn't hear it wrong, the square was instantly drowned by the noise. Chenggu. God, he actually got the Emperor's reward. Shouldn't the two academy students get the Emperor's reward? How could an assassin from the Celestial Court get it? Did you forget that Imperial Tutor Shen said at the beginning that the Emperor's reward is not limited by one's identity? That Chengu is said to be very young. He is completely within the scope of the selection. Ah, I remember. I seem to have voted for Chengu too. The audience fell into two extremes. One side felt that the result was unbelievable and unfair, while the other side was full of fanaticism and excitement. Imperial Tutor Shen, the result of the selection is correct, right? This is a grand meeting between the two academies, but in the end, the Emperor's reward was taken away by a person who is not a student? The Vice Dean of the Magical Law Academy found it hard to accept and asked on the spot. This was related to the reputation of the two academies. They had taught so many outstanding students, but in the end, they were all inferior to an assassin from the Celestial Court. Shen Sudong heard this and answered helplessly. The old man was also surprised when he heard this answer, but the selection was open and fair, without any favoritism or fraud. Since that Chengu obtained as high as 70% of the support, there is no reason to change the candidate. Moreover, the current emperor and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince wanted to reward the most talented young man, regardless of identity or cultivation. This Chengu actually meets the selection criteria. Shen Sudong explained in detail. He had been open and aboveboard all his life. Black is black, white is white. Since the result of the selection was out, he couldn't change the result just because of the reputation of the two academies. Confucianism emphasized honesty and trustworthiness, so he wouldn't do anything that went against his principles. After listening to Shen Sudong's detailed explanation, many of the big shots in the VIP seats still couldn't accept it. They had hoped that their juniors could win the prize. As for the audience, after they were surprised that Chengu had received a reward, their reaction was not as big. After all, the result of the selection was decided by them. Based on talent alone, this result was not hard to accept. Over the past few days, Chengu had been a hot topic among the spectators. He had defeated so many king tiers before reaching the king realm, so his talent was obvious. The audience was debating whether this was in line with the selection rules, but not many people doubted Chengu's talent. Shen Sudong continued to comment when he saw that the debate had died down. Chengu, the quasi-Daoist of the Celestial Court, a dark force. His cultivation is at the perfection stage of the Nirvana realm, and it is said that he possesses the great martial king battle physique. In the past half a month, he first killed Brahma Emo Jiaolan, who was famous on the black list, and then challenged 10 king tiers from the two academies in succession. Every time, he escaped unscathed. Imperial Preceptor Shen, wait. One of the bosses on the VIP seats questioned, I've only heard that Chengu has challenged 8 king tiers. How could he have challenged 10? Many of them had the same question. Most of them only knew about the battle between Gu Chen and Qi Zian, so they thought that was the last time he fought. That's right, it's 10 king tiers. According to our investigation, Chengu's last battle was 3 days ago. He fought with Chen Buki and Sherpolu from the Rock tribe at the same time, and he fought against the two of them alone. As soon as Shen Sudong was done speaking, the crowd went wild again. He fought against the two of them alone? Oh my god, a Nirvana level fought against 2 immortal levels? I'm convinced. Even my aunt is not convinced, but I'm convinced by Chengu. No wonder Chen Buki has needle-like eyes. He suffered a great loss in the battle with Chengu. Chen Buki, who was in the hall, was furious when he heard that. Who the F***ck do you think has needle-like eyes? Come down and let's fight for 300 rounds. The crowd was deeply moved by the information from the Imperial Court's secret agent. Even the bosses from all the organizations were speechless. His talent was indeed terrifying. The higher the level of the cultivator, the more they knew the difference between Nirvana level and Immortal level. Chengu had fought against king tiers from different sects and physiques. He could even kill an underworld guard. In his last battle, he had fought against 2 king tiers at the same time. His combat strength was the best among Nirvana levels, and it was shocking. Who would have thought that he would be so powerful when he stepped into Immortal level and was reborn? The crowd's doubts gradually disappeared, and they were replaced by exclamations. For the past few days, Gu Chen's aura of defeating 1 king tier a day had won over countless people. Now that he had received the Emperor's reward, he had completely overshadowed all the geniuses from both academies. The geniuses stood in the square, and many of them had turned pale. They had always been proud of themselves, and they were confident that they could fight for the emperor's reward. Never had they thought that the reward would be given to a guy who did not even qualify to participate in the event. Seeing that the outcome was about to be decided, Hong Tai from Xiantian's sect could not hold it in anymore. Grand Tutor Shen, I can't accept this. He spoke, and his voice contained the anger that he was trying hard to suppress. His thunderous roar made the audience quiet down and listen to him carefully. That Chengu did fight against all of us, but he did not win. If he didn't run away, I would have killed him. Feng Jiuqian could not help but nod after hearing what he said. That's right. I don't think that I will lose to Chengu in terms of talent. If he is so capable, he should have fought with me fair and square, and we can talk about it after he wins. Then, Lori from the demonic tribe, Li Wanjun from the Langia sacred ground, and the other geniuses who had fought against Guchen spoke up one after another, and they did not agree with this result. Chengu's courage to challenge all of us is indeed great, but we can't raise our evaluation of him to such an extent just because we admire his courage. In fact, I showed him mercy when I fought with him. Otherwise, he would have died a long time ago. Yao Yufei's pleasant voice reverberated in the square, and she revealed the shocking truth. Grand Tutor Shen, Crown Prince, I feel that the results of the selection have been influenced by public opinion. Many people think that Chengu is more talented than others because they admire him, but they don't really understand his strength. This result is not fair. Many geniuses stood together, and Yao Yufei's words made sense. For a moment, many of the audience members who supported Chengu were shaken. In fact, many of them only admired him because they heard about his achievements, and they felt that he was more talented than others. However, they did not see his talent or his battle experience with their own eyes. The strength of many geniuses present had been tested in the ring of the grand meet, and their words were authoritative. Shen Sudong pondered for a while, and then he looked at a few geniuses who had fought against Chengu but did not stand up to object. His gaze fell on Qi Zian. Zian, you have fought against Chengu, and you are the champion of this grand meet. Do you think what they said makes sense? Do you also have doubts about the results of the selection? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone's gaze fell on Qi Zian. Yao Yufei, Hong Tai, and the other geniuses looked at Qi Zian expectantly. If Chengu lost the emperor's reward, Qi Zian would be the one most likely to get it. He was the champion of this year's event, and the glory should have belonged to him. Now that it was snatched away by someone else, he would never speak up for Chengu. Seeing that everyone was staring at him, Qi Zian's stiff face did not change much. I don't know what answer you all want to hear from me, but personally, I think the emperor's reward was given to the right person. As soon as Qi Zian said this, the crowd was in an uproar. Brother Qi, are you out of your mind? Yao Yufei, Hong Tai, and the others were anxious. Did this sword maniac speak without thinking? Give the emperor's reward to Chengu. I don't know how big the reward is, but it should be enough to help him break through to the immortal king realm, right? Ever since the battle with him, every battle in the event has been boring to me. I look forward to him breaking through to the immortal king realm and fighting me head-on. Qi Zian's words made many geniuses embarrassed, and the audience gasped. Then, their eyes were filled with fanaticism. As expected of the sword Dao genius of the South Flower Sacred Ground. He's honest and upright, and he only seeks a powerful opponent. Ah, Qi Zian is so handsome. I'm falling in love with him. Even the champion of the event did not deny Chengu's talent. This almost made the final decision, rendering Yao Yufei, Hong Tai, and the others speechless. They could not refute him at all. After hearing this, a smile appeared on Shen Sudong's old face. It seems that no one has any objections. In that case, the winner of the emperor's reward is decided. This time, no one said anything, but another question popped up. The emperor's reward is said to be for Chengu, but where is he? He hasn't appeared for a few days. He's an assassin from the celestial court. He probably doesn't want to expose himself in front of others and is afraid of being hunted down. The imperial family promised to reward him, so how could they harm him? Wouldn't they be going back on their word and losing all credibility? If I were him, I wouldn't miss such a great benefit. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. They were all curious as to whether Chengu would come forward to accept the emperor's reward. At this moment, Crown Prince Jizafeng opened his mouth, and his voice reverberated throughout the hall. "Chenggu, I'm guessing you're at the scene. Please show yourself. In the name of the Central Plains royal family, I guarantee that no one here will harm you today." There was a trace of anticipation in the depths of his eyes. Originally, the imperial preceptor could have been in charge of the awarding of the imperial gifts. However, after hearing news of this person in Luoyang and receiving guidance from an expert, he decided to attend the ceremony personally. The rewards involved in the imperial gifts were extraordinary. There was actually a deeper meaning behind his decision to award the imperial gift to Chenggu, whom he had never met before. Since the crown prince had already spoken, and as the saying goes, the words of an emperor must not be taken lightly. This meant that Chenggu didn't have to worry about his identity as an assassin. Even if he appeared here, no one would cause trouble for him. A large number of spectators waited expectantly, holding their breaths. However, 10 breaths had passed, but Chenggu still hadn't appeared. Ji Zifeng felt slightly awkward, and he repeated his question. Unfortunately, Chenggu still didn't respond. It was as if he wasn't at the scene. This was unbelievable. Judging from the commotion he had caused in True Martial Academy over the past few days, he shouldn't have missed today's finals. Looks like Chenggu doesn't even have the courage to show his face. The imperial family can save the reward. Yao Yufei, Hong Tai, and the others sneered. If Chenggu dared to show his face, they wouldn't rule out making things difficult for him. At the very least, they would slap his face in front of everyone's eyes, and let everyone know that his talent was just so. The crown prince invited several times, but no one responded. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. If no one accepted the reward, what should he do? At this time, the sky suddenly became gloomy, and heavy dark clouds gathered. Ah? Why did the sky suddenly become so dark? Looks like it's going to rain and thunder. The entire audience raised their heads in surprise. Previously, the sky had been clear for thousands of miles. No one knew when it started, but the sky was covered with haze, making people feel heavy. Rumble. Rumble, thunder rumbled in the distance. The audience noticed that all the dark clouds were gathering in one direction, as if thousands of horses were galloping. And in that direction, there were streaks of green lightning that connected the sky and the earth, as if they were going to crush the earth. What's going on? Why is there such a strange phenomenon for no reason? That place was no more than 10 miles away, so the strange phenomenon looked like it was right in front of them. Some people's souls trembled. That is, could it be? Many big shots in the VIP seats looked in that direction, feeling the extreme turbulence of the chi of heaven and earth. Their expressions changed several times, and they thought of a possibility. Teacher, could it be? The crown prince's attention was also drawn in that direction. He took a deep breath, unable to conceal the shock on his face. The old man has only experienced this kind of majestic aura a few times in his life. It can't be wrong. Shen Sudong nodded solemnly. Let's go and have a look. The big shots in the VIP seats looked at each other, and then, led by the crown prince and the grand master, flew up into the sky, and flew towards the center of the thunderstorm. The audience in the square was also in an uproar. The phenomenon in front of them was too extraordinary. Even if they didn't know what was going on, they knew that they couldn't miss it. In the sky above the Valiant Academy, there were many rainbows, as dense as ants, and they flew dozens of miles away, and at this moment, at the source of such a shocking phenomenon. Gu Chen's body was emitting boundless golden light, and every bit of his flesh and blood was shining brightly, as magnificent as a ruby. He had already restored his true appearance, and his delicate face was like dots of paint. At first glance, it gave people the feeling of looking at the stars in the cold night. His body was filled with explosive power, and in his dantian, the extreme golden ocean had already disappeared, turning into a golden elixir, floating around the origin of all beings. And around his body, minced meat and black blood could be seen everywhere. That was the old skin that had been shed from his body in the past few days, and it had been reborn. He had made a breakthrough, and in the harsh battle, and under hard training, he had finally broken the shackles that bound him to the monarch realm, and stepped into the realm of immortality, but he didn't have the time to be happy, because when he broke the shackles in his body, he felt a deep malice that came from this world. He stood up, formed a sword with one of his fingers, and cut the mountain peak that he was resting on, and flew out of the cave. Looking at the countless lightning bolts in the sky, Guchen's black hair danced in the wind, and a cold light shot out from his eyes. The mighty heavenly bone in his body was shouting, and it released waves of aura that flowed through his body. That was a domineering will that wanted to go against the heavens, unyielding and inextinguishable. Heaven's might was mighty, and thousands of silver snakes were stirring in the dark clouds. Guchen stepped into the air, fearless and awe-inspiring. His immortal golden body had become even more powerful. Even if it was the nine heavens' thunder tribulation, what was there to be afraid of? Rumble, a bolt of lightning that was hundreds of feet long tore the sky apart and struck him. A dazzling golden light burst out from his body, shattering all the lightning. The lightning swam around his body, and Guchen activated his cultivation technique and absorbed it directly. Ordinary people were cautious when they encountered the thunder tribulation, afraid that they would be destroyed. However, he looked down on the tribulation and used the heavenly thunder to temper his body and stabilize his newly advanced king-level physique. Rumble. Rumble, bolts of lightning struck down as if the heavens were angered by his actions. Guchen did not dodge. Bathed in the lightning, he was so domineering that he refused to yield to heaven and earth. Squeak. Squeak, the white ape stood on the broken mountain top, watching Guchen in the sky as he went through the thunder tribulation. There was nervousness in his golden eyes. Swoosh. 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 At this time, a large number of rainbows flew over from afar. When the white ape saw this, his eyes flashed with a violent look. Heavens! Someone was struck by lightning. A large number of cultivators approached this place. They could not help but be shocked when they saw the continuous lightning falling from the sky and striking a golden figure. They did not dare to approach and stayed far away, afraid that they would also be angered by the heaven's might. What do you mean struck by lightning? That's the thunder tribulation. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I didn't expect to see it today. A knowledgeable cultivator retorted, his face full of excitement. During this process, led by the Crown Prince, Imperial Preceptor Shen, the deans and teachers of the two academies, as well as the big shots of various forces, a large number of cultivators also landed on the surrounding mountains. They looked at the figure in the sky with shock. It's really the thunder tribulation. Who is this person? How can he be so elegant? The Crown Prince's eyes lit up. The figure in the sky was constantly shrouded in lightning and golden light. He could not see his appearance clearly, but he could feel that he was dignified and extraordinary. The students of the two academies and countless spectators arrived at the last moment. They were also stunned by the figure in the sky. That figure towered between the heavens and the earth, allowing the lightning to strike him indiscriminately, yet he remained impenetrable and unmoving. In this world, there are some geniuses whose natural talent is so great that even the heavens envy them. So, when they break through, the heavens will send down tribulation punishment. Muziu looked at the figure in the sky and couldn't help but murmur. Not far behind her, many geniuses from the two academies were watching the heavenly tribulation with complicated expressions on their faces. If I'm not mistaken, in the past 20 years, there have been no more than 5 people in the entire 9 prefectures who could attract the heavens' envy thunder tribulation during a breakthrough, right? Chinbuki couldn't help but ask. He had never experienced such a phenomenon when he broke through to the monarch stage, and neither did any of the geniuses present. Breaking through at this time, could it be that guy? Yao Yufei's eyes flickered, and she had a very bad premonition. Who is that person? Why does it look so familiar? Yi Qingshuang was also in the crowd, looking up at the sky. Occasionally, she would catch a glimpse of the man's face amidst the lightning, causing ripples to form in her heart. Who is this person? It could actually trigger the heavens' envy lightning tribulation. If I remember correctly, the last person to do this was the prodigy Huangfu Qingming, right? That's right. 4 years ago, when Huangfu Qingming broke through to the monarch stage, he also attracted the thunder tribulation. At that time, I only heard about it, but I didn't expect to be lucky enough to see it with my own eyes today. The cultivators all over the mountains were discussing fervently, and they were extremely curious about the identity of the person in the sky. Driven by curiosity, some people tried to approach the center of the thunderstorm. Roar! All of a sudden, a deafening roar spread in all directions, and a giant white ape rose from the ground. In the blink of an eye, its height surpassed all the nearby mountains, reaching a height of almost 10,000 feet. Its whole body emitted an extremely valiant aura, and when it swept out its palm, all the cultivators who tried to approach it turned pale with fright and fled in panic. It let out a few more roars, and its lantern-like giant golden eyes contained a warning as it stood between the crowd of cultivators and the figure undergoing the heavenly tribulation. This giant ape is protecting the person in the sky? Wait, giant white ape, could it be that the person undergoing the heavenly tribulation is? Many cultivators suddenly came to a realization, and a name appeared in their minds at the same time. Chenggu. Crown Prince Jizafeng was pleasantly surprised. Chenggu? Hong Tai, Yao Yufei, and the rest looked as if they had eaten a fly. Chenggu? Mu Ziyu was so shocked that she could not close her mouth, and Qi Xian's eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. That person is Chenggu? How could it be? Yi Qingshuang was the only one who mumbled, and her eyes were filled with confusion. Stupid monkey, don't stop us from watching the heavenly tribulation up close. A few of the immortal-level kings were not afraid of the white ape's threat, and they tried to get closer. Such a phenomenon was extremely rare, and they might be able to benefit from being closer. The white ape was enraged, and its palm covered the sky. However, the few of them were agile, and they quickly dodged it. The heavenly tribulation contains the power of the heavens. I've heard that someone had an epiphany during the heavenly tribulation, and he benefited a lot from it. We can't miss this opportunity. Why don't we get closer? Yao Yufei's expression changed, and she suddenly suggested to the geniuses. A hint of killing intent flashed through her eyes. At that moment, that person was going through the heavenly tribulation, and his defense was at its weakest. Perhaps they could seize the opportunity to kill him. Even if they could not kill him, it would be a great choice to affect his mind and cause him to fail the heavenly tribulation. Many of the geniuses were tempted by Yao Yufei's suggestion. Feng Jiuqian, Hong Tai, and the rest flew towards the center. Qi Xian stood where he was without moving. Chen Buqi hesitated for a moment, but he did not follow. The white ape noticed the 6 geniuses that were rushing towards it, and it gave up on the cultivators in other directions and rushed towards them. Stupid monkey, don't block the way. Yao Yufei's crimson hair turned into a waterfall that stretched across the sky, entangling the white ape's leg. Feng Jiuqian, Hong Tai, and the rest were about to attack, wanting to kill the giant ape that was in their way. Who dares to touch it? Right at that moment, a thunderous roar was heard, a monstrous aura shot into the sky from afar, and a golden-haired monkey dashed towards them on a cloud. It was holding a spear in its hand, and it attacked from afar. Boom! This attack traveled for dozens of miles, and it triggered a huge wave. The expressions of the various monarchs changed drastically, and they retreated in a panic. Demon monarch Sun Jinming has made his move. The cultivators all over the mountains finally reacted. Their attention was focused on the lightning tribulation, and they did not even notice the 6 monarchs' small movements. Sun Jinming arrived in front of the white ape in a flash, and his blue eyes were almost spewing fire. I, old Sun, have already said that whoever dares to touch it will be going against me and the Nanling demon race. Little brothers, come out, we'll have a good fight today. He roared angrily. Monstrous aura surged from all directions, and demonic beasts of various shapes and sizes were rapidly approaching. There was a black wyrm that was hundreds of feet long, a vermilion phoenix with 5-colored wings, a golden eagle with feathers as sharp as swords, and a black tortoise with a body as big as a mountain. All the demonic beasts of the Nanling demon race in Qingzhou had arrived. Along with the white ape, they surrounded the place where Guchen was undergoing heavenly tribulation. At that moment, be it the 6 geniuses or the other cultivators who wanted to watch the lightning tribulation up close, they all retreated. In front of them, there was an impassable wall of demonic beasts. Among the 5 major races of the Kunlun continent, the South Mountains demon race was publicly recognized as the most united race. They had occupied the South Mountains for a long time, and even humans did not dare to offend them. The Demon King, Sun Jinming, was a well-known figure among the younger generation of the South Mountains demon race and had a high rallying power. At this moment, he was angry, and all the demons in Azure Province came after hearing the news. Some of them were also ridiculously powerful. Countless cultivators did not expect so many huge demonic beasts to gather here, Feeling the majestic demonic aura, everyone's expression changed. If they were not careful, today's matter would become a war between the Middle Continent and the South Mountains, be it the Demon King or his subordinates, all of them had the bloodline of a great demon. Behind them stood an entire race, therefore, even if the humans were outnumbered and the leaders of various factions were present, no one dared to act rashly. Where did that white ape come from? That Sun Jinming is willing to offend all the major factions for it. Yao Yufei, whose plan had failed, retreated with an extremely unsightly expression. The crown prince, Ji Zifeng, reacted at this moment. His expression was vexed. He hurriedly said, "Everyone, don't disturb others' tribulation. Let's all retreat 5 kilometers away." He came to Azure Province this time for this Chenggu. Now that he had seen him attract the lightning tribulation, he naturally did not want to offend him. He had been careless and failed to control the situation, which led to the conflict. The crown prince represented the royal family. Since he had already said so, how could ordinary people not give him face? In addition to the Demon King's overbearing attitude, all the cultivators nodded and began to retreat. Yao Yufei's expression was filled with unwillingness. As a member of the Underworld God Palace, she realized that once this person successfully broke through, he would become a great enemy of the Underworld God Palace and should be eliminated as soon as possible. However, the opportunity to make a move was fleeting, and it was too late now. She could only retreat in frustration. Seeing the surrounding cultivators all retreating, the Demon King's expression eased a lot. He actually did not want to fight. After all, there were many leaders of the various holy lands and sage sects, and some of them had reached the heaven tier. "Little guy, that kid is safe now. You can rest assured." Sun Jinming turned around and said to White Ape. White Ape's companions transformed from their original forms into their human forms, and their expressions relaxed. White Ape let out 2 soft roars, but he did not relax. He silently walked to a place that was closer to Gu Chen. His eyes were filled with vigilance as he stared in all directions. "Boss, the relationship between it and that human is way too deep. Does it belong to our southern mountains?" The flood dragon person frowned. The southern mountains demon race had never produced such a demon beast. Its origin is very special. Don't ask too much. Continue to guard the surroundings to prevent any accidents. Sun Jinming shook his head. The demons did as they were told, while he sat on top of a mountain and looked at Gu Chen, who was undergoing his tribulation in the sky. This kid really has some ability. He can even attract the lightning tribulation, and it looks like he's doing it with ease. I really want to fight with him, but that little guy will definitely be unhappy. AI. Helplessness was written all over Sun Jinming's face. Ever since this year's Fengyun Grand Gathering, this was the first time he had an opponent he wanted to fight. All the cultivators retreated to a distance of 10 miles away and were discussing about Gu Chen's tribulation. This is the second Huangfu Qingming. He can attract the heavens' jealousy lightning tribulation. It seems like the imperial court's judgment is right. He deserves the imperial reward. It's a pity for this kid. If he wasn't a member of the celestial court, we must think of a way to recruit him into our sect. All sorts of discussions filled the mountains. After wave of lightning tribulation, it gradually eased up. Gu Chen was within it. His eyes were tightly shut as lightning flowed around his body. He was like a god that had descended to the mortal world, constantly attracting the attention of everyone present. "Teacher, I once heard that the more astonishing the phenomenon during tribulation, the more talented the person is. How does the scene of Chenggu's tribulation compare to Huangfu Qingming's tribulation 4 years ago?" Seeing that the lightning tribulation was about to end, the crown prince asked Shen Sudong curiously. 4 years ago, Huangfu Qingming's tribulation had shaken the entire 9 prefectures. It was a pity that he wasn't there at that time and missed the moment when a prodigy became famous. It was because the heavens' jealousy lightning tribulation was too rare. The last person to undergo tribulation in the 2 academies was Huangfu Qingming. At this moment, everyone was also very curious about this. State Preceptor Shen was knowledgeable. His answer was the most authoritative. The big shots of the various forces, the teachers and students of the 2 academies were all listening attentively. Shen Sudong frowned. He looked at the gradually weakening lightning tribulation and looked around before speaking. In history, every time a prodigy made a breakthrough and attracted the heavens' jealousy lightning tribulation, it would often be accompanied by more than one kind of phenomenon. For example, the king of weapons Jiang Beiming 800 years ago. He was a publicly recognized genius. It was rumored that when he underwent tribulation, not only did lightning tribulation descend, but golden lotuses also appeared within a radius of 100 miles. The phenomenon didn't dissipate for 3 days. 50 years ago, when the god of war Huangfu Wuji broke through, a pair of strange red eyes appeared in the sky. It overlooked the entire Ji prefecture, causing countless people to kneel and worship it. As for Huangfu Qingming 4 years ago, when he stepped into the realm of immortality, there was also a 7-colored glow in the sky. It was winter then, but everything within a radius of 100 miles was revived, and the withered trees all welcomed spring. Everyone listened in amazement. It was an eye-opening experience. In that case, apart from the lightning tribulation, Chenggu didn't seem to have any other phenomenon? Everyone looked around. Apart from the land that was ravaged by the lightning tribulation, there was nothing unusual. The 3 people that the old man mentioned, apart from the lightning tribulation, were all accompanied by the phenomenon of heaven and earth. However, Chenggu didn't. In terms of talent, he should be slightly inferior to the 3 of them. Shen Sudong concluded. Everyone nodded. They were said to be slightly inferior, but of the 3 people he mentioned, one was the most talented weapon refiner in history, and the legend of the armament armory he left behind was still circulating in the continent. The other 2 were the 2 heroes of the Huangfu clan, and their reputations were needless to say. Even if they were slightly inferior, in the eyes of everyone, they had already surpassed the vast majority of the so-called geniuses. Inferior to Huangfu Qingming? The crown prince muttered to himself, and he was slightly regretful. Ah, the lightning tribulation has ended. Someone suddenly said. Along with the last bolt of lightning striking down, the lightning tribulation at the place where Gu Chen was in the distance finally dissipated, and the dark clouds in the sky started to disperse. In the blink of an eye, the sky had cleared up, and the sunlight shone down onto the ground and sprinkled onto everyone, causing them to feel warm. The cultivators that covered the mountains and plains couldn't help but raise their heads to look at the sky, and with this look, their expressions froze. At this moment, the dark clouds had dispersed, and the scorching sun was already high up in the sky. The sky was jade green, but the azure blue sky was actually filled with specks of stars. In broad daylight, countless stars adorned the sky, and they were competing with the blazing sun. They were obviously basking in the sunlight, but at this moment, all the cultivators felt a chill attack their bodies, and they shivered. The appearance of the stars in broad daylight was an unprecedented spectacle. At this moment, apart from the people of Qingzhou, the entire Middle Earth Empire, East Wilderness, West Desert, Nanling, and North Plains, countless people raised their heads and saw the phenomenon in the sky. The stars in daytime had never been seen before. Countless people were shocked and speechless for a long time. Shen Sudong stared at the sky, his old face filled with disbelief. The old man has never seen such a phenomenon in his life, the stars in daytime. Was this triggered by Chenggu? Countless cultivators gasped as they looked at Gu Chen in the distance in horror. A chill ran down their spines. What kind of evildoer would be able to cause such a spectacular scene? Teacher, how does the stars in daytime compare to the Huangfu family's grandfather-grandson phenomenon? The crown prince finally recovered from his shock and could not help but ask the grand tutor. Shen Sudong was speechless for a long time. Everyone looked at him and he only answered one sentence in the end. It's incomparable. Yes, of course it was incomparable. When the grand tutor mentioned the heaven and earth phenomenon when the 2 people broke through, everyone was fascinated. However, compared to the terrifying phenomenon in front of them, it seemed to be nothing. That kid is actually such a monster. Mu Ziyu was in a daze as she recalled the first time she met Gu Chen. At that time, she thought that he was ordinary. Who would have thought that after getting to know him better, she found out that he had many outstanding qualities. However, even though she knew that he was the quasi-Daoist of the celestial court, even though he was undefeated in battles with the kings, she never thought that he could be compared to Huangfu Qingming. After all, Huangfu Qingming had stepped into immortal level at the age of 15. He was the publicly recognized genius in the 9 provinces. Only he was worthy of Lanqiu. However, Gu Chen had triggered the unprecedented phenomenon of the stars in daytime, which made her greatly shaken. For the first time, she felt that Lanqiu's judgment was simply too terrifying. How did she know that this person had such terrifying potential? Is it him? Yi Qingshuang gazed into the distance with a dazed expression. For some reason, ever since she caught a glimpse of his silhouette during the tribulation, the 2 figures in her mind that were supposed to be complete strangers gradually overlapped with each other. This caused her heart to ache inexplicably, and she recalled the conversation she once had with Chenggu. The Nether God Palace is not an enemy you can deal with. No matter what you do, you'd better think carefully before acting. You also have a deep grudge against the Nether God Palace, right? You're not going to stop, and neither am I. Because a debt of blood can only be paid with blood. Then you better become stronger. You're too weak. The other party's cold voice echoed in Yi Qingshuang's mind. Her eyes reddened as she muttered. You're still so annoying. The entire mountain was silent. The geniuses from the 2 academies had complicated feelings, and their elders had the same thought at the same time. This kid can't be allowed to live. If we allow him to continue growing, then he'll become another Huangfu Wuji in the future. The celestial court is already powerful. If they get another Qilan's son, at this moment, there were many heaven-tier saints secretly communicating. Their gazes were locked onto Gu Chen in the distance, and their hearts were overflowing with killing intent. And at this time, Gu Chen had just finished refining the last bit of lightning in his body, and he felt that his essence, qi, and spirit had reached perfection. He floated in midair, his black hair fluttering in the wind. Every strand of hair shone with a sparkling luster. Crack, crack. He almost immediately changed the appearance of his face, hiding his true appearance, and returned to the mediocre appearance of Chenggu. He gazed into the distance, and his heart inexplicably tightened. He, who had just broken through, felt that many new mystical powers had awakened in his body, and he wanted to study them properly. However, the current situation was not suitable for it at all. He himself had not expected that the stars would appear in daytime. Looking at the shocking sky, he knew that he had already been too high profile. Originally, he did not want anyone to know that he had broken through. Who would have thought that the heavens would be jealous of the lightning tribulation, and that there would actually be such a strange phenomenon after the lightning tribulation? The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. At present, he had already attracted too much unnecessary attention, his spiritual energy leaped again, and now his 5 senses were exceptionally sharp. He could sense that a few faintly discernible auras had firmly locked onto him. Those were definitely experts of the heaven tier. He had already aroused the fear and suspicion of the saints. At present, they still had not made a move. Perhaps they were just waiting for others to make a move first. After all, no one was willing to bear the infamy of killing a genius. Gu Chen glanced at the white ape beside him, as well as the monster king and the others not far away. He knew that they would definitely not be able to help, and he could not drag them down. Damn it, what should I do? Gu Chen's eyes flickered. He had just broken through, and did not expect to encounter such a crisis. Congratulations, Chenggu. At this moment, a thunderous sound suddenly came from the void. This voice was too familiar. When Gu Chen heard it, his face almost revealed a look of surprise. He suddenly looked toward the east, and saw that in the void several hundred feet away, a man wearing a green mask and riding a handsome Qilan slowly appeared. Ah! Who is that, and when did he sneak in? The monster king and the others were shocked. They were on guard all around, and completely did not notice that someone had already made his way so close to Gu Chen. They did not know him, but the big shots of the Holy Lands and sage sects in the distance were different. When they saw the green mask, their faces all changed. Titled God of Massacre, Green Beast Qilan. All the saints who had just revealed killing intent toward Gu Chen almost immediately withdrew their killing intent, as if they had seen a snake or scorpion, and their faces were full of fear. Green Qilan God of Massacre, that was one of the strongest in the ninefold heavenly palace, the God of Massacre who stood at the peak of the dark world. He and the holy beast Qilan he was riding had done countless shocking deeds all over the continent, and had destroyed countless forces. Senior, when did you come? When Guchen saw Green Qilin, god of massacre, his tense heart momentarily felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders, and he smiled freely. I've been here for a long time, but I never had the chance to make an appearance. Green Qilin, god of massacre, looked at Guchen, and his tone was relaxed. From the moment he knew that Guchen was about to break through to the immortal king realm, he had actually been protecting him in secret. His voice spread across the entire place, and everyone heard it clearly. Is that the legendary right-hand man of the Celestial Arch, titled God of Massacre, Green Qilin? The Crown Prince looked at Green Qilin, god of massacre, and a hint of fervor surfaced in his eyes. This trip was indeed the right one. Your Highness, don't be careless. That god of massacre is notorious, and he can take someone's life in an instant. Shinsudan's expression turned solemn, and he gestured for the royal guards beside him to protect the Crown Prince. After all, the Celestial Court was one of the three major dark forces on the continent, and it was not under the jurisdiction of the Middle-earth Empire. Naturally, they did not have much respect for the royal family. As the saying went, a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. The moment Green Qilin, god of massacre, appeared, all the teachers and big shots of the various forces became nervous. Green Qilin, god of massacre, exchanged a few words with Guchen. Suddenly, his ears twitched, and he nodded. Yes, Your Highness, I understand what you mean. His voice was not loud, but the sages present had sharp hearing and immediately caught it. His Majesty? Is the Celestial Arch here too? How can that be? Hasn't the Celestial Arch of the Celestial Court not shown his face for many years? The sages' expressions darkened, and they became more and more nervous. The Green Qilin killer god looked at the sages 10 miles away with cold lightning in his eyes. Since you're here today, there are some things that I should make clear. His voice was extremely cold, and the temperature of the scene dropped instantly. A murderous aura lingered in the surroundings. By the Celestial Thearch's decree, from today onwards, Qinggu will be the fourth Taoist of the Celestial Court. At the same time, I, Green Qilin, will be his Tao protector. Whoever wants to touch him will have to ask me first. The Green Qilin killer god's eyes shone brightly as he glanced at the sages who had revealed their murderous intent. The sages were shocked, but they pretended to be calm on the surface. They turned their heads in other directions, not daring to look at him directly. The Green Qilin killer god's words had an immediate effect. When the various forces learned that Qinggu had been promoted to the Taoist of the Celestial Court and that this killer god was going to be his Tao protector, they did not dare to have any other thoughts. Be it the 4 sacred lands or the 5 sacred sects, they were powerful in the Middle-earth Empire, but they were not as powerful as the Celestial Court, which had influence all over the continent. Guchen was moved when he heard what the Green Qilin killer god said. There had always been rumors in the Celestial Court that the Green Qilin killer god was his Tao protector, but he knew that was not the case. But now, the Green Qilin killer god had taken the initiative to admit this, which was equivalent to giving him an exemption from death. From now on, no force would dare to touch him. Guchen was moved, but he heard the Green Qilin killer god say, "Is there anything else you need to do? If not, follow me back to the Sky Palace. The old Celestial Arch wants to see you." Guchen thought for a while and looked into the distance. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. Yes, there is something that must be resolved. Then go, I will wait for you here. The Green Qilin killing god said indifferently. Guchen nodded. His clothes fluttered in the wind as he walked in the direction of the students from the 2 academies. His voice reverberated in the air. Yao Yufei, Feng Jiuqian, Hong Tai, Li Wanjun, Lori, Yang Yuxuan, do you dare to take my palm strike? His voice was clear and bright. When the 6 people heard it, they were all shocked. Hua! All the cultivators on the mountain were in an uproar. They didn't expect that Qinggu would challenge the 6 kings right after breaking through. These 6 people are the ones who tried to get close to Qinggu's tribulation and almost affected his tribulation. Qinggu is calling them out to take revenge. There's going to be a good show to watch. This is the finals of the Wind and Cloud Grand Gathering. The emotions of the audience were stirred up. They had originally felt that this year's grand finals was lacking something, but the twists and turns in front of them really made their blood boil. The 6 people who were called out were all geniuses recognized by the 2 academies. They had even fought with Gu Chen before he reached the king's realm. At this moment, when they heard him call out their names, they looked angry and a little nervous. His strength was already so strong when he was in the Nirvana realm. How strong would he be now? Gu Chen approached the 6 people step by step. He didn't care whether they agreed or not. The aura from his body was getting stronger and stronger. Although he was in the middle of the tribulation, it didn't mean that he knew nothing about the outside world. These 6 people actually tried to disturb him at the most critical moment of his tribulation. That didn't matter. What he couldn't tolerate the most was that they attacked the white ape. Since he went into seclusion for a few days, the playful little guy didn't play and had been guarding him. Today, the 6 people attacked him. If the Monster King and his companions hadn't arrived in time, Gu Chen didn't dare to imagine what would have happened. This made him angry. He wouldn't stop until he taught these 6 people a lesson. Feeling Gu Chen's aura getting stronger and stronger, the 6 people knew that they couldn't avoid this battle. They flew into the sky and waited. Chenggu, so what if you've reached the king's realm? You called out the 6 of us at the same time. Do you want to fight all 6 of us? Yao Yufei sneered. That's right. Gu Chen answered straightforwardly. His eyes were shining. Today, you almost ruined my plan. You even wanted to hurt my family. According to my character, it's not too much to kill you. But considering that you helped me to break through the bottleneck of the king's realm, I won't kill you. 1 palm. As long as you can take 1 palm from me, I'll let this matter go. His voice was decisive as if it was a great mercy. His words completely infuriated the 6 people. Don't be so full of yourself. You think the 6 of us can't take 1 palm from you? Who do you think you are? How dare you humiliate us in public? Many people in the audience were dumbfounded when they heard this, and they burst into an uproar. It's fine if he wants to fight all 6 of them alone. Judging from what Chenggu said, he wants to defeat all 6 of them with 1 palm. He's too arrogant and overbearing. That's absolutely impossible. None of the 6 of them are easy to deal with. The audience discussed among themselves, and the leaders of the various forces sneered. Even with the support of the Green Qilin killing god, this lad was too arrogant. He had just reached the king's realm, and he wanted to defeat all 6 of them. One should know that all 6 of them represented the most outstanding cultivators of the younger generation from the various forces. If they were defeated like that, they would be humiliated. If you want to fight, fight one-on-one. I don't want to join forces with others to fight you. Feng Jiuqian said angrily. That's right. If the 6 of us join forces with you, won't we become the joke of the world? Hong Tai's expression was also ferocious. All of them were geniuses, so they naturally had their own pride. If they were not willing to join forces with others, it would be equivalent to admitting that they were far inferior to Chenggu. Unfortunately, you don't have a choice. Gu Chen's tone was domineering, and a powerful heartbeat came from his body. Thump thump. Thump thump. His heartbeat could be heard clearly, and it fell into heaven and earth, blending with the formless momentum. He strode toward the 6 of them. Every step he took was in perfect harmony with his heartbeat, forming a sound frequency that could affect others. Thump thump. Thump thump. The 6 kings were shocked to find that under the influence of Gu Chen's heartbeat, their hearts also began to beat faster. Every step he took was like a formless hammer pounding on their hearts, causing their blood and qi to be agitated, their organs to burn, and their minds to be in chaos. His aura was rising crazily, as if it carried the momentum of heaven and earth with it. The 6 of them felt that there was nowhere to hide. Pu when Gu Chen was less than 300 zhang away from the 6 of them, his foot landed again. The 6 of them felt as if their hearts had been struck by lightning, and they all opened their mouths and spat out blood. We have to join forces. This person's cultivation is unfathomable. The 6 of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. Just by relying on the combination of his physical body and sound waves, he could cause the 6 of them to suffer internal injuries and spit out blood. This person was too strong. Abandoning all of their pride, the 6 of them erupted with the aura of a king that was as vast as the mountains and seas. Their auras merged together, with the 6 of them working together. Their auras were finally able to contend against Gu Chen. However, Gu Chen remained expressionless as he continued to approach them step by step. At this moment, everyone in the world was watching him. With every step he took, the void trembled. When he was less than 500 feet away from the 6 people, multicolored lights rose from their bodies, exuding a destructive aura. Each of them cast the divine ability and magic art that they were proud of. The 6 forces twisted into one and turned into a destructive light that rushed toward Gu Chen. Gu Chen's black hair danced in the wind caused by this energy. His expression was cold. He waved his hands in the air and drew a circle in the void. A strange phenomenon of the sea appeared on the left side of his body, and a strange scene of a blood moon appeared on the right side. In the azure sky, the stars that appeared in the day cast down a vast starlight that enveloped his body. It was as if he was wearing a robe made of starry feathers, pure and holy. Gu Chen's hands came together, and the sun and moon illusions on both sides fused together, forming a dazzling ball of light in his left palm. The ball of light was in an extremely unstable state. The divine flames inside were burning furiously, and it was suppressed to an extreme. At this moment, Gu Chen raised his left palm and lightly patted the surging energy in front of him. This pat seemed to be very light, and time and space seemed to slow down. Boom! In the next breath, a dazzling light engulfed the entire sky. Many cultivators were temporarily blinded. Even though they were very far away, they were all blown away by the strong winds from the energy storm. The grass and trees around them were all destroyed. When the dazzling light dissipated, everyone saw 6 blood-stained figures being thrown out. In the distance, a young man was completely unharmed. He stood in the sky like a towering mountain. My pavilion's holy maiden. Tai. The elders of the various sects all paled. Almost instantly, they rushed forward to catch the 6 seriously injured kings. When the cultivators on the mountain saw the situation clearly, they were all shocked. They won. Chengu had really defeated 6 kings with a single palm strike. What kind of terrifying combat power was that? What kind of terrifying divine art did he just use? Too strong. He's practically invincible among his peers. Countless cultivators cried out in alarm. Those who knew Gu Chen were even more shaken. Fortunately, he's not dead. Although I'm seriously injured, I can recover with some rest. After the elders of the various sects saved their own geniuses and checked their internal injuries, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was covered in cuts and bruises, Chengu held back and did not kill him. Chengu, aren't you being too ruthless? At this time, the great elder of the Sky Sea Pavilion hugged Yao Yufei and said angrily. Among the 6 people present, Yao Yufei's injuries were the heaviest. She fainted on the spot, and it was unknown how many meridians in her body were broken. This kind of injury would definitely leave behind a permanent illness that would affect his future cultivation. She almost flipped out on the spot, looking at Gu Chen with murderous intent. He's not dead, why are you so agitated? At this time, the handsome Qilin flew to Gu Chen's side, and the green Qilin killing god said disapprovingly. The great elder of the Sky Sea Pavilion suppressed his anger with great difficulty. Green Qilin, don't think that the Sky Sea Pavilion is afraid of the Celestial Court. Your Taoist injured my holy virgin so seriously. You must give us an explanation. The green Qilin killing god sneered. Your holy virgin's skills are inferior, and she deserves to die. She's already lucky that she's still alive. If you have any objections, we can have a duel. These words were too arrogant. As expected of a top-killing god, he did whatever he wanted, and the cultivators present were dumbfounded. Everyone, please be the judge. Are you really going to let a dark force run amok in the land of the 9 states? The great elder of the Sky Sea Pavilion was furious, but he was not confident that he could defeat the green Qilin killing god, so he could only look at the elders of the various sections. With their help, it would not be difficult to take down the killing god of the Celestial Court. However, the elders of the various sects did not express their stance immediately, and their faces showed signs of hesitation. The Celestial Court was too mysterious and huge, especially their assassins. If they really offended them, the entire sect would never have a day of peace. Seeing that the great elder of the Sky Sea Pavilion was angry, Gu Chen spoke calmly. Senior, I have something to say to you. He had held back when he attacked just now, and did not really want to kill these 6 people. No matter how powerful the Celestial Court was, and how much the green Qilin killing god was protecting him, Gu Chen knew that he could not offend so many powerful sects and holy lands. However, Yao Yufei was an exception. She was the sacrifice of the Nether God Palace, and the others could be said to have been provoked by her. He could not let her go, so when he attacked just now, he focused on her. What else do you want to say? The great elder of the Sky Sea Pavilion glared at Gu Chen. This man was arrogant, and so was Green Qilin. The celestial court had no respect for the law. Gu Chen's lips moved slightly, and he sent a telepathic message to the great elder of the Sky Sea Pavilion. The great elder's face suddenly darkened when he heard it. You are slandering her. She is the holy virgin of our sect, and her background is absolutely clean. Perhaps her background was clean when she first entered the Sky Sea Pavilion, but it does not mean that it is impossible. Gu Chen said calmly, Senior, you can go back and check if Yao Yufei was originally a mediocre talent, and then suddenly became a genius. Actually, there is a simpler way. Senior, you can search her storage ring. Maybe you will find something. Seeing that Gu Chen was so confident, the great elder of the Sky Sea Pavilion was shaken. Okay, I will investigate this matter. If the truth is as you said, then the Sky Sea Pavilion will owe you a favor. But if the truth is not so, I will remember what happened today. She gritted her teeth and then carried Yao Yufei away with the group of people from the Sky Sea Pavilion. As Gu Chen watched them leave, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In this way, Yao Yufei would be finished without him doing anything. The Sky Sea Pavilion, a sacred sect with a long history, could not tolerate the fact that the Holy Virgin was a spy for a killer organization. The other sects only saw Gu Chen speak to the great elder of the Sky Sea Pavilion. Forget about the great elder, they were all very shocked. Was there something fishy going on? Is it her? Killing God Qinglin guessed the truth and asked. Gu Chen nodded. Since the matter has been settled, it is time to. Before Killing God Qinglin could finish speaking, he saw a group of people led by the Crown Prince, Ji Zifeng, and Shen Sudong rushing over. Senior Qinglin, Brother Chen, please wait. The Crown Prince was gentle and polite. The two of them could not help but feel surprised. You know the Crown Prince of the Central Plains royal family? Killing God Qinglin asked in surprise. Gu Chen shook his head and thought carefully. If there was any relationship between him and the Crown Prince, it was probably that he knew Ji Lanchu, and she was his biological sister. Gu Chen was not interested in the Crown Prince, and most of his attention fell on Shen Sudong. At this moment, his cheap grandfather was looking at him with a confused look, as if he had something on his mind. Today, 3 chapters will be updated together. The Crown Prince directly stated his purpose of coming. Gu Chen's face was full of astonishment when he heard it. You said I was rewarded by the Emperor? He asked doubtfully. According to the selection results, yes. Shen Sudong was certain of this. Gu Chen smiled. May I ask your Highness and State Preceptor Shen what the Emperor's reward is? The Crown Prince was about to speak when Shen Sudong answered. This is not the place to talk. Why don't we go back to True Martial Academy first? Gu Chen looked at Killer God Qinglin. Qinglin nodded. That's fine. It would be a waste not to take something good. Let's go back to the Heavenly Palace later. Gu Chen called back White Ape and returned to True Martial Academy with the Crown Prince and the others. The grand event between the two academies came to a dramatic end. The cultivators all over the mountains had witnessed the spectacle of stars in daytime with their own eyes. They watched an exciting battle and then dispersed. They came from all over the land of the 9 prefectures. As they left, the name Qinggu spread at a speed that even Gu Chen couldn't imagine. At the same time, the spectacle of stars in daytime triggered countless discussions on the continent. All kinds of rumors spread. One thing was certain. In a few days, the name of the Taoist of the Celestial Court, Qinggu, would shock the entire continent. The royal sacrificial ceremony? In a great hall of True Martial Academy, Gu Chen frowned as he listened to the Crown Prince's description of the Emperor's reward. He had thought that the Emperor's reward would be a heavenly treasure. He didn't expect the Crown Prince to say that the reward was the qualification to participate in the upcoming royal sacrificial ceremony. The royal sacrificial ceremony will be held on the 9th day of the 9th month next month. Brother Chen has the qualification to participate in the Feast of Philosophers. This Feast of Philosophers is not simple. Brother Chen might not know, but Senior Qinglin must know. The crown prince looked at killer god Qing Lin with a smile. I didn't expect it to be a feast of philosophers. The emperor's reward is generous. I understand. Chenggu, please accept this gift from the royal family of the Middle-earth. Killer god Qing Lin pondered. Guchen didn't know what was so special about the Feast of Philosophers, but he knew that the green Qilin killing god wouldn't harm him. Thank you, Your Highness. Brother Chen, you're too polite. It's my honor to be acquainted with a genius that triggered a phenomenon. There are only 10 days left before the grand sacrificial ceremony. Brother Chen and Senior Qing Lin, do you want to return to the imperial capital with me? The crown prince asked in anticipation. I'm afraid not. Chenggu just became a Taoist, and the celestial emperor wants to see him. How about this, when the time comes, we will go to the imperial capital ourselves. The green Qilin killing god answered on behalf of Gu Chen. That's good too. If Brother Chen and Senior Qing Lin arrive at the imperial capital, please inform me immediately so that I can hold a welcoming banquet for the two of you. The crown prince was quite enthusiastic. Since His Highness is staying in the palace, I'm afraid it will be inconvenient to receive guests. If the two of you arrive at the capital, you can come to my Shen residence to stay for a few days. Shen Sudong spoke at this moment. Gu Chen's heart skipped a beat. If he moved into the Shen residence, he would definitely have the opportunity to see his mother. All of a sudden, he looked forward to the trip to the imperial capital. After chatting for a while, Gu Chen and the green Qilin killing god were about to leave. At this moment, Shen Sudong called out to Gu Chen. Chenggu, the old man has a question to ask you. I wonder if we can have a private chat. Gu Chen was surprised. What did this cheap grandfather have to talk to him about? Did he see through his true identity? That was impossible. He was very curious about what the other party wanted to say, so he agreed. The green Qilin killing god and the crown prince left first. When only the two of them were left in the room, Shen Sudong spoke with a serious expression. The old man has been well-read since he was young and thinks that he is knowledgeable. However, after seeing the spectacle of the stars appearing in broad daylight today, I was deeply shocked. After that, there was a question that lingered in my mind, so I took the liberty to ask. Imperial Tutor Shen, if you have any questions, just ask. Gu Chen said calmly. According to the rumors, you have the great martial king battle body. Is this true? That's right. Gu Chen replied straightforwardly. That's too strange. Shen Sudong knitted his brows. What's strange about it? To be honest, the old man has read many ancient books and has some understanding of the great martial king battle body. Your situation seems to be slightly different from the description of the great martial king battle body in the ancient books. Gu Chen's heart trembled slightly. It seemed that Shen Sudong had doubts about his physique, which was why he asked him to stay. Since it's described in the ancient books, it's impossible to verify whether it's true or false. What if the books are wrong? Gu Chen replied calmly. That makes sense. However, when the old man was researching the geniuses that caused a phenomenon during their breakthrough, he discovered a rule. Shen Sudong's expression froze. Oh? What rule is it? Geniuses that could cause a phenomenon in the heavens and earth all possessed top-notch physiques. The great martial king battle body is only a top-notch physique, but it caused a phenomenon that was even more terrifying than the ancestors. This puzzled the old man. This question had been lingering in Shen Sudong's mind ever since he saw the stars in daytime. Therefore, the old man thought that Chenggu, you might have misunderstood your physique. Perhaps you don't have the great martial king battle body, but something else. After all, some physiques are inconspicuous before they grow to a certain level. Perhaps yours is like that. If you also have doubts about this matter, we can sit down and have a good chat. The old man may be able to help you solve this mystery. Shen Sudong was actually able to tell that Gu Chen had a top-notch physique. This made Gu Chen's heart tremble. This grandfather is indeed knowledgeable. Unfortunately, Gu Chen already knew about his physique. Why would he reveal it to him? Many thanks for State Preceptor Shen's kindness. However, this junior's physique has been personally evaluated by the Sky Emperor. If State Preceptor Shen has nothing else, this junior will take his leave first. I will visit State Preceptor Shen when I arrive at the imperial capital. Although Gu Chen's words were polite, it was a firm refusal. Shen Sudong revealed a helpless expression. It seemed that his doubts couldn't be solved. Gu Chen left after he finished speaking. After thinking for a while, after returning to the heavenly palace with death god Qing Lin, he probably wouldn't come back to True Martial Academy. Thus, he decided to bid farewell to his friends. He went to see Shi Jian, Mu Ziyu, and the others to thank them for taking care of him these days. Then, he went to find Demon King Sun Jinming to thank him for helping him today. You don't need to be so polite with me. Instead of thanking me, why don't we fight? Sun Jinming was full of fighting spirit. At this moment, the stars in daytime had yet to disperse, and he didn't know how long it would last. This greatly stimulated him. Squeak squeak. The white ape on Gu Chen's shoulder suddenly cried out a few times in dissatisfaction. Sun Jinming's face was full of depression. What's wrong with fighting? He has already entered the king's realm. It can't be considered as bullying the weak. Seeing the two monkeys bickering, Gu Chen couldn't help laughing and replied. Let's forget about it today. I will fight with Brother Sun another day. Brother Sun, before I leave, I actually have a question to ask you. Gu Chen's expression became serious. Brother Sun, can you tell me where this little guy came from? When Gu Chen first met the white ape, it was just an intelligent innate stage demonic beast in the Forbidden Forest. Since then, the man and the ape had been relying on each other for survival. They had overcome many difficulties together, and the white ape's talent had become more and more extraordinary. Gu Chen gradually realized that the little guy's bloodline was not simple. It probably had a powerful background. It was just that the little fellow had grown up in the Forbidden Forest since it was a child. Gu Chen had asked about its past, but it himself was muddle-headed and knew nothing about it. He knew about the Demon King's order not to touch the white ape. Today, the Demon King had led a group of demonic beasts to protect him. It was obvious that it was because of the white ape. If the Demon King treated the white ape differently just because they were both demonic beasts, it would not make sense. Therefore, Gu Chen boldly guessed that the Demon King might know the white ape's background. Sun Jinming was not surprised by Gu Chen's question. He only shook his head. It's complicated. I can tell you that even I can't give you an accurate answer. All you need to know is that this little guy is special. Since it has chosen to stay by your side, you must treat it well. If one day you really want to know more, go to the southern mountains. Sun Jinming's words were as good as not saying anything. Gu Chen pondered for a while and nodded without asking any further. No matter what, he had already treated the white ape as his family. The reason why he asked was to find out if the white ape still had a family member. Gu Chen left the Demon King's residence. Just as he walked out of the forest, he saw a young man standing in front of him with a sword in his arms. The young man had a wooden expression, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Looks like I can avoid the battle with the Demon King, but not Brother Qi. Gu Chen flashed a carefree smile. Make your move. Qi Zian unsheathed his sword. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. Earlier, when Gu Chen defeated 6 beast kings, he wanted to join the battle. However, there were too many people, and he was afraid that he would get in the way. Alright, to thank Brother Qi, I will do my best. Gu Chen's expression turned serious. He did not reject Qi Zian's request. Qi Zian had been a great help to him when he broke through to the King realm, and he admired Qi Zian's character. Facing such a persistent swordsman, Gu Chen had no reason to avoid the battle, and he would not allow himself to go easy on him. That would be an insult to a swordsman. With a flip of his hand, the whale beheading blade appeared in his grasp. Previously, this black saber, which weighed over 10 million kilograms, felt very stiff in his hand. But now, it was much easier to wield. With this breakthrough in cultivation, his physical body was reborn once more. With Gu Chen's unburning golden body, his arm now weighed 45 million kilograms. 90 million kilograms of physical strength could be said to be shocking. Combined with the whale-splitting saber, its destructive power was immeasurable. One held a sword, the other a saber. The wind blew, and the two figures crossed each other. After a while, Gu Chen strode away, leaving Qi Zian lying on the ground with his limbs facing the sky. His hands were trembling from exerting too much strength, and his sword was already broken. Too strong, Xianxia murmured. In fact, he already knew the result of this battle. But with his personality, no matter how strong his opponent was, he would still give it a try. He closed his eyes, not discouraged. Although this battle was a crushing defeat, there were some unexpected gains. What a terrifying guy. If I don't work hard, he might surpass me next time. Gu Chen sighed on the way out. Although he had won, Xianxia's pure pursuit of swordsmanship had deeply touched him, and he regarded him as a respectable opponent. At the entrance of True Martial Academy, the green Qilin killing god sat on its Qilin, waiting for Gu Chen for a long time. Let's go back to the Heavenly Palace. As soon as Gu Chen arrived, the majestic Qilin roared at the sky, raised its 4 hooves, and rose into the sky. Amidst the holy beast's roar, Gu Chen and the green Qilin killing god left. Inside True Martial Academy, many teachers and students saw this scene. That scourge is finally gone. Mu Ziyu looked at Gu Chen's back and murmured. For some reason, she felt a sense of loss in her heart. Yi Qingshuang stared at the sky for a long time. When Gu Chen's back completely disappeared, she turned around and left. Regardless of whether you are him or not, I, Yi Qingshuang, will never lose to you. She knew that what awaited her next was an even harsher cultivation. Only by doing so would she not be left behind by that person. In the sky, the green Qilin killing god and Gu Chen flew side by side, chatting. Senior, you should tell me the benefits of the Feast of Philosophers now, right? You seem to be very supportive of me participating in the grand sacrificial ceremony of the Central Plains royal family, Gu Chen asked. The grand sacrificial ceremony of the Central Plains royal family is only held once every 5 years. At that time, there will be 100 officials' banquet and a Feast of Philosophers. Only a very small number of young talents are qualified for the Feast of Philosophers. There's nothing special about the Feast of Philosophers. It's just a banquet. However, those who are qualified will have the opportunity to enter the secret ground of 10,000 dragons with the descendants of the royal family during the grand sacrificial ceremony. The green Qilin killing god explained. 10,000 dragons secret ground? What's that? A secret zone? Gu Chen asked curiously. Strictly speaking, it's not a secret zone. It's a place that's half real and half illusory. Have you heard of the Kunlun Mirror? Gu Chen nodded. I've read about it in books. The Kunlun Mirror is the treasure of the Central Plains royal family. It's said that the founding emperor brought it out of the notorious Kunlun ruins. That's right. Looks like you didn't waste your time in True Martial Academy these past 2 months. The green Qilin killing god nodded. The 10,000 dragons secret ground is a strange world in the Kunlun Mirror. For example, you were pulled into the mysterious world by the time stone, right? The 10,000 dragons secret ground is similar to that place. Anyone who enters will obtain great benefits. Gu Chen came to a realization. In that case, the emperor's reward was too generous. Senior, the Kunlun Mirror is the royal family's treasure. The 10,000 dragons secret ground is very important to the royal family, right? Why did they give me, an assassin from the celestial court, such a generous reward? This was a little strange. Even if he deserved the emperor's reward, there was no need for the royal family to pay such a huge price, right? Moreover, in his opinion, the emperor's reward was a pleasant surprise. I've always heard that the crown prince of the Central Plains royal family is gentle and modest. He's not good at scheming. However, judging from how he gave you the imperial reward this time, he's not as easy to deal with as the rumors say. The green Qilin killing god smiled. Chenggu, do you know why I asked you to accept this generous reward? Isn't it because this reward is precious and it would be a pity to miss it? Gu Chen pondered. That's one of the reasons, but the main reason is that the old Heavenly Emperor asked me to do this. The Heavenly Emperor's idea? Gu Chen's eyes turned cold. The Heavenly Emperor didn't meet you just because you've just become a Daoist. He probably has something more important to tell you. Be mentally prepared. The green Qilin killing god reminded him. As they spoke, the two of them had already entered the Qingzhou branch of the celestial court. In the sky above the falling jade pavilion, Gu Chen and the green Qilin killing god once again used a special method to ascend to the ninefold palace. Arriving at the heavenly palace again, Gu Chen became preoccupied. The green Qilin killing god said that the heaven ruler had something important to tell him. What could it be? Today, the stars in daytime, he had caused too much of a commotion. He did not know what the old heaven ruler was thinking. The other party had always given Guchen a feeling of unpredictability, so he could not help but feel a little nervous at this moment. In the depths of the ninefold palace, Guchen once again saw the old heaven ruler. He was still dressed like a simple old farmer, so old as if he was about to die, but he had a pair of wise eyes. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Guchen bowed politely. At this time, in this palace, there were only himself, the white ape, the green Qilin killing god, and the old heaven ruler. "Chenggu, you have stepped into the king realm and have the power to protect yourself on this continent. There are some things that we should make clear today." The old heaven ruler sighed, his words were meaningful. "Your Majesty, what do you mean?" Guchen's pupils shrank slightly. "When you and I first met, the old man said that you have the great martial king battle physique to confuse the public and prevent you from revealing your true identity to the people of the underworld god palace. But today, you have broken through to the king realm and triggered the stars in daytime. Do you think that your identity will not be suspected?" The old heaven ruler's words were shocking, making Guchen's expression turn cold. The white ape instantly bared his teeth and showed a fierce expression. The heaven ruler knew his true identity. Guchen's heart was in turmoil. Although the old heaven ruler did not say it directly, the fact that he could say it clearly showed that he knew his background. "Little monkey, why are you so fierce? Are you worried that the old man will harm you? If the old man wanted to do something, he would have done it long ago." The old heaven ruler's smile was very kind. Guchen quickly calmed down and took a deep breath. His Majesty already knew everything? The Tyrant Empyrean bone is indeed a top-notch physique that excites people. However, the old man has long since become indifferent to this at his age. The celestial arch directly pointed out Guchen's true physique, which made his heart sink. "As expected." "Your Majesty, what are you talking about?" Killing god Qinglin was shocked. He was still in the dark. "Qinglin, you are Chenggu, no, I should say Guchen's protector. You must know about this." The old celestial emperor stroked his beard. "Guchen?" The green Qilin killing god was even more confused. Guchen had concealed his identity for so long, but now that it was exposed, it took him a lot of effort to calm down. "May I know how your Majesty found out about my identity and when?" "Come, don't be shy. Sit down and drink some tea. We'll talk while we talk." The old celestial arch invited the two of them to sit down and personally brewed tea for them and White Ape. However, Guchen felt a little uneasy. Ever since he awakened the Tyrant Empyrean bone a year ago, it had attracted too many disasters. Now that the celestial arch knew about it, how could he feel at ease without knowing his true thoughts? A year ago, the Underworld God Palace killed a total of 100,000 people during the calamity at the Eastern Baron Feng Lin matter. They even intentionally framed our celestial court for this matter. The old celestial arch began to speak. At that time, the old man felt that there was something fishy about this matter. Hence, he sent someone to investigate this matter. And this person was none other than Taoist Xianxia. When Guchen heard Xianxia's name, he immediately understood why the celestial arch knew of his existence. Xianxia had been investigating the Underworld God Palace. So it turned out that the celestial arch had instructed him to do so. The Underworld God Palace thought that they had done everything flawlessly, but there's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Yaij was very meticulous. Through clues and clues, he found out that the survivor of the calamity at the Fenglin Manor was your ex-fiancé, Yi Qingxuang. From Yi Qingxuang, he found out that a young man named Guchen had awakened the Tyrant Empyrean bone. Hence, he found out about the entire story of the Underworld God Palace. This matter was of great importance, so he immediately reported it to the old man, and this matter was not unique. At about the same time, Qinglin recommended a young man named Chenggu to the old man to become a Taoist. This Chenggu is quite special. He seems to have a lot of connections with the Underworld God Palace. Because of his help, we were able to destroy the Divine Creation Pavilion of the Underworld God Palace. Hence, he attracted the attention of the old man. Guchen fell silent. There was no need to say more to guess what happened after that. Since the Sky Emperor knew of the existence of Gu Chen, it was not difficult to find out that Chen Gu was Gu Chen from him. It seems that your majesty really knew my identity long ago. Gu Chen's expression was complicated, but he was relieved. As early as when he became a Taoist, the Sky Emperor had already guessed his true identity. At that time, the Sky Emperor did not harm him, and even deliberately said that he had the great martial king battle physique to help cover up his true identity. This showed that he had no evil intentions. Your Majesty, you really hid this matter well. I remember now. Back then, when Gu Chen's time stone had an accident, I asked to use the heavenly book to make a divination. You said that there was no solution to the divination. This was a lie, right? You had long since divined his true identity? Killing God Qinglin understood the whole truth and revealed a bitter smile to the Sky Emperor. That's not it. The old Sky Emperor shook his head. Back then, when the heavenly book divined Gu Chen, the divination was indeed unsolvable. But because this kind of situation was too rare, it reminded the old man of Huangfu Wuji. The old man divined about him, but there was never any result. The old man guessed that this should be because of the physique of the tyrannical firmament bone. Because of this, the old man is more certain that Chen Gu is Gu Chen. Killing God Qinglin nodded in realization. Seeing the complicated expression on Gu Chen's face, he couldn't help but laugh. Kid, you hid it for so long, now that it has been seen through, is there a need to look so ugly? Isn't it just the tyrannical firmament bone? Today is different from the past. You are now a Taoist of my celestial court, and your cultivation has reached the immortal king realm. Are you still afraid that if this matter spreads out, a bunch of people will want to dig out your bones? When Gu Chen heard this, he couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Senior might not know this, but because of this junior's special physique, countless people in the Fenglin Manor have died in vain. This junior once made up his mind to never let anyone know of this secret. The old heavenly emperor shook his head. I'm afraid that it's impossible for your thoughts to come true. The phenomenon of the stars in daytime is simply too shocking. Your physique will definitely attract the guesses of countless people. Even Huangfu Wuji will probably notice it soon. Gu Chen, what Qinglin said earlier is right. Today is different from the past. Back then, you didn't have any background, and you were weak. You could only hide everywhere, afraid that your life would be in danger if someone discovered your secret. But now, with my celestial court supporting you, and you have already grown into an outstanding talent of the younger generation, what is there to fear? In the Kunlun continent, even if they know that you have the tyrannical firmament bone, how many factions would dare to casually make a move against you? You and your little monkey don't have to be on tenterhooks anymore. Under the banner of the old man, you can use your own name and live openly. He would use his own name and live on openly. The old celestial emperor's words were like thunder in his ears, causing great waves to surge in Gu Chen's heart. For the past year or so, he had concealed his identity and carefully walked on the edge of a knife. In his heart, there was also the underworld deity Palace, which was a great enemy, pressing down on him to the point of suffocation. But now, someone was telling him not to worry, that they would support him in the future. Looking at the old celestial emperor and killing God Qinglin, Gu Chen suddenly felt that it was really good to have a backer. This junior understands. The many emotions in his heart finally condensed into a single sentence. From this moment onwards, Gu Chen truly felt a sense of belonging to the celestial court. Alright, since the secret is out, let's get down to business. The old celestial emperor took a sip of tea and said slowly. Gu Chen, the old man actually had a motive for getting Qinglin to accept the invitation to the Central Plains royal family's Feast of Thoughts. Do you know what it is? Gu Chen's eyes flickered. With the frank conversation earlier, his mind was already much more active. Is it because of Huangfu Wuji? That's right. The old celestial emperor nodded. When you go to Luoyang to participate in the royal family's sacrificial ceremony, you will definitely see Huangfu Wuji. Hiding and evading pursuit is not a solution. It's time for you to face Huangfu Wuji head-on. Are you afraid of what the old man said? A bone-deep hatred flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. I've been waiting for this day for a very long time. Very good. Old man, I knew you weren't someone who was afraid of trouble. However, courage alone is not enough. We need to have a thorough understanding of our enemies. The old celestial emperor revealed a gratified expression. He stretched out his old hand and waved it in the air. Immediately, an image appeared in the air. It was a map of the entire Kunlun continent, and the 9 provinces were depicted in great detail. Huangfu Wuji isn't even 100 years old yet, but he's already one of the top experts on this continent. In the long years that the old man has lived, there aren't many people as terrifying as him. On the surface, he is an official in the imperial court of the Central Earth Empire. In just a few decades, he has developed the Huangfu family into a prestigious family, and he even controls the powerful Heavenly Mirror Constabulary. In private, he has the help of the man with a bamboo hat. In just a few decades, he has established such a huge underground organization like the Nether God Palace, which is comparable to our celestial court. Be it in terms of strength or strategy, he is second to none. Guqin didn't refute the old Heavenly Emperor's evaluation. Although Huangfu Wuji relied on stealing his grandfather's tyrannical firmament bone to change the trajectory of his life, if he was just such a despicable person without any means, he wouldn't have been able to establish such a huge foundation. He is already the #1 war god of the Central Earth Empire. On the surface, he controls millions of soldiers in the imperial court, but he secretly controls a huge underground organization. He is revered as the god of the underworld. Huangfu Wuji's life can be said to be incomparably glorious. However, this person is extremely ambitious, and he will never be satisfied. Do you know what his next step is? Guqin raised his head and looked at the map of the 9 provinces in the air as he answered. Since his potential has already reached a peak, his next step is probably to usurp the throne and establish himself as the emperor, right? That's right. In the past few years, Huangfu Wuji has been making continuous movements through the Heavenly Mirror Constabulary and the Nether God Palace, making preparations for this. Actually, the royal family of the Central Earth has long been wary of him. However, his current strength is too great, and it is hard for the royal family to touch him. One of the main reasons why the Crown Prince, Ji Zifeng, bestowed the Emperor's gift to you is to establish a good relationship with our celestial court. If he can cooperate with our celestial court, the threat of the Nether God Palace will be greatly reduced, and the royal family's safety will be better guaranteed. The old Heavenly Emperor's words made Guqin suddenly see the light. It turned out that Ji Zifeng had such a goal in mind. Previously, Guqin was not familiar with the situation in the imperial court of the Central Earth Empire, so he had never thought about these problems in detail. For the Heavenly Emperor to have me participate in the Philosopher's Banquet, it looks like he intends to cooperate with the royal family of the Central Earth Empire? Guqin said after some thought. Huangfu Wuji's desire for power is almost boundless. If he really becomes the emperor, his next step will probably be to unify the Kunlun continent and the Dark World. At that time, the heavenly courts will also be in danger, and the building will collapse. It is possible to cooperate with the royal family of the Central Earth Empire, but there are still too few people in the royal family who understand. Even the current emperor still has fantasies about Huangfu Wuji, and even wants to use marriage as a means to stabilize the Huangfu clan. We cannot place our hopes on them. Guqin thought of Ji Lanchu. Ji Lanchu was the sacrifice that the royal family had fantasies about. She understood the Huangfu clan very well, so she used the method of escaping the marriage to stop this matter, wanting the royal family to wake up. It's not just the royal family of the Central Earth that hasn't seen through it. Even within our celestial court, some people also think that Huangfu Wuji doesn't have such great ambitions. Killing God Qinglin sighed at the side. The old Heavenly Emperor shook his head. Huangfu Wuji is extremely shrewd, and he has always hidden himself very well. In addition, his influence is too great, so it is normal for some people to be wary of him. Guqin, the most important mission for you to participate in the royal family's sacrificial ceremony this time is to find out Huangfu Wuji's background, as well as to see if the royal family of the Central Earth Empire is worth cooperating with. To Huangfu Wuji, the 3 generations of your Gu clan are the most disgraceful side of his life. Your appearance might be able to reveal a flaw in his meticulous plan, and the old man can also use this opportunity to pry into his next move. This trip can be said to be dangerous and unpredictable. After all, your identity is already on the verge of being exposed, and it is hard to predict what Huangfu Wuji will do. But just like what the old man said earlier, hiding and evading pursuit isn't a solution. Since your goal is revenge, it's time to step onto the stage and lay all your cards on the table with Huangfu Wuji. Gu Chen could not help but clench his fists tightly. He had actually been waiting for this day for a very long time. The old man sending you to Luoyang will certainly put you at great risk, but you don't have to worry too much about your safety. Now that you're already a Taoist and the future successor of the old man, the Underworld God Palace will have to think twice before making a move. Moreover, when the time comes, Qinglin will accompany you and protect you in secret. As for on the surface, you've been invited by the royal family and will be an honored guest of the imperial court, so Huangfu Wuji will have to be even more wary. After all, no matter how powerful he is, it's not to the extent that he can cover the sky with one hand. The old celestial emperor analyzed the situation clearly. Entering the Central Earth Empire's capital this time was risky for Gu Chen, but it also contained hidden opportunities. This junior understands everything. This time, I'll head to Luoyang with a blade in my heart. Gu Chen's expression was cold as he said resolutely. Head to Luoyang with a blade? Good, that's the kind of courage I need. The old celestial emperor laughed, and so did the killing god Qinglin. The capital was currently in a turbulent undercurrent, and it needed such a sharp blade. There are still about 10 days before the Central Earth Imperial family's heavenly worship ceremony. Since you've already become a Taoist, according to the rules, you can receive the Celestial Emperor's ultimate technique. In these few days, you can follow the old man and cultivate. The teapot was already empty. The old Celestial Emperor stood up. Come with me. Gu Chen followed the old Heavenly Emperor to a garden, while the Azure Qilin Reaper left first. There were many colorful flowers in front, looking very beautiful. Gu Chen, do you know what the old man's famous technique is? The old Heavenly Emperor asked with a smile. Gu Chen recalled the rumors in the Celestial Court and blurted it out. Your Majesty's most famous technique should be the Heavenly Emperor's Time Fist, right? The Heavenly Emperor's Time Fist was said to be able to create and destroy everything with one punch, turning the sea into mulberry fields. However, such a powerful fist technique had already become a legend. This was because the old Heavenly Emperor had not made a move for many years. That's right. Of all the things the old man has learned, the Heavenly Emperor's Time Fist is the most important. What the old man wants to teach you today is also related to it. Right after the old Heavenly Emperor said that, Gu Chen's face lit up in joy. He had not expected the Heavenly Emperor to teach him his most powerful ability. The Heavenly Emperor's Time Fist involves the profound and unfathomable laws of time. Hence, it is abnormally difficult to cultivate. Do you have any concept of the so-called laws of heaven and earth? Gu Chen shook his head. The power of laws was still too foreign to him. It is normal that you do not understand. Only when a cultivator reaches the celestial realm and the soul in their body transforms into a primordial spirit can they sense the power of laws. The so-called being one with heaven sounds mysterious, but in reality, it is just coming into contact with the laws of heaven and earth. In my Kunlun continent, the celestial realm is already the peak of cultivation. However, this world is very vast. There is still the vast starry sky outside our world. The path of cultivation is endless. As for the laws of heaven and earth, it is hard to comprehend them in one's lifetime. The old Heavenly Emperor's words shocked Gu Chen. The celestial realm is far from the peak of cultivation, the world is very big, and there is even the vast starry sky outside. The old Heavenly Emperor's understanding was surprisingly similar to the records in the heavenly phenomenon art, giving Gu Chen a lot of inspiration. Dare I ask, Your Majesty, have you broken through the threshold of the celestial realm? Gu Chen asked curiously. The old Sky Emperor shook his head. The Kunlun continent is an extremely special place. In the past, the old man was not clear about it, but in the 9,000 years that the old man has lived, there has never been an expert above the celestial being realm. 9,000 years? Gu Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. The celestial arch had actually lived for so long, no wonder it was rumored in the celestial court that the old Sky Emperor had lived for a very long time, but no one knew exactly how long he had lived, because his lifespan had already surpassed Gu Chen's understanding. Don't you find it unbelievable? The old Heavenly Emperor smiled. Ordinary cultivators, even if their cultivation reaches the Deva realm and are hailed as saints, their lifespan is at most 1,000 years. In terms of lifespan, in the entire Kunlun continent, no one can compare with the old man. Even among the other foreign races, there are no more than 3 who can compare with the old man in age. Guchen was speechless. He wanted to say that this was simply a 1,000-year-old tortoise, but thinking that it was disrespectful to the celestial arch, he kept his mouth shut. The reason why the old man's lifespan can violate the rules of the heavenly Tao is mainly because the old man cultivates the celestial emperor's light fist. 9,000 years ago, when the old man was young, he accidentally discovered the secret place of the 9-tiered heavens palace. From here, he obtained the heavenly treasure book and the time stone, and even the celestial emperor's light fist. Only then did he embark on the road of cultivation. Guchen was shocked when he heard this. There were probably only a few people in the entire continent who knew what the old Sky Emperor had said. Why did he tell him such a secret? Could it be that he would tell every Taoist the truth? The origin of the 9-tiered heavens is very unusual. Guchen, you have to remember, even if the old man dies one day, as long as the heavens palace is not destroyed, the inheritance of the celestial court will still exist. The old Sky Emperor sighed. Your Majesty is too serious. You can still live to 100 years old. Guchen said quickly. 100 years old? The old man lived for 9,000 years, but you wish me to live to 100 years old? The old Sky Emperor teased. Of course not, this kid made a mistake. It should be wishing your Majesty a long life. Guchen smiled bitterly. Alright, I'm just teasing you. The old man has lived for so long, he has long lived enough. What is there to fear about death? The old Sky Emperor paced in the garden, and Guchen followed closely. Although the old man has comprehended a little bit of the law of time, making it difficult for the power of time to erode the old man, but because of this, he has lost the possibility of going further. Now, he is just living an ignoble life. Today, the old man is not going to teach you the celestial emperor's time fist. With your current realm, it is still difficult to comprehend. The old man will teach you a spell first. This spell was extracted by the old man from the celestial emperor's time fist. It is equivalent to a simplified version. It is less powerful, but it is easier to learn. After learning this spell, when you step into the celestial being realm, you can learn the celestial emperor's time fist. Watch carefully, this spell is called Moment of Beauty. As the old Sky Emperor spoke, he waved his sleeves. A cool breeze blew through the garden, and the colorful flowers quickly withered, and then quickly bloomed after they withered. Flowers bloom and fall, tides rise and fall, eternity and destruction are between a thought. Capturing that moment of beauty is the true meaning of time. The old Sky Emperor said solemnly. Guchen was dazzled. At present, the garden seemed to have experienced countless spring, summer, autumn, and winter, and the grass and trees were constantly changing the 4 seasons. One moment, it was a harsh winter, flowers withered, and trees bare. The next moment, it was a warm spring and summer, flowers in full bloom, and the sun was like fire. Squeak squeak. The white ape looked at this wonderful scene and clapped excitedly. Little monkey, you have taken advantage of it. This spell was originally only taught to the Taoist. You and Guchen depend on each other, so you can be considered half an exception. The old Sky Emperor said with a smile. With a point of his finger, a strange spiritual power suddenly drilled into the sea of consciousness of Guchen and the white ape. Involuntarily, Guchen closed his eyes, and the cultivation method of Moment of Beauty flashed in his mind. Starting from now, for the next 7 days, you should cultivate well here. You have just entered the sovereign realm. Aside from this spell, I believe you still have a lot of power to temper. 7 days later, the other Taoists and quasi-Taoists will gather at the Lingxiao Hall to hold a Taoist coronation ceremony for you. At that time, the old man will send someone to call you. After the old Sky Emperor finished speaking, he left. As for Guchen, he sank into the comprehension of this time spell. As Guchen cultivated in the heavenly palace, the outside world, or rather, the entire Kunlun continent, was already in an uproar because of the unprecedented phenomenon of stars appearing in daytime. This phenomenon lasted for 3 days, and during these 3 days, the discussions about this matter never stopped in the 5 regions of the Kunlun continent. Some places said that this was the arrival of the end, making people anxious. Some places thought that the stars of fortune were shining, and a sage would be born. In the 9 provinces, the believers of the Desolate God Church said that this was the wrath of heaven, indicating the birth of a star of calamity. The followers of the Desolate God Church would walk the world and use the name of the Desolate God to eliminate this star of calamity, freeing the masses from the suffering of the mortal world. All sorts of rumors spread in the world until the major factions that left the wind and cloud gathering spread the news of the Taoist of the Celestial Court, Chengu, undergoing a tribulation. For a moment, the entire continent was in an uproar. He had killed an underworld guard. He had defeated 10 kings in a row at the Nirvana realm. His breakthrough had triggered the thunder tribulation of heaven's envy, and even triggered the unprecedented phenomenon of stars in daytime. He had just entered the king realm and defeated 6 young kings with 1 palm strike. Rumors about Chengu, the Taoist of the Celestial Court, spread throughout the world, causing people to exclaim in surprise and doubt. Such a terrifying monster was even more famous than Huangfu Qingming, the proud son of heaven of the past. He was simply peerless. The news spread from the middle mainland to the other 4 major regions. Soon, some authoritative lists in the world had a response: Beijing Mansion. 3 days after the phenomenon of stars in daytime, Zhou Feiyang, the leader of the Whale League, was sitting in the hall of his mansion, drinking tea and reading a black jade slip. This was the latest edition of the blacklist. He had just obtained it through a special channel and was looking at it anxiously. As an expert at the bottom of the blacklist, Zhou Feiyang had always been concerned about the fluctuation of his ranking. He was worried that he would fall out of the top 200 one day. After all, the blacklist was extremely valuable in the dark world. All these years, he had relied on this reputation to suppress countless restless cultivators in Beijing Mansion. Soon, he saw his name at the bottom of the list and was surprised to find that he had fallen 1 place. Sigh, the ranking I managed to maintain for a few months has fallen again. In a few more months, I'm afraid I'll fall out of the blacklist. He frowned and couldn't help but look at the front of the list, curious about who had squeezed out his ranking. His eyes wandered and found that the people in front of him had basically not changed. Instead, all the people at the bottom of the list had moved back 1 place. This meant that a new expert had entered the blacklist and had obtained a very high ranking the first time he entered the list. Who's on the list this time? Zhou Feiyang mumbled and quickly looked around. Soon, he saw a new name at the 99th place on the blacklist. Chengu, the new Taoist of the Celestial Court. His first entry into the blacklist surpassed the whole 100, and he is ranked 99th. This person is suspected to have triggered the unprecedented phenomenon of stars in daytime. He possesses the Great Martial King combat body and is the most important superstar in the dark world in recent years. This person's main achievements are as follows. First, when you were at the Nirvana realm, you destroyed 11 halls of the Nether God Palace in the Green Province with a mere 500 assassins. 2. Kill Brahma Demon Jiaolan. 3. Defeat 6 genius kings in 1 hit when you've just entered immortal level. Zhou Feiyang's heart skipped a beat when he saw the description on the blacklist. Chengu? He swallowed his saliva as he recalled Madman Chen who had threatened him during the Whale Alliance meeting. It's a coincidence. It should be a coincidence. It's just that their names are the same, right? It's only been half a year. How did that kid manage to fight his way into the top 100 of the blacklist? Zhou Feiyang tried hard to convince himself that this matter was fake, but as he looked at the description on the blacklist, the cold sweat on his forehead increased. Wasn't that Chengu originally the future Taoist of the Celestial Court? The new Taoist of the Celestial Court couldn't just happen to have the same name as him, right? It's over, it's over. What kind of monster did our Beijing prefecture produce? Don't tell me that crazy Chen is still dissatisfied with me? The more Zhou Feiyang thought about it, the more terrified he was. He stood up immediately. Come, come. After a while, the Thunder Ray sect's elder hurried over. Sect leader, is there anything I can do for you? Quickly prepare a big gift. Zhou Feiyang said. What big gift? What are you going to do? The Thunder Ray sect's elder was confused. I'm going to the Heavenly Star sect to give the gift. The Thunder Ray sect's elder was dumbfounded. 9 provinces, Luoyang, in the Shen mansion. The servant, Xiaoqiao, had just returned from outside. She brought the latest issue of the 9 province ranking list to Xianxia. Madam, why do you look at the 9 provinces reputation list every single time? It's meaningless to look at it. Xiaoqiao asked doubtfully. Xianxia smiled without saying a word. He opened the ranking list and glanced at each genius's name, paying special attention to those who had just entered the list. Madam, the appearance of stars in daytime has caused a commotion in the outside world, Xiaoqiao excitedly told Xianxia about what she saw in the restaurant outside. 9 out of 10 of her sentences were about a person named Chenggu. She was full of admiration for him. Xianxia listened casually. Suddenly, his eyes stopped at a line on the ranking list. Chenggu, the newly promoted Taoist of the Dark Force Celestial Court. Great Martial King Physique. Obtained the highest honor, Emperor's Grace, in the 2 academies gathering. This person is extremely talented. He is ranked 33rd on the 9 province ranking list after being certified by the teachers of the 2 academies. To obtain such a high ranking when he just entered the Martial King realm. This is extremely rare since the establishment of the ranking list. He broke Huangfu Qingming's highest record. Xianxia read the records about Chenggu in detail. As he read, he couldn't help but reveal a smile. Chenggu, Gu Chen. This kid, why didn't he choose his name carefully? Huh? Madam, what are you talking about? Xiaoqiao was puzzled. Xiaoqiao, didn't you keep saying that you miss young master? Xianxia said with a smile. Yes, I haven't seen young master for a year. I wonder if he ate well and dressed well. Did he lose weight again? Xiaoqiao lowered her head. Her pretty face was flushed. You will see young master soon, Xianxia said. Really? Madam, when? Xiaoqiao's face was filled with surprise. I don't know the specific time, but Chen didn't let me down. He is no longer the same as before. The rims of Xianxia's eyes were a little red. The mother was worried when her son traveled 1,000 li and she finally received news from him. In the dark underground palace of the Nether God Palace's headquarters. Stars in daytime. Both rankings are listed. Man with a bamboo hat, you said that this child's talent is ordinary. It seems that you made a big mistake. On the Nether God statue, the scarlet eyes opened and Huangfu Wuji's indifferent voice came. Man with a bamboo hat stood below with an awkward expression. Lord Nether God, it was indeed this subordinate's mistake. Because of this subordinate's mistake, this child became famous and caused Jiao Lan to be killed. This subordinate is willing to accept punishment. The Nether God statue's tone was emotionless. There is no need for punishment. You were busy with other things. It is normal that you neglected this matter. But this kid's background is very interesting. Stars in daytime? Interesting, interesting, interesting. Man with a bamboo hat was silent. He understood the Nether God very well. The more he repeated a word, the more he cared about it. Lord Nether God, do you want this subordinate to send the Nether God guards to kill Chenggu? After a long time, he suggested. No need. This is a crucial time. There is no need to go to war with the Celestial Court. The imperial family's sacrificial ceremony is in a few days. I will wait for him in the imperial capital. Huangfu Wuji's voice became faintly discernible. After he finished speaking, he closed his scarlet eyes and left the underground palace with his vast divine sense. Man with a bamboo hat stood alone in the underground palace for a long time. He couldn't help but laugh strangely. Haha, a single spark can start a prairie fire. This show in Kunlun continent is getting more and more interesting. In the heavenly palace garden, Gu Chen, dressed in a white robe, walked casually through the flowers. Wherever he passed, the flowers withered instantly, as if they had experienced a cold winter in an instant. When he left, the flowers bloomed again, which was very strange. After spending a few days, with Gu Chen's comprehension and the guidance of the old celestial emperor, he had a little bit of the time magic of the momentary beauty. In addition to practicing this unique skill of the celestial emperor, he spent more time in the past few days to hone his new strength. After stepping into the king's realm this time, the potential of his physical body was developed again. In addition to his strength increasing to 90 million pounds, his body also gave birth to 3 new magical powers. The first magical power was called the Tyrant's seal, which could leave a strange mark on objects. Any object with a mark would feel a domineering pressure when touched by ordinary people, and if the distance was close enough, Guchen would feel it. The ability of the first magical power was strange. It could increase the pressure of weapons, but the increase was not large. As for its ability to deter others, it was far less useful than the innate haki, and could only stun weaker cultivators. This magical power was of little value to Guchen. He studied it for a long time but did not find any other use, so he put more attention on other magical powers. The second magical power was called the Overlord Spear, which could condense a golden spear with extremely terrifying destructive power. This magical power was similar to the 7 Absolutes tyrannical saber, which consumed very little yuan qi and consumed more of the body's qi and blood. Both of them were very lethal, but the 7 Absolutes tyrant saber was better at breaking through a single point, concentrating its attack power at a single point. On the other hand, the Overlord Spear was more of an area of effect attack. With a single spear strike, thousands of soldiers and horses would be destroyed. Guchen was very satisfied with this magical power, which undoubtedly gave him another big trump card. Whether it was the Tyrant's seal or the Overlord Spear, they were magical powers brought about by the heavenly tyrannical bone, and the third magical power was brought about by the heavenly phenomenon technique, which made Guchen the most happy. In the garden, Guchen flew up into the sky. In the distant sky, the sun was red like fire. He flew until he reached a cloud, then faced the sun and raised one hand. Flaming heaven-burning palm, a golden crow seemed to materialize from the sun far away. It spread its wings and flew high, traversing the void and descending beside Guchen. Puchi. Guchen's palm was suddenly covered in pure golden flames, which emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. This was the true fire of the sun. It was one of the strongest true flames in the world, a level higher than the Central Plains royal family's dragon phoenix true flames. The third magical power, the sky-burning flaming palm, was extremely powerful. With one palm strike, it could burn a mountain into ashes. But for Guchen, the most precious thing about it was that it gave him the ability to capture the true fire of the sun. The sun and moon refinement was the first level of the 33 secret techniques. Although it was all-encompassing, the cultivation level could be roughly divided into 3 steps. The first step was to nourish the soul with the moonlight and temper the body with the yang flames to cultivate the immortal golden body. The second step was to use the power of the golden body to capture the true fire of the sun and the soul ice of the moon. The true fire of the sun and the soul ice of the moon belonged to the true power of the celestial bodies of the sun and the moon. It was different from the power of the sun and the moon that Guchen had simulated with the sun and moon refinement secret technique. They had the true power of the celestial bodies. The third step was to fuse the true fire of the sun and the soul ice of the moon to cultivate the Yin-Yang 2 right sword. When the Yin-Yang 2 right sword was cultivated, it meant that the sun and moon refinement secret technique had reached the advanced level. Ever since Guchen had cultivated the immortal golden body half a year ago, he had not made much progress in the sun and moon refinement secret technique. This time, the supernatural power of the sky-burning flaming palm was born, allowing him to master the true fire of the sun and finally step into the second step of the sun and moon refinement secret technique. After mastering this move, Guchen would be able to summon the true fire of the sun as long as the sun was shining during the day. The temperature of the fire had reached an extreme, and it had the characteristic of endless growth. It would not stop until it burned the target. In addition, it came from the sun and was full of yang energy. It would have a miraculous effect on dealing with evil ghosts. Because of this, Guchen's sun and moon refinement secret technique had reached a higher level. This once difficult to understand secret technique finally saw the hope of reaching the advanced level. Boom! Boom, boom! Guchen struck out with his palm. The rolling true fire of the sun turned into a fire dragon and rushed into the distance. It did not dissipate until it was thousands of feet away. Along the way, all the clouds were evaporated. The heavenly palace was originally located among the clouds, but it was forcibly created into nothingness by him. The power of the true fire of the sun is great, but the power of the celestial bodies is really not easy to borrow. Using it once not only consumes a lot of spiritual energy, but it is also a burden on the body. After Guchen finished the move, he muttered to himself. If he did not have the immortal golden body, even if he could summon the true fire of the sun, his body would be instantly burned to ashes, and he would not be able to use the celestial bodies. No wonder the immortal golden body was the first step. If he could not practice the golden body, he could not reach the second step. Guchen made up his mind. Although the true fire of the sun was good, it was better to use it as little as possible. If he used it when his essence, qi, and spirit were not in the best state, it was likely to attract fire and burn him. As usual, after familiarizing himself with the 3 new magical powers, Guchen flew back to the garden. His eyes glanced at a corner of the garden, where the white ape was sitting quietly, cultivating seriously. Ever since the Sky Emperor taught him the momentary beauty, the white ape had cultivated this technique seriously for the first time. Its comprehension was extremely high. Guchen was not sure whether it had mastered this technique, but in the past few days, its aura was sometimes strong and sometimes weak, very unstable. Guchen suspected that the little guy might be about to have a breakthrough in cultivation, but he had known it for so long and had never seen anything special when it broke through, so he could not see any clues. It seemed that no matter how much its cultivation increased, its body would always be the same, and it would not change at all. It didn't even know how to speak human language like the other demons. The only supernatural power that Guchen had ever seen was the ability to enlarge itself. There were too many mysteries about it. It seems that if there is a chance, I really have to go to the Nanling Mountains. Guchen remembered what the Demon King had said. Maybe if he went to the Nanling Mountains, he would be able to find out the secret about the little guy. Qindaozi, today we will hold a coronation ceremony for you in the Lingxiao Hall, don't forget. Outside the garden, a guard of the Heavenly Palace came in and said respectfully to Guchen. So soon, it's 7 days? Guchen was surprised. These days, he had been immersed in cultivation, and time passed quickly. I will go now. Guchen glanced at the white ape, who was still cultivating, and did not take it with him. He went to the Lingxiao Hall alone. When he stepped into the hall, the 35 prospective Taoists of the Celestial Court, as well as the other 2 Taoists, had been waiting for a long time. Guchen felt strange. Half a year ago, the ceremony to become a prospective Taoist was held in this hall. He did not expect that in just half a year, he would be promoted to a Taoist again. The people were still the same, but this time, when everyone saw Guchen, their expressions were very different from the past. Half a year ago, when Guchen became a prospective Taoist, he was looked down upon by the other prospective Taoists because of the rumor that he only had an ordinary constitution. None of the 3 Taoists attended his ceremony. However, when he became a Taoist half a year later, everyone's eyes focused on him cautiously and solemnly when he stepped into the main hall. A scholar who had been away for 3 days must be looked at in a new light. Hua Jingfei and Cui Jing, who had fought with Guchen before, now had complicated expressions on their faces. Who would have thought that the person who had once been able to compete with them would now become a proud son of heaven who had just entered the immortal king realm and was ranked on the double roll? Guchen walked into the main hall unhurriedly, and the prospective Taoists on both sides made way for him. He went straight to the front of the main hall and stood side by side with the other 2 Taoists. Today, he was crowned the Green Qilin Killing God, who was holding a few things in his hands. Looking at Guchen, the Green Qilin Killing God's eyes revealed a hint of gratification. When he first saw Guchen, he only felt that he was a little special. He only treated him differently because he had walked out of the ghastly ruins alive. Since then, Guchen had grown up step by step. His speed of growth and his tenacity reminded him of himself when he was young. He had no relatives in this life, nor had he accepted any disciples. There were not many people who could catch his eye. Guchen was a promising talent, and it was worth it for him to be his guardian. From today onwards, you will officially be the 4th Taoist of the Celestial Court. No matter where you go in the future, do not forget that you are the Taoist of the Celestial Court and the heir of the Celestial Emperor. Do not weaken the prestige of the Celestial Court. The Green Qilin Killing God said earnestly, then handed the things in his hands to Guchen. Guchen received them solemnly and said seriously, I will not let you down, senior. In his hands was a Taoist's exclusive robe and a snow-white mask. Guchen put on the robe on the spot. It was a snow-white robe with 3 purple patterns embroidered on the shoulders. Purple represented unspeakable nobility. There was nothing special about the mask in his hand. At this time, the green Qilin killing god continued. According to the rules of the celestial court, a Taoist is on the same level as a titled killer god. Hence, this mask is blank. You can customize it as you wish. At the same time, just like the titled killer god, every Taoist has their own title. Today, I will grant you the title Overlord. I hope that in the future, everyone in the dark world will tremble in fear when they hear the name Overlord. Tyrant, when Guchen heard his own title, his heart rippled. What an overlord! He wanted to be a peerless overlord, to do as he pleased, to kill gods and Buddhas if they stood in his way. Thank you for the name, Senior. Guchen said from the bottom of his heart. Behind him, a series of voices rose and fell. Greetings, Overlord. From this day on, the Dark World had one more Overlord. After the coronation ceremony ended, the green Qilin killing god left the Lingxiao Palace. Behind Guchen, a melodious female voice rang out. Chenggu, Chenggu. Su Huahua ran over excitedly and pulled Guchen, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Chenggu, I heard that you made a big scene at the True Martial Academy. What exactly happened? I saw the stars in daytime. How did you do it? Oh, where's the little monkey? Why isn't he by your side? I heard that he's also very powerful. Su Huahua opened her mouth and asked a series of questions. Perhaps it was because staying in the heavenly palace was too boring. It was rare for her to see a friend, so she was especially happy. Her question was also what many of the prospective Taoists were curious about. These days, Guchen's reputation was too great. The rumors about him were getting more and more exaggerated. They didn't know how much of it was true. Now that the real person was in front of them, everyone couldn't help but perk up their ears to listen. They wanted to understand the real situation, and they wanted to see the real person's glory. Yes, Brother Chen, tell us about the True Martial Academy. These days, I've heard so many rumors about you that my ears are about to grow calluses. The other 2 Taoists also came over. One of them, Zhong Ziyu, smiled and said. Since everyone wants to hear it, then I'll tell you. Guchen didn't like to talk about these things, but he couldn't persuade Su Huahua, so he simply explained a few things. When everyone confirmed that most of the rumors were true, most of the prospective Taoists were amazed, but there were also some people who expressed dissatisfaction. Chen Daozi, you said that you just entered the king's realm and you repelled 6 king-level experts with one palm. Why can't I believe it? Even if your great martial king battle body is tyrannical, it's not much stronger than us, right? The 6 prospective Taoists had the biggest objection. They had also triggered the time stone and were pulled into the mysterious world. They also had very good physiques. Under normal circumstances, a new Taoist should be born among the 6 of them. However, they didn't expect that Guchen would appear out of nowhere and become a Taoist as soon as he entered the king's realm. How could they be willing? Chen Daozi, no matter how much you talk, it's better to do something practical. Show them your skills. Only then will you be able to convince the masses. Another Taoist, Sunshi, said with a hint of provocation. They were all Taoists who were competing for the position of the future celestial emperor. They were the most direct competitors. Today, the green Qilin killing god bestowed the title of Overlord on Guchen, which gave him a sense of crisis. Everyone echoed, wanting to see Guchen make a move. Since everyone wants to see me make a move, it's not impossible. However, in order to avoid hurting the harmony, don't make a big fuss. Guchen said indifferently. His words made everyone feel bored. If he didn't make a big fuss, how could they see how much real ability he had? Just as everyone was wondering how Guchen was going to prove himself, they saw him smile slightly, and then from his body, an invisible overbearing pressure swept over, boom, the innate domineering aura swept out, and the faces of the 6 prospective Taoists turned pale. Their legs went soft, and they staggered and knelt on one knee. The 2 Taoists present also changed their expressions and took a few steps back, as if they were facing a great enemy, and their backs were covered with cold sweat. What's going on? The rest of the prospective Taoists, including Su Huahua, were at a loss. They didn't feel anything. They only saw Guchen smile, and then all the Taoists present had a huge reaction, as if they had seen a snake or scorpion. Such a situation was too strange, and it made people shudder. That should be enough, right? Gu Chen smiled and glanced at the few people who had the intention to provoke him. Brother Chen is really powerful. I wonder what kind of magic art that was. Sun Shi took a deep breath. He had been a Taoist for a long time, and his realm was higher than Gu Chen's. However, he didn't do anything just now, and he actually felt terrified. The title of Overlord is indeed well-deserved. The reactions of the Taoists among the prospective Taoists were even more unbearable. Gu Chen's domineering aura just now made them feel completely powerless, and for a moment, the injustice in their hearts dissipated a lot. Gu Chen didn't answer Sun Shi's doubts, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. After stepping into the Taoist realm, his ability to control the innate domineering aura had also become stronger. In the past, he could only control it within a certain range, and everyone within that range would be affected. But now, his innate domineering aura could only be released at a few people, and the others nearby wouldn't feel it at all. The simple display of domineering aura earned Gu Chen everyone's respect. In a place like the Celestial Court, strength was always the easiest way to win respect and trust. After chatting with Su Huahua and the others for a while and familiarizing himself with the other two Taoists, Gu Chen left. 2 days later, White Ape also ended his state of cultivation, and there were only a few days left before the grand sacrificial ceremony of the Central Plains royal family. It's time to set off for Luoyang. Gu Chen murmured. His heart had flown to the imperial capital of the 9 prefectures, where he would see his mother, whom he had not seen for a long time, and where he would meet his enemy for the first time. He had been looking forward to this day for too long, silently thinking about it countless times in his heart. After bidding farewell to the old Sky Emperor, under the protection of the Green Qilin killing god, Gu Chen left the Sky Palace with White Ape. The imperial capital, Luoyang, was about to rise, Eastern Wilderness, Feng Lin Mansion, South Sky City. Today, a tall girl came to the gates of South Sky City. The young girl was wearing a loose robe, and the hood almost covered her face. Only a pair of bright eyes could occasionally be seen, and it made people feel that she was breathtakingly beautiful. She looked travel-worn, but when she entered the city, her tired expression relaxed a little. The streets of South Sky City were bustling with people. Apart from the hawkers, more people were talking about the spectacle of stars appearing in daylight a few days ago. The girl was in a hurry and did not listen to these words. Screech! The cry of a bird came from the air. In a mountain city like South Sky City, it was normal to hear the cries of birds and beasts. The girl's eyes lit up when she heard it. She quickly came to an empty space in the city, and saw a bird land in the air and stop in front of her. She took out a small bottle from under its wings, and the bottle contained a note. The girl opened the note and read it with anticipation. Junior sister Lan Chu, I have received your letter, but I have been busy recently, so I have not replied until now. I hope you can forgive me. A lot of things have happened in the academy recently. Chingu, whom you recommended, has really caused a lot of trouble. The entire letter was almost full of complaints, complaining about a guy named Chingu who was too good at causing trouble. The young girl laughed involuntarily. Senior sister, you've really suffered. However, Chingu is indeed unexpected. So the stars in daytime a few days ago had something to do with him. The young girl looked at the contents of the letter and imagined her old friend challenging a king tier one day. She couldn't help but feel a sense of regret when he became a king tier. It's a pity that I can't witness such an exciting moment with my own eyes. She read the letter a few more times before putting it away in her storage ring with satisfaction. The corners of her mouth curled into a joyful smile. She stayed in the city and ate some food. Just as she was about to continue on her way, she sensed a faint aura following her. I've been discovered again? Because of a letter, the pretty face of the young girl who was in a good mood immediately sank. These days, the number of experts chasing after her was increasing, pressuring her to the point where she was almost out of breath. The Imperial Court and the Heavenly Mirror Palace had engaged the help of the Fated Masters to continuously divine her location. Wherever she went, she would be discovered very quickly. As usual, the girl changed her appearance and hurriedly fled the city. However, she wasn't so lucky this time. Not long after she left the city, a few unknown cultivators blocked her way. "Your Highness, please return with us. Lord Qingming has personally come to the eastern wilderness to look for you," the cultivator said politely. "Is he here?" Ji Lanchu instantly felt that something was amiss. With the other party's methods, it was only a matter of time before they found her. "I won't go back with you. Tell Huangfu Qingming that it's impossible for him to marry me even in his next life." Immediately after, a battle ensued. Ji Lanchu had the upper hand, but in the end, she let those people escape. Seeing those cultivators escape and return to report to Huangfu Qingming, Ji Lanchu knew that the other party would personally come looking for her soon. "Huangfu Qingming, so what if you're a prodigy of your generation? Since you followed me to the eastern wilderness this time, I'll make you fall here. As long as you're dead, the superficial peace between the Huangfu clan and the imperial clan will be torn into pieces, and my imperial father will see the truth clearly." A resolute look flashed past Ji Lanchu's beautiful eyes. She decided to do an extremely risky thing. If she succeeded, she might be able to trap and kill Huangfu Qingming in the eastern wilderness. And once he died, that absurd marriage agreement would naturally fall apart. A day later, Ji Lanchu was already far away from that nameless small city and arrived at a primeval forest. This place was the famous Forbidden Forest in the eastern wilderness, and in the depths of the forest, there was the legendary ghastly ruins that could only be entered but never returned. Along the way, she purposely let her pursuers escape and left some clues along the way. She believed that Huangfu Qingming already knew her whereabouts. Her plan was to lure him into the legendary ghastly ruins and make use of this notorious and ominous place to trap and kill him. She wasn't afraid that Huangfu Qingming wouldn't fall for it. This person was extremely conceited, and if he saw her entering the ghastly ruins, he would definitely dare to barge in. Ji Lanchu planned everything and braved the danger to arrive at the periphery of the ghastly ruins. It was already late at night now. In the distance, the ancient city was modeled, and there were layers upon layers of ghostly figures in the city. When the moon in the sky reached this place, it had also turned into a miserable green color. Ji Lanchu slightly looked towards the city of death and saw the patrolling soldiers, winged wandering corpses, and green-armored skeletons. The most shocking thing was that she saw a red-clothed little girl holding a candied ha. She seemed to have noticed the gaze from outside the city and revealed a strange smile at her. This scared Ji Lanchu so much that her beautiful face turned pale. But for her plan, she had no choice but to take the risk. She executed the clone technique. Her main body used a secret treasure to hide outside the ghastly ruins, and her clone went to a conspicuous place to wait for the enemy to come knocking. At midnight, a long rainbow tore through the sky and arrived. The young man in the lead was wearing a blue robe and had a peerless beauty. He was riding on a strange green bull. The person who came was the prodigy of a generation, Huangfu Qingming. The green bull he was riding on had an extraordinary bloodline. Huangfu Qingming met it by chance after coming to the eastern wilderness, and it was willing to serve him as its master. He was such a person. With luck on him, he would have fortuitous encounters wherever he went. "Your Highness, I'm here to bring you home." Huangfu Qingming saw Ji Lanchu outside the ghastly ruins with a glance and said indifferently. "Huangfu Qingming, it's impossible for me to go back with you." Ji Lanchu's clone had a cold expression. "Rather than going back with you, I'd rather enter the ghastly ruins. If I enter here, do you dare to follow me?" After she finished speaking, she purposely revealed a disdainful expression. She knew that with Huangfu Qingming's pride, he would definitely be angry. "Your Highness, entering the ghastly ruins is a narrow escape. Those who can come out alive will also be infected with inauspicious things and die mysteriously. Why do you have to take things too hard?" Huangfu Qingming shook his head. "If you really want to marry me, you would even dare to go through a mountain of daggers and a sea of flames. What is a mere ghastly ruins to you? If you don't dare to enter, then your title as a prodigy of a generation is nothing but a joke." After Ji Lanchu finished speaking, her clone ran into the ghastly ruins in one go, and there was no time to stop her. "Your Highness, you mustn't." The expressions of the group of cultivators behind Huangfu Qingming changed greatly. Especially the members of the imperial family, their hearts sank to the bottom. "Since you want to see me enter the ghastly ruins, then why don't I give it a try?" Huangfu Qingming sneered, and he actually rode the green bull and flew unhurriedly into the ghastly ruins. "Young master, you mustn't do this. The ghastly ruins can only be entered, but it's impossible to leave." The cultivators of the Huangfu clan instantly became anxious, but they were unable to stop Huangfu Qingming. His figure vanished within the ghastly ruins, and a chilly wind blew and drowned him by the ghostly shadows that covered the sky. The sound of iron chains rattling came from the ancient city, and it seemed like some peerless ferocious spirit was alarmed. As the capital of the Middle-earth Empire, Luoyang was not only the center of the 9 provinces but also the most prosperous and affluent region in the entire Kunlun continent. It was said that Luoyang's name had been passed down from ancient times. The city had a long history and had experienced tens of thousands of years of change, yet it still existed. Today, an ordinary-looking black-robed youth had just arrived outside the majestic city gates of Luoyang. A snow-white ape stood on his shoulder, looking at the undulating mountain range of the city wall in front of him. It seemed particularly excited. The newcomer was none other than Gu Chen. After leaving the Heavenly Palace, he had traveled continuously and finally arrived at Luoyang today. 3 days later, it would be the Middle-earth Imperial Worship Ceremony. The Green Qilin killing god was originally traveling with Gu Chen, but he felt that if he stayed by Gu Chen's side, Gu Chen would easily relax his guard, which would be detrimental to his growth. Hence, he disappeared. Although he had disappeared, Gu Chen knew that he must be somewhere not far away from him. It could be said that he had put a lot of thought into this. Luoyang truly lived up to its name as the capital of the 9 provinces. The towering city walls were not something that Gu Chen had seen before could compare to. As the imperial worship ceremony was very close, the guards at the city gates checked the people entering the city very carefully. The queue was very long. Gu Chen lined up at the back of the queue and waited unhurriedly to enter the imperial capital. People from all walks of life gathered in the queue, discussing the major events that happened in the 9 provinces recently. Among them, Gu Chen heard his name mentioned many times. He just entered the king's realm and is already ranked 33rd on the 9 provinces ranking list. That Qinggu of the Celestial Court is really impressive. I heard that he is also on the invitation list for the Feast of Thoughts. I wonder if I can see him in person? The stars in daytime is indeed rare. It seems like even the Huangfu clan's genius can't compare. I really regret not going to the True Martial Academy to watch the battle. The group of cultivators praised him. When Gu Chen heard others praising him, he had a strange expression. He had never expected the impact of his breakthrough that day to be listed on both the Black Roll and the 9 provinces ranking list, which was even more unexpected. Along the way, he had heard many similar comments. Gigi. White Ape heard others talking about Gu Chen and shook its head indignantly. Among all the rumors, Gu Chen had become famous, but there were very few people who mentioned the little fellow, so it felt very unhappy. No matter what, it had played a very important role in Gu Chen's breakthrough, but no one had praised it for being wise and mighty. Even the Huangfu clan genius can compare to him? You guys are really good at bragging. One had to know that the prodigy Huangfu Qingming had already stepped into the monarch realm 4 years ago, and how old was Qinggu of the Heavenly Court before he broke through to the monarch realm? Even though the breakthrough is happening, I can't compare to the celestial clan's sovereign realm of Earth. King Chen's heavens. Outstanding talents possess top-notch physiques. There are only 7 known types of such physiques in the entire Kunlun continent. Can that Qinggu compare? Naturally, there were some who belittled him. Be it the commoners or cultivators, they all liked to discuss which genius was stronger. Recently, Gu Chen had been in the limelight. Without a doubt, he was being compared to the imperial capital's geniuses. This was Luoyang, and Huangfu Qingming lived here. Naturally, he had the most followers. Soon, the discussion that Gu Chen was not comparable to the Huangfu Qingming gained the upper hand. Why would Gu Chen care about this kind of gossip? He just listened to it to kill time. However, a piece of news startled him. This time, the stars in daytime appeared. The Desolate God sect spread the news that a jinx was born and that Qinggu is the jinx. Their people even said that they will kill Qinggu in the name of the Desolate God to deliver all living things from suffering. Pfft, that crazy evil cult. Haven't they done enough crazy things? Lower your voice. The Desolate God sect has many believers. Don't let them hear you. Otherwise, they will sacrifice you to the desolate god. The people who mocked the desolate god sect paled and did not dare to speak anymore. Everyone knew that the desolate god sect's teachings were extreme. They gathered a large number of crazy believers. Whoever dared to insult their sect would end up in a miserable state. After so many years, even the imperial court did not dare to muster the courage to eliminate this evil sect. It was because they had too many believers and their revenge methods were too terrifying. The desolate god sect? Do they have a grudge against me? Guchen frowned. He did not expect to be labeled as a jinx. Xiaochen immediately recalled what happened in Desolate God Valley and wondered if he had offended them because of that incident. However, he quickly rejected this possibility. Back then, the Desolate God sect's people were all dead. Furthermore, there was no need to make a big fuss over such a small matter. Xiaochen could not understand why the Desolate God sect would target him. In the end, he concluded that this sect was full of lunatics. Perhaps they really believed him to be a jinx because of the stars in daytime. Xiaochen thought about it seriously and realized that he was too stupid. Looks like I have to be careful of the Desolate God sect as well as the Huangfu clan in the capital. Guchen felt a slight headache. He was not afraid of the unreasonable, but he was afraid of those who did not care about their lives. He had interacted with the Desolate God sect's believers before, and every single one of them did not care about their lives. After queuing for a long time, Guchen successfully entered the capital. The capital was extremely prosperous. The streets were bustling with activity. Guchen asked a passerby and went straight to the Shin clan's residence. This is the place where Mother was born? Guchen stood outside the gates of the Shin clan with an indescribable joy in his heart. It had been a year. He had not seen his mother for a year. They had gone their separate ways. Finally, they had the chance to meet again. If not for Crown Prince Jizafeng's invitation to the Feast of Thoughts, he would not have found such a proper opportunity to meet his mother. Guchen's divine sense immediately spread out and extended into the Shin clan, trying to find his mother. The Shin clan occupied an extremely vast area. It was indeed worthy of being called a scholarly family. The layout of the pavilions in the residence was elegant and grand. Even the architecture was unique. There were many places in the huge residence that prevented people from spying. The moment Guchen's divine sense touched them, he could not advance any further. And in the area without the protection of the array, he could not find any trace of his mother. Who are you? What are you doing sneaking around outside my Shin clan? Behind Guchen, a 13 or 14-year-old boy with a dignified appearance questioned. He was Xin Yanhong, a third-generation descendant of the Shin clan. He had just returned from outside and was immediately displeased to see someone acting suspiciously outside his residence. Guchen retracted his divine sense and turned to glance at the youth. You are from the Shin clan? Yes, I am. What do you want? Xin Yanhong was young and could not hide his thoughts. He was especially proud of his status as a descendant of the Shin clan. I am Chen Gu. I would like to see Imperial Tutor Shin Sudong. Please help me pass the message. Huh? Who did you say you wanted to see? Xin Yanhong was amused. Where did this clown come from? He actually wanted to see his grandfather. One had to know that his grandfather was very busy every day. How could he meet just anyone? Even he rarely got to see his grandfather on a normal day. I am Chingu, seeking an audience with State Preceptor Shen. Guchen frowned, thinking that the young man did not hear him clearly. Where are you from? You can tell at a glance that you are not from Luoyang, right? Let me tell you, my grandfather is very busy. How could he see you? Xin Yanhong originally disliked this person's sneaky behavior, but seeing that he did not know the situation and was an outsider, he sympathized and explained patiently. Shin Sudong's grandson, Guchen muttered in his heart. This person looked younger than him. Didn't that mean that he was his cousin? One had to know that the Gu family had only one son for 3 generations. Guchen had never had any siblings. Now that there was a cousin who was related by blood, it felt a little different. Guchen said patiently, this lad looks like a tiger with a tiger's head and doesn't look annoying. Please help me inform him that Chingu is seeking an audience with State Preceptor Shen. I believe he will definitely see me. Seeing Gu Chen's confident expression, Xianxia wavered. Did this person really have some background? Then wait here. I'll go ask. He muttered a few words, then passed the guards at the door and walked quickly into the residence. Chenggu, Chenggu. Why does this name sound so familiar? He walked while tilting his head, thinking hard about where he had heard this name. Gu Chen stood outside the Shen residence and waited patiently. He was curious if he could see his mother later. His name had already spread throughout the 9 provinces. With his mother's intelligence and understanding of him, she might have already guessed who he was. Not long after, a large group of people came out of the Shen residence. However, the leader was not Shen Sudong. Gu Chen did not see his mother. Only Xianxia followed behind the group in a daze. Are you Child Chenggu of the Celestial Court? The leader was a middle-aged man who looked somewhat similar to Shen Sudong. When he saw Gu Chen, he asked solemnly. Gu Chen nodded. That's me. Sorry for not going out to meet you. Please come in. The middle-aged man looked at the people around him and quickly invited Gu Chen into the mansion. My father is currently in the palace and will only be back at night, so he is unable to receive young Master Chen personally. Please forgive me. The middle-aged man quickly introduced himself. He was Shen Sudong's eldest son, Shen Pingyuan, who was also Gu Chen's uncle. The elders of the Shen family knew that the Shen family was in charge of receiving Chenggu at the Feast of Philosophers. They adhered to the rules of etiquette and did not dare to be negligent. Senior Shen is too polite. This junior is already very apologetic to have to disturb the Shen family for a few days. How could I dare to ask Imperial Tutor Shen to personally receive me? Gu Chen appeared gentle, modest, and refined, which surprised the elders of the Shen family. There were too many rumors about this child these days. Apart from his monstrous talent, the impression he gave others was that he was arrogant and unruly. Coupled with his identity as an assassin of the Celestial Court, he gave others the impression that he was cold-blooded and barbaric. They did not expect him to be so refined and courteous in person. For a moment, the elders of the Shen family had a better impression of Gu Chen. Shen Pingyuan invited Gu Chen to have some tea and chatted with the elders for a while. Because they were all disciples of the Confucian school, they spoke in a genteel manner and preferred to talk about classics. In any case, Gu Chen had stayed in the library of the True Martial Arts Academy for a long time and had read countless books. In addition, he had an eidetic memory. Once he opened his mouth, he spoke eloquently, appearing to be very knowledgeable. This was very rare among young people of his age. Considering that the other party was originally an assassin and was wholeheartedly studying cultivation, the people of the Shen family had a whole new level of respect for him. Hearing about you is better than meeting you in person. Young Master Chen is indeed outstanding, a fine piece of unpolished jade. Shen Pingyuan could not help but sigh, and then glanced at Xianxia in the corner. It would be great if my son was half as good as young Master Chen. This child can't even memorize the 4 books and 5 classics. This is a disgrace to the Shen family. Gu Chen laughed involuntarily. It was indeed quite shameful that the 3rd-generation disciple of the dignified Confucian school could not even memorize the 4 books and 5 classics. This uncle of his was quite straightforward. He even brought this up. Father, I want to cultivate, not become a Confucian. Xianxia was immediately unconvinced. What nonsense. Our Shen family has been famous Confucians for generations. What's wrong with being a Confucian? Shen Pingyuan scolded. The disciples of the Confucian school do not even have the strength to truss a chicken. How will they protect the Shen family in the future? Xianxia immediately said. Gu Chen was surprised to hear this. He did not expect Shen Pingyuan to think so far ahead at such a young age. A 13 or 14-year-old child was worried about the safety of the Shen family. Gu Chen could not help but let his imagination run wild. It seemed that after the prosperity of the Shen family, there was also a hidden danger. Who said that the disciples of the Confucian school do not have the strength to truss a chicken? If you reach the realm of a great Confucian, your righteousness will be enough to surpass the majority of cultivators. Shen Pingyuan retorted, a little regretting mentioning this kid in front of outsiders. This kid had always been rude. Father, you also said that only great Confucians can do that. How many great Confucians are there in the entire 9 states? Our Shin family needs other forces to protect us. Xianxia immediately said. Our Shin family has worked for the welfare of the people of the 9 states for generations. As long as the people of the 9 states are here, no one can touch our Shin family. Shen Pingyuan argued. This kind of thinking is wrong. Ant said. Xianxia immediately wanted to refute, but Shen Pingyuan did not want to argue with him. Alright, shut up. Your punishment is to memorize the 4 books. If you do not finish it today, you are not allowed to eat. Xianxia's face was full of dissatisfaction, but knowing that there were guests around, he did not dare to argue anymore and left dejectedly. However, Guqin caught the crux of his words, and a ripple appeared in his heart. Could his aunt be his mother? Guqin chatted with Shen Pingyuan and the others for a while longer. Then, he used the excuse that he was tired from the journey and needed to rest to end the conversation. Guqin was arranged to stay in a quiet and secluded courtyard. Once he moved in, he thought about where to find his mother. He had used his divine sense to probe the Shin family. There were many places in the Shin family that were protected by arrays. His mother could live in any one of them. It would be too much of a waste of time to search one by one. Just as Guqin was thinking, someone knocked on his door. You came at the right time. Guqin's eyes lit up and immediately opened the door. A dignified young man came over with a smile. Aren't you supposed to be copying the 4 books? Why are you here? Guqin asked casually with an indifferent expression. Xianxia entered the room as if he was very familiar with Guqin. He looked at Guqin fawningly. Big brother Chen, I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I almost stopped you at the door. Please forgive me. You're too polite. Tell me, what do you want? Guqin said teasingly. This. I know that Big Brother Chen is very powerful. You are a genius who can trigger stars in daytime. Your attainments in cultivation must be extraordinary. Can you give me some pointers? He was a little embarrassed as he spoke. After all, the two of them had just met for the first time. How could he ask others to teach him skills? It was just that he knew that the other party was the genius who stirred up the whole imperial capital recently. He really could not hold back. One must know that the opportunity did not come again. Shen Fu rarely had such a guest. Give me your hand. Guqin listened and pondered. Xianxia stretched out his hand. Guqin put his hand on his pulse and his divine sense penetrated into his body. His body was strong and his meridians were tough. Although he did not have a special physique, if he walked on the road of cultivation, he might not have no achievements. I can give you some pointers and even teach you some skills. But you must do me a favor first. Guqin thought for a moment and said. Really? What favor? Say it quickly. Xianxia was excited. After all, he was young and could not hide his thoughts at all. Guqin's eyes flickered. Let me ask you, the aunt you mentioned to your father before, is her name Xinyu Shu? You know my aunt? Xianxia was surprised at first and then his face collapsed. Sorry, I won't help you with this favor. Guqin raised his eyebrows. I haven't said what favor. No matter what favor it is. I am not familiar with you. You are asking about my aunt. What if you have bad intentions? Goodbye, I was rude just now. He gritted his teeth and turned to walk out of the house. Guqin laughed involuntarily. This kid was really tough. He begged him before but did not expect that when it involved his relatives, he would immediately fall out. It seems that mother has a good life in Shinfu. Guqin was relieved in his heart. It was lucky to have such a relative. Since you are here, I can't let you leave just like that. Guqin shook his head. He was too lazy to find places one by one. He could only wrong this little cousin. A gust of wind swept past, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Xianxia, who was about to step out of the house. A purple light flashed in his eyes. When Xianxia saw his eyes, his face instantly became dazed. However, just as his mind fell, a jade pendant on his chest glowed, and he woke up in the blink of an eye. What do you want? His expression changed and he wanted to shout. Eh? Guqin was surprised and hurriedly used his illusion technique again. At the same time, he snatched away the jade pendant on his chest. Xianxia soon fell into an illusion without realizing it. His eyes were dull and lifeless. Go find your aunt, Xianxia. Gu Chen's words bewitched Xianxia, and he walked out in a daze. Gu Chen, on the other hand, was stealthily following him. As he followed, Gu Chen played with the jade pendant in his hand. This jade pendant was not a cultivator's magic treasure. It did not have any array patterns on it, but it had the effect of resisting spiritual attacks. Gu Chen carefully sensed that there was a vast and upright aura inside. It was like a towering mountain, and no one dared to underestimate it. Could this be the Confucian school's overwhelming righteousness? Gu Chen pondered. He had heard that although the disciples of the Confucian school did not practice cultivation, once they studied and cultivated their qi, they would be able to give birth to a strange power called overwhelming righteousness. The greater the Confucian school, the stronger their overwhelming righteousness. It was said that this power could even compete with top cultivators. It was just that this power was too difficult to cultivate, so not many people had seen it. If the aura inside the jade pendant was overwhelming righteousness, then the person who gave this jade pendant to Xianxia was not simple. It was most likely his cheap grandfather. This world is really strange. Cultivators already have their own factions, but I didn't expect there to be such strange inheritances like the Confucian school and the school of fate. Gu Chen secretly sighed. Unknowingly, he had arrived at a quiet and secluded courtyard. Ah, young master, why do you have time to come here today? A familiar voice rang out, causing Gu Chen's heart to stir. He saw a mischievous girl walking out of the courtyard, and behind her was an elegant middle-aged woman. It was little Qiu and his mother. Gu Chen's eyes couldn't move for a moment. He stared at his mother, and his heart inexplicably ached. It had been a year. One was living under someone else's roof, while the other was on the run. Now, they were finally reunited again. No matter what kind of cold-blooded and ruthless killer Gu Chen was on the outside, in front of his mother, he no longer had the slightest bit of vigilance. All that was left was childish admiration. Young master, what are you standing there like a fool for? Why aren't you answering when I'm asking you a question? Little Qiu saw Xianxia's lifeless appearance and asked a few more questions. At this time, Gu Chen walked out from the darkness. With a wave of his sleeve, Xianxia fainted and fell to the ground. Ah, young master! Who are you? Little Qiu's face turned pale. She hurriedly protected Xianxia and looked nervously at Gu Chen. At this time, Xianxia's expression rapidly fluctuated. You are, mother. Gu Chen couldn't help but call out. He had restored his appearance. When little Qiu saw that it was Gu Chen, she was pleasantly surprised. Ah. It's young master. Sob sob sob, young master, little Qiu missed you so much. Little Qiu cried tears of joy. She went forward and hugged Gu Chen. The two grew up together. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were brother and sister. Xianxia looked at Gu Chen. This strong woman couldn't help but have her eyes turn slightly red at this moment. Chen, you've grown taller and more handsome. You're becoming more and more like your father, she said softly. Gu Chen's eyes were already red. He went forward and hugged his mother and little Qiu. The family was finally reunited. At this moment, silence was better than words. Squeak squeak. As if affected by this atmosphere, White Ape's golden eyes were also filled with tears. He jumped down from Gu Chen's shoulder and landed on Xianxia's stomach. Aya! Xianxia, who was unconscious, wailed. White Ape ignored him. He grabbed the corner of Xianxia's clothes and secretly wiped his eyes. Xianxia's courtyard was filled with the joy of reuniting after a long time. Little Qiu went out to buy groceries excitedly. She decided to cook a feast tonight. She wanted to nourish Gu Chen, who wasn't thin, but she felt that he had lost weight. White Ape and little Qiu hit it off at first sight. He followed her and ran off to see the prosperity of the imperial capital. As for Gu Chen and his mother, Xianxia held Gu Chen's hand and told them about their encounters in the past year. Gu Chen told his mother everything he knew. He simply told her about his experiences in the past year. Although he hid some of the extremely dangerous things, Xianxia was very intelligent. How could she not know how much he had suffered from just a few words? When mother and son were separated, Gu Chen swore that he would definitely take revenge for the Gu family. Since then, for this goal, this child had suffered countless hardships and wandered around the gates of hell many times. As a mother, how could she not understand her child's stubbornness? Xianxia felt incomparably distressed and gratified. Fortunately, the heavens did not disappoint those who worked hard. Gu Chen came here much earlier than she had expected. Since he had come, he had the confidence to face his enemy head-on without being killed. The grudges between the Gu family and the Huangfu family were finally going to be brought to the surface. "Mother, there is something I want to ask you." The mother and son talked for a long time. Gu Chen's expression suddenly became nervous and serious. "You want to ask about the Shen family?" Xianxia seemed to know Gu Chen's thoughts and said. Gu Chen nodded. "I've learned something from a friend. It said that when my father disappeared 3 years ago, Huangfu Wuji's fourth son, Huangfu De, went to the eastern wilderness to hunt him down. The Shen family is involved in this matter. Father's whereabouts are still unknown. I want to know what the Shen family has to do with his disappearance, and what is their attitude towards the Huangfu family?" When he chatted with Ji Lanchu, Gu Chen roughly deduced what happened 3 years ago and understood the relationship between him and the Shen family. However, he was not sure if the Shen family was a friend or foe. Mother was living in the Shen family now. If the Shen family was not trustworthy, then he had to take her away no matter what. "I didn't expect you to investigate this matter to this extent. Even if you didn't say it, I would have told you." Xianxia sighed. "I know you have never seen your grandfather since you were young and know nothing about the Shen family. It is hard to avoid speculating about them. But you have to believe Mother, the Shen family is not bad. Back then, Mother disregarded your grandfather's opposition and insisted on marrying your father. After that, I had no contact with my mother's family. But blood ties are still connected. Your grandfather and your uncle actually still care about me. 3 years ago, Huangfu De led a large group to the East Baron in an attempt to capture your father who had awakened the Tyrant bone. The Shen family received the news and went to mediate, wanting to keep your father alive." When Gu Chen heard this, his brows unconsciously relaxed. He was most afraid that the Shen family was in cahoots with the Huangfu family. If that was the case, he would definitely fall into a difficult situation in the future. But from what his mother said, they were not on the same side. Will the Huangfu family listen to the Shen family? If your grandfather doesn't want the Huangfu family to take away your father's tyrannical firmament bone, the Huangfu family naturally won't listen to him given their power. However, it's not impossible for them to spare your father's life. After all, people who have their organs taken away might not necessarily die. That's too naive. Gu Chen shook his head. This is the only thing the Shen clan can do. If it wasn't for your maternal grandfather's virtue and prestige and the fact that a large number of officials in and out of the imperial court are disciples of the Confucian sect, I'm afraid Huangfu Wuji wouldn't even give you face. Just like how the Huangfu family knows that Mother is staying in the Shen residence. It is only because they think that Mother is not a threat and keeping you here can attract you. In addition, there are matters in court that require your maternal grandfather's help, so Mother is safe and sound. From his mother's words, Gu Chen finally understood the relationship between the Shen and Huangfu families. Shen Sudong and Huangfu Wuji were both officials of the imperial court, and the Huangfu clan needed the influence of the Confucian school, which was why the Shen clan was safe. This kind of relationship was actually very subtle. If one day, the Shen family was no longer of value, perhaps it would usher in a calamity of annihilation. It was no wonder that even a brat like Xin Yanhong was worried about the safety of the Shen family. Although the Shen family seemed to be doing well, as the Huangfu family rose to power, they were in grave danger. And all of this was brought about by his family. If not for the Gu family, they would not have fallen into such a situation. They did not abandon his mother at the critical moment, and even wanted to keep his father alive. This Shen family was already extremely benevolent. Gu Chen's impression of the Shen family improved a lot. "Mother, what did father experience 3 years ago? Did you ask maternal grandfather?" Xianxia's face showed regret. "At that time, the Shen family wanted to keep your father alive, but they were a step too late. When they arrived, your father's whereabouts were already unknown. And it is said that all the people that Huangfu De brought with him died, and only he returned with his face covered in dirt. The Shen family wants to know what happened, but how could the Huangfu family say it? But I firmly believe that your father is still alive, because at that time, Huangfu De obviously suffered a great loss, and when he returned, he flew into a rage. Shen Yushu's words coincided with Ji Lanchu's. Without more concrete information, Guchen felt regret. So the only person who could possibly know his father's whereabouts was that Huangfu De. A cold light flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. Chen since you've come to the Shen Fu, do you want to recognize your maternal grandfather? Shen Yushu hesitated for a moment before asking. Gu Chen shook his head without hesitation. Could it be that you blame your maternal grandfather in your heart? Shen Yushu asked. Naturally not. The Shen family has a large group of people to take care of, and I understand their difficulties. It's just that my identity is too sensitive, and if the Shen family knew about it, it would inevitably make things difficult for them. Gu Chen was very thoughtful. He was already very grateful that the Shen family could take in his mother, and he and the Huangfu family were destined to fight to the death. Since it was like this, in order not to implicate the Shen family, it was best for them not to know who he was. That's also good. Unfortunately, your maternal grandfather has never seen you since you were young. If he knew that you were the genius who triggered the stars in daytime, he would definitely be very surprised. Shen Yushu smiled, her brows filled with pride for her son. Speaking of which, is it alright for you to knock your cousin unconscious? When others look for him later, it would not be good to alarm the entire Shen Fu. She changed the topic. Mother is still the most thoughtful. Only now did Gu Chen notice that the sky was getting dark, and presumably, Shen Sudong was about to return to the Fu. He had just moved into the Shen Fu today, and according to etiquette, Shen Sudong should be entertaining him. If he could not find him at that time, it would be even worse. Thinking of this, Gu Chen's divine sense extended out and enveloped the entire Shen Fu. It seems that I can't eat at Mother's place tonight, Gu Chen said with some regret. Using his divine sense, he discovered that the Shen Fu's kitchen was currently preparing for a grand feast, and it was clear that they were preparing to invite him as a guest tonight. What's so difficult about that? Xiaoqiu and the others will be back soon, so you can eat at Mother's place first. Chen Yushu rubbed her son's hair. Tonight, Mother will cook your favorite dish. Before that, you should quickly settle down your cousin. Understood. Gu Chen was in a good mood to be able to eat the dishes that his mother personally made. He immediately woke Shen Yanhong up and cast an illusion technique on him while he was in a daze, letting him return to his own residence. At the same time, under Gu Chen's intentional hypnosis, he forgot that he had come to his aunt's place. Gu Chen felt a little sorry for this boy. After thinking about it, he stuffed a jade slip into his pocket. It was a cultivation technique that was extremely effective for the cultivation of the fleshly body realm and could lay a solid foundation. If this boy could endure hardships and indeed had talent in cultivation, when his cultivation was slightly successful, Gu Chen would teach him a better cultivation technique. Xiaoqiu and the white ape returned very quickly. Mother carried the dishes and personally cooked a table full of sumptuous delicacies. Gu Chen and the white ape ate heartily, eating like a tornado sweeping away the clouds. Xiaoqiu was dumbstruck while Shen Yushu chuckled. When night fell and Shen Sudong returned, Gu Chen, who had spread out his divine sense, immediately sensed it. Shen Sudong sat at the head of the table in the Shen family's banquet hall. Plates of delicacies were served. Child Chen, how do you feel about your first visit to Luoyang? He asked in a pleasant tone. Gu Chen was sitting opposite him. The banquet was specially prepared for Gu Chen. The imperial capital of the 9 prefectures is bustling with flowers. Gu Chen replied with a smile. Although the imperial capital is bustling, it is also noisy. May I know where Child Chen is from? Shen Sudong asked casually. As the imperial advisor, he was good at observing people. Ever since he witnessed the spectacle of stars in daytime at True Martial Academy, he was filled with curiosity and confusion towards Chenggu. He was knowledgeable and always believed that his theories were flawless. However, Chenggu had overturned his theories. The great martial king physique was only a first-rate physique. How could it cause such a terrifying phenomenon, this question had been lingering in his mind for more than 10 days. Now that Chingu had finally moved into his residence, he wanted to test the waters. I have no fixed abode. My home is the world. How could Guchen not see that his grandfather was trying to test him? His answers were either evading the question or not answering the question. Shin Sudong didn't pursue the matter after seeing that Chingu didn't take the bait. He started to talk about the imperial sacrificial ceremony in 3 days. The sacrificial ceremony is only held once every 5 years. It is a grand ceremony for the entire empire. The imperial family will use the Kunlun mirror to open the hidden ground of 10,000 dragons. The descendants of the imperial family and the guests attending the Feast of Philosophers will have the chance to enter the hidden ground of 10,000 dragons. Child Chen was given a slot to attend the Feast of Philosophers by the imperial family. The crown prince fought hard for it. It is a rare opportunity, but there are some things you need to take note of. Gu Chen already knew about the Kunlun mirror from the Green Qilin killing god. Now that Shin Sudong was talking about it again, he even emphasized some unwritten rules so that Gu Chen wouldn't understand the situation. From his words, Gu Chen could tell that he emphasized how rare this opportunity was and how much effort Crown Prince Jizafeng had put into it. It seems like my grandfather is assisting the Crown Prince and wants to help him gain the support of the Celestial Court. If there are no accidents, the Crown Prince will come and talk to me in detail before or after the sacrificial ceremony. Gu Chen's heart was as clear as a mirror. As the two of them were chatting, the housekeeper of the Shin residence walked in quickly and whispered a few words into Shin Sudong's ear. Huang Food? Why is he looking for the old man at this hour? Shin Sudong's snow-white eyebrows furrowed together. Gu Chen's pupils involuntarily shrank a little. The Huangfu family is here? On the first day that he stayed in the Shin residence, the Huangfu family's people appeared. Was it a coincidence? Master, the other party said that they have something extremely important to discuss. The butler replied. Then let him in. Shin Sudong thought for a while and said. The butler then left the hall. Not long after, a slightly plump middle-aged man in a brocade robe walked in with large strides, followed by an old servant. Gu Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes. That was Huang Food. He spread out his divine sense and could roughly judge that Huang Food's cultivation was around the middle stage of the longevity realm. As for the old servant beside him, he couldn't see the depth of his cultivation and seemed to be just a mortal. Imperial Tutor Shin, please forgive me for disturbing you so late at night. Who is this? Huang Food greeted Shin Sudong with a smile and was slightly surprised when he saw Gu Chen. It's so late. May I know what urgent matter nephew has come to the old man's place? Shin Sudong didn't answer Huang Food's question and looked serious. Huang Food didn't get angry when he saw his cold attitude and just smiled. This junior came to visit late at night under the emperor's decree and my father's order to inform the imperial tutor that after the heaven-worshipping ceremony in 3 days, the emperor wants to hold a royal wedding for my nephew, Qingming, and Princess Lanchu to officially get married. As soon as Huang Food said this, not only were the Shin family members in the hall shocked, but even Gu Chen's expression couldn't help but freeze. Princess Lanchu? Didn't Princess Lanchu escape from the wedding and no one knows where she is now? Shin Sudong asked in surprise. Just a few days ago, my nephew personally found Princess Lanchu and brought her back to Luoyang. Huang Food said with a smile. Shin Sudong was silent for a moment. Imperial Tutor, why aren't you saying anything? Is there any difficulty in holding a wedding? Huang Food couldn't help but ask. Shin Sudong came back to his senses and shook his head. Isn't this wedding too rushed? Right now, the entire imperial court is doing their best to prepare for the heaven-worshipping ceremony. Where would they have the manpower to prepare for the royal wedding? The old man suggested that the wedding be delayed so that we can make proper preparations and ensure that nothing goes wrong. When Huang Food heard this, he didn't refute and only said, the imperial tutor is right. It is indeed too difficult to prepare for the wedding in such a short period of time. However, you also know that the rumors about Princess Lanchu have been spreading in the 9 states for the past few months. The people of the 9 states all say that Princess Lanchu eloped with someone. Although you and I both know that it isn't the truth, gossip is a fearful thing. The royal family and my Huangfu family's reputation have been tarnished because of this. Therefore, the emperor feels that the wedding should be held as soon as possible so that the nosy people can shut their mouths and save the royal family's reputation. My father also thinks that this is a good idea, so the matter is decided. I'll have to trouble the imperial tutor with this matter. Discuss with the relevant officials as soon as possible and prepare for the wedding. Huang Fu made it very clear that this was the emperor's intention. Naturally, there was no reason for him to object. Shen Sudong could only nod. The old man understands. I'll discuss this matter with the ceremonial officer tomorrow. Since the words have been conveyed, I won't disturb the imperial tutor's banquet. Huang Fu smiled and left with the old servant. Until his figure completely disappeared, the atmosphere in the hall was indescribably heavy. Father, once the Huang Fu family marries Princess Lan Chu, I'm afraid, Gu Chen's uncle, Shen Pingyuan, couldn't help but say. Because there was an outsider like Gu Chen present, he wanted to say something but hesitated. However, Gu Chen understood what he wanted to say. The Huang Fu family already had power in the court. If Huang Fu Qingming married Princess Lan Chu, he would become a relative of the royal family, which would be even more extraordinary. Lan Chu was actually caught, Gu Chen didn't know why, but he had mixed feelings in his heart. A while ago, he received a letter from her. He thought that she had already gone far away, but he didn't expect that she would still be caught in the end. His heart was inexplicably overflowing with hostility. Thinking that Huang Fu was closely related to his father's disappearance, he couldn't help but stand up. Imperial Tutor Shen, everyone, since we have eaten and drank to our heart's content, this junior will return to his room to rest. Shen Sudong couldn't help but nod. Huang Fu brought such explosive news that the Shen family needed to discuss it. The timing of Gu Chen's departure was just right. In their opinion, this was extremely tactful. Thus, Gu Chen left the banquet hall and headed back to his residence. Halfway to the shadowy area, his figure suddenly changed. He used the 3 revolutions formless technique and turned into an old man that no one recognized. His divine sense had already spread out of the Shen residence, wanting to catch up to Huang Fu De who had just left. At this moment, a voice sounded. Give up on that idea, now is not the right time. Killing God Qing Lin walked out from the darkness. Gu Chen's eyes flickered. If I can capture Huang Fu De, I might be able to find out if my father is dead or alive. His cultivation is only at the middle stage of the immortal realm, I have the confidence to capture him. Killing God Qing Lin shook his head. I don't deny your judgment, that Huang Fu De might not be your match. But this is the imperial capital, if you don't succeed in one strike, I'm afraid it will cause a huge disturbance. That doesn't matter, the most important thing is that old servant beside Huang Fu De, have you noticed? Let me tell you, that person is a heaven realm cultivator, the exclusive Tian Ming guard of the Huang Fu family. Gu Chen couldn't help but frown. Tian Ming guard? I've only heard of underworld god guards, what's up with this Tian Ming guard? Killing God Qing Lin explained patiently. In the celestial court, there are titled killing gods above the golden assassins, but in the underworld god palace, other than Huang Fu Wuji, there are only underworld god guards, and underworld god guards are only at the same level as the golden assassins. Don't you find it strange? The so-called Tian Ming guards are experts carefully selected by Huang Fu Wuji from the Sky Mirror Mansion, the underworld god palace, and all over the continent. Every one of them has the strength of a heaven realm, which is also a sage. Because the Tian Ming guards only belong to the Huang Fu family, they protect every important member of the Huang Fu family, equivalent to a guardian, so you don't know. In the underworld god palace, other than the man with a bamboo hat, the underworld god guards like the Brahma demon Jia Lan that you killed are a realm lower than the Tian Ming guards. If you attack Huang Fu De, it means that you have to fight a sage. After killing God Qing Lin explained, Gu Chen knew that he couldn't secretly capture Huang Fu De. Putting aside the fact that it was impossible for him to defeat a sage with his cultivation level that had just entered the immortal king realm, even if he could, the commotion caused by a battle between sages would be too great. How could the Huang Fu clan, which was in the imperial capital, not notice it? Our objective in coming to Luoyang this time is to investigate Huang Fu Wuji's secrets. Secondly, we want to see if the royal family is worth cooperating with. As for the other matters, let's just bear with it for now. I understand how you feel. In the future, when the time is right, I will act for you. After killing God, Green Qilin finished speaking, he looked at Guchen silently. I understand. Senior, I was too impulsive just now. Guchen took a deep breath and dismissed the idea of killing Huangfuda. The Green Qilin killing god did not speak anymore and disappeared into the darkness. Guchen returned to his residence. Because of the news he received tonight, he was a little uneasy. He tried to enter a meditative state to cultivate, but he found that he was irritated, and the efficiency of his cultivation was lower than usual. What's going on? Guchen murmured. He had always been focused on his cultivation, and this kind of situation was very rare. GG. White Ape called out a few times and even gestured with his hands. Are you talking about Ji Lanchu? Guchen's expression became a little uneasy. White Ape had exposed his thoughts. The reason why he was feeling uneasy was because he found out that Ji Lanchu was going to marry Huangfu Qingming. The memories of the two of them going through life and death together surfaced in Guchen's mind. In terms of looks, Ji Lanchu was the most beautiful person he had ever seen. And the feeling when he interacted with her made him feel the most comfortable. The two of them went from being enemies to working together. In the end, they actually had a tacit understanding without any need for words. Guchen, who only knew how to cultivate, had never been close to women of his age. And Ji Lanchu was the most special one. That lass would rather barge into desolate God Valley than marry Huangfu Qingming. During this wedding, I'm afraid she will. Guchen couldn't help but clench his fists. That night, Guchen didn't sleep at all. Guchen stayed in the Shen mansion for 3 days and accompanied his mother during these 3 days. During this period, Crown Prince Ji Zifeng came over once and sat with Guchen for more than half a day. It was obvious that he wanted to befriend him. The imperial family and the Huangfu family were about to become relatives, which made the crown prince very worried. From him, Guchen inquired about Princess Lanchu's recent situation and learned that she was imprisoned in the palace. Before the wedding, countless experts were keeping a close watch on her. It seemed that after she ran away from the wedding once, the Central Plains Emperor was very worried about her and would never allow any accidents to happen again. Guchen realized that even if he wanted to help this old friend, he might not be able to turn the situation around. There were many experts in the imperial family, and the Huangfu family was definitely watching. It was almost certain that Princess Lanchu would marry Huangfu Qingming. Guchen could only try his best to get rid of the thoughts about Princess Lanchu. Compared to her, the upcoming meeting with Huangfu Wuji was more important. During the heavenly worship ceremony, he would definitely meet his enemy. He had waited for so long just for this day, and no mistakes could be allowed. Guchen was preparing wholeheartedly. Before the ceremony, he had adjusted his essence, qi, and spirit to the peak state to prevent any accidents. In the blink of an eye, it was the 9th day of the 9th month. Today was the heavenly worship ceremony of the Central Plains imperial family. The tens of millions of people in Luoyang were all immersed in a festive atmosphere. The ceremony would be held in the square of the royal capital. At that time, not only would hundreds of officials gather, but many big shots from the 1 house, 2 courtyard, 3 clans, 4 sacred lands, and 5 sacred sects would also be there to congratulate them. Huge water mirror stones had already been erected on the 4 sides of the royal capital square. Through the activation of the array, the entire process of the heavenly worship ceremony would be transmitted to all the major cities in the 9 prefectures, allowing billions of people to witness the ceremony. The people from all over the 9 prefectures had already gathered in front of the water mirror stones that could transmit images in real time, looking forward to seeing the big shots. When the time came, the Imperial Dragon Guards and Imperial Guards that belonged to the Imperial family marched into the square in an orderly manner from all 4 sides of the royal capital square, sealing off the entire square. On the cloud pillars at the side of the square, the Imperial family's banners fluttered. Everything needed for the heavenly worship ceremony had been prepared. When the majestic sound of the drums rumbled, hundreds of officials and many guests swarmed into the square from the 4 gates. Guchen followed behind Imperial Preceptor Shen. Dressed in the robes of the Celestial Court's Daoist, he walked out from the east gate and calmly stepped into the royal capital square. And at almost the same time, from the west gate, the Heavenly Mirror Manor's Manor Master, Huangfu Wuji, led Huangfu Qingming and the others into the square. Guchen raised his head. His deep, pitch-black eyes pierced through the huge square and landed on the number 1 war god of The Central Plains, although Huangfu Wuji's age was similar to Shen Sudong's, he didn't look old at all. He looked like a middle-aged man in his early 30s. He was tall and sturdy, had a dignified appearance, and had a pair of extremely unique red eyes. One look at them would cause one to be shocked, not daring to look at him directly. However, Gu Chen stared at him coldly, and a monstrous hatred surged in his heart. It was this man who killed his grandfather, caused his grandmother to die in regret, and caused his father's whereabouts to be unknown. He used the most despicable means to snatch away everything from the Gu clan and even tried to make the 3 generations of the Gu clan become the bone retainers of the Huangfu clan. He single-handedly created the calamity of the Fenglin Manor, causing 100,000 innocent people to die in vain. He couldn't even return to his home and could only flee for his life. Gu Chen was very clear that as long as this man didn't die, the heavy shackles that bound the Gu clan and himself would never be able to be severed. Looking at that repulsive face, Gu Chen did his best to suppress the surging emotions in his heart and eventually became expressionless. Rage and impulsiveness were meaningless. Only calmness and rationality could help him take revenge. The groups that came out from the east, west, north, and south gates gradually gathered together and finally stopped in the center of the plaza. Gu Chen and Huangfu Wuji were less than 100 zhang away from each other. He was chatting idly with the officials and didn't seem to notice Gu Chen's existence. Huangfu Qingming was standing beside him. This was a young man with a peerless appearance and was even more handsome than a woman. There was also a strange green bull beside him. At this moment, its eyes were closed as if it was completely uninterested in everything around it. Behind this grandfather-grandson pair were the other members of the Huangfu clan. Huangfu Da, whom Gu Chen had met before, was among them. Huangfu Qingming was a 3rd-generation descendant, but he was the closest to Huangfu Wuji. This was enough to prove that his status in the Huangfu clan was special. Many officials of the Middle-earth continent also took the initiative to speak to him, wanting to curry favor with this genius who was about to become the emperor's son-in-law. Gu Chen expressionlessly observed all the members of the Huangfu clan. Be it Huangfu Wuji, his 4 sons, or his grandchildren, he remembered all of their faces. To him, these people were going to die sooner or later. Abbot Puji, Prophet Jiang, long time no see. Not far away from Gu Chen, Shen Sudong smiled and chatted with an old monk and a white-bearded old man. These 3 people gathered together and attracted the gazes of countless people. There was no other reason. These 3 people represented the highest achievements of the Confucian, Buddhist, and life sects in the Middle-earth Empire. Puji was the abbot of the White Horse Temple, a famous holy monk. Jiang Zisheng, on the other hand, was the most respected fortune-teller on the continent. The Jiang family he belonged to had inherited the art of astrology for generations. Every generation's leader was revered as a prophet by the world. The 2 leaders of the school of Buddhism and the school of fate also brought their young juniors with them. Among them, there was a sickly, scholarly young man from the school of fate who was especially eye-catching. When the leaders and officials of the various powers arrived, the members of the Central Plains royal family arrived as well, with the current emperor of the empire, Ji Yanhong, in the lead. A group of members of the imperial family stepped into the square. The civil and military officials in the court all knelt down and saluted. Long live the emperor! Most of the people in the square had knelt down. Even the people of the 9 states who were watching the ceremony through the water mirror stone knelt down. On the square, there were only the leaders of the 3 families, the various sacred grounds and sects, Huangfu Wuji, Huangfu Qingming, and Gu Chen. The leaders of the 3 families were highly respected, and Shen Sudong was the state preceptor, so he enjoyed special treatment and didn't have to kneel before the emperor. The various sacred grounds and sects were powerful and were like feudal lords in the 9 states. The royal family had always only required them to salute and didn't have to kneel. As for the grandfather and grandson of the Huangfu family, one was the famous god of war, and the other was the pride of the 9 states and the future emperor's son-in-law. With their special identities, they were naturally an exception. Other than them, the other members of the Huangfu family and the young juniors brought by the various powers all had to kneel without exception. Gu Chen was dressed in the white robe of the celestial quartz Taoist. He stood there calmly and was especially eye-catching. Everyone, please rise. Emperor Yanhong smiled and glanced at the crowd. When he noticed Gu Chen, he frowned slightly. This person looked so young. Who was he? Why didn't he kneel before the emperor? Emperor Yang Hong's subtle expression fell into the eyes of the officials. They all turned their heads and looked at Gu Chen in shock. Who is that? How dare he not kneel in front of His Majesty? He seems to be brought by Imperial Preceptor Shen. He should be a junior of the Shen family, right? The crowd whispered. Although Gu Chen's name had shaken the 9 states not long ago, not many people had seen his appearance. Thus, he attracted criticism. How rude. Why aren't you kneeling before His Majesty? Huangfu Wuji suddenly spoke. His tone seemed calm, but there was a formless domineering might that rushed towards Gu Chen. That was the aura of someone in a superior position. Huangfu Wuji was only below one person and above tens of thousands. Furthermore, he possessed the tyrannical firmament bone. A casual word from him was law. Ordinary people wouldn't even have the thought of resisting. However, Gu Chen's expression didn't change. The tyrannical firmament bone in his body released a faint aura that engulfed his entire body. Immediately, Huangfu Wuji's might no longer had any effect on him. I'm not from the Central Plains, so I naturally won't kneel to the emperor. Gu Chen glanced at Huangfu Wuji coldly and said casually. The moment these words were spoken, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Many officials were filled with righteous indignation. Impudent. Who is this person? How dare he be so audacious? Today is the heavenly worship ceremony. We can't allow this brat to behave atrociously. At this time, Crown Prince Ji Zifeng, who was standing beside Emperor Yang Hong, hurriedly stepped forward and whispered a few words into Emperor Yang Hong's ear. When Emperor Yang Hong heard this, he looked at Gu Chen in shock. You're saying that this person is the Chenggu who triggered the stars in daytime? Gu Chen was currently in a disguise, so his appearance was extremely mediocre. Emperor Yang Hong's first impression was that a genius who could trigger the stars in daytime must be extraordinarily handsome. Thus, he was extremely surprised. The crown prince nodded his head in confirmation. The emperor's voice wasn't soft. When the officials heard that the rude brat was the Taoist of the celestial court whose name had shaken the 9 states recently, they were still extremely indignant. But now, they all became mute. This person is the Taoist of the celestial court, Chenggu. Why does he look so mediocre? Damn it, I spoke too hastily just now and offended someone. Many of the officials were filled with regret. These days, there were simply too many rumors about this Chenggu. Triggering the stars in daytime was an unprecedented spectacle. As long as this person didn't die prematurely, his future achievements would be limitless. As the Taoist of the celestial court, he was the future successor of the Heaven Emperor. The celestial court's organization was spread across the entire continent and wasn't restricted by the Middle Earth. Naturally, there was no need for him to kneel and greet the emperor. Because Huangfu Wuji was the first to berate him, the officials subconsciously retorted, but they didn't expect to kick an iron plate. Does Lord Huangfu not know who this person is? He seemed to be intentionally targeting him. The officials secretly pondered. If Huangfu Wuji hadn't spoken first, they wouldn't have rallied to attack him. The atmosphere in the square was a little strange. Gu Chen didn't even look at Emperor Yang Hong and only stared at Huangfu Wuji. Huangfu Wuji's red eyes didn't waver at all, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. There was a smell of gunpowder in the air. Only those who were observant would be able to detect it. Huangfu Wuji has always been shrewd and indifferent to everything. Why does he seem to care a little about this Chenggu? Shen Sudong muttered to himself, looking at Gu Chen thoughtfully. Your Majesty, the ceremony is about to begin. We can't be late, the eunuch beside Emperor Yang Hong said in a low voice. The eunuch beside Emperor Yang Hong said in a low voice. The emperor nodded, ignored Gu Chen, and walked up to the altar in a majestic manner. As the heir to the celestial emperor, Gu Chen wouldn't bow to the emperor of the Central Plains, so the emperor naturally wouldn't lower himself to show goodwill to him. The emperor passed through the crowd of officials. The crowd retreated to the sides, and many members of the imperial family followed closely behind. Crown Prince Ji Zifeng passed by Gu Chen and nodded to him with a smile. Not far behind him, a beautiful figure entered Gu Chen's sight, causing his cold expression to soften a little. It was Ji Lanchu. She was wearing a palace dress today, and it complemented her peerlessly beautiful face, making her look even more noble. However, she seemed to have lost some weight. It was clear that she hadn't been having a good time these days. When Gu Chen saw her, she had already noticed Gu Chen and had a faint smile on her lips. Although Gu Chen didn't have his true appearance, she knew it was him. As she passed by him, Gu Chen transmitted his divine sense. "What can I help you with?" Ji Lanchu's footsteps involuntarily paused, and a faint mist rose up in her eyes. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything and continued walking forward. Seeing that she didn't respond, Gu Chen remained silent. He didn't know what she was thinking. Emperor Yanhong ascended the altar and began the complicated ceremony of worshipping the heavens, praying for the prosperity of the country and the peace of the people. After the ceremony, the banquet officially began. Everyone took their seats according to the arrangements of the banquet of officials, the banquet of philosophers, and the banquet of heroes. Gu Chen separated from Imperial Preceptor Shen and walked towards the location of the Feast of Philosophers. This Feast of Philosophers had the least number of people, only one table. There were only 5 people at this table. Participating in the Philosopher's Banquet would grant one the right to enter the Myriad Dragon's hidden ground with the descendants of the royal family. The Myriad Dragon's hidden ground was an important place for the royal family of the Central Plains, so it was naturally difficult to obtain the right to enter. Not only did it require exceptional talent, but it also required some special conditions. Apart from Gu Chen, who was granted a spot to participate in the Philosopher's Banquet due to the emperor's favor, the other 4 people present all had great backgrounds. Huangfu Qingming was a member of the Feast of Philosophers. As a genius of the 9 states and the future son-in-law of the imperial family, he was naturally qualified to have a seat. When Gu Chen arrived, Huangfu Qingming was already sitting there, pouring himself a cup of wine and drinking by himself. His green bowl was lying lazily on the ground. Apart from him, Gu Chen didn't know the other 3 people. The only one he was familiar with was the sickly scholar who had followed behind the fated prophet. Seeing Gu Chen arrive, the 3 people couldn't help but take another look at him. The sickly scholar even smiled and greeted him. As for Huangfu Qingming, he didn't even raise his head, as if he didn't see him at all. Gu Chen and the scholar nodded in acknowledgement and sat down beside him. "Brother Chen, I'm Jiang Yu of the Jiang clan." "Nice to meet you." The sickly scholar took the initiative to introduce himself. "Chen Gu." Gu Chen's personality was indifferent, so his reply was very concise. Jiang Yu didn't mind it at all. He spoke in a carefree manner. For out of the 5 people present were people of few words. Only Jiang Yu was smiling and chatting with one person or another from time to time. No one dared to be neglectful towards Jiang Yu, and even Huangfu Qingming would answer his questions. This person was the great-great-grandson of the Jiang clan's fated prophet. It was said that he inherited the Jiang clan's astrology fate hand. Although he was young, his accomplishments in divination were no weaker than those famous diviners. It was worth mentioning that the Jiang clan's astrology fate hand was one of the 7 top-tier physiques known in the Kunlun continent. It was ranked the same as Gu Chen's Tyrant Heavenly Bone. However, they studied different domains. As for Huangfu Qingming, he had an innate Dao body, which was also a top-tier physique. The 5 people at the table, including the unknown Gu Chen, actually had 3 top-tier physiques. Such a situation could only happen at the Great Thinker's Banquet in the Middle-earth Empire. When the banquet started, the table was filled with dishes of delicacies. However, none of the 5 people moved their chopsticks. Only White Ape jumped down from Gu Chen's shoulder. When it saw the delicacies, it did not stand on ceremony. It grabbed the chopsticks and stuffed the food into its mouth, looking very pleased. This scene attracted the attention of the other 4. Huangfu Qingming revealed a trace of disdain in his eyes. "Brother Chen, I heard that this white ape has a great origin. Not only is it very powerful, but it also makes the Nanling fiend race treat it differently. I wonder what bloodline it has." Jiang Yu asked out of curiosity. "It is just a monkey that I picked up by chance in the wilderness. It is very gluttonous, so I'm not sure, either." Gu Chen answered casually. "Ji." When White Ape heard that, it immediately protested. However, its mouth was stuffed with food, so its cries were not clear. "Oh?" In that case, Brother Chen had a fortuitous encounter. How could ordinary people have the opportunity to obtain such an extraordinary spirit beast? Jiang Yu looked at Huangfu Qingming ruefully. Brother Chen and brother Huangfu are indeed outstanding people. Not only did the two of you cause mysterious phenomena when you broke through, but your luck is also flourishing. Brother Huangfu went to Eastern Wilderness not long ago, and I heard that there was a mutated beast that took the initiative to recognize you as its master. I presume it's this green bull? Jiang Yu's words caused the other two guests to reveal an envious expression. Not to mention that it was true, these two were both geniuses that could cause mysterious phenomena, and the two spirit beasts that followed by their sides looked extraordinary as well. When Huangfu Qingming heard that, he frowned slightly. It seemed like he was slightly displeased to be compared with Gu Chen. Different spirit beasts are very different. He mocked. Oh? From what brother Huangfu said, your green bull seems to be very extraordinary? Jiang Yu's interest was aroused. Of course. Ordinary demonic beasts usually can't even control their desire for food and have low intelligence. However, this green bull has lived for countless years and has long surpassed the level of ordinary demonic beasts. His words were clearly mocking White Ape's gluttony. When White Ape heard that, it actually picked up an empty plate and directly smashed it at Jiang Yu's face. Huangfu Qingming's expression changed. He didn't expect that this monkey actually dared to be so rude to him. Courting death. His gaze turned cold, and when the plate arrived before him, it was directly crushed into powder by a shapeless force. He wanted to make a move to teach White Ape a lesson, but Gu Chen spoke in a flat tone. I'm sorry, young master of Huangfu clan. This monkey of mine has a mischievous temperament, and after interacting with some Tom, Dick, and Harry for a long time, he always likes to make a move against them, and it has formed into a habit. Don't take it to heart. His words seemed to be mediating, but Huangfu Qingming was infuriated when he heard it. According to what Gu Chen meant, he would lose his bearing if he made a move against this monkey, but if he didn't make a move, he was still a Tom, Dick, or Harry. Huangfu Qingming's expression couldn't help but be extremely gloomy. At this moment, the green bull that lay behind him was finally alarmed, and it slowly opened its eyes. Where did this bastard come from? You actually dare to be so presumptuous towards my master? It had a pair of dark red eyes that were filled with wisdom and vicissitudes of life. You. Why are you here? When the green bull saw the appearance of White Ape clearly, it was shocked, and its surging aura was restrained without a trace. The green bull's reaction was so different that everyone had a strange expression. What's going on? Huangfu Qingming's face was so gloomy that water was about to drip out. It wasn't appropriate for him to attack a monkey as he felt it was beneath his status. He originally thought that the green bull was going to attack for him, but who would have thought that it would lose its composure like this? Huangfu Qingming even praised that it was different from ordinary demonic beasts, but it was shocked when it saw this monkey. How embarrassing! If it wasn't for the fact that he knew that this green bull was extraordinary, he would have killed it. The green bull stood up and stared at the White Ape as it murmured. A long time ago, I once saw it. Its eyes were filled with fear, and it seemed to be behaving strangely, causing Huangfu Qingming to feel even more embarrassed. Has this green bull gone mad? My monkey is still so young. How could it have seen it a long time ago? Gu Chen teased. His words made everyone secretly nod. That White Ape looked like a little monkey with a mischievous temperament. How could it have lived for a long time? Originally, they felt that the green bull was extraordinary, but they couldn't help but find it funny when they saw it spouting nonsense. Recently, there were rumors that Huangfu Qingming had tamed an extraordinary mutated beast, but they didn't expect it to be like this. You can leave. We don't need you here. Huangfu Qingming said coldly, fearing that the green bull would say something embarrassing again. The green bull also realized that it had lost its composure after blurting out those words. Its face turned ugly, and its eyes were filled with confusion. Squeak squeak, the White Ape mocked and acted as if it didn't know the green bull at all. It turned around and left resentfully, feeling a little indignant. What's going on? Did I really recognize wrongly? Isn't it the same monkey? Huangfu Wuji, who was at the 100 officials' banquet, immediately noticed the scene of the green bull leaving. Why did Qingming drive that green bull away? He said to his second son, Huangfu Yi, with a dissatisfied tone. A few days ago, when Huangfu Qingming returned from the eastern wilderness with that green bull, he was surprised to see it. With his cultivation, he could tell that the origin of the cow was not simple. To be recognized as a master by such a strange beast was definitely a fortunate thing. Thus, he told Huangfu Qingming at that time that he wanted to treat this azure ox as a friend or even a senior, but he never expected that in just a few days, Huangfu Qingming would actually drive it away. After the banquet ended, the royal family would invite the Kunlun mirror out. According to the rules, spirit beasts were allowed to enter the 10,000 dragons' secret ground with their masters. Huangfu Qingming might have more fortuitous encounters in the myriad dragons' secret ground with that azure ox as his companion. Father, why don't I go ask what's going on? Huangfu was keenly aware of his father's dissatisfaction and quickly said. Huangfu Wuji nodded his head. Tell Qingming to keep that green bull by his side no matter what. Huangfu accepted the order and immediately left his seat, walking towards the Feast of Philosophers. At this moment, because of the white ape's provocation and Gu Chen's ridicule, Huangfu Qingming had fallen into an embarrassing state, and he was just about to flare up. Stars in daytime, double ranking list. Although I'd been in the eastern wilderness for a few days, I still heard the news. Huangfu Qingming coldly looked at Gu Chen. However, I don't believe any of the rumors about you. A faint smile hung on Gu Chen's face. He poured himself a cup of wine and took a few sips, as if he didn't care about Huangfu Wuji's doubts. A mere great martial king battle physique is only a first-rate physique. It's already rare for it to attract the heavens' jealousy, lightning tribulation. As for stars in daytime, that's even more ridiculous. In my opinion, that day just happened to be a day when there was an anomaly in the sky, and you benefited from it. If you're really a genius, why did you only break through to the martial king realm at the age of 17? His words were filled with disdain. These days, regardless of whether he was outside or returned to the imperial capital, he always heard people comparing Chenggu to him. In fact, he was already displeased. Gu Chen smiled without saying a word. From Huangfu Qingming's words, it seemed that Huangfu Qingming wasn't clear about his identity at all. As for that Huangfu Wuji, from the fact that the emperor had purposely intimidated him and wanted to take him down a notch, Huangfu Wuji should have already started to suspect his identity. Just as he was about to reply to this heaven's pride, Huangfu walked over. He whispered a few words into Huangfu Qingming's ear. Huangfu Qingming's expression turned ugly. He stood up and followed Huangfu unwillingly. Not long after, Huangfu Qingming returned, and the green bull that he had chased away earlier also returned. Gu Chen glanced at the green bull in surprise, and he seemed to be deep in thought. It seemed that this green bull wasn't ordinary. After returning, the green bull didn't say anything crazy anymore, but its gaze often fell on the white ape, and it was a little confused. Occasionally, it glanced at Gu Chen with a trace of coldness in its eyes. After this interruption, the banquet was about to come to an end. With Emperor Yanhong as the leader, the 5 powerhouses of the imperial family joined hands to cast a technique on the altar, and a vast and complicated array appeared in the sky. Rumble. Rumble, golden lightning gathered in the sky above the square of the imperial city. The dragon vein under Luoyang was drawn, and a huge illusory mirror appeared in mid-air. As soon as this mirror appeared, countless guests stood up from their seats, and they were filled with deep veneration. That was the Kunlun mirror, the most precious treasure of the Central Plains Empire. At this moment, the illusory Kunlun mirror emitted a boundless might. In the mirror, there were many 5-clawed golden dragons shuttling between the clouds, and the dragons' roars were endless. They seemed to be in another world, and their roars were indistinct and hard to hear. And the world in the mirror was even more indistinct. The Kunlun mirror has been invited out, and the 10,000 dragons' secret ground is open. Disciples of the imperial family, please step forward. Disciples, please step forward. Emperor Yanhong coughed a few times and said solemnly. Many disciples of the imperial family stepped forward, and the 5 people at Gu Chen's table also came forward. Everyone looked at them with envy in their eyes. The 10,000 dragons' secret ground was a mysterious world derived from the Kunlun mirror, and entering that place would allow one to obtain great opportunities. This kind of opportunity was extremely rare, and there weren't many people in the entire mainland who had this kind of luck. Emperor Yanghong examined the many juniors who were about to step into the 10,000 Dragons' secret ground, and when his gaze fell on a beautiful figure in the corner, he frowned. Lanchu, why did you step forward as well? You probably won't be participating in the opening of the 10,000 Dragons' secret ground this time, right? The disciples of the imperial family were able to enter the 10,000 Dragons' secret ground once every 5 years, and after entering once, the effect would be much weaker. Ji Lanchu had entered 5 years ago, and this year, she was forced to marry Huangfu Qingming, and she was depressed every day. Initially, he thought that she wouldn't be participating. Imperial father, I'm getting married soon, and I'll be a member of the Huangfu family in the future. I wish to enter the 10,000 Dragons' secret ground as a daughter of the Ji family for the last time. Ji Lanchu said softly. When Emperor Yanghong heard that, his brows couldn't help but relax. Lanchu's words were obviously a compromise, and she was finally willing to marry Huangfu Qingming. As long as she was willing to get married and didn't cause any more trouble, why would he not agree to such a small wish? Alright, since that's the case, you can enter the 10,000 Dragons' secret ground together. Emperor Yanghong agreed to Princess Lanchu's request. Subsequently, he looked at the crowd and explained the matters to take note of after entering the secret land of dragons. There are countless golden dragons in the secret land of dragons. They're formed from the supreme treasure, the Kunlun mirror. Every golden dragon's body contains boundless dragon essence, and this dragon essence is very beneficial to the human body. After entering the secret land, you can hunt as many golden dragons as you can and absorb the dragon essence. However, remember that the dragon essence is violent by nature. You can't absorb too much, or it'll be harmful. On this point, because the descendants of the imperial family have the dragon phoenix body and are talented, each of them can absorb about 100 dragons' power. As for the other 5, it's best not to exceed 50 dragons' power to prevent their bodies from being overwhelmed in accidents. Also, ever since the second-generation emperor entered the Kunlun ruins with the Kunlun Emperor sword, the secret land of dragons has become uncontrollable. After you enter, the secret land will erupt in 2 hours at most. At that time, the Kunlun mirror will automatically teleport you out. At this point, Emperor Yanghong had a regretful expression on his face. The history of the Kunlun continent could be traced back to the ancient times, about 30,000 years ago. After the ancient times, everything withered, and the continent experienced a period of recuperation. After that, there were endless disputes. Not only were the 5 major clans in the continent in constant conflict, but even the human race was also divided. This situation lasted until 12,000 years ago. His ancestor, who was also the founding emperor of the Middle Empire, miraculously survived from the Kunlun ruins and brought out the Kunlun Emperor sword and Kunlun mirror. The founding emperor relied on his powerful physique and 2 supreme treasures to sweep through the ancient Jiuzhou at that time and finally established the unified Middle Empire. At that time, the 2 supreme treasures, the Kunlun mirror and the Kunlun Emperor sword, complemented each other. With the wonders of the Kunlun Emperor sword, the secret land of dragons in the Kunlun mirror could be entered at any time. They could even control the flow of time inside, and the danger of the 10,000 dragon tide would not appear. With the secret land of dragons, the Ji imperial family had a strong foundation that no family could compare to. Unfortunately, the second-generation emperor did not follow the founding emperor's will. For some reason, he brought the Kunlun Emperor sword into the Kunlun ruins again. This time, he was not as lucky as the first. He did not return alive from the Kunlun ruins, and from then on, the Kunlun Emperor sword was lost. If it weren't for this incident, with the Kunlun Emperor's sword with unparalleled attack power, coupled with the Kunlun mirror, it wouldn't be surprising for the Central Plains Empire to unify the entire continent as long as there was another sage emperor. Because of the absence of the Kunlun monarch sword, the secret land of 10,000 dragons in the Kunlun mirror became uncontrollable. The descendants of the royal family could only stay in there for 2 hours at most. If they did not come out after 2 hours, the group of dragons would sense that there were enemies invading, and a dragon tide would erupt to kill the enemies. Every time he thought of this matter, Emperor Yanghong felt pain in his heart. If the Kunlun monarch sword was still around, the royal family of the Central Plains would not have to worry about it for generations to come. It would not be like now, where he still had to fear his most capable minister. He couldn't help but glance at Huangfu Wuji, and he sighed in his heart. He only hoped that after the two clans became in-laws, it would be able to protect the foundation of the imperial family for 10,000 years. Only 2 hours? Hearing Emperor Yanghong's explanation, the descendants of the royal family who knew the situation were fine, but Gu Chen and the other 4 frowned. They only had 2 hours. How much good fortune could they obtain inside? I'm talking about 2 hours in the real world. The flow of time in the secret land of 10,000 dragons is different from the outside world. 2 hours in the real world is equivalent to 3 days in there. Emperor Yanghong added. When the Kunlun monarch sword was around, it was not just 3 days. It could even control the flow of time at an even more exaggerated speed. The secret land of 10,000 dragons is truly amazing. Everyone was curious about the different flow of time. Jiangyu exclaimed in admiration. Although 3 days was still a little too short, it was still much more than 2 hours. Alright, I've told you all what I should. Now, enter the Kunlun mirror. 2 hours. We will be waiting here, and I wish you all a victorious return. Emperor Yanghong flung his sleeves and retreated to the side with the others. Under the gazes of the crowd, the descendants of the royal family led the way and flew straight into the Kunlun mirror. Princess Lanchu was the last to leave. When she entered, she turned around to look at the crowd, but Gu Chen noticed that she was staring at him. She looked deeply into Gu Chen's eyes before stepping into the secret land of 10,000 dragons. After the descendants of the royal family, the 5 participants of the great philosopher's banquet also flew into the secret land of 10,000 dragons. Huangfu Qingming was the first to enter. Gu Chen and the white ape were the last to enter the secret land of 10,000 dragons. When everyone disappeared, the Kunlun mirror slowly retreated into the void. When the time came, it would appear again. Alright, everyone, the juniors will go and fight for their fortuitous encounters. We will eat as we wait. Let's wait and see. Emperor Yanghong said to everyone with a smile. Inside the secret land of 10,000 dragons, Huangfu Qingming appeared on top of a mountain. This world was incomparably vast. The ground was covered in mountains, and the sky was filled with green clouds. Among the clouds, one could see a 5-clawed golden dragon. Looks like we were teleported here randomly. Where could that brat be? Huangfu Qingming looked around with a gloomy gaze. Chengu had pissed him off at the banquet. He had planned to teach him a lesson the moment he entered the secret land of 10,000 dragons. Unfortunately, when he entered, the people in front of him disappeared, and he realized that he had been teleported randomly. Master, if you want to deal with that brat, let me do it for you. The green ox spoke at this moment. Do you know where he is? Huangfu Qingming asked impatiently. Although his grandfather and father told him to treat this green ox well, he didn't have much expectation for it because of its previous loss of composure. Although I don't know where he is, we have 3 days in this secret land. I will definitely find him. If Master trusts me, then let me look for him. I will personally deal with him to make up for my previous loss of composure. The green ox said sincerely. You don't need me to go with you? You can deal with him yourself? Huangfu Qingming raised his brows. The green ox immediately shook its head. Master is the prophesied son of an era. Why would you need to deal with such a small matter? Although you are blessed by providence, the innate Tao constitution has both advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage is that your physique isn't strong enough. The golden dragon essence in this secret land can help you strengthen your physique. You can't delay it because of that small fry. Huangfu Qingming found it funny when he heard the green ox mention the son of an era again. Ever since he encountered this green ox in eastern wilderness, it believed that he was the son of an era and insisted on following him. Thinking about it carefully, apart from losing composure in front of that monkey, it had been diligent. Alright then, I'll leave this matter to you. It's best if that brat dies here without anyone knowing. A sharp glint flashed across Huangfu Qingming's eyes. The genius that appeared in daytime? The overlord? They weren't qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as him. He wanted him to die in the secret land of 10,000 dragons. That way, no one would compare him with him anymore. As long as there was one heaven's chosen, it was enough. High up in the sky of the 10,000 dragons' secret ground, Ji Lanchu was flying in the air with her divine senses fully extended. Her beautiful eyes were also carefully scanning the mountains below, hoping to find that person. The sky was the territory of the dragons in the secret ground. It was very dangerous to fly here. As a descendant of the royal family who had entered the secret ground, Xianxia knew this very well. However, in order to see the person she wanted to see as soon as possible, she had to take this risk. This time, she took the initiative to enter the 10,000 Dragons secret ground just for that person. After parting with him a few months ago, especially after being imprisoned in the palace for the past few days, the figure in her heart kept enlarging, and she gradually understood her feelings. This will be the last time I see him. If I can find him earlier, we can spend more time together. Xianxia's beautiful eyes were filled with sadness. Ever since she saw Huangfu Qingming come out of the ghastly ruins alive, she knew that she could no longer fight against fate. What she wanted to do now was just the simplest thought of a girl. She was born in the royal family, and she could not even decide her marriage. She had never been in love since she was young. The only person who had ever walked into her heart was that person. In her heart, she had already decided that in the few days she had left, she hoped that he would be by her side. At most, I can stay in the 10,000 Dragons secret ground for 3 days. After leaving, there is no possibility of seeing him again in this life. She pursed her lips tightly and sped up, just to find that person as soon as possible. Roar squeak squeak. Not far in front of Gu Chen, a few 100 feet long 5-clawed golden dragon was roaring. The white ape stood in front of it, baring its teeth and roaring. Gu Chen was deep in thought, recalling the look that Xianxia gave him before entering the secret ground. Previously at the ceremony, when she passed by him, he wanted to help, but she did not respond. But when she looked back before entering the secret ground, it seemed like she wanted to say something to him. Gu Chen, who was never good at guessing what a woman was thinking, had a headache. What was she thinking? Boom. Seeing that the 5-clawed golden dragon and the white ape were staring at each other, Gu Chen punched the golden dragon into pieces. The dragons in the 10,000 Dragons secret ground were not real creatures, they were evolved from the Kunlun mirror. Although they weren't real creatures, they contained boundless dragon essence. As Gu Chen shattered the golden dragon with a punch, the golden dragon turned into a beam of light and dissipated. A strand of golden dragon energy floated towards Gu Chen. Gulp, the white ape opened its mouth and inhaled. It swallowed the dragon essence before Gu Chen could. It had a pleased expression on its face. You glutton, there are so many dragons here. Are you afraid that there won't be enough to eat? Gu Chen shook his head and took out the black malevolent flood dragon bow and the white phoenix void infiltrating arrow. In the sky, there were countless golden dragons rolling among the clouds. It was too dangerous to approach the clouds directly as it was easy to be surrounded and attacked by the dragons. He planned to shoot down the golden dragons one by one with his bow and arrows and then plunder their dragon essence. He decided not to think about Xianxia for the time being. The 10,000 Dragons secret ground was too big. Even if he went to look for her, there was a high chance that he would miss her. He might as well make good use of the dragon essence. The more strength he had, the more confidence he would have to help her. Gu Chen held the longbow and placed the white phoenix arrow on the bowstring. He aimed at the empty sky and fired. Bang! Whoosh, whoosh. With his precise archery skills, a golden dragon was immediately shot in the abdomen. It wobbled and fell from the sky. Whoosh, the white ape immediately rushed out and defeated the golden dragon at the fastest speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh, the man and the ape worked well together. In just half a day, they had killed hundreds of golden dragons using this method. As Gu Chen chased after the golden dragons, he absorbed the dragon essence. He realized that the moment the dragon essence entered his body, it flowed into his 365 acupoints. Every time a wisp of dragon essence entered an acupoint, the potential in his body seemed to increase. His immortal golden body was also slowly evolving. He was pleasantly surprised. After all, he had just made a breakthrough in his cultivation and his physical body had just been reborn. Logically speaking, it would be extremely difficult for him to improve further. The dragon essence was indeed miraculous. Even he, who had an incomparably strong physical body, could have such an effect, let alone others. He and the white ape worked together and absorbed the dragon essence of more than 50 golden dragons in just half a day. They had reached the physical body limit that Emperor Yanghong had mentioned. However, they did not feel that they could not take it. Although the dragon essence was violent, it did not affect him and the white ape much. They felt that they could handle 100 or 200 dragons with ease, let alone 50. The only thing that limited them was the speed at which they killed the golden dragons. According to their battle strategy, it would be good if each of them could absorb the dragon essence of 200 golden dragons in 3 days. As Gu Chan and the white ape hunted the golden dragons, they did not notice that on a mountain peak in the distance, a green bull had found them. The green bull looked at the man and the ape in the distance with fear in its dark red eyes. Is that white ape the one I know? It doesn't seem to be the same one in terms of age, but its appearance, demeanor, every movement, and even its aura are so similar. It murmured. Thinking of how terrifying and troublesome the monkey was in the distant past, it instinctively felt fear and did not dare to move forward. I've already promised Master to kill the people around the monkey, but I don't want to appear in front of the monkey. Looks like I can only borrow the power of heaven and earth here. The green bull murmured. It looked up at the dragons and the clouds and flew up into the sky. Roar. The roars of the dragons rose and fell in succession. There were at least 60 golden dragons surrounding Gu Chen and the white ape. Each of them was several thousand feet long. Gu Chen pulled his bow into a full moon. Arrow shadows filled the sky in an attempt to repel the dragons. The white ape also turned into a giant ape and waved his hands with all his might. What's going on? Why are there suddenly so many golden dragons? Gu Chen's expression was ugly. Since an hour ago, the number of 5-clawed golden dragons that came to them had increased. They came wave after wave. Originally, the two of them thought that it was a good thing. However, as more and more dragons came, each stronger than the last, Gu Chen realized the danger. He did not know if his arrow light was too eye-catching and had incurred the wrath of the dragons. In any case, if this continued, they would be engulfed by the dragon tide sooner or later. Looks like it's done. In the distance, the green bull, who had set up this killing trap, could not help but grin when it saw Gu Chen in danger. It had lived for an extremely long time and had learned a lot. This method of attracting the dragons to attack one person was just a small trick. If you are really it, you definitely won't die here, the green bull murmured. The reason why it had taken the initiative to assassinate Chenggu was not only to share its master's worries, but also to test the monkey's identity. Now that the killing was done, it turned and left. The opportunities in the hidden ground of dragons were extremely important to its master. It wanted to go back and protect him. It had been a day since they entered the secret land of 10,000 dragons. Most of them were hunting golden dragons and absorbing the dragon essence, excited by the obvious improvement in their physique. Only Gu Chen and White Ape were caught in a life-and-death crisis. Around them, the number of 5-clawed golden dragons had reached 100. Each of them was majestic, as if they were made of pure gold. They were obviously stronger than the average golden dragon. Gu Chen had already put away his bow and arrows. Instead, he took out his whale-splitting blade and slaughtered the dragons with all his might. Enraged, White Ape grew to a height of 10,000 zhang, but 7,000 to 8,000 zhang long dragons wrapped around his body, restricting his movements and greatly affecting his strength. In desperation, Gu Chen tried to use his innate haki to stun the dragons. Innate Qi had an overwhelming effect on ordinary demonic beasts, but these dragons were derived from the Kunlun mirror. They were not living creatures, so they were not affected by innate Qi. Annoyed, Gu Chen simply used the new magical power he had just obtained. A golden overlord spear appeared in his hand. With a thrust of the spear, the wind and clouds changed. The domineering power directly killed dozens of dragons and opened up a path. He and White Ape almost immediately escaped from the encirclement and finally got a chance to breathe. But just as they settled down, they thought the dragons would not chase them anymore. But a new batch of dragons descended from the sky. Gu Chen and the White Ape had no choice but to be besieged again. This time, Gu Chen summoned the true sun fire and burned all the golden dragons to ashes, turning them into billowing dragon essence. He and White Ape opened their mouths and inhaled. The billowing dragon essence entered their bodies. This was a great supplement. After fighting for a while, their physique had transformed and become even stronger. Each of them had absorbed the power of 200 golden dragons, and only 1/3 of the time limit had passed. Although the efficiency of absorbing dragon essence has increased a lot when being chased, something is clearly wrong. If this goes on, we will be in trouble. Guchen felt a headache coming on. He used all sorts of methods to kill his way out of the encirclement of the dragons many times, but every time he settled down, a new group of dragons would descend. There was no end to this. As the saying went, ants could bite an elephant to death, let alone a large group of giant dragons. Sooner or later, he and the white ape would fail miserably. However, even though they knew that something was wrong, there was nothing they could do. They could only flee in all directions and kill the dragons everywhere. As such a scene played out in the myriad dragons' secret ground. A man and an ape were running in the front, with hundreds of giant dragons chasing after them. Occasionally, a member of the royal family would witness this scene. Their faces would turn pale with fright and they would avoid it like the plague. Another few hours passed in this manner. Guchen and the white ape had nowhere to run. The group of dragons surrounded them, connecting heaven and earth, completely sealing them off. At this point, there was no room for retreat. Let's fight. Guchen gritted his teeth, raised his whale-splitting blade, and charged forward, slaying a dragon with a single slash. The white ape was even more ferocious. He grabbed the golden dragons like they were earthworms and tore them apart. Those that were too close to his mouth were killed in a single bite. The man and the ape used all their skills and killed countless golden dragons, but the danger they were in also increased. They caused a huge commotion and finally attracted the attention of a beautiful figure in the sky. That's, Xianxia had been searching for the person she wanted to see for a day and several hours. She was growing more and more anxious. At this time, she suddenly saw a group of dragons flying in the distance. It seemed that someone was trapped inside. Her heart skipped a beat, and she sped up in that direction. As soon as she arrived, she heard a familiar voice. Damn it! Are these still dragons? There are even more of them than snakes, the youth grumbled. Gigi! Gigi, the monkey chimed in. Xianxia saw the trapped figure through the gaps in the group of dragons. Although she knew that he was in danger, she still couldn't help but laugh. She had finally found him. Hey! Chenggu! She shouted. Loudly without any semblance of a lady. Her crisp voice was filled with joy as if she had reunited with her lover after a long time. This voice, Guchen couldn't help but look up and see Xianxia through the gaps in the group of dragons. Get out of here! Guchen's expression changed as he shouted hurriedly. He didn't know why he had been targeted by the dragons. If Xianxia stayed here, her life would be in danger. However, Xianxia didn't seem to hear what Guchen said. She flew through the gaps in the group of dragons. She was bathed in dragon phoenix true fire. She looked like a goddess who had descended from the heavens. She flew to Guchen's side and kicked a golden dragon away. The two of them had their backs to each other and fought against the surrounding dragons. Is there something wrong with you, woman? Can't you see how dangerous this place is? Guchen couldn't help but fly into a rage. Any normal person would not take the risk and rush in. I don't care. Xianxia, on the other hand, raised her beautiful face and couldn't help but smile. When we were besieged by the army of Heavenly Mirror Mansion in the border city of Yuzhou province, you didn't abandon me. Later, in desolate God Valley, when my life was hanging by a thread, you carried me and escaped from the valley. You never abandoned me, so how could I abandon you? What she didn't say in her heart was that there was only a little time left. As long as she was with him, everything else didn't matter. Guchen didn't know what to say. He was in a crisis now, so he could only say, then don't regret it. Hence, the two of them fought side by side with the help of the white ape. Together, they fought against the surging dragons. With the addition of Xianxia, Guchen heaved a sigh of relief. But soon, more golden dragons appeared on the horizon. After failing to take down Guchen for so long, Xianxia seemed to be completely enraged and was gathering more companions. What's going on? That kid isn't dead yet? On a mountain ridge, the green ox frowned as he looked at the many golden dragons in the sky. They were gathering in one direction. According to his estimation, that kid should be dead by now. However, he didn't seem to be dead. Instead, he caused a huge commotion in the 10,000 Dragons' secret ground. he had a bad premonition. 3 days is just enough for Master to perfect his Taoist body. But if the 10,000 dragon tide appears in advance because of that kid, the situation won't be good. He murmured. As he thought of that, he quickly shook his head. Impossible. Impossible. How capable would he have to be to make the 10,000 dragon tide appear in advance? Even that monkey's cultivation base is very ordinary. He shouldn't be able to do that. The green ox tried to comfort himself. He looked at Huangfu Qingming, who was not far away, and focused on protecting him. After more than a day, Huangfu Qingming had already killed 200 golden dragons. He didn't absorb their dragon essence on the spot. Instead, he kept them and prepared to use them now. Emperor Yang Hong said that non-royalty could only absorb the power of 50 golden dragons. But through a secret technique that his grandfather gave him, he could absorb 4 times the amount of dragon essence. His Taoist body was naturally close to all kinds of natural powers. This allowed him to have an extremely high level of comprehension towards all kinds of spells. However, the Taoist body also had a weakness. It was the jealousy of the heavens. Hence, his body had always been weak. Today, he was going to use the dragon essence to temper his body. He was going to make up for this weakness and forge an undamaged Taoist foundation. In the sky, the golden dragons were stepping on the green clouds, breathing flames, and the scales on their bodies were shining brightly. There were dragon shadows everywhere, circling around Gu Chen and the other 2, trying to break through the defense line and swallow the 3 of them into their bellies. The number of golden dragons was no longer 200 or 300. At a glance, there were probably more than 1,000 of them. Thousands of dragons roared, and the scene looked like doomsday. The surrounding mountains had been turned into scorched earth, and only Gu Chen and the other 2 were still holding on bitterly. Gu Chen and Ji Lanchu had both used the spiral space prison, building a distorted space wall around them, and only then did they manage to block the flood of golden dragons. Otherwise, their defense line would have been broken by the sheer number of dragons. Even so, it was obvious that they could not hold on for much longer. The golden dragons were born from the Kunlun mirror, and they were endless. They used the corpses to fill up the spiral space prison, and soon, the space would return to normal. Are you regretting it now? Gu Chen and Ji Lanchu had their backs against each other, and he could smell the fragrant sweat on her body, and feel the warmth of her soft body. What's there to regret? Ji Lanchu glanced at Gu Chen, and caressed the hair on her forehead. Gu Chen's heart raced. In this situation, she seemed to be even more beautiful. Why are you staring at me? Your face is red. Ji Lanchu noticed Gu Chen's expression and teased. Gu Chen quickly shook his head. I'm not blushing. I've absorbed too much dragon essence, and the profound qi in my body is too vigorous. They had killed a large number of golden dragons, and all the dragon essence had been absorbed, causing the profound qi in Gu Chen's body to be too vigorous. The dragon essence was indeed violent. Even though his unburning golden body was extremely powerful, he could not suppress the profound qi in his body, and that was why his face was so red. Otherwise, with his temperament, no matter how beautiful Ji Lanchu was, he would not have lost his composure like this. Humph, a hot-blooded young man. Ji Lanchu's red lips curled up, and her every movement was full of charm. This demoness. Gu Chen thought to himself. Ji Lanchu was already a beauty that could cause the downfall of nations and people. Now that he had absorbed too much dragon essence, his resistance was greatly weakened. These golden dragons are basically formed from surging life essence. If this goes on, even if I don't get killed by them, my body will explode from absorbing too much dragon essence. As Gu Chen thought about it, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Lanchu, this golden dragon's dragon essence is essentially the purest form of life essence, right? He took a deep breath and asked Ji Lanchu seriously. Well, if you're talking about a real dragon, of course it's more than that. But if it's the golden dragons in this secret place, I've heard from my father that they were all created by the Kunlun mirror with the method of creating things from the void. In essence, they are a mass of life essence. Ji Lanchu's confident words made Gu Chen reveal a bright smile. What are you smiling about? Ji Lanchu was surprised. This was a matter of life and death. Although optimism was a good thing, Gu Chen's smile was a little too relaxed. I think I've found a way to deal with these golden dragons. The corners of Gu Chen's mouth curled up. Oh? What is it? Ji Lanchu was curious. Little fellow, take out that treasure. Gu Chen turned to look at White Ape and said loudly. White Ape's eyes lit up when he heard that. It was inconvenient for him in his gigantic form, so he pointed at Gu Chen. There was a ripple in the void, and a colorful little tree fell down and was caught by Gu Chen. Is this the thing that little monkey brought out from Desolate God Valley? Ji Lanchu recognized it and was very surprised. That's right. This treasure is the natural nemesis of these golden dragons. Gu Chen said with a smile. He grabbed the colorful little tree and waved it casually, a rainbow-colored. Light immediately spread out, releasing a peculiar suction force. Boom! 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 All of a sudden, the golden dragons closest to the three of them exploded, turning into surging essence energy that was absorbed into the colorful glow. They could not resist at all. Gu Chen was not surprised. He grabbed the rainbow sapling and waved it, releasing beams of divine light. The next scene completely shocked Ji Lanchu. He saw that the group of golden dragons that had forced them into a perilous situation earlier had collapsed spontaneously, like rivers flowing into the sea. Their life essence was plundered by the colorful little tree, becoming its nutrients. In an instant, 200 golden dragons collapsed, and 500 golden dragons disappeared. The speed at which the golden dragons were destroyed was like a flash flood. It was astounding. What's going on? Ji Lanchu could not help but ask. Do you still remember that Desolate God Valley will absorb one's life essence? Gu Chen said as he cleaned up the group of golden dragons. Ji Lanchu nodded. How could she forget that? That place was extremely strange. She had almost died there. This colorful little tree has a power similar to Desolate God Valley. It can absorb the life essence energy of the surrounding environment. These golden dragons are not living beings. They are just a mass of essence energy. So when they encounter it, they can't resist at all. Gu Chen's explanation enlightened Ji Lanchu and he sighed with emotion. You're really blessed. In that case, doesn't this 10,000 dragons secret ground be like flat ground to you? Yes, it's not a problem for us anymore. Gu Chen said with a smile. At this time, the colorful little tree in his hand seemed to have felt the sweetness. It automatically emitted a brighter light and started to absorb the dragon essence around it. Gu Chen's expression changed slightly. He felt that the tree in his hand was about to absorb the essence energy in his body. He could not help but throw it up. Boom, the rainbow-colored tree floated in the air. With it as the center, a rainbow-colored whirlpool appeared. The golden dragons within a radius of several dozen kilometers roared as they were pulled into the whirlpool, turning into boundless essence chi. The thousands of golden dragons that had surrounded Gu Chen and the others were quickly destroyed. At this moment, from the depths of the clouds in the sky and from a distant place, more golden dragons came roaring over, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws menacingly. The golden dragons in the secret ground have no intelligence. When they sense the threat of the colorful little tree, they will not choose to escape. Instead, they will swarm over. Ji Lanchu looked at the sky and murmured. Her expression changed slightly. Oh no. From the looks of it, there is no need for 3 days. The 10,000 dragons tide will appear soon. She became anxious and grabbed Gu Chen's hand. Hurry up and control that tree. Otherwise, when the 10,000 dragons tide appears, the Kunlun mirror will teleport us out. She was anxious. Only a day and a half had passed. They still had half of the time to spend together. Who would have thought that such an accident would happen? Once something like this happens to the colorful little tree, it will not be something that we can control. Gu Chen smiled bitterly. He had studied this tree before, so he knew very well how dangerous it was. At this time, not to mention interrupting it, even getting close to it could cause one's life essence to be sucked dry and turn into a dried corpse or even dust. 2 humans and 1 ape stayed under the rainbow-colored small tree. Their position happened to be in the eye of the wind, so they weren't affected by the rainbow-colored whirlpool. They watched as the 5-clawed golden dragons rushed towards the small tree without any fear of death. Under such circumstances, almost all the golden dragons in the hidden ground of dragons sensed something and finally let out earth-shattering roars. The 10,000 dragon tide had broken out. from the green clouds, from the ground, and from the void in all directions, countless golden dragons emerged and charged at the rainbow tree while roaring angrily. Wherever they passed, the mountains collapsed, the rivers evaporated, and everything turned into dust. Why did the 10,000 dragon tide suddenly come forward? Beside a large river, the sickly scholar, Xianxia, looked at the dragons surging in the sky and mumbled to himself. He pinched his fingers and tried to divine the cause of this matter. I can't divine it. Soon, he was even more surprised. He had the astrology chess life hand, which was a superb physique that had been passed down for generations in the Jiang family. There were very few things that he couldn't divine. But now, he had no clue why the 10,000 dragon tide had come forward. Is it because I'm not good enough, or is it because of the 10,000 dragon tide? Something is wrong, as he mumbled to himself, he felt an invisible force enveloping him. Since the 10,000 dragon tide had already broken out, staying here would only lead to death. The Kunlun mirror had a spirit and was going to take them out. He didn't resist and allowed the invisible force to envelop him. The next moment, he disappeared from where he was. Huangfu Qingming was extremely excited. He was using the secret technique that his grandfather had given him to train his physique. He could feel that his Taoist physique was becoming flawless. In the past, although his cultivation level was high and he was known as a monster in terms of spiritual spells, his physique was much weaker than other special physiques. But now, 365 acupuncture points in his body were glowing and swallowing the power of the dragon essence. Once the dragon essence was absorbed by the acupuncture points, it turned into his physique's potential and helped his Taoist physique get rid of its flaws bit by bit. According to the current situation, when he left the hidden ground of dragons in a day and a half, his physique would definitely improve to a higher level. However, man proposes, God disposes. As Huangfu Qingming swallowed the dragon essence, he suddenly felt a strange force surrounding him and trying to pull him out of this void. What happened? He suddenly opened his eyes, incomparably shocked and furious. His originally perfect state of cultivation was suddenly interrupted. He felt the call of a different spacetime. The 10,000 dragon tide is going to happen half the time ahead of schedule. Not far in front of him, the green ox was also enveloped by a mysterious power. Its eyes were filled with disbelief. Its heart was practically trembling. The ominous premonition from before had come true. The other party had accomplished something that was almost impossible. No. My Taoist body is not perfect yet. Stop. Stop. Huangfu Qingming roared angrily. He wanted to resist unwillingly, but he couldn't resist the power of the Kunlun mirror. The next moment, he disappeared on the spot. The green ox's figure was also disappearing, looking into the distance in a daze. How did he do it? At the same time, in different parts of the 10,000 Dragons' secret land, the descendants of the Central Plains royal family and the other two participants of the Feast of Philosophers were teleported out by the Kunlun mirror. Only Gu Chen, Ji Lanchu, and the white ape, who were under the little rainbow tree, didn't feel the slightest bit of the summoning power. The entire 10,000 Dragons' secret land had gone crazy. Tens of thousands of five-clawed golden dragons rushed toward the rainbow whirlpool, forming a magnificent aurora in the sky. The two humans and one ape were in the strange eye of the whirlpool, unaffected by the little rainbow tree's deprivation. They saw waves of majestic dragon essence turning into a golden ocean, gushing toward them endlessly. This is a great supplement. Gu Chan and the white ape looked at each other and saw the light in each other's eyes. They approached the golden ocean like they were playing with fire, trying to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, and obtained some dragon essence. This dragon essence is much purer than usual. It should be the little rainbow tree's contribution. Ji Lanchu approached Gu Chen and checked the dragon essence. She couldn't help but say, ordinary dragon essence was the essence of life. Because of the little rainbow tree, the dragon essence was highly concentrated and pure. Even for someone like her who had entered the secret land once, absorbing this level of dragon essence would benefit her greatly. Because of her dragon phoenix physique, the benefits she received were even greater than Gu Chen's. The white ape sat on the ground and started to refine the dragon essence. Gu Chen was not slow either. With Ji Lanchu's current state of mind, she was not in the mood to cultivate. However, seeing Gu Chen's actions, she gritted her teeth and followed suit. Being in the ocean formed by the essence of the 10,000 Dragons' secret land was indeed a great opportunity. In the square of the imperial city, Emperor Yang Hong and the guests were drinking and chatting happily. All of a sudden, the wind blew and clouds surged in the void. The huge figure of the Kunlun mirror appeared. What's going on? It's only been an hour. Emperor Yang Hong and the officials stood up immediately. They were extremely shocked. According to past experience, one could stay in the 10,000 Dragons' secret land for a full 3 days, which was 2 hours in reality. There should be no mistakes. But now, only half of the time had passed, and the Kunlun mirror was acting strangely. Buzz. 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 Before the big shots had time to think, they saw the descendants of the imperial family, Huangfu Qingming, and the others who had entered the secret land earlier being teleported out one by one. What the hell? I've only killed 40 golden dragons. I'm even more unlucky. I didn't even have time to absorb the dragon essence. The people who were teleported out were complaining and sighing. Even Huangfu Qingming's face was as ugly as if he had eaten *T. Only Jiang Yu looked fine. He just frowned and pondered. What happened in the secret land? Emperor Yang Hong and the officials came forward immediately. The emperor asked nervously. The 10,000 Dragons' secret land was related to the foundation of the imperial family. Now that such an anomaly had happened, he could not help but worry. The descendants of the imperial family had no idea what had happened. They were all confused. Huangfu Wuji also walked up to Huangfu Qingming and asked calmly. How is it? It's all in vain. Huangfu Qingming said while gritting his teeth. Huangfu Wuji remained silent. The incident was too strange. The officials and the guests were discussing it. The elders of the imperial family also had no idea what was going on. The square was surrounded by the water mirror stones. Everything that happened in the heaven-worshipping ceremony would be transmitted to all over the land of the 9 prefectures. The current situation could easily shake the hearts of the people. What's going on? Emperor Yang Hong frowned. Suddenly, someone asked. Eh? Where's Princess Lanchu? Why didn't she come out? After hearing that, the crowd noticed that not everyone who had entered the 10,000 Dragons' secret land had returned. Not only Princess Lanchu, but Child Chen from the Celestial Court has also not returned. Shen Sudong said with a solemn expression. For a moment, the officials looked at each other. The incident was even stranger. In the past, the Kunlun mirror would always teleport everyone back. But now, 2 people were missing. Could it be that Chenggu and Princess Lanchu are already? Some people couldn't help but think. After all, if they were dead, it was normal for the Kunlun mirror to not send them back. The Kunlun mirror didn't disappear. Its passage is still open. Clearly, there are still people who haven't come out. At this moment, an elder from the royal family refuted. Based on his experience, he judged that there were definitely people in the secret land. However, for some reason, the Kunlun mirror didn't send them out. This time everyone was completely confused. What exactly happened in the secret land? Explain to me, is that Chenggu still alive? Is he with Lanchu now? Huangfu Qingming went to a corner and looked at the green bull in front of him gloomily. Previously, the green bull said that it would kill Chenggu for him. When it came back, it also said that the mission was completed. Thus, he chose to believe it. However, the myriad dragon tide suddenly broke out in advance, and he missed a fortuitous opportunity. Then, his fiancée and Chenggu went missing. One had to know that there were only the 2 of them in the myriad dragon's secret land. A man and a woman alone in front of the whole world, it was inevitable for him to overthink. The green bull was speechless. Even it couldn't figure out the situation. Things had already exceeded its judgment. Alright, what's there to be anxious about? Perhaps that brat is already dead. Huangfu Wuji came in front of his grandson and helped the green bull out of the predicament. Princess Lanchu has the royal bloodline, and her physique is mutated. Perhaps this abnormality is only because of her. Huangfu Wuji was calm and composed. If Princess Lanchu really had some fortuitous encounter, doesn't that mean that you've obtained it? Hearing his grandfather's words, Huangfu Qingming felt a little better. I hope so. He could only hope that Chenggu was already dead, and the one who caused the abnormality in the Kunlun mirror was Ji Lanchu. In that case, no matter what fortuitous encounter Ji Lanchu had, wouldn't it belong to him after she married him? In that case, he could also make up for his losses in the Myriad Dragon's secret land. Because Princess Lanchu and Chenggu of the Celestial Court had not returned from the 10,000 Dragons' secret land, the Imperial City Square was in an uproar. Emperor Yang Hong was extremely anxious, but there was something wrong with the Kunlun mirror. All the elders could do was to wait and see, so he could only choose to do so. There was still an hour left. Once the time was up, if the two of them still hadn't come out, then he would make other plans. Inside the hidden ground of 10,000 dragons, the three of them quietly refined the dragon essence. This was a huge opportunity. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for them to obtain such pure dragon essence. Even if they could swallow the same amount of dragon essence, the berserk factor in the dragon essence would be unbearable. However, due to the purification of the rainbow tree, the dragon essence had turned into the most basic essence chi. There was no longer any violent attribute, and their bodies could absorb it to the greatest extent. Gu Qian and the white ape had a strong physique to begin with, so they could absorb a lot of dragon essence. Now, they were in a state of all-out plundering. Their bodies seemed to be starving, constantly snatching food from the mouth of a tiger in the sea of gold, trying their best to convert the dragon essence into their own potential. Gu Chen's 365-star aperture points shone brightly, greedily devouring the dragon essence. The energy here was so majestic that it was too late to absorb it with just the star aperture points. More aperture points in Gu Chen's body were opened, greedily absorbing the life essence. Compared to him and the white ape, Ji Lanchu's state was even more magical. She was bathed in the dragon phoenix true fire, and faint dragon roars and phoenix cries could be heard from the aperture points in her body. As a dragon phoenix body, the dragon essence was undoubtedly more useful to her. The benefits she gained were even greater than that of Gu Chen and the white ape. This process lasted for a whole day before the colorful vortex in the sky gradually calmed down. No one knew how many golden dragons in the hidden ground of 10,000 dragons had been devoured by the rainbow tree. When everything was over, there were 7 golden fruits on the trunk of the rainbow tree. There were countless little golden dragons swimming about on each fruit. It was a very strange sight. Swoosh. After absorbing enough, the rainbow tree fell from the sky, its light dimmed, and was caught by the white ape, who let out a few excited roars. This fortuitous encounter had given the 3 great benefits. This benefit was not reflected in their cultivation, but in their potential. There were more possibilities for their future. Rumble. Not far away in the void, a door appeared, which was the path to the outside world. The Kunlun mirror seemed to have a spirit. It seemed to have sensed that the strange situation here was over, so it opened a door for them to leave. However, it did not forcefully teleport them like it did to the others. It gave Gu Chen and the other 2 special treatment. The others seemed to have left a long time ago. Should we go too? Gu Chen asked Ji Lanchu. After absorbing a huge amount of dragon essence, Ji Lanchu seemed to have become even more beautiful. Her flawless face now looked lonely. There should be half a day left. Walk around with me, she said softly. It was obvious that she did not want to leave the Myriad Dragon's secret ground. Gu Chen had already noticed that Ji Lanchu was a little panicked when she saw the Myriad Dragon tide erupt in advance. Alright, let's walk. Gu Chen smiled and did not reject Ji Lanchu's request. The two walked side by side, taking a casual stroll in the Myriad Dragon's secret ground. Squeak, the white ape seemed to feel that the atmosphere was not suitable for him, so he ran away. For a moment, only a man and a woman were left. Although the Myriad Dragon's secret ground was dangerous, the mountains and rivers were quite magnificent. The two walked around casually, and along the way, they saw countless beautiful scenes. Gu Chen was worried about Ji Lanchu's difficulties, but she quickly composed herself and revealed a beautiful smile. She seemed to have forgotten about the troubles of the outside world. At this moment, she was just an ordinary young girl, going for a walk with the person she liked. Gu Chen accompanied her, and he saw her smiling and joking with him from time to time. In this kind of situation, Gu Chen was not very good with words. Most of the time, he accompanied her in silence, like a block of wood. Under the moonlight, the atmosphere gradually heated up, and it became more charming. When the two walked to a beautiful lake, Xianxia suddenly hugged Gu Chen. She leaned against his chest, and Gu Chen could not see her expression. He could only see that her ears were pink, and her small hands were hugging him tightly, and they were even trembling. Obviously, this was the first time this girl had taken the initiative to hug a man of the same age as her. Gu Chen had never experienced this before. His body stiffened, and he did not know where to put his hands. Chingu, the reason why I entered the Myriad Dragon's secret ground this time was for you. Jilanchu's voice was very soft, but Gu Chen heard it clearly. I'm going to marry Huangfu Qingming. This time, Imperial Father's attitude is firm, I can no longer escape. Her voice became a little choked. After the heavenly worship ceremony, I will marry that person. In this short period of time, I only want to be with the person I like. She gathered her courage and said it. Gu Chen was shocked, and he could not help but hug her tighter. I'll help you escape, he said firmly. No, I can't escape no matter what. I don't want you to risk your life for me. I've already accepted my fate. The only thing I can do to fight against fate is to give myself to you. Her voice became even softer. She raised her head, and her eyes were like limpid autumn water. She gently kissed Gu Chen. End of chapter 312. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.